A war. And who are you all to decide that? The voice cut through the air like a blade, clear, female, and soaked in authority. It wasn't loud, yet it carried further and deeper than a shout could ever manage. The words themselves seemed to crawl beneath the skin, forcing the hearts of every listener to pound faster. Did I get permission for that? Instantly, bodies stiffened. Not one person, whether the weakest commoner trembling in the crowd, the high dukes who stood at the pinnacle of power, or even Marisa herself, escaped the unseen hand that bound them. Their bodies froze against their will, locked in place like puppets whose strings had been seized, all of them, except one that amid the silence and sudden oppression. Razeal tilted his head and let a smirk tug at the corner of his lips. His gaze shifted lazily toward the direction the voice had come from, as though he had been expecting this all along. And then he saw her, Celestia. She moved with deliberate, unhurried steps, each one echoing against the stone floor with a crisp click of her heels. Her entire form shimmered, engulfed in a multicolored aura that bled into the air like living flame. It wasn't one color, it was all colors. Every shade and spectrum woven together into something divine, something overwhelming. Her eyes blazed like twin jewels of rainbow fire, alive and authoritative. Her face was cold, beautiful in its severity, and her every movement radiated an authority that demanded obedience without the need for words. Razeal chuckled inwardly, his smirk deepening. Great that I already ripped out my bloodline, or else I'd be stuck like the rest of these fools. How embarrassing would that be? He knew all too well how broken the imperial family's generational ability was, that it wasn't power in the usual sense, it was something more like a cheat. Fully aware of how messed up the author's logic, or whatever he was smoking, was when he gave the imperial family a blatant cheating ability. Totally unreasonable. The dukes fell into silence. Their faces remained calm, masks of indifference, even though their bodies stood unnaturally stiff under Celestia's suppression that to them. It was as if nothing was out of place. They accepted the invisible chains binding them as though it were perfectly normal. But for those with lesser strength, nobles, warriors, and commoners, the effect was devastating. Their bodies twisted with strain, faces scrunched in agony as if flames burned within their veins. Anger and humiliation radiated from them, yet none could resist. Their wills, their movements, even their voices were simply rejected. I reject the war. Celestia's voice rang out, calm and absolute. She stepped forward, each click of her heels echoing through the silent hall. She raised her gaze and looked each one of Dukia directly in the eye. Her words carried no hesitation, no opening for debate. That it was not a suggestion, it was a decree. Of course it is. Arabella chuckled, as if not all the dukes already knew that war was never going to happen in the first place, while the imperial family was still sitting without their permission. Her tone was careless, her voice laced with scorn. But the moment the words left her mouth, Celestia's rainbow-blazing eyes turned to her. I did not give my permission to comment. The statement fell like a hammer. Suddenly, Arabella's body slammed into the ground. Her face smashed into the marble floor with such force that a shallow crater formed beneath her. She couldn't even flinch, or even move her lips freely. Every part of her body was pinned by a crushing weight, as though an invisible hand had pressed her existence itself into submission. A strained groan escaped her throat. But even then, Arabella had forced smile on her lips, the expression trembling yet mocking. Apologies, Your Highness. Her voice was muffled against the stone, that Celestia's aura pulsed brighter, her entire form wrapped in multicolored radiance. She passed Arabella without even looking at her, her words delivered with cold dismissal. Forgiven. With that, she walked on and stopped between Nova, Marcella, Maximum, and Seraphina Fairlith. Both dukes stood in silence. None dared to utter a foolish word like Arabella. They simply stood, their calm mass hiding the storm that brewed inside. They understood too well power differences did not matter here. Even though Celestia was immeasurably weaker in raw strength compared to them, she carried something none of them could defy. Nova's face flushed blue with rage, her hands trembling as her aura seethed and boiled to her. This was nothing less than a taboo, a violation of the rules every noble house lived by. The imperial family's generational ability was always despised to use it. Here, openly, against dukes themselves, it was beyond unacceptable. It was humiliation, and her blood screamed against it. Celestia, however, ignored her completely. She swept her gaze over the gathered dukes, her expression unchanged, her presence suffocating. They held their tongues. That, too, was obedience. Finally, her eyes turned to Marisa. For a brief instant, her gaze flicked across Razeal. Her brows barely shifted, a faint flicker of surprise crossing her face when she saw him unaffected by her. Authority making her narrow her eyes at realization. But she didn't linger. She passed over him, focusing entirely on Marisa. Her eyes asked a silent question. Marisa met her gaze steadily. Her own narrowed dangerously, but steady, calm, unwavering. The air seemed to thrum with tension between the two women, Celestia's rainbow fire against Marisa's icy steel. My son's bloodline essence, Marisa said, her voice level and unbothered, though her hands slowly lifted, pointing directly at Arabella. Or there really will be a war. Her words carried no flourish, no plea, only straight statement. She was able to move because Celestia allowed it. Her authority peeled back only for her. Whether it was out of respect, acknowledgement of her strength, or something else entirely, only Celestia knew. I see. Celestia's reply was brief. She turned her gaze back to Arabella, her tone still as cold and measured as before. Lady Arabella, I presume you already understand. Her head tilted ever so slightly, her voice lowering to something like velvet steel. I would hope I do not need to say more. Celestia's eyes lingered on Arabella, who was finally standing up, as she let her do so. Yes, of course, Your Highness. I was only joking. Arabella's voice carried a sweetness, her lips curling into a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Outwardly, she looked calm, unconcerned, as though this was nothing more than a natural conclusion. But beneath that serene mask, no one could truly tell what lay hidden in her thoughts. All they could see was that she had accepted reality. There was nothing left she could do. With both hands, she extended the deep purple pearl forward, the essence of Razeal's bloodline, offering it toward Celestia. Celestia accepted it lightly, her fingers brushing the pearl as she held it up. Her platinum-colored eyes reflected the orb, its deep violet glow rippling faintly, as though it contained a living fragment of Razeal himself. Her thumb traced its surface in silence, but something stirred behind her gaze, something heavy, a ripple of emotions hidden deep within her. Can I have my son's bloodline essence back? The voice came from Marisa, calm yet unwavering. Celestia blinked, as if pulled from her thoughts. Ah, yes, apologies. Her tone softened briefly. She closed her eyes, shook her head slightly, then tossed the pearl toward Marisa without ceremony. Marisa caught it easily, her grip steady and controlled, her face unreadable. Celestia exhaled, almost a sigh. And apologies for being so forceful, everyone. Her fingers pinched the bridge of her nose, a rare flicker of regret flashing across her otherwise cold demeanor. She seemed suddenly aware of what she had just done, as though recognizing she had crossed a line. Her radiant, multicolored aura withdrew, fading back in her body in that instant. The crushing pressure blanketing the Colosseum vanished. All at once, the frozen bodies of every person present, dukes, assassins of the virulent unit, guards, nobles, and the common spectators finally released. Muscles that had been locked in place twitched as control returned to them. Some of the weaker people just stumbled, nearly collapsing to their knees as they gasped for breath, like drowning men finally reaching the surface. Others steadied themselves but couldn't hide the sharp, relieved intakes of air. Yet, even though their bodies were free, a wave of emotions lingered: disgust, resentment, quiet fury. Even when they tried to hide their expressions, it leaked through their eyes. They avoided looking directly at Celestia, but the collective sense of indignation in the Colosseum was palpable. The people had just been forced to bow before authority, stripped of control, and no one, no matter their status, could accept it easily. Surprisingly, the calmest among them were the dukes. Despite being the strongest and most dignified figures present, none of them showed outrage. Their faces remained smooth, even indifferent, as if this scene was something they had long since accepted. Seraphina Fairlith's lips curved faintly, not in scorn, but in that ambiguous smile that suggested she already understood the futility of resisting such authority. Razeal, however, only chuckled quietly to himself. His smile amused, almost relieved, as the only one being standing without Fked. Up, that his mind would have been wrecked, maybe, or might have directly gone crazy from that eternal arrogance trait of his even. That serious attitude issue of his should have burned him out by now, maybe even push him to do something against his own will. Good he made that decision earlier, AS, for what had just happened. Celestia had used her bloodline ability, AS holder of one of only 3 imperial bloodlines that existed in the entire world. This particular bloodline was ranked above even the rarest royal grade lines. Yet, unlike others, it was not born naturally to IT was created. The imperial family's inheritance, bloodline authority. Razeal, watching from the side, could only scoff inwardly. Him. This was without question one of the most broken, absurd, and downright illogical abilities he had ever come across, even in the countless novels he had read in his past life. But what exactly did it do? And if it wasn't a natural bloodline, then how had it come into existence? In the simplest of words, it all began in the ancient era and age when humanity stood on the brink of extinction. It was the time when the first portals and dimensional cracks split open the skies, spilling forth horrors from countless unknown realms. The newly awakened powers of mankind were still in their infancy, crude and underdeveloped. Though humans fought bravely with their newfound methods, they were constantly pushed back, suffering defeat after defeat. For every rift they closed, 2 more opened. For every battle won, 10 were lost. There were too many portals, too many invaders, and too many uncaring enemies who struck without warning. Humanity bled, faltered, and fractured. And above all, they lacked one crucial thing: a leader. No single figure had risen to unite them all. Kingdoms and clans clung to their own survival, but in their isolation, they doomed the race as a whole. It was in this desperate age that humanity came together to make a single, monumental decision. They turned toward what they understood best: the bloodline essence. By then, humans were already familiar with the concept of bloodline essence, though extremely rare and excruciating to form. It was the purest distillation of one's bloodline, which could actually be passed on someone else. Bloodline essence was rare, almost impossible to take out, and even more painful to transfer. Knowing well that to part with it meant certain death, and not a peaceful one either. The process would tear body and soul apart in excruciating agony, leaving only ashes of the giver behind. Yet in those desperate times, countless warriors, knowing full well what awaited them, chose this fate. They sacrificed everything, offering their own hard-earned essence as a legacy to someone they deemed worthy, someone who could carry humanity's dwindling hope. Through such essences, one could inherit the full of that bloodline. Of course, absorbing them was not without risk. If the vessel was too weak, the essence would overwhelm them, leading to death. Yet the possibility of passing on a bloodline, even at such risk, was enough to give mankind hope. But one essence was never enough. Even the greatest of legacies could not turn the tide of endless dimensional invasions. Humanity chose a single, terrifying direction. They would not rely on one clan or one bloodline. Instead, they would gather all of them. Every clan, every warrior, every noble and royal bloodline would surrender their essence. All of these sacrifices would be etched into a single chosen vessel. This vessel would bear the weight of every bloodline and rise as the strongest of all, a figure powerful enough to unite humanity and stand as their absolute leader. Of course, scholars and warriors alike knew this plan bordered on madness. It was already deemed nearly impossible for one person to bear 3 bloodlines. The conflict of powers would lead to tanglement, chaos, and ultimately destruction. That a body could not withstand the clashing forces of multiple essences. The end result was always the same: the vessel would explode. And yet, there was hope. Among them, they discovered a man whose body was different. His constitution was unlike anything recorded before, something abnormal, something beyond natural. They decided to test him first. They grafted only a few essences into his body. Their astonishment, he endured. The bloodlines fused within him, not devouring each other, but evolving together. They did not tear him apart. Instead, they grew stronger. Each new essence he absorbed did not dilute or weaken him. It amplified him. He suppressed the chaos within and bent it to his will. His body did not shatter, it adapted. His bloodline did not collapse, it transformed. And so, humanity placed all of its hope upon him. One by one, warriors lined up to offer their bloodline essence. Fire, frost, light, storm, steel, and countless more rare, noble, and royal essences alike were given freely. Men, women, old or young walked knowingly into their deaths, smiling even through the agony, for they knew their end would forge humanity's beginning. The chosen vessel absorbed them all. Slowly, his bloodline from common evolved to noble rank, then further to royal grade. His strength grew endlessly, until at last, something happened that none could have imagined. His bloodline shattered the restraints of nature itself. The vessel's bloodline tore through every boundary, from common to noble, from noble to royal, and then beyond. It broke past the very limits that the world had set, ascending into a new, unknown realm at a grade that no one had ever seen, that no one had even known could exist: the imperial bloodline. The man stood no longer as a vessel, but as the absolute, the convergence of millions of legacies, the culmination of all of humanity's sacrifices, and with this new bloodline, a power unique and terrifying was born. Thus, the man, forged from sacrifice, was crowned as the first king of humanity. Arthur Gwyn Valentine, his gift was named Bloodline Authority. Unique ability, Bloodline Authority. The power to command, suppress, and wield the abilities of every bloodline it had ever absorbed. Razeal scoffed to himself. What a total bullshit character, he thought, eyes resting on Celestia. In all honesty, Celestial Gwyn Valentine had always felt like a character the author invented just to dim the shine of Arion. She was written to be the one who stood above all others, no matter the circumstances. She only had one job in this grand narrative: to remain supreme, untouchable, the figure who would always be painted as the peak of existence. Her ancestors' ability, Bloodline Authority, hadn't stayed still either. It had grown, twisted, and evolved across generations. The Imperial family ensured it. Every time a new ability or unique bloodline appeared somewhere in the world, the Empire would do whatever it took to claim it. Bribery, loyalty tests, blackmail, kidnapping loved ones to use as leverage to their worst. They had even gone so far as to construct breeding chambers, a grotesque attempt to force new bloodline bearers to produce descendants, ensuring the trait wouldn't be lost to chance of death. The faces of the rulers changed with time as generations passed. Some were gentle, kind, and just. Others, ruthless and consumed by their own cruelty. Yet one thing bound them all without exception: greed and a hunger to keep evolving their bloodline to ensure it never stopped growing stronger, no matter the cost. And so it remained. Even now, that was the reason why the Imperial Empress stood at the absolute peak of power in the present age, because within her body resided more abilities than anyone else in the world, if anyone even fraction close to her. Celestia, the princess before him, was the culmination of that never-ending cycle. She carried within her veins more potential than any member of her family before her, called strongest in all generation. Since the bloodline she had inherited was not stagnant, it was ever increasing, feeding on each new essence it devoured. She holding the more bloodlines than the first holder of this bloodline did. The peak of this bloodline currently. Razeal clenched his fists. Cheating people, he thought grimly. Celestia didn't just hold fragments of strength. She carried all 4 Duke households' royal bloodlines, the 10 Pillar Houses' bloodlines, and countless others gathered across the Empire. Every lineage of value the Empire, or even outside, discovered was now etched into her being. And if that wasn't enough, when these abilities combined, they didn't merely coexist, they evolved together, amplifying and reinforcing one another until the whole was greater than the sum of its parts. Her mana pool was the most terrifying part of all. It wasn't simply vast, it was the combined essence of every bloodline's power, woven together into one body. In simple, crude terms, Celestia's mana alone equaled more than the entire Empire combined. She is walking Empire as herself. Razeal shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it further. The thought itself was unreasonable, maddening. She was born a powerhouse, not forged through hardship or tempered by struggles, just a born to shine. Back in the present, the arena was silent, and no one dared to directly point out what Celestia had just done, even though she herself had offered a polite apology. The silence stretched, heavy and awkward, pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Nova's face was dark blue with rage, her eyes burning holes into the princess as though she wanted nothing more than to tear her apart. But Marcella, well acquainted with Nova's temper, acted before things could spiral. That a ripple of invisible aura burst from her, suppressing Nova's body and clamping her mouth shut with sheer force. Nova thrashed against it, muffled fury spilling out, but Marcella didn't let go. Celestia let out a soft cough, as if even she couldn't bear the weight of the atmosphere anymore. Slowly, deliberately, she turned her head toward the exhausted referee. Selphira stood there, shoulders heavy, her body leaning as though she could barely keep herself upright. The last protective shield she had cast had drained her completely. Every drop of her mana had been poured into it, and though her strong regeneration kept her conscious, she was on the brink of collapse. If her constitution had been weaker, she would already have been lying unconscious on the floor. Yet the moment Celestia's gaze fixed upon her, Selphira straightened in an instant, forcing herself to stand tall. Her head dipped low in deference. "Yes, Your Highness," she said softly, her voice a whisper of formality. Despite her exhaustion, the Celestia's eyes narrowed slightly. "You haven't declared the duel results yet, nor have you handed over the wagers to the referee. Don't you think that's quite the oversight? Selfra's body stiffened like a bowstring pulled taut. She bowed again, voice trembling slightly. Apologies, Your Highness, that I will see to it immediately. Without hesitation, she summoned the remnants of her mana, forcing it to obey. Her body rose from the ground, floating upward until she hovered high above the arena floor. Her presence stretched over the Colosseum so that every spectator in the stands could see her clearly. And now, all eyes turned to her, waiting for the official judgment to be spoken. Selphra drew a ragged breath, her body trembling from exhaustion. But her voice when it came was clear, sharp, and absolute, the amplification. Spell she conjured made her words echo through every corner of the colossal arena, reaching even the highest tiers of the stands. The duel between Razeal Virulin and Arion Dragonweaver is now formally concluded, she declared, each syllable heavy with finality. In substitution for Arion Dragonweaver, Silva Fairlith took his place in the contest, though she fought valiantly and claimed victory in combat. The statutes of honor are unyielding. When the named challenger is absent from his appointed trial, victory is conferred, by right and by law, to his opponent. Her gray eyes swept across the crowd, lingering on the dukes, on Celestia, and finally on the boy at the center of it all. Thus, by the ancient custom, and in full accordance with the code of duels, Razeal is hereby proclaimed the true and rightful victor of this duel of honor. And as to the wager solemnly sworn, the sacred holy promise, it now falls to the House of Dragonweaver to uphold their word. Let them, without delay or diminution, present unto Razeal that which was pledged, lest their honor stand in question before crown and kin alike. Her voice reverberated like a bell, authority carrying it beyond her own strength. The words of a referee in a duel of honor could not be undone, not even by dukes. For a heartbeat, silence blanketed the Colosseum. Then the murmurs began. Even though the spectators had not yet recovered from the suffocating exhaustion inflicted by Celestia's bloodline ability, their tongues loosened instantly. Gasps and mutters spread like wildfire, whispers swelling into a tide of outrage. The holy promise, truly to be given. This is blasphemy, to gamble with such a sacred oath. It is a stain upon the Church of Light itself, but to truly give it. The uproar grew louder, the anger of thousands feeding upon itself. The holy promise was not some trinket or title, it was a vow bound in divine sanction. An oath older than nations, older even than the empire itself, TOC it wagered, forced into the hands of a boy everyone had cast aside. To the spectators, it was unthinkable, an insult to faith itself. But before the clamor could rise further enough, Celestia's voice fell like a guillotine. Her platinum eyes narrowed, and her tone was edged with cold displeasure. The effect was instantaneous. Every voice in the Colosseum died in their throats. The roaring tide of gossip shattered into stillness. Thousands of people froze, eyes wide, lungs held as if air itself had betrayed them. Even a mighty bowed under it. Maria, who had only moments ago been gnawing on her nails, had been the first to hiss complaints to her mother. She had barely formed her. Next words, spitting venom about Razeal's undeserved victory. How could they do this? Why is he even winning? Before her body locked in place again, her limbs stiffened as though shackled by invisible chains, every muscle trembling with restrained fury. Her features darkening further as if she would draw blood with her glare alone. That BTCH. How dare she control me against my will again? Her whole body shook with rage, her blue eyes sharpening to an icy, murderous light. She hated this sensation more than anything the suffocating humiliation of being forced into submission that IT made her feel. Worthless, lesser, inferior. I'll kill her point one day. I'll kill her. I'll carve her apart just to rid myself of this feeling. Her lips began to shape the words, her voice dripping venom crack. A sharp sting silenced her. Her mother's hand had struck across her mouth from behind, quick and merciless. Calm down, girl. This isn't our home, her mother said with a smile, though her narrowed eyes burned with hidden danger. Her expression was much the same as Maria's, but her control was far stronger. Maria didn't resist. She let the blow stand and her mouth stay shut, but her gaze burned hotter than ever, fixed on Celestia with hatred beyond words. She loathed this controlled her. It wasn't superiority, it was chains. The so-called supremacy of Celestia's bloodline was nothing but an insult that if Maria could, she would rip every drop of that blood from her own body, just to be free of it. Her eyes shifted then, moving from Celestia to Razeal, who stood there with that same ever-acid-eating smirk on his face. How? She wondered bitterly. How did he survive bloodline extraction? wasn't a fact carved in stone that anyone attempting to forcibly remove their own bloodline would meet instant death, no matter how strong. Yet there he stood, his face twisted into that same infuriating smirk, as though the rules that bound all others simply did not apply to him. Celestia, meanwhile, nodded approvingly at Selphira's declaration. Good. Faces across the Colosseum darkened further at the mention of the holy promise being fulfilled, but none dared speak against it. Everyone wanted to protest, but Celestia's authority weighed heavily on them, silencing their tongues. And so, whether they liked it or not, the verdict stood. The duel of honor was concluded. Razeal was victor, and the holy promise now fell into his hands. Celestia ignored all the ugly expressions around her, even of Maximus, whose face grew darker upon hearing the holy promise to be granted, but no matter how much he wanted to speak, he restrained himself. Duchess Arabella, the holy promise. Celestia's voice rang out with quiet, imperious force, her rainbow-lit gaze cutting directly toward the dragon weaver's duchess. There was no room for hesitation in her tone, and no question, only command. Yes, she said, reluctant but resigned. She couldn't turn back now. Not when her family's honor balanced on a knife's edge or when the princess herself stood openly on the side of the virulence. Worse, Celestia's open siding with the virulence was a dagger in her chest. If she refused, it would not simply be dishonor, it might well spark the war she had almost welcomed moments ago. And in that war, should Celestia turn her authority upon her again, she would be left writhing helplessly like before, body pressed into the earth by a bloodline she could not resist. No, that humiliation she would not endure twice. Without another word, Arabella extended her hand, but a golden parchment unfurled into existence. Pulled from the depths of her storage ring, it glowed faintly, a warm and radiant light spilling from its ancient folds as though the page itself carried divinity. Its surface was etched with flowing runes, each letter burning with quiet reverence. The moment the holy promise appeared, the atmosphere of the Colosseum shifted entirely. The crowd reacted as though lightning had struck. All across the stands, knees hit stone. Believers of the Church of Light, regardless of rank or status, bowed in reverence. Knights, nobles, servants, commoners all dropped where they stood, eyes lowered, voices hushed to silence. It was not respect for Arabella, nor for Razeal, nor even for the duel itself. Note, the holy promise commanded reverence by its very existence. To gaze upon it was to gaze upon something sacred. Even those who did not follow the church felt its weight. The parchment's light stirred something primal, ancient. Half of the Colosseum was kneeling, their loyalty to the church binding them in devotion. The other half, including the virulent assassin units, stood firm. They did not bow, for reverence to the church was not in their creed. Yet had they not been there, it would have been near 80% of the crowd on their knees. Even so, the sight of tens of thousands kneeling before one glowing page was enough to still the air with awe. Yes, they despised the circumstances. Yes, they despised the one to whom it was to be given. But the holy promise itself? That was eternal, untouchable, absolute. Arabella held it with both hands, her knuckles pale, her smile bitter. Here, your highness. Her words dripped with venom she dared not voice louder. The parchment was a treasure her family had guarded for almost a decade, waiting for the moment when they might wield it in desperation, when it could bend the world to their survival. With it, they could have commanded the loyalty of every believer under the sun, raised armies without question, forged destiny with divine authority. But their greed had undone them. They had hoarded it, clutching at its power for a worst case that had never come until now, when it was wrenched from them not as a shield, but as a forfeit that could never been imagined. Celestia accepted the parchment without ceremony. Her platinum eyes glinted faintly as the golden glow reflected off her skin. She studied it for a heartbeat, her thumb brushing the runes, then turned and walked toward Razeal. The Colosseum seemed to hold its breath. Her authoritative aura dimmed as she stopped just a step towards from him, her gaze locking into his with quiet intensity. For a moment, she seemed to soften, lips curving upward into the faintest smile. Congratulations, she said gently, almost warmly. You won. A pause, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. And you have grown stronger. Her words carried weight, but Razeal's face betrayed nothing. He stood as he always did, distant, unreadable, his eyes cold. Celestia studied him, the smile lingering, then pressed on, her voice low enough that only those nearest could hear, yet heavy enough to echo in memory. Here, you won this. Take it, and declare yourself innocent before all. The world will hear it from your own lips, and you can finally be free." Her lips curved higher into a smile. She would never say it aloud, but a part of her was relieved for him. She had always known he wasn't guilty, but still forcing someone branded as guilty to become innocent by oneself, and that by force. Even she had to admit, that was quite an achievement, especially for someone who wasn't even strong enough. She extended the parchment toward him, but Razeal's hand shot out not gently, reverence, or even any respect whatsoever. He snatched it from her grip, as also, careful not to let her dirty skin touch as Celestia's eyes twitched at that. But she did not protest. She merely let her hand fall, her smile fixed, though a faint crack had shown through her mask. Razeal lowered his gaze to the glowing parchment in his hand. The holy promise, absolute, untouchable, binding across heaven and earth. He could feel the power within it thrumming against the skin, as though daring him to speak his will aloud. Declare himself innocent. That was never what he wanted. He had never once said that was what he sought. Slowly, deliberately, Razeal lifted his head. His cold smile widened, and his eyes, dark, sharp, unreadable, swept across the sea of faces watching him. The silence in the Colosseum thickened as his gaze met theirs. And then, without hesitation, he opened his mouth. "Just speak what you want," Celestia reminded, her tone carrying both warmth and warning. "The holy promise will make it absolute. Whatever you decree will be etched into every scripture of the Church of Light. It will not remain a word spoken, it will become divine law itself." Razeal barely listened, or even need her to explain. He already knew how this ancient oath worked, as he had seen it used in the original novel once before off course, and the memory was enough. His eyes swept over the Colosseum. Tens of thousands of gazes bore down on him, filled with open scorn and whispered hatred. Even now, though he stood with the holy promise in his hand, they looked at him as if he were filth criminal. And in answer, he only smirked back at them as if to say, "FCK you all." He raised the glowing parchment high, its radiant script spilling golden light across his face, and with no hesitation, he spoke. "By the holy promise," Razeal's voice rang out, sharp and cold, echoing through the Colosseum, "I make a new law. Anyone who dares call me a rapist, I will kill them. The only thing I demand is this: the Church of Light will not interfere when I do so." A ripple of silence cut through the air like a blade. "If your God is true," his smirk widened, venom in every word, "then your church will respect this holy order. But if your God is nothing more than a fake, a hollow fraud shithole, then you're welcome to defy it. I won't complain. But don't expect me to show mercy." The parchment glowed brighter in his hand as the oath solidified. "I won't stop anyone from speaking what they want. Say it. Whisper it. Shout it. You are welcome. But remember, if I catch you, I will kill you, old, young man, woman, priest, knight, it won't matter. Your corpse will be the proof of my promise. So if you have the guts to insult me, then don't whisper like cowards behind my back." His voice rose, cutting through the silence like thunder. "Say to my face that I dare you." As his final words left his lips, the parchment burst into fragments of golden light. The shards drifted upward, dissolving into the air, vanishing as if absorbed into the heavens themselves, and then a weight crashed into every believer present. The decree was carved into their souls. They could feel it. His words, his threat were now law, etched into every holy scripture, every divine tablet, every sacred relic across the Church of Light. None could deny it. None could erase it, unless off-course defying holy promise. That Razeal's smirk lingered as the last golden particle vanished. From the side, Celestia studied his sooty face. Her platinum eyes flashed with something almost uncharacteristic: amusement. She had expected him to use the holy promise to clear his name outright, that to forbid the very word rapist from being spoken, to use divine authority as a shield. But instead, he had done something entirely different. He hadn't silenced them or just begged for forgiveness. He hadn't hidden behind the God of Light's authority. He had dared them to call him what they pleased and staked his response on fear, blood, and his own strength. Celestia's lips tugged upward ever so slightly. He's not solving the problem, but he's making it his own. And for that, she could not help but be impressed. He's somewhat like me, she thought, entertained. From further back, Nova's lips split into a grin of her own. Her earlier fury had cooled, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of recognition. "I misjudged you again, little brother. But I can't hate it. That's exactly how a virulent should act." Marcella, ever the calm mask, adjusted her glasses with a faint gleam of approval in her eyes. Marisa, however, only pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. "Why?" she muttered under her breath. "Are all my children like this?" First Nova, now Razeal, both reckless, Both arrogant, both utterly unreasonably stupid to core. And yet, despite herself, a soft chuckle escaped her lips as Arabella's expression twisted. What an absolute idiot that of all the infinite ways he could have used the holy promise, this was what he chose. Not protection. Not absolution or powered, a childish threat dressed in divine LAW. This what inbreeding does to their brains. No wonder the virulins are insane. She shook her head, disgust curling her lips. Genes. Defeated before they even start. The Duke said nothing to them. This was beneath notice of boys' arrogance. Nothing more. They had seen Empire rise and FCK itself over and over again. One youth's declaration was a ripple, not a tide. But among the spectators, the commoners, the knights, the lesser nobles, the reaction was immediate and chaotic. What is this? One man barked, outrage in his voice. Now we can't even call rapists what they are. Are we supposed to call them then saints? Another spat, fury boiling over. Believers clenched their fists, their faces pale. They could say nothing. The law was sealed in their souls. To speak against it would be to defy the very God they worshipped. But the unbelievers, they sneered openly, spitting on the ground. This is madness, one woman shouted. Holy promise or not, no parchment can erase truth. And so, though hatred twisted their faces, they swallowed it. They had just said it. When I warned you all. A cold smile spread across Razeal's lips as he slowly clenched his left hand, still raised into a fist. And then crunch. The sound tore through the silence, and shadows rippled like liquid under the feet of those foolish enough to whisper the forbidden word. A heartbeat later, the ground beneath them convulsed. From the black pools of their own shadows, dozens of jagged spikes erupted upward. The screams never had the chance to escape their throats. The spikes impaled them in an instant through bellies, through lungs, straight through hearts and necks. Flesh burst, bones shattered. Blood geysered in arcs across the seats, spraying anyone unlucky enough to sit too close. When the shrieks finally came, they weren't from the impaled, they were from the survivors sitting nearby, scrambling away in horror as the victims were lifted off their feet like grotesque ornaments on Black Pike's men. Women, young and old, all left hanging like bloody trophies. Bodies twitching, mouths frozen and soundless. Agony. The metallic stench of blood flooded the arena. See, it's good I saved you 100,000 mana for emergencies. Just in case things turned ugly, the system's calm, detached voice rang in Razeal's mind. And look, it came to use. You should praise me now? Of course, that's what you're supposed to do, it's your job. Well done, you're finally coming some use. Razeal replied in his head. And as for what he did just now, never mind. There were no psychological emotions left in him after killing tens of people in the blink of an eye. He had killed many before, not just people, but millions of different creatures across system space. Some were even humanoid, like that beautiful woman, an A-ranked opponent he had slain countless times in countless ways. So this. Tens of corpses skewered in front of the Empire's greatest. It was nothing. If anything, the way the crowd recoiled, the way their faces twisted in revulsion and fear, made him want to laugh. He stretched out his only remaining arm, blood mist still drifting in the air, and his voice rang through the Colosseum without the aid of spells, carried by sheer will. I told you all. Anyone can say whatever they want about me. That hasn't changed. But from now on, there will be consequences. His eyes cold without any emotions whatsoever. And it won't be just the weak who pay, even those stronger than me, if you dare to spit on me or dare to call me what I'm not. I promise you will suffer the same fate. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but I never forget a face, and I never forgive. He lifted his chin, his expression sharpened into something cruel, something unyielding. Everyone who wrongs me will pay. Many already have, and many remaining. But the list is long, and I welcome more names. So go on, scratch that you all have. Try me, and see how far you get. His words crashed through the arena like waves of iron. The Colosseum went utterly silent. The Colosseum was silent. Every eye fixed on his face, every expression twisted with fury. Hate and revulsion radiated from the crowd, even from those who once ignored him, considering him beneath their notice, already punished enough. Now, just because of his words, his very defiance felt like a personal challenge to their dignity. You don't dare, that's what his words said. Their rage burned, but they restrained themselves. None spoke. The weaker ones, who had already witnessed his strength, knew well enough that crossing him meant death. Yet even the strong, the confident ones who believed they could kill him, stayed their hands. Why? Because they all knew. To challenge him now was to make an enemy forever. And Razeal's words weren't empty. He would hunt them down, whether it took days or years. And above all, they saw something that made them hesitate even more. The Dukes, Maximus Luminous, Seraphina. Fairlith, Arabella Dragonweaver. None of them moved. None of them reprimanded him. Not even Celestia, the imperial princess, spoke against his actions. If those towering figures remained still, why should anyone lesser risk themselves? And so, though hatred twisted their faces, they swallowed it. Well, technically speaking, Razeal hadn't broken any law. The holy promise had been invoked, and he'd used it exactly as permitted to be by the church's doctrine. What he did was perfectly legal. But the thing is, the whole world does run on church rules. There is empire too, and by imperial law, he had just slaughtered citizens of the empire in open daylight during a sanctioned duel under the eyes of dukes, nobles, and even the imperial princess herself. That should have been treason of the highest order. Yet Celestia stood there. She didn't flinch. She didn't punish him. She didn't even acknowledge the blood-soaked bodies still hanging in the arena like grotesque decorations. She simply looked away. Her silence was an answer louder than words that he's being favored. That thought echoed through every mind present. Commoners, priests, warriors, even the nobles themselves all realized it at the same moment. This wasn't justice. This wasn't balance. This was bias, pure and shameless, and none of them could complain. Not openly, at least, not when Celestia's authority still pressed faintly over the arena like a weight ready to crush anyone who dared raise their voice. The IT was maddening. Unreasonable, but it was reality. Let me heal your arm. Celestia's calm words broke the silence as she stepped closer, her eyes falling to Razeal's severed right arm. Razeal still had that same cocky smile plastered on his face, glaring at the crowd like he was daring them to breathe wrong. But Celestia wasn't focused on his defiance. She wasn't thinking about the wasted holy promise either. She was simply watching the way he held his own cut-off arm awkwardly under his right armpit. Pointing at the spectators with his left, as though mocking them, he looked ridiculous like that. She thought half-bloodied, one-armed, grinning like a lunatic. And yet, he looks kind of fine. Yet like he really is kind of crazy, she mused, shaking her head. Her gaze softened slightly. She could see he had some powerful healing ability. Every new wound from the fight was already gone. But his arm hadn't healed. Maybe he wasn't at the level yet where he could restore it himself. No need. Razeal shook his head firmly. He glanced down at the severed arm, then casually let it slip into the shadow beneath his feet. With a ripple of darkness, the limb vanished into his shadow storage. Holding it around like a trophy was troublesome even for him. Celestia's eyes lifted slightly at that display. The shadows swallowed the limb completely, as though it had never existed. Impressive. But her gaze returned immediately to the empty space below his elbow. She still wanted to heal him. Villy, Razeal muttered inwardly, why the hell isn't my regeneration working? You told me I could even come back if my whole body was blown apart. What's this bullshit? My arm's gone and nothing's happening. Host, there's nothing wrong with your regeneration ability, the system replied coolly. The problem is your obsidian skeletons. It isn't auto-regenerative, it's an external structure fused into your body. Because your skeleton isn't repairing itself, the rest of the tissues, flesh, veins, nerves cannot regrow. Your body can't complete its form without bone. Simply reattach or repair the skeleton of the arm, and the rest will regenerate normally. Razeal's eye twitched. What the FCK? Nobody told me that grafting an S-grade skeleton into my body would cut off my regeneration. It's part of my body now, isn't it? How the hell does that even make sense? Premium products have premium maintenance requirements, the system replied without shame. Naturally, such enhancements won't fix themselves with your standard abilities. They require specialized care. Razeal exhaled through his nose, forcing himself not to snap aloud in front of the crowd. You could have told me this before I lost an arm, Brother Villy. He paused, narrowing his eyes in thought. Wait, you said even if I lose my head, I'd survive, that I could regrow everything. Was that a lie too? Not a lie it would if you had normal bones, but these premium product, if your skull is destroyed, your head won't regrow. But good news, you can still survive without it. For about 10 minutes, your body can function without a brain in that window. That if you don't regenerate your head within those 10 minutes, though, you'll die. Razeal's lips parted slightly. His mind conjured the absurd image of himself walking around headless, waving at people before keeling over like some grotesque puppet. You're telling me this now? He wanted to grab the system by its non-existent throat, to DM in it. If I'd known earlier, consider it a learning opportunity. The system replied lightly. Razeal pinched the bridge of his nose with his left hand. FCKU, he muttered under his breath, then refocused. Fine, just tell me how to fix the skeleton. I don't have time to play trial and error with this crap. Simple, retrieve your severed limb. Rebind the obsidian skeleton's fragments into your structure. Once the skeleton is whole, your regeneration will take care of the rest. But how and will I be able to fix it myself? This isn't some cheap metal tease obsidian agony. A genuine SS-ranked unique metal, Razeal muttered at his head, his expression flat, though his tone sharp. You really think I can just weld it back together? Or maybe hammer into place? Are you seriously that dumb, system? Not quite, host. The system's voice came with the irritating calmness of someone explaining basic math to a toddler. You'll need a professional, preferably an SSS-rank craftsman, or, better yet, the creator herself. Dan, my personal recommendation is to ask her directly. After all, she created this metal. No one knows it better than BER. And long term, you should also learn to control the alloy yourself. You can't run to her every time you break an arm, can you? Razeal's lips twitched at the name. That woman, the memory of their last interaction crawled uncomfortably back into his mind. FCK, you crazy BTCH. He had screamed at her with middle finger then, and well, the words still echoed. His chest tightened at the thought. No chance another Smith can do it? Anyone else? Because I really don't like that woman. Last meeting with her was, let's say, painful. You were there. System, you know, right? Even inside his own mind, his voice trembled slightly. I would still personally recommend Zara. The system didn't hesitate. Other craftsmen might try, but none of them have experience with this metal itself. Obsidian agony is unique. Forced experiments could destabilize the skeleton entirely. Side effects may occur: mutations, internal collapse, or worse. Razeal exhaled through his nose, his jaw tightening. Figures a dull ache of memory pressed against him, but he shook his head violently. Whatever, I'll deal with that headache later. For now. He flexed his remaining hand slightly, feeling the weakness in his body. I need to leave. That my body's trashed. If I stay here, I'll collapse sooner or later. All right, I gotta go now, Razeal muttered, his tone light. Almost careless, he ignored Celestia, still standing before him, the Dukes watching from afar, and the countless eyes fixed on him. Without a second glance, he turned his back on them all and started to walk away. He barely took a single step. No, you aren't going anywhere. You are coming with me. Home. The words cut through the air like a verdict. An aura descended vast, suffocating, absolute. IT slammed into him, crushing down until his body refused to move. All the power he had fought for, every ounce of strength he had clawed out of blood, pain and suffering, was stripped to nothing in an instant. His limbs locked, his breath caught. He could not move even an inch. Maurice's eyes flared as she looked at his back, her face unyielding, her will like iron. There was no debate in her gaze, no room for refusal. This was not a request. It was a command. They said they'll take him home today, so that means they will, even if it has to be forceful. You aren't going anywhere. Maurice's voice rang out, sharp and absolute, her authority undeniable. Razeal's body locked in place, every limb frozen under the weight of her aura. He couldn't move an inch. His jaw tightened, but all he could do was sigh inwardly. Of course, I knew something like this would happen. You can use that skill, host. You see a run. Maybe hide from her. At least for a while. The system's voice echoed inside his head, half eager, half anxious. Nah. Razeal dismissed, his mental tone dry. She's too powerful. Best it buys me an hour, maybe a day. It's useless, so not worth it. Then what now? The system asked, almost sulking. Are we going back to the virulent household? You, of course not. Razeal sneered in his thoughts. I'd rather die than step back into that damn place. And no need to panic. We won't have to do anything. His lips curved faintly, even as his body remained stiff. That prideful woman's already here for situations like this. Why else would I bother showing up? If I wasn't sure about that I can leave this place? And, as if to answer him, a new voice rang across the Colosseum. No, you can't force him. Celestia's voice carried a weight that silenced the arena. Her platinum eyes flared with an unnatural glow, streaked through with radiant violet, and her bloodline authority descended upon Marisa alone, the great Duke of Virulent. One of the strongest beings in the world felt her body bind against her will, her legs rooted to the earth, her aura smothered, sealed, for the first time in centuries. She was forced fully into stillness against her will. Gasps swept through the stands. Even the Dukes shifted slightly, their calm masks straining. Marisa's expression didn't break, though her brows drew the faintest line as she turned her head, meeting Celestia's burning eyes with her own cold, amethyst gaze. What is the meaning of this? She asked, her voice steady despite the pressure weighing down on her body. Celestia's answer was immediate, unwavering. I gave him my word that I promised I would protect him today. That means no one can force him into anything. The air went still. Her declaration echoed across the ruined arena. silencing even the whispers of the crowd. Arabella's lips parted into a wicked grin, and a low whistle slipped past her teeth. Oh, this is good. Ex-fiancé versus ex-mother. What a confrontation. Her eyes glittered with amusement, her thoughts gleeful. If Celestia stripped that cold BCH of her ducal title even for a single day, I'd laugh myself awake every night for a year. Back at the center, the clash of wills was invisible but palpable. Two titans stared each other down, one radiating imperial authority, the other maternal fury tempered with restraint. Sparks seemed to leap between Celestia's rainbow-lit gaze and Maurice's deep, narrowed purple eyes. Protecting him from me? Marisa finally spoke, her tone calm but edged with steel. I am his mother, but he is very unstable, emotionally reckless. Sometimes a parent must be forceful. That is not cruelty, it is responsibility. Her words were not a plea but a statement of fact. Though for once she bothered to explain herself, Celestia's interference, she reasoned, was not born of malice but of care. After all, she was once his betrothed. Perhaps she still clung to that role. Twisted as it was, Marisa allowed her that much grace. Celestia listened silently, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she turned her face not to Marisa, but to Razeal himself. Raze, she called, her voice firm yet softened just for him. Do you want to go with them? Razeal's lips curled into a sharp smirk. Nope, that I hate every single person standing here. Yes, oh no. His voice was plain and calm, unshaken despite his body being held down. Celestia nodded once, her eyes flashing with resolve before shifting back to Marisa. You see, he doesn't want to go to yes, oh yes. It is protecting him that I will not allow anyone to force him otherwise. Today, I will uphold my promise to him. That is final. The declaration struck like a hammer. Celestia's stance was firm, her tone leaving no cracks, no space for rebuttal. She stood in full authority, prepared to hold the line even against the might of a ducal house. The Colosseum fell into utter silence, but just as it did. No, let her do whatever she wants. You shouldn't stop him. The new voice cut across the tension like a blade, clear, sharp, and absolute. Bootsteps echoed across the Colosseum floor, slow, deliberate, each one striking like a hammer against stone. The sound alone silenced the whispers, and every gaze in the arena shifted toward its source. Even Celestia's calm expression flickered, her platinum eyes narrowing faintly as she turned her head. Oh, you should be ashamed, the voice continued, steady yet burning with anger. At least as his ex-fiancé, you should understand his situation. Aunt Marisa is right. Just look at him. The speaker emerged into view. Selena, the saintess. Golden hair streamed behind her like a river of sunlight, each strand glowing faintly with holy aura. Her golden eyes blazed, fierce and unyielding, locking directly onto Celestia as if ready to defy her at any cost. Her presence itself was a proclamation, a declaration that she would not yield. He is hurting himself. Selena's voice rose, sharp enough to cut steel. His body is already broken enough. Yet you ignore that fact. You call this consideration. No, it is your pride. Celestia, nothing more to you're blind to what he truly needs. The crowd gasped. Maximus Luminous froze where he stood, his composure cracking for the first time. Impossible. How did she break free? He had sealed her chambers with his own hands, personally layered barriers upon barriers of holy wards, and one should have been able to leave. His golden brows furrowed, and for a moment his lips parted to demand she stop, but then he caught Celestia's calm profile, but her platinum eyes unblinking. He closed his mouth, retreating into silence. Celestia's reply came, her voice level as steel. A logical argument. Saintess. I asked him myself that he does not wish to go. That is his will. That I am not being prideful. I am being considerate of his choice. Yours is the arrogance, assuming your judgment is higher than his. Selena's aura flared brighter, golden light crackling around her as her fury surged. A logical argument. If a man stands at the edge of a cliff and wishes to leap, do you simply let him fall because it is his choice? No, you intervene. You drag him back, even if he hates you for it, because his life matters more than his wounded pride. And right now, Razeal is standing at that cliff. The saintess's voice thundered, echoing through the stands, righteous and raw. Her golden eyes bore down on Celestia's rainbow gaze, daring her to refute the truth. But Celestia did not flinch. Her expression remained utterly unchanged. I see, she said softly. Then, in the same calm, absolute tone, but I did not ask for your consideration. I will act according to my decision. And right now, I do not require any disturbance. Her platinum irises flared. With a single thought, her bloodline authority surged outward like an invisible storm, and in the next heartbeat, Selena froze. Her holy aura guttered out like a snuffed flame. Her body locked mid-stride, unable to take another step forward. Her raised hand trembled, then dropped helplessly to her side. The Saintess of Light, wielder of divine blessings, rendered motionless before all by a single command. The crowd roared in shocked whispers that Maximus's jaw tightened. For the first time in centuries, he felt a true sting of helplessness. Fear for his daughter coiled in his chest, yet still he did not move. Even he knew, Celestia would not harm Selena. She was not the Empress. She would not dare. Celestia turned her attention back to Marisa, her face still serene, voice clipped but polite. "Apologies, Lady Marisa, but my perspective differs from yours that I—" She stopped. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine confusion breaking through her mask. She felt it. An unfamiliar resistance in the current of her authority. Pressure where there should be none. Slowly, Celestia turned her gaze back toward Selena. Her eyes confused as Selena's lips had curved upward, smiling at a sharp, defiant smile, uncharacteristic of the serene saintess the world knew. Her body, bound by the absolute command, was moving. Her arm trembled, then rose, inch by inch, slow and jagged as though fighting against an invisible chain. Her shoulders strained, every muscle trembling as if forcing open the gates of a prison. Yet still, against the most absolute command in existence, Selena moved. Just how? For the first time in her whole life, Celestia's composure fractured. She could feel it. Her authority, her absolute command, being resisted, her platinum-lit gaze sharpened in disbelief. The multicolored aura around her pulsing erratically. This wasn't possible. No strength, no bloodline, no level of mana could defy her. Bloodline authority was law. The highest law of nature itself, not meant to be resisted. She could accept that Razeal escaped its grasp. He no longer carried a bloodline, stripped of its anchor. But Selena, the Saintess, carried the holy bloodline of the luminous family, radiant and untainted. She should have been crushed under Celestia's authority like a moth beneath a boot. Yet here she stood, golden eyes locked with hers, her body trembling, but moving. "What are you doing?" Celestia's mind whispered as she clenched her hands tighter, sending more force through her command. She had to understand. This wasn't possible. It was madness. It was princess. The voice was calm, though her body strained against invisible weight. Selena lifted her chin, strands of golden hair falling back, her eyes glowing like twin suns. "Do you know the difference between magic and miracles?" Her words, spoken with clarity, rippled through the arena as Celestia's lips pressed thin. She did not reply or even need to. Instead, her rainbow aura surged outward as she forced more power into her authority. To her command, golden chains of light materialized around Selena, thick, glowing links, manifestations of restraint itself. They wrapped around her wrists, her shoulders, her waist, her legs, snaring her in place. The chains creaked as they pulled taut, glowing brighter with every second. The authority of generations pressing down to bind her. But Selena still moved. Her hands trembled, rising inch by inch, even as the chains dug deeper, golden sparks scattering from her skin. The arena gasped as they saw the impossible, the links stretching, straining, breaking. Her smile widened, a quiet, beautiful defiance shining across her face. She whispered, her voice carrying like a prayer. "Magic is done by learning and calculation, but miracles—" Her eyes blazed, her faith unshakable. "Miracles happen by believing in them." And with that boom, the chains shattered. They melted off her body like molten gold dripping into the void. Dispersing into nothingness, the blinding golden flare burst from Selena, washing the Colosseum in radiance, so pure it silenced even the whispers. One of the four ultimate skills of Selena Luminous. Absolute miracle magic. Anything she believes in with absolute certainty, without even a fraction of doubt, will manifest. Cool down once per day. Celestia staggered back a single step, her pupils dilating in shock. She felt it, the tether of her bloodline authority over her gone. Not resisted, not weakened, not suppressed, simply erased, as if it had never existed for Selena at all. This was not supposed to be possible. Such freedom could only come if a person destroyed their own bloodline entirely. And yet, Selena's aura was intact. Her holy power still surged around her, brilliant and whole. She still bore the luminous legacy, and yet, Celestia could no longer touch her with authority. Difference between magic and miracles, Celestia's mind repeated. but not able to understand it. Anything. Selena flexed her fingers slowly, staring down at her own hands as though seeing them for the first time. Her chest rose and fell in sharp breaths, but her grin only widened, radiant as sunlight. The feeling of change she had carried since birth was gone. This, she thought, golden eyes trembling as she clenched her fist tight. This. The feeling of freedom. For years, she had dreamed of this moment. She had tried again and again, praying, training, pushing herself to believe, but always she faltered. Always there was doubt, the tiny whisper that she couldn't do it, that no one could defy the curse of authority. But today, for him, for Razeal, she had done it. In her desperation, in her need, she had believed fully, completely. And in that faith, the miracle had bloomed. Across the arena, silence fell heavy, from the highest dukes to the lowest commoners. Every gaze was fixed upon her. Eyes widened in awe, disbelief, longing. The whispers of minds churned like waves. How did she do it? How can one escape? The desire was raw. For countless generations, all had lived beneath the yoke of the imperial bloodline. Even the strongest dukes bowed before its command, their pride shackled by inevitability, and now before their eyes, a saintess had broken free. The dream they all secretly shared, yet none had dared hope for, realized in her body. While the Colosseum reeled in shock at Selena's impossible act, there was only one other person who truly understood the depth of what she had done. Razeal sighed. Not in relief, not in awe like the rest, but in bitter resignation. Of course, another heroine with broken ability. Selena, like Celestia, was never meant to be left behind. The author might have been absurd when crafting Celestia, granting her the most broken, unreasonable bloodline ability in existence, but he hadn't exactly left Selena weak either. Her holy bloodline couldn't match Celestia's bloodline authority, nor Silva's dominion over spirits. But to compensate, she had been given something else. Something worse. Point 4 ultimate skills. Point 4 abilities so absurd that any one of them could warp the balance of a battle. And unlike bloodline powers, these weren't bound by generations, they were her own. Razeal shook his head that he knew what the one she had just used meant. Absolute miracle magic, whatever she believed in with. Absolute certainty would manifest. As long as her faith was flawless, reality itself would bow. Even with the cost usable only once per day, it was broken. FCAD up, Razeal muttered under his breath, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. Unreasonable. Now, because she had used it here, she was technically weaker than she had been yesterday. But weaker for Selena was still absurd. She still had 3 ultimate skills left, and each was as unfair as the first or more. Meanwhile, he had died thousands of times, endless pain, just to acquire an S-rank skeleton. That was his reward. Yet here was Selena, blessed at birth with cheat-level bloodlines and 4 ultimate skills. Bias. Utter bias that he wanted to laugh and scream all at once. But he couldn't. He could only sigh and keep watching. Jealous Celestia, meanwhile, was the opposite of composed. Her gaze was still unsettled. The threads of authority in her aura frayed where Selena had severed them. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. And for the first time in her life, she looked dazed. Selena saw it as a sign of victory. She took a step forward, golden aura blazing outward, coating her body like divine fire. Her radiance spread across the arena, pressing against every shadow, filling every heart with awe. "Now you can't suppress me," she declared, her voice echoing with conviction. Her hands rose, holy mana crackling around her arms, her golden hair whipping in the wind of her aura. Her smile was bright, her stance steady. "Now I can stop you." The crowd erupted in whispers. T.O. challenged Celestia openly, in front of dukes, nobles, and half the empire. It was unthinkable. But Celestia just chuckled, this soft, low sound that carried an edge sharp enough to cut. She shook her head, strands of platinum hair sliding over her shoulders, a glint of amusement breaking through her shock. "Oh no, no," she murmured. "I think you've misunderstood something here." Her smirk widened, cruel and cold. "You see, there's a reason." Flicker, her body blurred, and oh ripple of mana, no telltale spark of teleportation, just gone. In the same heartbeat flash, she reappeared, inches from Selena. Her platinum hair hadn't even had time to sway. Her hand, palm flat, was pressed firmly against Selena's throat. The saintess' eyes went wide, her body frozen in place. She hadn't even seen her move. Her aura still blazed, but it meant nothing. The holy light faltered against Celestia's sheer speed. The empire is ruled by the imperial empress, not the pope. Celestia's words were soft, but they struck harder than any blade. Her smirk never faltered as she stared into Selena's stunned golden eyes. Selena's chest rose and fell in sharp, shallow breaths, her fists trembling at her sides. She hadn't even felt Celestia's movement. Not a step, not a flicker of aura, nothing. And now the princess palm hovered at her throat, a strike away from ending her life. The arena held its breath. For all her miracle-born freedom, for all her radiance, Selena had just been reminded of one simple, brutal truth. Breaking chains didn't make her stronger than the one who forged them. Celestia was still the Empire's pinnacle, and she intended to remind everyone of that fact. Far away from the roaring chaos of the Colosseum, where Celestia and Selena were standing locked in their silent clash, two other figures observed as if the Empire itself bent around their existence, that a soft voice broke the silence, crisp yet edged with unease. "Your Imperial Highness, there are now two who have broken free from the authority of Imperial bloodline that IT may become problematic." The words came from a small figure no taller than 3 feet, a strange childlike being, his body mechanical, yet eerily lifelike. His round, glassy eyes gleamed with expressions far too human, and his ever-present smile lent him an almost innocent charm. Yet the intricate lines carved into his face, the seams of fine golden alloy that marked his limbs, betrayed his artificial nature. At the center of his forehead glowed a sigil, a platinum crown, crossed with twin great swords, the unmistakable crest of imperial servitude. The imperial crest. He looked up at the woman before him, his creator, his ruler, his goddess in all but name. Standing there was breathtaking, that a tall figure with hair of flowing platinum cascading down her back, her presence radiating an unshakable dignity that turned the very air heavy with reverence. She bore the same beauty as Celestia, but more matured, sharpened, and perfected. If the princess was dazzling, this woman was sovereign, a living embodiment of majesty. Every tilt of her chin, every faint curve of her lips carried the weight of dominion. The empress, the eternal crown. And her gaze, those serene platinum eyes, peered from the balcony of her chamber over the Empire's beating heart. Even from here, she could see the Colosseum clearly, as though no walls, no distance could bar her sight. The little construct, Harry, bowed his head respectfully, though his round eyes flickered with real concern. One removed his bloodline essence without dying. Another has completely broken free of the authority, while still holding her bloodline intact. And both, Your Highness, are heirs of 2 of the 4 great dukes. IT might create some problems. No need, the Empress said softly, though her words rang with finality. Let them be. Celestia needs hardships. If everything comes easily, every path clears itself before her, she will never climb to the ceiling of her true potential. Pressure tempers steel. Without it, she will remain unsharpened. This is best for her growth. Her expression remained perfectly calm, eyes fixed upon the distant Colosseum. She spoke as one who had never once faltered in her confidence, who had never once been shaken from the throne of certainty. The small boy standing before her tilted his head in acknowledgement. His large, mechanical eyes glowed softly, the eternal smile etched across his childlike features unchanged, yet his voice carried concern. "I understand, Your Highness," he said with spirited deference. Then, after a pause, his tone shifted, cautious yet insistent. "But what of the method?" The virulent boy, his bloodline extraction. That ability alone could be of immense use, if we gain it now. After so many generations, the reputation of the Valentine bloodline, of cruelty, of merciless inevitability may fade. History might call us otherwise, should such useful method not be claimed. The Empress turned her gaze slightly, her platinum eyes shimmering like a boundless sky. She smiled faintly, though the gesture was not warm but resolute. "Unneeded," she said simply. "It is Celestia's duty and responsibility to steer the bloodline now. Whether she chooses to take such powers or not, the choice is hers alone. This is the sacred, unwritten law of the imperial family. From the day she was born, my duty to guide ended. I exist only to protect, to guard the line. But to rule, to decide, that belongs to her. Whatever course she sets, whatever rules she writes, will be truth. It's no longer my responsibility." Her eyes narrowed slightly, turning back to the wide horizon beyond her balcony. From here, the whole of the Empire lay beneath her gaze, the Colosseum's tumult visible as though she stood within its walls. She saw everything: the tension, the defiance, the sparks of rebellion, and the flames of arrogance. Yet none of it unsettled her calm. Harry shifted uneasily, his bright eyes, though filled with loyalty, still carried doubt. She isn't cruel as you are, your highness. What if she abandons the strengthening of the bloodline altogether? Generations upon generations have given their most to make it stronger. And now, his voice faltered, then steadied. You saw it yourself. That virulent boy is special, that A affinity. Somehow able to control shadows, perhaps a mutation or something entirely new. He wields power unlike anything seen before. Yet Celestia showed no hunger, not even the smallest glimmer of desire. She could have claimed his bloodline when he held it out, and yet she refrained. The Empress did not answer immediately. The wind stirred her long platinum hair as her gaze remained fixed upon the world beyond. When she spoke again, her voice carried not passion, but conviction so absolute it felt unshakable. Leave it, she said. Let her be, if she chooses not to absorb. That too is her will 18 most. She will not add to the bloodline strength. But another generation will come, and another after that. Each with their own thoughts, their own choices. Remember this, Harry. Imperial bloodline is not a cage, nor a ritual or a mandate. It is freedom. Freedom to grow, to change, to evolve as the bearer wills. If she strengthens it, then good. If she does not, that is good as well. For in the end, her eyes gleamed faintly as her lips curved into the faintest trace of a smile. The survival of our bloodline is inevitable. Her words carried no arrogance, no boast, only a simple, terrifying certainty. If greed, hunger, or desire were matters beneath her, distractions unworthy of her notice to her, the power others would kill for, the authority others would worship, was simply inevitable. That a river could not be stopped, the sun could not be denied, and the Valentine bloodline would never fall. Harry bowed his head, silenced. His mechanical smile, unchanged though his eyes betrayed unease. She had spoken, and therefore it was truth. But still he was feeling little weird about that boy. Back in the Colosseum, the atmosphere was suffocating. Every spectator, every knight, every noble in attendance held their breath as Celestia's palm rested lightly against Selena's neck. The saintess herself stood frozen, her golden eyes wide, the holy radiance that once cloaked her body extinguished in an instant. Her chest rose shallowly, as though even the act of breathing had been denied to her. Celestia tilted her head slightly, her expression calm, almost disappointed, and with a small shrug of her shoulders she withdrew her hand. Before Selena could even process what had happened, Celestia vanished from sight again, only to reappear behind her with speed so absolute that the saintess never even realized she had moved. At a soft, precise motion followed, a hand chopping gently at the back of her neck. There was no cruelty in it, no malice, merely inevitability. That Selena's body sagged, her consciousness snuffed out, like the flame of a candle. The saintess has grown weary beneath the fire of the sun, Celestia announced, her voice carrying across the arena, calm and authoritative. See her returned to her chambers, where she may find a rest. The words were not cruel, but neither were they open to question. Before Selena's unconscious body could fall, Maximus moved. His golden aura flickered once, and in the blink of an eye he was there, catching his daughter in his arms. His expression was unreadable. The proud Duke of Luminous, the father, and the man bound by duty, all at war beneath a mask of control. He looked down at Selena's slack face, his jaw tightening just slightly, then raised his gaze once more. For the briefest instant his eyes met Celestia's, cold and expressionless. Then, without a word, he disappeared with her in his arms, vanishing from the Colosseum floor. The silence that followed was heavier than any roar of the crowd could have, and no one moved. Not the nobles, common spectators, or even the fanatical believers of the Church of Light. Their knuckles were white from clenched fists, their jaws locked tight, but they did not speak. They could not oppose Celestia. Here was to oppose the bloodline of the Imperial family itself. And every one of them knew the truth. Should they dare to defy her, their blood would ignite in their veins, their bodies bursting apart at her command the instant. Yes, they would have given their life for the saintess without hesitation. But what was the point of giving life if death came without even the chance to resist? And in the end, Celestia had not truly harmed Selena. A gentle knockout, nothing more. The saintess was alive, safe, and that was enough. Bitter as it was, they swallowed their fury and lowered their heads. Celestia paid them no mind. She had never cared for whispers. Turning gracefully, again she fixed her platinum gaze on Marisa. Her lips parted to speak, but the Duchess of Virulin moved first. Perhaps, Princess, you will have to break your word today, Marisa said, her voice calm, eyes unwavering as they locked onto Celestia's. This is not debatable. I said he will. Her words hung heavy in the air, A direct challenge to Celestia's authority. Celestia's eyes narrowed, but her smile did not falter. 1 week, she said smoothly, as if offering a compromise rather than conceding anything. Do not disturb him for 1 week. That my promise should hold at least that long, right? And I am quite aware the Virulins will be busy cleaning up the mess of these days. Why not take him home once the dust is settled? Would that not be better for him and for you? Her tone was light, almost playful, but her gaze was razor-sharp, watching Maurice's every twitch. Marisa was silent. She neither agreed nor disagreed, her purple eyes unreadable. Celestia, ever perceptive, pressed further. And don't you think, she continued, her smile widening slightly, that would be the perfect gift for him? And through this, you can give him time. For a long moment, Marisa only stared back at her. Then, finally, she spoke. 2 days, she said flatly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Celestia raised her brows, feigning surprise. 4, 2, 3, 2, Marisa repeated, her voice hard as steel, her gaze steady and unwavering. Celestia's lips curved faintly, but the tension in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. She knew when she was beaten and that this was not the moment to push further. Not against Virulin's patriarch at least. Very well, she conceded with an elegant nod. 2 days. The weight of Maurice's aura vanished at once, the invisible bindings that had locked Razeal in place melting away. His body staggered slightly as freedom returned to him, nearly collapsing under the weight of exhaustion, but somehow caught his balance before he could hit the ground. His breath came rough and uneven. Finally free, he thought, flexing his stiff shoulders. Not exactly what he had hoped for. He had been counting on at least a week of breathing room. 2 days wasn't much. Still, 2 days was better than none. 2 days to vanish. To make sure neither his mother nor his sister could pin him down, that if they did, all of his careful plans for future would crumble. Just as Celestia turned, lips parting as though tell Mary some more, the steady sound of footsteps cut through the silence. Click, click, click. Every head in the Colosseum turned toward the sound. Celestia and Marisa both shifted their gazes in the same direction too, their eyes narrowing as the noise drew closer. And there she was. Silva, her body trembled violently, still racked with the aftershocks of the pain she had endured. Her steps were clumsy, almost staggering, her feet barely holding her upright. Yet she forced herself forward. Every step was deliberate, dragging her toward a single direction. Where is she going? Nova's eyes narrowed, her body still bound by Marcella's restraint. How dare she move while Mother's speaking? The audacity infuriated her to disturb at a time like this. It was nothing short of insolence that Nova's gaze tracked Silva, her green hair swaying as she staggered forward, every step trembling from the lingering pain. This BTCH. Did she not learn her lesson already? What does she want now? Is she mad he managed to wound her? And in front of Mother? Has she lost her DM in mind? Nova's fury burned, every instinct screaming at her to lunge forward and cut Silva down where she stood. If not for Marcella's invisible grip holding her still, she would have already struck. Instead, she could only watch, her teeth grinding as Silva's staggering steps carried her closer to him. Razeal, who had just steadied himself after all the chaos, felt the uneven rhythm of footsteps behind him. His body was still weak, the strain of everything weighing heavily, but his instincts stayed sharp. Slowly, he turned. His gaze rose, meeting hers. Silva. She walked toward him, pale and trembling, but with stubbornness etched into her face. He didn't move or speak, just simply stood there, letting her come. His guard, however, was raised, his lone arm flexing ever so slightly, ready for whatever she intended. Silva stopped just a single step away, close enough that he could see the sweat trailing down her temple, the slight tremor in her breath. For a long moment, silence reigned. What? Razeal's voice was flat, his eyes locked on hers. There was no fear in him, only sharp, unyielding scrutiny, as if daring her to try something foolish. Everyone watched, tense and expectant or even excited. Some church followers expecting her to directly kill him. Silva's chest rose and fell. Then, slowly, she extended her right hand toward him. Her voice was hoarse, yet clear. Sorry, for disrespecting you when I refused your handshake at the start of the duel. Her green eyes held his, this time without mockery or disdain, only the faint flicker of recognition. Razeal blinked, his brow furrowed, one eyebrow raising as his lips curled into a faint, almost mocking smirk. Huh. For once, he was genuinely surprised. Out of all things, this? A handshake. His eyes dropped to her outstretched hand. The gesture lingered in the space between them, hanging heavy with meaning. And then, his gaze drifted downward toward his own body, his cut-off arm, the missing limb, the stump that was still sealed but raw. Banded in pain, he stared at it in silence, his expression unreadable. Silva followed his gaze, her extended hand faltering. Her emerald eyes flickered down to the space where his arm should have been. Realization struck her. Her lips parted as the faintest trace of embarrassment crossed her battle-worn face. Silva faltered just instant when she realized her mistake. Her extended right hand hovered awkwardly in the air until, with a small wince, she pulled it back. A faint flush touched her pale cheeks as she quietly extended her left hand instead. The gesture renewed. Razeal didn't move. His hand remained at his side, cold and unyielding. His gaze lingered on her for only a moment before he spoke, his voice flat, stripped of warmth. No need. Just 2 words, but they cut sharper than a blade. He shifted his body as if to turn away, ready to leave this farce behind. Him. It was nothing but a handshake, an apology, or whatever this was. It doesn't really matter. But before he could walk away, Silva's voice stopped him. You were strong. If I hadn't cheated, you might have one. The words carried a trembling honesty. There was no arrogance this time, no mocking undertone, just an admission raw and heavy. Razeal paused. Slowly, he turned his head, his sharp eyes narrowing at her. Doesn't matter, he said calmly. A win is a win. There's no such thing as cheating. That was your strength, your method. I was the one who was weak, unable to fight back. That's all. His voice echoed in the silence, flat yet absolute. And there is no such thing as an honorary fight. If you can win by any means, that's strength. Whether good or bad doesn't matter. What matters is victory. His tone didn't waver, his gaze cold and unwavering. So don't pity me, he added sharply. This time, I lost it. I admit that there's no excuse, no running from it. But next time, he raised his left hand, pointing his finger directly at her. Next time, I'll win. Use whatever you want. Cheat, lie, summon the world against me. I'll still beat you. That's my job to do. The air seemed to grow heavier as his words cut through it. Silva stood there, her chest heaving, her emerald eyes locked on his face. That on her shoulders, the 2 small spirits sat, and the other silly fluttered uneasily around her, their gazes flickering between the 2. His words, harsh as they were, echoed in her ears, sinking deeper than she expected. I see, she whispered softly, her outstretched hand lowered. She didn't insist further. Instead, a faint smile tugged at her lips, tired but genuine. And then, as though all the strength she had forced into herself drained away at once, her body wavered. Her eyes glazed over, her knees buckling. But before Silva could collapse, the small fairy spirit darted in front of her. Silly girl, Silly muttered with a deep frown, her tiny voice carrying both anger and worry. With a flap of her wings, she summoned a gentle wind, wrapping it around Silva's body like invisible arms, holding her upright. Silva's head lolled weakly as her gaze found Silly's glowing form. A faint smile curved her lips. Sorry, Silly. I thought I should do this. I felt like I needed to. The spirit pouted, turning her face away. Foolish. Yet, from the corner of her glowing eyes, she couldn't help but glance at Razeal, not knowing thinking what. Razeal watched the scene only for a moment before exhaling lightly. His eyes were detached, as though the matter was already behind him. I should get going. His voice was quiet, almost to himself. His body was still weak, screaming for rest after everything. He turned, intent on leaving this blood-soaked coliseum behind. But just as he made his first step, Host, don't you think you're forgetting something? The system's voice rang sharp in his mind, that Razeal's brows furrowed. Huh? What? He muttered inwardly, his body pausing in place. Meanwhile, up in the spectator stands, Maria sat rigid, biting her nails. Her lips trembled as she muttered over and over under her breath. You don't remember? You don't remember? Yes, leave fast. Just leave. Forget it. Forget it all. She was praying hardest she ever had in her life. Her blue eyes were wide with terror, her thoughts frantic. If he remembers, everything will be ruined. At the system's sudden reminder, Razeal froze mid-step. His eyes narrowed as the memory hit him, and he turned his head toward the spectator stands, gaze locking on the one person he had almost forgotten, Maria. She sat there, biting her fingernails, her posture tense, eyes wide and restless. The moment their gazes collided, her entire body went stiff. She flinched, her hand freezing mid-bite, and her head turned slightly as if trying to break eye contact. But it was already too late. FCK. Maria cursed inwardly, panic crashing through her. That he remembers. And he saw me. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and she shook her head in disbelief, as if denial could undo what had already happened. But Raziel's lips curled upward into a sharp, mocking smile. The kind of smile that promised nothing good. And before anyone could even process what he was about to do, his voice rang out across the arena, loud and clear. Maria Grave, come down to the arena, that I believe we have a duel of honor to settle. The entire arena fell silent. Heads turned, one after another, until every eye fixed on the girl trembling in the stands. Maria's mother closed her eyes briefly and exhaled, weary resignation softening her face. She had known this day might come, but she had prayed it wouldn't. She knew her daughter's capabilities, and she knew Raziel's. The difference between them was a chasm. The boy had stood toe-to-toe with the heir of a ducal house and survived. Maria, for all her noble pride, was no match. She wasn't on that level, not even close, and Maria knew it too. Her hand went to her forehead as a wave of regret crashed over her. Why? Why in all the hells did I ever make that bet with him? She groaned inwardly, every nerve screaming in frustration. That annoying bastard. Arg. She visibly sighed, her fingers twitching as though she wanted to rip her own hair out. Her chest tightened. Defeat wasn't just likely, it was inevitable. And it wouldn't be a private humiliation either. It would be in front of the entire empire, with every noble and commoner's eyes fixed on her. The thought made her heart race wildly. She was overwhelmed by a tangle of emotions. Yes, she'd been impulsive back then, but she's just an 16-year-old girl. For someone from a noble family, carrying a little extra pride and attitude was hardly unusual. And in truth, she hadn't even done anything so terrible to deserve all this. Maria let out a slow, shaky breath, forcing herself to look at Raziel rather than hide. She wanted to appear unafraid. But the moment she raised her head, she realized her mistake. Because the moment her eyes lifted, she saw it wasn't just Raziel staring her down. Half the Empire's most powerful figures had turned their gazes toward her as well, their expressions unreadable, weighing, judging. Duel of honor. Arabella's amused voice broke the silence, her eyes locking onto the blue-haired girl in the stands. Grave family, huh? She muttered, rubbing her chin. Her gaze slid from Maria to Raziel, looking almost unstable and weak. Not to say half-naked, covered in blood and dirt, his hair ragged, one arm severed too, yet still standing with an aura that was anything but weak, dangerous, unyielding. Arabella let out a quiet scoff. No way she can take this bad boy. What kind of misconception led them to think they could FCK with him? She tilted her head, smirking to herself. Even if she refused to openly admit Raziel's strength, inwardly she conceded if Arion himself had stood in Silva Place today, he would have lost. And Maria, a pillar house heir, she didn't stand a chance. Seraphina's gaze lingered on Maria and her mother. Her face betrayed nothing, though her brow arched ever so slightly, the smallest flicker of interest. Selphra and Nancy exchanged a look, both blinking as though trying to process what was unfolding. What in the world is happening? Their expressions seemed to ask. Well, Silva, still kept upright only by Silly's wind, tried to speak, but her voice caught. She hesitated, then let her lips press shut again, leaving the thought unfinished. Her silence said enough, she was speechless. And two spirits perched on Silva's shoulders, with Silly hovering at her side, turned their gazes toward Maria as well. None of them spoke, but the judgment on their faces was clear. Nova, Marcella, Marisa, and even Celestia stood silently, their face expressionless. They, unlike the crowd, were already well aware of this pending duel. But Maria, feeling the collective weight of half the Empire's most powerful figures staring down at herb froze where she Saturday, her throat tightened. A hard swallow forcing its way past as her body stiffened under the invisible judgment pressing in from every angle. Sensing her daughter's distress, her mother stepped forward, her hand brushing against Maria's arm. Don't stress, girl, it's all fine, she murmured gently, her tone meant to soothe. I know, don't worry, Damarth. Maria muttered, running her trembling fingers through her hair and forcing the ugliest excuse for a smile on her lips. IT was shaky, hollow, but all she could manage. Come on down here. I can still take you. Raziel's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He stood below in the arena, his sharp gaze locked on her, daring her to face him. Maria's mother leaned closer, whispering firmly. Girl, just forfeit. There's no need that I've watched him fight. He's a total psychopath. Who knows? He might even try to kill you. And look around him. His mother, his sister, even the princess herself are all standing at his side. Even if you were strong, I would give you the same advice. Don't do it. Just forfeit and this ends here. Her voice dropped, steel beneath the softness. Live to breathe another day. But Maria only shook her head, her voice trembling. No, I can't. That's not an option. The bet. If he wins, it's too big and I won't be able to take it. Her mother's eyes narrowed, her voice insistent. Hey, don't worry, girl. How bad can it be? If it's just an apology, then give it. If it's money, we'll pay. It doesn't matter. Your life is more precious than whatever childish bet you made. She knew her daughter well, knew that Maria's arrogant streak had likely landed her in this mess. She's childish. How worse could it be? By anyways, no matter what, survival came first. Maria bit down on her lip, hesitation and fear warring in her eyes. Just say you forfeit, or do you honestly think you can win? Her mother pressed. Maria's shoulders trembled as she gave a tiny shake of her head. Then do it. There's no shame in admitting you're not strong enough. Look, either way, you'll have to pay the price of your bet. But if you fight him, the whole empire will see you humiliated, beaten, and still forced to fulfill your word. And afterwards, his sister might come for you too. This is the least damaging option, Maria. Take it. Her mother's logic cut deep. Maria drew a shaky breath, her fists tightening in her lap. Inside, she hated every fiber of this decision, hated herself for being cornered like this, but she couldn't deny her mother's words. Finally, she shut her eyes tight, refusing to meet Razeal's gaze, and shouted, voice breaking, I forfeit. The arena went utterly silent. Arabella tilted her head, whistling under her breath. Well, that was fast, she murmured, though she hardly looked surprised. She understood Maria's situation well enough. Logic demanded surrender. Still, the rest of the spectators could barely contain their disgust. Heads shook across the stands. To admit defeat without even stepping into the arena. To turn a sacred duel of honor into this kind of farce. It was shameful. Embarrassing to disdain on the Grave family's name. For forever, only Nova and Marisa remained silent, their eyes locked on Maria like blades pressed against her throat. Unlike the rest of the Empire, they knew the truth of the wager. And now, with Razeal's victory, it meant only one thing: Maria would become his. Neither spoke, but both turned their gazes toward Razeal, who was standing in the arena with that insufferable grin on his face. His eyes burned into Maria's with mocking triumph, his smirk practically saying, see, I told you I'd win without even fighting. I wonder what the bet was. Arabella mused, her voice low but carrying easily across the hushed arena. What exactly is the Grave family going to pay for losing this fight? Her words rippled through the crowd like a spark in dry grass. Curious eyes turned instantly toward Maria and her mother. Whispers spread fast, questions forming on every lip. The Grave heiress lost. What could she have wagered? Money? Land? A holy relic? Surely it can't be that much. If she admitted defeat so easily, Maria's mother swallowed her shame and forced herself to speak, though her expression was tight. All right, tell me what the bet was. That will settle it here now. And leave. This is already disgraceful enough. Her tone cracked slightly, the weight of humiliation pressing on her shoulders that Maria's lips trembled. She opened her mouth to answer, but no words came. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling. She didn't want to say it, but couldn't. Say it, her mother demanded, her voice sharp, her patience gone. Maria drew in a shuddering breath, her face pale as chalk. Finally, the words spilled out in a broken whisper. I said if I lost, I would be his BTCH. Her mother froze, her beautiful blue eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what? What the fuck? The stands erupted. Confusion, shock, laughter, outrage, chaos rippled through the crowd. Question marks seemed to hang in the air above their heads. What did she say? She can't be serious. The heiress of a pillar house, and that. Maria's mother turned to her daughter, eyes blazing. Say that you're lying, or maybe tell me this is some kind of sick joke. Maria couldn't even meet her gaze, her eyes shut tight, her face twisted away in shame. You. Her mother's voice trembled with fury as her nails dug into her own palms. You absolute idiot. The curse tore from her lips, her entire body shaking with the urge to strike her daughter then and there. Across the arena, Arabella threw her head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing like a whip crack. Demon, Grave family kids are wilder than I thought. And here I believe the virulins are the crazy ones. Oh wait now, there's even a chance the two families might end up having kids together. I wonder what kind of ridiculous creature that'd be. Her amusement cut short the instant Marisa's gaze snapped toward her, cold, piercing, deadly. Arabella immediately raised her hands, palms open, her grin faltering. I didn't say anything, she muttered quickly, retreating with feigned innocence. Maria stood frozen, her entire body heavy with shame. She couldn't meet her mother's eyes, couldn't even meet anyone's eyes at a sigh slipped from her lips, bitter and broken. She knew what kind of child she had always been. Reckless, arrogant, a problem. And now, because of her, the Grave family's honor teetered on the edge of ruin. Rejecting the bet outright was impossible. The T.O. break a sacred wager of honor would destroy her family's prestige, painting a permanent stain across their name. And so, no matter how humiliating, Maria could only lower her head and accept the weight of her own mistake. Maria's chest rose and fell as though a weight pressed against it. She really didn't want to drag her mother into this mess. Her mother had always been there, always defended her, even when she didn't deserve it. If Maria refused to honor her words now, she knew exactly what would happen. Her mother would fight. For her, bargain for her, even humiliate herself in front of the Empire just to shield her daughter from consequence. And Maria couldn't allow that. Not this time. "Don't worry about it, Mother," she said at last, her tone stripped of fear, her expression hardening into something steady. "I made the bet. I'll fulfill it myself. There's no need to think any further." The cowardice and trembling that had plagued her vanished in that moment. For once, her eyes carried no wavering. "I'll look for another way to undo it later. But right now, I won't put the family in trouble because of me." Her mother's lips parted, desperate to speak, but no words came. She simply froze. Dazed, stunned, overwhelmed, her thoughts scattering like broken glass. Maria stepped forward, past her, her gaze locked on Razeal. Every step felt like dragging her soul in a fire, but still she moved, standing at last before him. Her lips opened, her voice trembled, but still she forced it out. "I'll be your bye." The words never finished. "No need." Raziel's voice cut across the Colosseum like a whip, cold, sharp, merciless. "I told you that day you're not even deserving of being my B-TC. Oh, no need, not interested." His eyes gleamed with mockery as his lips curled into a cruel grin. "Also, don't look at me like that. It was you who started thus. You were the one crying for attention. And now, congratulations, you're the Empire's newest celebrity." He let the silence stretch before adding one final dagger. "Thank me later." With a rustle like tearing shadows, wings of darkness burst from his back. And then, without another glance, he soared into the sky, leaving the Colosseum behind. His silhouette disappeared into the horizon, and no one stopped him. His body was weak, drained of strength, and also he had no time to waste. There were greater concerns than this childish bet, and even if he cared, why would he bother? Claiming her would be nothing but trouble. The Grave family would resist. The Empire would stir, and what benefit would he gain? None. Useless. Attachments only dragged one down. Raziel didn't need things that offered no advantage. His rejection, cold and absolute, settled like a storm over the arena. The silence that followed was suffocating. That Arabella's jaw dropped. The ever-cheerful, mocking Duchess forgot to laugh. Her voice stuck in her throat. That Diamin, just Diamin. Even she, who had seen betrayals, humiliations, and cruel games of nobility, had never witnessed something like this. Winning a bet, then refusing the prize not with grace, but with scorn. That it wasn't just rejection, that it was obliteration. What a cruel man, she thought, her lips parting in disbelief. And what a poor, poor girl. Maria stood frozen, staring at the empty space where Raziel had disappeared. Her eyes were wide, her lips trembling, her face flushing red as humiliation consumed her. Then came the whispers, the murmurs, the laughter. The crowd turned its collective gaze on her, some in shock, others smirking, some outright laughing. Noble sons whispered gleefully. Ladies covered their mouths, eyes glinting with cruel amusement to them. It was spectacle entertainment. That Maria's lips twitched. Her whole body began to tremble. Her heart pounded like a war drum. Her breath caught in her throat. "That bastard," she whispered hoarsely, her teeth grinding. I'll never forgive you, never." But her defiance couldn't hold back the flood. Tears burst from her eyes, streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, hot and bitter, dripping onto her trembling hands. Her vision blurred, her voice broke, her chest ached. The humiliation was too much. Her knees weakened, her body swayed, and then her eyes rolled back, her body collapsing limply. "Maria!" Her mother rushed forward, catching her before she struck the ground. She held her daughter close, her face tight with worry and rage, her eyes filled with raw, maternal fear. Without another word, without sparing a glance for the mocking crowd, she vanished, fleeing the Colosseum with her unconscious child in her arms. After all, Maria was only a 16-year-old girl still of tender heart despite her arrogance, the weight of the rejection, the suffocating judgment of thousands of eyes across the empire, and the humiliation of her dignity being trampled underfoot. It was too much for someone so young to bear. She had steeled herself, made the painful choice to sacrifice her pride, and yet what did she receive? Nothing but merciless cruelty. Razeal's rejection was absolute, and in its harshness, it was almost monstrous. Down in the center of the arena, where nobles and powerhouses alike whispered and exchanged their varied reactions, Marisa stood motionless. Unlike the others, she betrayed no expression, but the silence around her was heavy, almost suffocating. Last, she spoke. Her voice was calm, steady, yet it carried an edge sharp enough to draw blood. Nova, I need whoever dared touch Ray's body in front of me by tomorrow. Trace them through foreverine metal. You have one day. Yes, mother. Nova's voice was clipped, serious. Finally freed from Marcella's restraining grip, her expression was cold steel. Yet inside, a dangerous satisfaction stirred. Good, he rejected her. If he hadn't, I was already planning how to break that water-haired girl myself. Her thoughts hissed like venom. No woman will touch him. No one. Except me. Outwardly, she remained composed. Inwardly, her possessiveness coiled tighter, feeding her determination. Marisa's eyes narrowed, a deadly flash rippling through them. And while you do that, she continued, her tone sinking to something darker. Let me look at Ghost Clan. Yes, also, I am quite curious who dared commission them to put a contract on my son's life. The promise of slaughter dripped from every syllable. Nova's lips pressed into a thin line, but her bloodlust surged violently within. She too remembered the blade that had sought Razeal's life only moments before, the torment he had endured. Her anger roared for vengeance, but she said nothing. Instead, her figure blurred and vanished, already carrying out her orders. Marcella stepped forward quietly, standing behind Marisa like a loyal shadow. Marisa didn't said more. Yes, she just turned to leave, but paused mid-step. Slowly, she turned her head back, her gaze settling on Celestia as if recalling something. Oh, princess. Celestia, who until then had been staring at the space where Maria had disappeared with a faint frown creasing her brows, blinked at the call. She turned her platinum eyes towards Marisa. Yes, I am satisfied, Marisa said smoothly, her voice calm yet cutting. With the way you stood by your words and shielded Razeal, that sort of protectiveness, admirable. Her lips curled faintly, but her eyes were cold, so allow me to leave you with a suggestion. Remind your mother. The Imperial Castle is quite old. Perhaps you should consider building anew. After all, her gaze sharpened, and a thin, bloodthirsty smile flickered across her lips. Castles do fall. And wouldn't it be a shame if safety could not be guaranteed? Celestia's lips pressed into a thin line. Her face remained calm, but her eyes narrowed, the faintest gleam of platinum fire flickering within. She understood exactly what Marisa was saying, but the rules of politics left her no opening to respond. I will remind her, Celestia said softly, her voice measured, though tension curled beneath her calm. Marisa offered no more. Her smile faded, her expression smoothing back to cold indifference. Turning away, she strode out of the arena. Marcella followed close behind, silent and composed, leaving the silence of their presence behind them. The arena itself remained hushed. Thousands of people heavy with unease at the veiled daggers exchanged everything that happened today. The man who was supposed to die today, the condemned, the one for whom this duel was meant to serve as execution, walked out of the arena with his head still on his shoulders. Not just alive, but victorious, and worse, he walked out with using holy promise, declaring himself innocent. What a sin point one of the Empire's greatest sinners, freed in broad daylight, a black spot that could not be erased, for his own family. He was already a stain discarded as son who ruined name of family, now returning as a shame that could not be silenced. For the luminous and the holy church, he was a wound that would never heal, the man who dared put his hands on the saintess. For the Dragonweavers, he was humiliation incarnate, the one who defeated their heir. For the Fairliths, he was the hand that scarred Silva. And for the Empire itself, he was the darkest mark of all, proof that the law, the church, the nobility, and even the throne had failed to bind one man. The boy who should have been executed instead walked away, carrying their shame with every step. Next day, Razeal awoke with a groan, the remnants of a deep, exhausted slumber clinging to his body. Stretching his arms above his head, he straightened his back and took in the morning air. From his perch, nestled high in the branches of an unassuming tree in a remote jungle, The world felt strangely quiet. The sleep had been long and dreamless, and for a moment, it felt as if time itself had stood still. His body still felt the toll of the previous day's events, the constant strain, the battle, and the aftermath. Everything had felt off, a lingering heaviness that he could only describe as disorienting. It took no more than a few seconds of stretching before he realized something felt strange, different, and weird to him. Taking a deep breath, he sighed. Bloodline essence, he muttered under his breath, slowly getting used to the strange feeling. He hadn't anticipated the change it would bring, but it was clear now that something inside him had disappeared, something fundamental. His body was adjusting, but still this weird, uncomfortable sensation was unsettling, as if parts of him were still missing. System, what time is it? Razeal asked, trying to shake off the lingering exhaustion. 8 a.m. Host, that you've been asleep for 17 hours straight. Razeal blinked in surprise, almost gasping in disbelief. 17 hours? Already? He quickly stood up, taking one last glance at the spot he'd been lying on. The urgency struck him instantly. There was no time to waste. There's so much to do. Host, I don't mean to slow you down, but please calm down. Wear some clothes. Also, don't forget to check your hair, and do take care of your severed arm. That it's looking funny. Hair. What about my hair? The system had told him 3 things, but the only one that registered in Razeal's mind was hair. Without a moment's hesitation, he froze mid-step. In the blink of an eye, he reached into his shadow storage and pulled out a small mirror. The moment Razeal caught sight of his reflection, his expression soured, his eyes widened, and a frustrated grimace twisted his face. He knew his hair had been cut, but this was a disaster. FCK. His hair was cropped short, but it was the worst style he could imagine. It was like someone had just hacked at it carelessly. He almost wanted to cry. The lengths were uneven, leaving him with a look he'd rather forget. But that wasn't all. His hair had turned completely white, pure, glaring white. Not the sort of white that made him look old or sickly, but a heavy, striking shade that looked almost unnaturally healthy. Definitely not like the hairs of someone who is old, but just different, majestic white. The white strands, full of life, made his whole appearance seem different, than a new identity, one that didn't quite fit. System, is this because I don't have Virulent's bloodline anymore? Razeal asked, sighing. Even though he didn't care much about his hair color, he still felt a bit weirded out. Yes, host. The Virulent bloodline had a direct effect on your appearance, including the color of your hair. Now that the bloodline is no longer a part of you, your hair has reverted to a neutral, natural state. The purple was an external manifestation of the bloodline's influence. Razeal let out a long sigh, dropping the mirror to his side. Whatever, he muttered, trying to shake off the strange feeling the change in appearance had caused. Not like it matters anyway. He just shook his head, not wanting to care about this. He didn't want to react. Honestly, he had always hated his hair color after that incident with his family, and used to wonder if he would look better without it. That he used to think that if he ever changed his hair color permanently, he would be happy. But now, he just didn't show any emotion. That felt bland, like, yeah. It's weird how you think doing something will make you happy, but when it actually happens, you just feel a strange mix of trying to be happy but not really wanting to. Maybe, well, a little part of him did care, but he tried to reject that. The small attachment he had was finally gone. But then again, he wasn't wrong. Sometimes leaving something behind can be hard, but it's needed for your growth. So there was no regret in what he did. Even if he knew his hair would end up like this, he would still do it again without hesitation. Waking up from his thoughts, Razeal let out a long sigh and shook his head, clearing the haze lingering inside him. With a flick of his hand, he drew out fresh clothes through the system's providing function. A black and white tuxedo materialized, expensive in design, crisp and dignified, the kind nobles would wear to banquets. He slipped into it quietly, straightening each piece with care. But when his gaze dropped to his right sleeve, the sight twisted his lips into a faint scowl. The arm hung limply, dead weight below the elbow, where nothing remained. It looked a little weird. He folded the sleeve neatly up to his joint, concealing the deformity. Least this way it wouldn't dangle. Next came the shoes, polished, gleaming, expensive looking cubby. By the time he was done, Razeal looked like a man ready to step into a hall of royalty. The silence in his mind broke as the system's voice chimed in. So what is our plan now, host? What are we going to do next? I can see you already have something in mind. Razeal adjusted his collar, his expression unreadable. We're leaving this empire. His tone was casual, almost light, but beneath it there was no doubt. The decision was final. He reached in his storage again, pulling out the black robe he had first worn when he deceived Levy into becoming his employee. Draping it over his shoulders, the garment cascaded down his frame, covering him completely from head to toe, a shadow of his former self. Really? That I didn't expect. Leaving where? The system asked, genuine surprise in its tone. That Razeal's lips curved faintly, his eyes narrowing. To Atlantis. His voice carried no hesitation, only certainty. The system stilled for a moment before answering. Atlantis? The underwater empire? But why there? I mean, I can understand wanting to leave this empire. It makes sense, but Atlantis? It isn't safe either, if you ask me. That place is even more dangerous than staying here. The ocean isn't a good place to visit. Yeah, I know, Razeal replied, voice steady, eyes narrowed in thought. Before I awakened the system's functions and gained skills, my plan was to run somewhere safe, stay quiet, live, but now, survival alone isn't enough. We need a place at least where I can actually grow stronger too, not just hide. And right now, the best place for that is there. He stopped and glanced at the translucent blue panel floating before him, his mana stats glowing in faint light. Mana/MP. 99,000. The sight of it made his lips twitch with frustration. It was billions yesterday, he muttered under his breath, irritation seeping through every word. And now, it's nearly emptied. IT disappears like water and sand. You know as well as I do, Viley, there's no natural dark mana in this cursed world for me. I can't just passively absorb mana like everyone else in the world. The only way to refill is with monster cores. So yet I can't afford to keep scraping the bottom of my mana reserves, constantly desperate for cores, begging for scraps. I need a steady, overflowing source. And where do you think that is? Underwater, 73% of the landmass is covered by the ocean. Most portals open beneath the waves, and the monster cleaning there. Far less controlled than it is here on land. That means more monsters, more cores, more fuel. The system hummed quietly, then tried again. But your business was going well, host. Why abandon that? If you kept expanding it, you could have made it into something bigger, stable, profitable. You're stupid. Razeal cut him off with a cold laugh. Do you think the business world wouldn't bring me trouble? You think there's a market where I could sit and get monster cores like some merchant? And there isn't even a real market for monster cores. Anyways, world already hates me. And I'm not about to open some shop and sell trinkets like a merchant. That I am not born for that. IT worked with Levy because those were small trades. But in large deals, trouble comes knocking. The system side. All right. I mean, you're the host at whatever you want. I'll always tag along, no matter how reckless you are. But do you already have a destination in mind? Yes. Razeal's voice was sharper this time, his eyes narrowing with a faint, dangerous light. Ocean Black. That's where we're going. I remember reading about that area in the novel. The system went silent for a moment before replying, hesitation thick in its voice. Ocean Black? That place is FK'd up crazy. Even with your strength now, you might. The system stopped mid-sentence, almost unwilling to finish the thought. Razeal smirked faintly at its silence. Yeah, but I might. His gaze hardened, and his voice lowered into something cold and certain. But that's exactly why I'm going. Razeal shook his head, brushing away his earlier thoughts, and quickened his pace. Anyways, let's see how it goes, he muttered to himself. His steps became sharper, more focused. The system stayed silent this time, not asking to question further. Razeal sighed internally. I should speed up 0.2 days. That was all the time Marisa and Celestia's bargain had given him. 0.2 days to vanish from the Empire without a trace. 0.2 days. His missing arm made every movement feel strange, heavier. The limp sleeve of his robe swayed awkwardly as he walked, a constant reminder of what he had. Lost. Feels weird as FCK walking around like this, but fixing it now, no time. And Zara, just the thought of her name made him feel exhausted already. That insane BTCH would take forever, and that's if she even agreed to help. More likely, she'd torture me again for the fun of it. For now, survival mattered more. The arm could wait. 5 minutes later, Razeal's brow furrowed as he turned a corner into the market district. The street should have been bustling with ordinary trade vendors shouting, buyers bargaining, but instead he saw a large crowd gathered up ahead. People were packed shoulder to shoulder, murmuring, craning their necks to get a better view of something at the center. Curiosity tugged at him, and with an irritated sigh, he forced his way through. Most people gave him annoyed looks as he cut through, his black robe and ghostly mask already suspicious, but no one dared to speak. They could feel the weight of his presence, the strength behind his casual shoves. Displeasure flickered in their eyes, but not a single protest left their mouths. Finally, breaking through the last layer of onlookers, he reached the front. And there he saw it. Levy's shop, at the head of it all stood a young noble dark brown hair neatly combed, his expression filled with casual arrogance as he tapped his foot impatiently on the stone ground. His arms were crossed, his gaze sharp. Behind and around him, a formation of armored knights stood in neat rows, their armor gleaming with discipline, the crest on their chests leaving no room for doubt. The Stone family point one of the 10 pillar houses, The boy himself looked no older than 17, maybe 18, but his tailored noble attire bore the Stone family crest embroidered proudly on the chest, the same emblem repeated on the tabards and shields of the knights surrounding him. Razeal's eyes narrowed. What the hell is going on here? Before he could dwell on it, the door to Levy's shop was violently kicked open from the inside. Wood splintered, and out came a knight dragging Levy by the collar, half choking the poor merchant as he shoved him forward until he stood before the noble boy. "Young lord, this is the man," the knight announced, his voice sharp, as he shoved Levy hard enough to nearly make him stumble, almost fell face to ground. Levy scowled as he straightened, adjusting his crooked glasses with visible annoyance. The expression on his face was sour and irritation flickering behind his eyes, but seeing the noble standing before him, and more importantly, recognizing the crest of the Stone family, Levy immediately sighed, internally going into his acting mode. "Oh, you're that arrow seller." The noble boy's brow arched as he regarded him, tone carrying no respect, only mild curiosity. Yes, sir," Levy replied quickly, forcing a faint smile. His eyes flashed behind the lenses of his glasses as he carefully fixed his collar, trying to present himself. He clearly recognized the boy's bloodline features, those sharp brown eyes and hair, the unmistakable sign of his lineage. But the boy remained unimpressed, keeping his arms crossed. "I heard," the young Stone said, his voice flat but edged with irritation, "that you stopped selling your arrows, that today you're refusing to provide them. What's the meaning of that?" His eyes narrowed slightly, the kind of glare that nobles used when they felt someone beneath them had overstepped. Levy's throat bobbed as he coughed into his hand, stalling for time. I apologize for that, young lord, truly. The matter is complicated. There are reasons. Let me explain." He fumbled for words, carefully weighing what excuse might satisfy a spoiled noble. But then his eyes shifted. Just for a second, while searching for words, his gaze flicked toward the crowd and froze there, standing silently in the sea of people, cloaked in black and hidden behind a ghostly mask, was a figure he knew all too well. That scammer their eyes met, that Levy's words paused, his voice halting mid-sentence. Levy blinked rapidly, his gaze locked on the masked figure in the crowd. He's here. He hadn't expected this bastard, the so-called worst boss in the world, to show up again. Especially after how nicely he'd treated him last time. Didn't he say he wouldn't come back? And now here he was, lurking in the shadows like some creep. Why the hell was he here? What did he want this time? To eat or snatch those elemental cores again? This F-cur, Levy's mind scrambled. Part of him wanted to march over and give a lesson on how to be a decent, responsible boss. A dozen thoughts crashed into each other, some irritated, some itching to beat the crap out of whoever was under that mask, and a few smug ones whispering, "See, he needs my help again." But then again, none of it helped. At least not when Levy had more important things to focus on right now. Troy had no patience for silence. The young noble's voice cut through the heavy air. "Where are you looking? Do you want to die, boy?" Before Levy could react, Troy's hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar, yanking him forward and forcing their eyes to meet. The force of it sent a ripple of tension through the crowd gathering outside the shop. "Boy," Levy's eyebrows twitched, almost jumping off his face. Boy, he was 10 years older than this brat. He could call him kid without exaggeration. Yet here he was, being treated like a disobedient kid by someone barely 16. Still, Levy kept his face composed. He knew better. Nobles are dumb as FCK. They will bully or even kill someone if they consider them to be beneath them, and this one in particular looked the type to do it without blinking. He forced his voice down. "Apologies, my lord. I was just trying to find the right words to answer your question. Allow me to explain why business is down." Inside, he sighed bitterly. "Now I have to explain to this dull mutt that it's my business, and I can open and close it whenever I want. There's no contract and no breach. Nothing he can accuse me of. But of course, when it's a crazy noble, logic won't save you. The partnership I had with the supplier has ended," Levy said carefully, his hands raised slightly as if to calm the storm. "He was the one selling me those arrows, and my job, just selling those arrows through my shop. But our deal was temporary, just for 7 days. Now that it's over, I can't get more. The fire arrows were his, not mine." Troy's eyes narrowed, irritation flashing across his youthful features. "So you're saying there won't be any arrows anymore?" The words dripped with anger. His family had seen firsthand how unique the fire arrows were, different, deadly. They'd been buying every batch, hoarding them, even experimenting to uncover how they were made. But the sudden halt, the missing arrows yesterday and today, had crushed his plans. He hadn't come here to be disappointed. He came to get more, or at least drag out the secret behind them. Levy shook his head slowly. "No, there really aren't any more." The noble's grip on his collar tightened. "Then how about the blueprint? The method, do you have it?" I don't, Levy replied, wincing as the fabric dug into his neck. Troy's eyes glinted dangerously. Then how about the person who sold them to you? Where is he? He smiled, but it was the kind of smile that promised nothing good. His patience was stretched thin. Levy's body sagged under the weight of the moment. As I told you, he's gone. His voice carried the exhaustion of someone who knew explanations meant little when teaching dumb goblins. Troy leaned closer, his breath hot against Levy's cheek. Then give me his name. Tell me where he is. Levy hesitated. His eyes flickered sideways, scanning the crowd until they locked briefly with Razeal, who stood half-hidden among the onlookers. Their gazes met for an instant, long enough to say everything words could not. When he turned back, his voice came out low and tired. I have no idea who he was or where he is now. The moment the words left his mouth, slap, the sound cracked like a whip across the street. Levy's head snapped sideways, the sting burning across his cheek. His glasses tilted awkwardly as he staggered back, freed at last from Troy's grip. He rubbed his jaw, grimacing at the sharp pain. The crowd went silent. Not a whisper or even shuffle of feet, just stunned and heavy silence. Every eye was fixed on the weak shop owner who had just been struck in public by the son of a pillar family. And no one moved or even dared. Some shop owners who knew joy well lowered their gazes, turning their heads away. They clenched their jaws but said nothing. They knew it was wrong, unfair, utterly unreasonable. But what could they do? To stand against a pillar house was So they looked away, pretending they hadn't seen, silently condemning themselves for their own cowardice. Levy adjusting his crooked glasses with trembling fingers. His face was a blank mask. Though the burning sting of Troy's slap still throbbed across his cheek, that he refused to show weakness in front of the watching crowd or worse, in front of the arrogant noble who had just humiliated him. But as he pushed his glasses back into place, his gaze shifted. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head toward the crowd, locking eyes with a single figure. Razeal, his eyes locking onto his, as if asking whether he would do something or at least take revenge for IT. Yes, if asking what he gonna do. Though Razeal's masked face revealed nothing. Only his calm, unreadable eyes looked back, as still as the surface of a black lake, standing still doing nothing. So, are we gonna do anything, host? He assumes to be asking for help. You can see it. No. Razeal's answer was immediate, unshaken. No. Why not? You needed him, didn't you? Wasn't that why we came here? If you don't help him now, he'll definitely won't work for you. Worse, he might actually die. The system's voice sharpened, layering reason upon reason. But Razeal's eyes never wavered. The man who can't even stand up for himself can never stand for me. I don't need weaklings who cry out for someone else to save them. I need a comrade, a teammate. Not a chick waiting to be protected, I mean. If someone slapped me in front of him, how could I expect him to stand up for me when he can't even speak up for himself? His gaze held steady, the calm, inhuman stillness in his masked eyes giving Levy no answer, no reassurance, no nothing. Levy stared back at him, searching for something. Anything in those unreadable eyes, but the silence told him everything he needed. Razeal wasn't going to move. A hollow laugh almost rose in Levy's chest, though he kept it buried. That's how it is. I thought. Maybe he'd step in. After all, I worked for him for 7 days straight. Basically for free. I even kept his identity secret, risked my neck for it just moments ago. And still, he just watches. Levy shook, his head faintly, the bitter truth settling over him. I should have known better. Expecting kindness from people like him. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair as slowly he turned towards Troy. His voice came out low, a whisper thick with restrained defiance. You shouldn't have slapped me. Oh. Troy's smirk spread wider, his youthful face dripping arrogance. And what are you going to do about it? But before his sneer could finish forming, a sound cracked the air. Slap. Levy's hand shot out with sudden speed, striking Troy square across the face. The noble's head tilted slightly with the impact, his eyes closing instinctively. The crowd gasped as one. Slap for slap, Levy said, pulling his hand back. His lips tugged into the faintest smile, a reckless spark flickering in his eyes. Shock rippled through the onlookers. Their widened eyes darted between the trembling shopkeeper and the stunned noble. And no one had expected Levy to retaliate. Not in 1,000 years. For a strange moment, Troy didn't react. He simply stood there, eyes closed, as if processing what had just happened. Almost as if he had allowed it. But the knights didn't hesitate. The nearest knight's eyes sharpened to slits in one fluid motion. Steel hissed free from its sheath. He lunged forward like a predator, sword arcing toward Levy's exposed neck with ruthless precision. The crowd screamed, stumbling back in horror. Levy sighed, his muscles too slow, too frozen, to save himself. but his green eyes behind glasses almost flashed, but before he could do anything just then behind his mask, Raziel's lips curved into the faintest smile. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished. From where he'd stood point one instant, he was in the crowd, unmoving. The next, he was gone, nothing but a blur of shadow and motion. SRRNG, and thud, the sound split the silence like a hammer blow. Something hit the ground hard. Gasps rippled through the crowd as eyes fell to the source an armored hand, severed clean at the wrist, landing with a sickening weight. The knight's sword was still clenched tightly in its dead grip, the blade scraping along the cobblestones as it slid across the ground. The weapon screeched to a halt against the boots of a spectator, who stumbled back in horror, clutching his chest as if the dismembered limb might leap up at him. And at the same second, sound crashed across the square. Boom. The knight who had dared to strike Levy was hurled through the air like a broken doll, body spinning, blood spraying in a crimson arc. He slammed against the far end of the street, crashing through a wooden stall. The stall collapsed on top of him in an explosion of splintered wood and scattering fruit. The knight's scream cut off in a wet gurgle. Silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the cloaked figure now standing between Levy and Troy. "He's mine now." Raziel's voice echoed coldly from behind the ghostly mask. His tone was calm, but the chill in it carved through every ear that heard it. So no touching. In his left hand, a sword of writhing shadows pulsed and twisted as if alive. Its jagged edges dripped darkness, swallowing light itself. Levy blinked rapidly, stunned. For a brief moment, his vision had flickered green, but it faded just as quickly when Raziel appeared before him. He let out breath. Few saved, just inches away, he thought. Any closer, and it could have turned bad. Still, he exhaled, relief escaping with the breath. Troy staggered, shaking his head as if to wake himself from a trance. His cheeks still burned from Levy's slap, but his mind reeled at the sudden intrusion. In just a handful of seconds, everything had shifted. Slap, knight's charge, and now this masked phantom standing before him. Honestly, he doesn't even know why he let Slap hit him. What had just happened, but he didn't have time to react on that. "You," he muttered, instinctively taking a step back. His boots scraped against the stones, widening the space between them. But Raziel said nothing. He simply stared, unblinking, his eyes peering through the mask like two pits of darkness. The silence was heavier than any threat, daring Troy to test him. Steel rang out all at once. Clang, screech. The rest of the knights, 10 in all, drew their blades in unison. The sound filled the street with sharp menace. Their armored boots shifted, bodies lowering, muscles tensing as they prepared to charge. But before they could move, Troy raised his hand. "Wait." The knights froze mid-step, their swords hovering like claws ready to strike. Troy's eyes narrowed, flicking over the figure in black, that unshakable calm, that utter lack of fear. This wasn't the posture of a street nobody. It was something else. It could be someone dangerous. His father's words rang in his head. "Don't pick a fight with the wrong person. Not unless you're sure." He forced authority into his voice. "Who the FCK are you? Tell me now, or you'll die here with this double battery." The crowd stirred, some craning their necks, others whispering nervously. But Raziel didn't flinch. He didn't even seem to breathe. His shadow sword tilted upward, its tip pointing directly at Troy's face. "One step," he said, his voice flat, "and I'll kill every last one of you." For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. A vein bulged on Troy's forehead. Rage burned through his restraint. His teeth ground together, his hand trembling as he jabbed a finger toward Raziel. "Kill me?" His voice rose, nearly a scream. "Do you have any F-kin idea who you're talking to? I am Troy Rock, 4th young master of the Rock family, one of the 10 pillar families." His chest heaved as he jabbed a finger at the masked man, spit flying with every word. "Open your F-kin eyes. My papa will erase your entire bloodline just for saying that to me." The arrogance, the entitlement, the sheer belief in his untouchable status dripped from his voice. The knights behind him stiffened, some smiling cruelly, certain their young lord's words were law. Yet Raziel didn't say anything. He simply tilted his head, as though considering Troy's rant the way one might listen to a barking dog. Then he cracked his neck slowly, shaking his head. The shadow sword dissolved into black smoke, vanishing into the air. Troy blinked, his anger pausing for a breath. Then his lips curled. "I knew it. You finally understand, don't you? You didn't know who I was. You got scared. Good. Maybe I'll be merciful." But Raziel raised his hand, slowly, his fingers curled against the side of his mask, and in one smooth motion, he pulled it free. The dark ghost mask slipped away from his face. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Their breath hitched all at once. Gasps spread like wildfire, sharp and disbelieving. Whispers broke out, terrified and awestruck. "It's him!" Someone choked. "No way. He's still alive. I thought they're going to take care of his behind the scenes." Every eye in the street went wide. Every spine stiffened. Even Troy's sneer faltered as recognition dawned. The mask vanished from Razeal's hand, crumbling into dust. His face, now revealed, was unmistakable. Levies took a light breath as the mask fell away, revealing the face beneath, his eyes narrowing. "That I knew it. It was him," he thought, but before Levy could react fully, Razeal moved. Shadows twisted at his side, coalescing into a blade of black energy once more. The weapon hissed like a living thing. Forming clean and sharp in his left hand, he raised it without hesitation, the tip of the blade leveling straight towards Troy's face. The young noble froze, his expression flickering shock, anger, disbelief all warring together in his eyes. Razeal's lips curved into a grin. "Oh, the Pillar family, is it? Then let me change my words for you." His voice carried across the street, calm, yet sharp as steel. "Take even one step, and I'll officially declare war on your family." Gasps erupted. The crowd jolted as if struck by lightning. Eyes widened, mouths fell open, hands clutched at chests. Murmurs spread like wildfire, disbelief and fear crawling through every throat. "He said, declare war? On the Rock family? Has he lost his mind? This man is insane," just as the rumors said. Even Levy, who had seen more of Razeal in the past week than most of them ever would, turned his head in daze. His eyes scanned Razeal's profile. War. The word didn't even fit inside Levy's brain. How could anyone say such a thing aloud and mean it? And for me, he wondered what might this dude be wanting from him. Now Troy's lips pressed into a tight, thin line, his face twitching as rage and humiliation battled against the instinct to back away. He wanted to tear this man apart for daring to insult his family like this. But then his body began to tremble, not from fear, but from power. Brown mana surged up around him, swirling like a storm. The cobblestones beneath his boots cracked and trembled, gravel rising in tiny ripples under the force of his energy. The air itself thickened, pressure rolling outward as if the earth itself bowed to him. That of course Troy recognized who stood before him. He wasn't ignorant. He had heard the fight yesterday, the strength and Ulm. But no matter how notorious this man was now, no matter how insane, crazy wild Troy could not let anyone speak such words about his family without answer. He shifted forward, just about to move, but just then a voice cut through the tension. A knight at his side, armored and grim, leaned in and hissed urgently, "Young master, don't." Troy's glare flicked to him, furious. "What did you just say?" The knight's voice was low but firm, dead serious. "He's not just crazy, he's strong. Stronger than all of us here combined. If you move against him now, we will all not mistake this for arrogance. He has already done what no one else would dare." The knight's tone was dead serious. He slapped Sir Arion in public. He laid hands on the Saintess. And yet, he's still alive. Luck? No, there's a reason. Everyone saw it yesterday. He went hand to hand with Lady Silva herself and survived. That he's dangerous, that we won't be able to match him. Troy's heart jolted at those words. He knew the truth of them. He knew the stories, the whispers. Still, humiliation burned hotter than reason. But the knight's gaze was unwavering, and the words were heavy with a weight he couldn't ignore. "Please," the knight pressed. "For your own life. For ours. Not now." Troy paused at this. That of course he knew all of it. But still, he turned his gaze toward Razeal. Razeal just stood there in silence, eyes locked on his, as if daring him to act. "Leave," Troy muttered through clenched teeth, forcing the order out. That he knew it might look shameless, even cowardly, but his papa had drilled it into him. Don't mess with a fight you can't win. That if you can't handle it yourself, step back. Family exists for a reason. Where your strength falls short, theirs will carry you. The knights stiffened, surprised by the order, but none disobeyed. The crowd parted quickly, nervously, creating a path for Troy and his guards. Murmurs rippled as they passed, but no one dared too loud. Troy turned sharply, cloak whipping behind him, his body taut with suppressed fury. He walked away with his head high, but inside, his rage seethed. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then someday. I'll make you pay. He didn't look back. He didn't dare. He might really lost his control. The street remained frozen even after the rock sun vanished from sight. And no one dared speak, and no one dared move. Razeal exhaled softly, his expression unchanging. He turned, shadow blade dissolving into nothing. Without a word, he reached out and gripped Levy's arm firmly. Before the stunned Levy could speak, shadows burst into form at Razeal's back, wings of darkness stretching wide. blotting out the light. With a single powerful beat, they lifted from the ground. Dust swirled in their wake as the two shot upward into the sky. Wah! Hey, where are you taking me? Levy screamed, his voice breaking as the air whipped past his face. The higher they rose, the smaller his words became, until his frantic cries faded into the clouds. The crowd below erupted into whispers at last, now free to breathe. FCK, that guy's really crazy. One man muttered, still shaking. He just declared war against the Pillar family like nothing. Another said, voice hushed with disbelief, that a woman clutched her child close. Mel, he's truly mad. And yet, several shop owners who knew Levy personally tilted their heads up toward the sky. Their expressions were conflicted to shock, fear, but also something else. Did he kidnap Joy? One asked, brow furrowed. No, I don't think so, another replied firmly. Joy looked fine with that. And didn't you guys see? He was protecting Joy. That's right, someone else added quickly. He even declared war for him. Who would do that if there wasn't something between them? The murmurs grew louder, theories spreading like fire. I wonder what that is. He even came to protect him, declaring war on Pillar House for his sake. IT must be something really important, right? Yeah, totally. Did I wonder what they're planning? But hey, I never imagined Joy to be a bad person. Well, yeah, it seems like he isn't all milk-white pure as we imagine him to be. Somewhere deep in the jungle, far away from the bustling market, the crowded streets, Razeal and Levy finally stood, facing each other. Razeal, though, just stood there, wearing his usual cold expression, as if he didn't know how to interact with people. Honestly, the most he could manage was saying a few words, and even then, it was all just cold. Yeah, maybe accept systems he can't manage or just doesn't bother to speak more than 2 sentences to anyone. Now he was just staring at Levy with that same expression, making Levy feel even more weirded out. The tension in the air was thick, but it was Levy who finally broke the silence, his voice hesitant yet straight. So what do you want now? Levy paused, his eyes locking with Razeal's. Well, if it's business, I'm afraid I can't help you right now. He hesitated, then added with a slightly sheepish look. It's not that I don't like you. Though I won't lie, that's part of it, but right now, things are different, because you just revealed your true face and saved me. Now, I'm a criminal too. Levy let out a frustrated sigh. So yeah, no business for me right now either. And if you're here to apologize, I want you. Razeal cut him off, speaking in a calm, controlled tone. Levy blinked, taken aback, and shook his head immediately. Nope, that I don't want any part of that. Razeal didn't seem surprised. You don't have a choice anymore, he said flatly. Like you said, the worst criminal in the Empire just helped you. And don't forget the Pillar family behind your back now. You have no chance. With a fluid motion, Razeal shed his black robe, revealing a sharp, tailored suit beneath. Art. All because I can work with you. Who knew you were him? Levy almost screamed, a black line appearing on his forehead in frustration. He threw his hands up, clearly exasperated. Seriously, this is a F-ked up. Razeal simply stared at him, not a hint of emotion in his expression. One question, Levy said, raising a finger as he locked eyes with Razeal, his gaze serious. Would you really have declared war on a rock family? Maybe, Razeal replied. They stared at each other for a long time, neither breaking the silence. And then Levy, exasperated, finally let out a deep sigh. All right, find out what's the job this time. His words were resigned, knowing full well that he had no other choice. The weight of the situation was pressing down on him, and despite his desire to escape, he knew he had no way out. If he didn't play along, things would get even worse. Razeal's lips curled upward slightly, a smirk playing on his features. Good, that's why I like intelligent people. We're going to the ocean, Razeal continued, his voice as steady as ever. Millions of miles away from the empire of Ethereum, deep within a ravine, darkened and unseen by the masses, a tall woman stood at the edge of a massive ravine, her long purple hair flowing behind her like the winds themselves obeyed her. The abyss before her was so deep that even the light could not fathom its depth. Her piercing violet eyes stared at the wretched form of a Ghost Clan member wriggling in her grip. The aura around her was nothing short of cold. Her voice was a chilling whisper, cutting through the silence with surgical precision. Who asked the Ghost Clan to assassinate my son? Maurice's voice broke the silence, soft but cutting. Her gaze locked onto the ghostly figure of the 8th ranked assassin she held in her hands, her eyes a chilling, emotionless void. The ghost, bound by her power, squirmed in her grip, fear radiating off its being. IT was powerless, a mere whisper of a threat now, yet still it fought for freedom. But Maurice's grip was unrelenting. Her eyes flashed with a cold purple glow, and the ghost, desperate, writhing, only intensified the suffocating silence. She spoke again, her voice an implacable force. Not this base either. With that, a deep purple fire ignited around the ghost's body, an unholy flame that consumed it entirely. The ghost screamed, but Marisa didn't care. She watched with impassive eyes as the fire burning, purging the creature from existence. Without a second glance, she let the burning, agonizing form slip from her fingers and fall into the ravine below. The sound of its descent was a distant, haunting echo. But Marisa didn't care, just disappeared from the place, as if she never existed. Just after she vanished, a few seconds later, boom, from deep within the ravine, a massive pillar of purple light shot upward, reaching into the sky like a jagged spear. It cracked the earth around it, sending shockwaves that reverberated across the land. The ground trembled, splitting open as the energy raged upward. Everything in its path. Everything was obliterated to a void of nothingness left in the wake of the purple fire. The light that pierced the heavens burned so intensely that it seemed as though it could destroy the very fabric of the world itself, destroying everything around it as the ground beneath turned to cosmic dust, annihilating any life if it even existed. Back in the Empire, Levy blinked rapidly, as if trying to clear his head. Ocean, his voice was laced with disbelief, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping up his spine. He didn't want to question Razeal, but the idea of going to the ocean was absurd to him. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Just why? He couldn't help but think out loud, wondering what's he planning or what this is all about. Like, why would anyone even want to go there? Ocean black, Razeal replied calmly. Levy's expression looked even more confusion. That old legend? The one spread by the crazy old man 60 years ago. His voice trailed off as he processed the absurdity of it all. If I'm right, it was something about a dark spot in the ocean where dead monsters and their cores gather. All because of the flow of the ocean, right? His eyebrows furrowed. But wasn't it just a myth? Just some bullshit from that old man who lost his mind? Razeal remained silent, but his eyes said everything. Levy's expression grew even more puzzled. What the hell is wrong with your head? He snapped, unable to hold back his disbelief. Do you even know how dangerous the ocean is? And the Black Ocean? It's not even real. It's just a myth, a DMN legend. And even if it were real, how are you going to find it? The ocean is vast. No one even knows how big it is. Wait, does it even have a fixed location for it? And if I remember correctly, according to that crazy old man, the ocean black moves that IT shifts every year. That IT doesn't stay in one place. How are you going to track it down? Levy had a weird expression on his face as he looked at Razeal, as if he had finally accepted that the rumors were true. This dude was really crazy. Razeal was just about to answer when his eyes suddenly went cold. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Levy, startling him. Levy's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened, caught completely off guard. What just happened? He looked around, disoriented, and then thud, a sharp sound cut through the air, followed by the crashing of something against a tree. Levy spun around. Razeal had reappeared in a blur, his hands holding Maria by the neck. Her back slammed hard against the rough tree bark. His grip was firm, unwavering, as he looked down at her with cold, calculating eyes. What are you doing here? Razeal's voice was as emotionless as ever, but there was an unmistakable edge to it now. He pushed her harder against the tree, his face inches from hers, his cold gaze locked onto hers. Maria gasped, struggling to breathe under his hold. Her body trembled, yet she tried to force a smile, despite the suffocating pressure. Do you treat all girls like this? Her voice was strained, barely a whisper, but there was a trace of defiance in her eyes as she tried to stare him down. Razeal didn't flinch. His grip tightened even more, making her squirm. I treat all my enemies like this, he said, his voice soft, almost detached. Tell me, what are you doing here, spying on me? Maria's face twisted in discomfort, but she didn't answer immediately. She was gasping for air, trying to push his hand away with weak hands. Razeal's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. Tell me, he growled, his grip tightening even further, before I really kill you. Razeal didn't flinch. His grip only tightened, forcing a strangled sound from her throat as Maria squirmed beneath his hold. I treat all my enemies like this, he said, voice calm, almost detached, the softness of it more terrifying than a roar. Now tell me, what are you doing here, spying on me? Before I kill you, that is. Maria stayed silent, her eyes locked on his, refusing to give him the satisfaction of fear. She let him see nothing, even as his hand pressed into the soft curve of her neck. Even though she was visibly uncomfortable, Razeal's gaze narrowed. For a long second he studied her face, then loosened his grip slightly, just enough to let her draw a ragged breath. His hand, however, remained around her neck. The threat lingered in every inch of his fingers that Maria's lips curved upward into the faintest smile. She wanted to look like she was in control, like the position she was in wasn't hopeless. But the reality was undeniable. She hadn't even seen it coming when he grabbed her, slammed her against a tree, and pinned her like a fragile thing in his grasp. Now her throat held in his grasp. The sheer difference in strength left her reeling, and yet Maria forced herself to look into his eyes with her usual triumph, her chin tilting up in defiance. "Kill me. I'm not so sure you can," she said softly, her voice strained but steady. "If you're running to the ocean, it only means one thing: you don't want problems here. Kill me now, and you'll be neck-deep in problems you can't escape. And no matter what you do, you won't be able to leave. And you know that, well, too, I might be weak, but Pillar Family is still a Pillar Family. So yes, you don't dare to kill me." She shifted under his hold, trying to pry herself free, but his hand didn't budge. But Razeal's eyes remained cold, his expression carved from ice. He leaned closer, his stare cutting through her defiance. "Try me," he whispered, the softness of his voice at odds with the violence coiled beneath it. She met his stare, unflinching, those eyes merciless. Uncaring, were unlike any she had ever seen. She knew killing her would cost him dearly, that would set fires neither of them could escape. Yet the way he looked at her made her believe he would do it anyway. To owe him. Her life carried no weight, no consequence. And still, she couldn't look away. There was something terrifyingly magnetic in his indifference, a pull that made her heart race for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. "I'll tell you." The words burst from her mouth before her fear drowned her courage. She gulped air. "I'm here to fulfill my bet of duel of honor. I lost, so off course I." Razeal didn't let her finish. Razeal's grip didn't ease. His cold voice cut through her excuse like a knife. "Don't lie that you're not that type of person." His fingers pressed tighter into her neck, and Maria's composure shattered. I'll tell," she gasped, her voice shaking now. I want you to teach me how you extracted your bloodline essence without dying." "Oh," that made him pause. Razeal narrowed his eyes. This request, it struck something in his memory. Yes, indeed, Maria had always carried a deep hatred for the Imperial family. Even in the original plot, though she wasn't a central character, her hostility had shown clearly. During the war, when Celestia summoned the 10 Pillar families, Maria, representing her own, had clashed with her. Razeal remembered well. Maria despised the Imperial's control over her bloodline. He could still picture her face, burning with rage the last time Celestia had seized her water element and forced her to submit. Maria had looked ready to devour her alive. Even though she knew Celestia could erase her existence with a single word, Razeal's eyes flickered thoughtfully. What Maria had just said wasn't entirely wrong. He only had 2 days left to escape the Empire. If he killed her here and now, her family would surely know. That would create far too many complications. He could think of ways to handle it, but none would be clean, and the 2 days would vanish in the mess. Yet he couldn't simply let her walk away either. She had overheard the conversation somehow. She knew too much. Even his perception and flow sense hadn't caught her eavesdropping. How? That fact alone unsettled him. But again, the main thing is she can't leave now. And he can't kill her either. So now he has to find a way to silence her without ending her life. That's the only option he had for now. But still, Razeal didn't move. His grip remained steady around Maria's slender neck. His cold eyes fixed on her face, he showed no sign of anger or hesitation, only that void-like calm that made every heartbeat louder. "And why?" he asked evenly. "Should I do that?" Maria's lips curled, her strained breath pushing past the iron hold on her throat. "I'll do anything. Just take this bloodline out of me." Her eyes gleamed with something close to madness. "You have nothing to offer me." Raziel's gaze didn't waver. "And why should I even consider helping you? Weren't you hostile toward me yesterday? What makes you think I won't believe you came for revenge?" Maria shook her head weakly, the bark scraping her back. "I'm not out. Let's make it clear I started it. You ended it. That makes us even, equal. Nothing left to hold on to." Her voice was steady despite her situation. "I've thought it over, and I don't see the point in holding on to something we've already paid for. What's done is done, and no one is time to waste on grudges." Razeal narrowed his eyes, studying her. "Oh, you sound desperate. So desperate you'd even throw away a grudge. I never imagined you capable of that. IT doesn't suit you. Last time I remember you were burning to kill me just for one slap. Honestly, this acting, it doesn't sound believable." Maria's smile thinned, but she pressed on, her voice cut sharper this time. "I'm literally asking you to strip away my bloodline, knowing full well that most of my strength rests on it. Even knowing I'll sacrifice everything I've built, my family inheritance, my advantage, my relationships, my everything oh, you think someone willing to give up everything would cling to a petty grudge? No, I'll give it up. All of it as long as you do it. You know pretty well you're the only one who's ever removed your bloodline essence and lived that I don't have any other option and I don't care. What it cost me, I just want you to do it. Her eyes burned with raw intensity. Iron in her words. Razeal tilted his head slightly. His eyes searched hers, cold and probing. So much hate. For your own bloodline, you'd give up your affinity itself, the foundation of your strength, just to sever the leash the Imperials have over you, that it only their control you despise? Or do you hate something deeper? Honestly, it sounds stupid even to him. Like, yeah, he gave up his bloodline, but it was of no use to him anyway. And not to mention the complicated family relationships he had that he knew that if he didn't give it up, they'd always be on his ass, trying to drag him back for family purity or whatever the FCK reason. Still, his eyes probed deeper. This didn't feel like a simple thirst for freedom from Imperial chains. This was hatred, not annoyance. Not resentment, that it was hatred. Deep, consuming hatred. He didn't understand it. He only kept staring, trying to read what lay beneath. That Maria's expression didn't shift, but something flickered in her gaze, too quick, too raw to hide. I asked you to do it, she said, her voice sharp, almost biting. Not to understand me. And I'm telling you, Razeal replied, his voice flat as steel, that I have no reason to help you. Maria inhaled sharply through her teeth, then gave a faint, bitter laugh. Because I know your plan. His grip tightened suddenly, cutting off her breath. Her body jerked against the tree, her lips parting in pain, but still she forced the words out. You won't let me go. Not now that I know you're running. You can't kill me either, so you'll have to keep me quiet somehow. Her lips curled despite the pressure on her throat. Take me with you to going to the ocean, aren't you? My affinity is water. In the ocean, nothing could be more useful than that. I'll help you. And after that, you'll help me. Razeal's expression didn't change. His hand didn't ease. And why should I trust you? What if this is all a ploy? What if you're planning something else? Maria's breath hitched. Her face was pale, her body trembling under his grip, but her eyes shone with fierce determination. Then take my bloodline out now, she rasped. If I'm lying, it's all you'll need as proof. And, as you can see, she gave a weak, almost mocking laugh through her struggle. And even now, I'm not strong enough to do anything to you anyway. So what can I do later? Don't try to act smartass. Razeal's voice was cold, steady as steel. His hand didn't waver around her throat. If you lose your bloodline, what worth will you have to me? Maria's lips trembled, but she forced herself to meet his gaze. I have nothing else I can prove to you with. I only want to show you I meant every word. You know as well as I do, going into the ocean is forbidden, and no one from the Empire can follow. Even if I sent a signal, no one could come. Not even the Dukes. Her chest rose and fell fast as she searched his eyes. Isn't that why you're running there? Because there's no other way. You can't live anywhere else. Your family will hunt you down. You want to vanish into the ocean before those 2 days are up. Before that BTCH's words to your mother are fulfilled. Isn't that it? If you didn't ran to ocean, you'll have nowhere to live or hide. You family definitely won't let you to you want to run, isn't that it? Razeal's face stayed unreadable. Not a flicker betrayed him. But slowly, his grip loosened around her throat. Maria smirked, tasting victory as oxygen rushed back into her lungs. She tilted her head, lips parting, ready to gloat. Victory curled across her lips, but before she could savor it, Razeal's hand snapped upward. 2 fingers forced past her lips, forcing themselves deep in her mouth before she could jerk away. Victory had just curled across her lips, but before she could savor it, Razeal's hand snapped upward. 2 fingers forced past her lips, forcing themselves deep in her mouth before she could jerk away. Her eyes widened in shock as she gagged. Her muffled protest cracked in her throat as he pinned her against the tree. Immovable, but his strength was absolute. She couldn't stop him. Blood affinity surged around his fingers, a scarlet aura that pulsed with menace. Then he shoved it down her throat. Maria gagged, thrashing, nails scraping against his arm as she tried to fight him off, but his strength was merciless. His control absolute. The blood burned cold and heavy as it slid deep down into her throat. When he was satisfied, he pulled his hand back. Her knees buckled as she stumbled forward, coughing and spitting, her face contorted with rage and disgust. What? What did you make me drink? She gasped, her voice hoarse as she wiped her lips with trembling hands. Razeal calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped his wet fingers, the faint trace of her saliva gleaming in the dim light. His expression never shifted. Nothing, he said evenly. A forbidden skill of mine. If you ever think of betraying me, it will torture you first, and if I will it, it can kill you. Now, you can come with me. Maria's eyes blazed. Humiliation scorched her chest as she watched him clean his fingers with that calm disdain, like she was nothing more than dirt clinging to him. The urge to strike him, to smash her fist into his face, rose like fire. She drew back her arm, and pain lanced through her chest. She collapsed with a strangled cry, clutching herself as if invisible chains were crushing her ribs. The agony was unbearable, racking her body until she fell to her knees, convulsing. Ark, what? What did you? She gasped, her voice breaking with every jolt. Razeal crouched slightly, his eyes cold as steel as he looked down at her writhing on the ground. I told you, he said, calm and cruel. If you so much as think of turning against me, you'll feel pain to do it again, and it will kill you. He said while releasing his control, withdrawing the invisible strings he had pulled with his blood manipulation. Of course, there was no forbidden skill. That was his ally. In truth, he had merely forced his blood into her and was manipulating it now, twisting her own body with his control. But she didn't know that it was real. Maria lay on the ground, chest heaving, her hair a tangled mess. Slowly, painfully, she pushed herself to her feet. Her legs trembled, her breaths ragged, her once proud gaze was fractured now, shards of fear gleaming through the cracks. Don't think of testing me again, Razeal said quietly. His tone was calm, but the weight of his words pressed down harder than any shout. Maria swallowed hard, her throat burning. For the first time in years, she felt genuine fear bloom in her chest. She had been toyed with, manipulated, shackled by something she couldn't see or fight. Razeal gave a slow, deliberate glance over her. Now you can come, he said simply. His tone was still calm, detached as though nothing that had just happened mattered to him. Then, after a pause, I trust you understand your situation. Then he turned around, his expression unreadable. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to carry her with him. But time was short, and Maria might be useful. That a noble gray bloodline, affinity with water, in the ocean. She could be an asset, but he would keep her close, controlled, shackled in illusion. All right, fine, but you'll take my bloodline out after, right? Maria's lips still burned from his fingers, but she didn't comment on it. She just wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, straightened herself, and asked quietly, almost carefully. Razeal's face didn't change. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. I don't have a way to do it yet, but I'll find one. Maria narrowed her eyes, studying him. And how am I supposed to trust you won't go back on your words? I gave my word. He looked straight in her eyes, cold and steady. I don't go back. Maria's lips parted, the protest ready on her tongue. This man had just shackled her with some cursed blood technique, bound her body in pain, and now expected her to trust a promise. But then she saw his eyes calm, sharp, impenetrable. Bit the just shut it again. All right, hope you mean it. I never break my word. His gaze didn't shift. I said I'd defeat you without even fighting. Did we fight? Maria froze. Her lips parted, but no words came. She turned her head to the side, brushing dirt from her once pristine blue dress, hiding her expression in the small, deliberate movement. The air of the Grave family, reduced to dusting herself off like a scolded child. Razeal didn't linger. He turned away from her and walked back to Levy. Levy had been silent the entire time, watching the scene unfold from start to finish. His eyes flicked from Maria, still composed despite her humiliation, back to Razeal, who stood like nothing had happened. Levy finally spoke. She's the heiress of the Grave family, isn't she? He pointed toward Maria. Yeah, Razeal answered without hesitation. His face betrayed no concern. What about it? Levy's mouth opened, then shut. His thoughts tangled in his head. The fourth son of a pillar family was already untouchable, and this woman, she's not just some daughter, she's the heiress, the only child. If anyone so much as brushed her wrong, her family would burn half the empire to the ground except some few. And this dude, he's choking her, throwing her on the ground, forcing fingers down her throat. And he doesn't care. Honestly, he really doesn't know how to treat a lady like a lady. Levy rubbed the back of his neck and shook his head. Nothing, forget it. Razeal studied him for a moment, then asked simply, so are you coming with me or not? Levy blinked. What? I need you. Razeal said flatly, and oh pretense, and oh disguise. His tone was a simple statement of fact. If you don't come, it'll be harder for me to manage what's next. Levy stared at him, baffled. What do you mean coming with you or not? You don't even know where to go. Forget the location for a second. Have you thought about the rest? The monsters in the ocean, the portals and rifts that open under the wave thousands of times more often than on land. The ocean creatures themselves, the currents, the storms, even food, and that's ignoring the fact that if I go with you, I'll be branded an enemy of the Empire, a criminal for stepping foot into the ocean. Only in Edie, Levy was rattling off every reason he shouldn't go with them, but Raziel cut him off before he could say more. His voice was quiet but carried weight. I know where to find it. Levy's rant stalled. His still stayed open as cut mid-words, the words dying in his throat. Slowly he asked how. Raziel's eyes gleamed faintly, his face as unreadable as ever. Atlantis, that IT have location to Ocean Black. At which Levy just dragged a hand down his face, groaning. And how are we supposed to find that also? Atlantis was a legend too, do you hear yourself? His head throbbed as though every word Raziel spoke was a nail being hammered into his skull. Talking to this guy is like talking to a dumb idiot, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Myra remained quiet. She didn't show any judgment yet. After all, she knew him better than Levy. This was the same man who had stood against the entire empire and still survived not by strength, but through sheer intelligence. She remembered he had slipped into the academy trials while branded one of the empire's most wanted, forced the academy to protect him from church knights, wormed his way into the royal classroom without forming team, slapped a duke's heir in the face in front of whole empire, and still walked away alive, declared a duel of honor, then won at that too without actual fight. He pulled strings, twisted situations, and somehow always survived. If not for his arrogance and reckless pride, Maria might have admired him more. But those flaws made him act stupid, sometimes like the fight with Silva, which was pointless and unnecessary, even to her eyes. Still, she couldn't deny it. Beneath the bad personality and ego, Raziel was brilliant. Still, even she hesitated now. Atlantis, a name heavy with myth, that of course she knew it. Every child in the Empire who read history had heard the stories, and she had water affinity, and yet she didn't know the legend of a kingdom sunk beneath the sea. Impossible. Even her mother had dismissed it as nothing more than a story, since no evidence had ever been found. Maybe if the Empire hadn't banned ocean exploration, she would have ventured there herself just to see if it was real. Atlantis. So you're saying you know where Atlantis is? Levy asked, pressing him this time, just wanting to crush this guy with common sense. No. The answer came flat, immediate. Levy stared at him. His mouth opened, then closed again. His head dropped back, and he exhaled slowly, fighting the urge to tear his own hair out. Then how are we supposed to find it? He asked, voice strained, almost pleading. That old man, Raziel said calmly. The one who spread the story about the Black Ocean, that he's been there, that he knows that we'll get him. And he'll take us there. That crazy old man. It's been 60 years since he spread that story. And wait. If I remember right, the Empire declared him a rogue criminal back then. But he escaped, didn't he? Levy frowned, piecing it together. That wasn't that why his tales got so famous in first place. And if I'm not wrong, they caught him 30 years ago. Is he even alive? I know about him. He's an eternal hold. Maria cut in, arms folded as she looked at Levy. For some reason, they didn't execute him. The Empire locked him away in their prison instead. Raziel gave a short nod. He had already known. Levy turned to him, his eyes narrowing, but then he just sighed as though words kept trying to escape, but withering on his tongue. Finally, he exhaled sharply. So, how are you going to ask him then? Eternal Hold doesn't allow visits. Not even family, no exceptions that TOC someone inside. You need the permission of the Imperial family themselves. He blinked. You're not going to convince them, are you? No. Raziel's answer was immediate. Levy stared. Then how? We're going to take him out of Eternal Hold. The words landed like a blade in the silence. That Levy's eyes widened. His voice pitched upward, almost cracking. Impossible. No one has ever broken that prison. Not once in history. Even if you were strong enough, no one even knows where it's hidden. Wiped off every map. That's why it's called Eternal Hold. You go in, and you never come out. Raziel rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Don't worry about it. That I'll get in. Levy blinked, stunned by the casual tone. Get in. Raziel's lips curled, but his voice remained calm, almost bored. Don't worry, it'll be done. Levy stepped forward, exasperated. Tell me how. At least tell me that much. How you just plan to walk into Eternal Hold. Raziel raised one finger and said, crime. Both Levy and Maria's heads snapped toward him, their brows twitching, jumping at the same time. Crime? What crime? Crime, what kind of crime? Levy asked, his voice carrying a sharp edge of worry. His brows furrowed, his tone skeptical, and his lips pressed into a thin line. He wasn't sure if Raziel was insane or if he had just decided to drag him down into madness along with him. You do realize, right? Levy continued, his voice lowering, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. No one ends up in that kind of prison for small crimes. Only the worst of the worst get the honor of being thrown there. That I've heard there's barely a difference between the death penalty and eternal hold. In fact, he leaned in slightly, as though the shadows themselves might overhear him. Eternal hold is worse. People would rather take a clean death than rot in that place forever. Raziel, however, remained utterly calm, his cold eyes betraying no ripple of doubt or hesitation. He simply shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for that. All I need to know from you is one thing." His gaze locked directly on Alevi's. "Are you coming or not?" The jungle air around them seemed to still. For a moment, even the rustling of leaves quieted, as if the trees themselves were waiting for Levi's answer. Levi looked back at him, his throat tightening. His thoughts ran wild. He wasn't a fighter, not some brave warrior who laughed in the face of danger. He was just a businessman, a merchant who tried to survive by keeping his head low, by playing clever, by navigating dangerous waters with words and numbers, not swords and blood, and definitely not a lunatic who will go to death for fun. Finally, he let out a long sigh and muttered, "I don't know what I mean." He rubbed the back of his neck nervously, his voice uneven. "Here at worst I'll die, and there at best I'll die. Honestly, is there even a difference? What's the point? I won't let you die." Raziel cut him off sharply. His voice carried a weight of certainty that made Levi pause. The words weren't shouted. They were spoken quietly, firmly, as if he were stating a fact rather than making a promise. Levi blinked at him. Something in the way Raziel spoke made it hard to dismiss his words as nonsense, though every logical part of him screamed to run. "What's the job, then?" Levi asked, lips twitching. He himself didn't know why he was entertaining this. Any smart man would have walked away, told Raziel he was crazy, and never looked back. And yet, here he was, waiting for the answer. "Job," Raziel repeated calmly, as though the word was foreign to him. His expression didn't shift. His tone stayed steady, detached. "Yeah, you'll know when the time comes. For now, just come with me." Levi's lips twitched harder. His eyes went wide in disbelief. "So, let me get this straight. You want me to come with you, risk my life, walk straight into the jaws of death itself, without even knowing what the actual job is?" Raziel nodded once, without hesitation. Levi's shoulders slumped. For a moment, he had no words, only silence. Even Maria, who had been leaning against a tree nearby, watching the two of them in silence, let her face twist into a judgmental expression. Her sharp blue eyes narrowed at Raziel, her brows furrowed in disbelief. "Now he seems like he's not that smart," Maria thought. She couldn't hold back the small shake of her head. Honestly, she had expected more from Raziel. She'd seen how ruthless, cunning, and unpredictable he could be. But now, looking at him calmly demand this ridiculous thing from Levi, she couldn't help but wonder if he was just bluffing through life with luck and recklessness. Levi, meanwhile, exhaled and pushed his glasses up with one finger. Well," he said slowly, "but tell me this at least. What's my payment for this suicidal job of yours?" It was a test. He didn't expect anything real. In fact, Levi had already braced himself for Raziel's typical cold, vague non-answer. He was even ready to curse him out for it. And, just as he expected, Raziel wasn't straightforward. "Well, that depends." Raziel began. Levi's eyebrows jumped high. Depends on what?" His voice raised, exasperated, as though he was talking to a child who couldn't grasp the basics of a deal. He wanted to give Raziel a piece of his mind, maybe even throw a few lecture, but when his eyes met Raziel's, he stopped cold, because the expression on Raziel's face wasn't mocking. It wasn't careless. It was serious. Dead serious. He's definitely not joking. Levi thought, his heartbeat skipping. His mouth went dry. For the first time, he realized this wasn't some game Raziel was playing as. What he was thinking, he was just F-kin around with him. Finally, Raziel continued, his tone steady, unwavering. "Look, there are two choices. First, I'll give you whatever you want, anything." He let the words hang in the air, his gaze unwavering, as if daring Levi to test him. Levi froze, his frown deepened, his thoughts spinning. "Whatever I want." He searched Raziel's eyes for some sign of a lie, joking or anything, but found none. Raziel continued before Levi could speak. "Or the second choice, be my partner." Maria fell silent. Her gaze flicked between the two men listening to their bullshit, suddenly stopped scratching at the bark of the tree, and went still. She looked at Levi more closely now, scanning him from head to toe. She didn't see anything remarkable. His aura was weak, his mana barely noticeable. Nothing about him screamed special. And yet, here Raziel was giving him options, giving him so much importance. She chewed the inside of her cheek. He could have just forced him to, like he forced me. But with this weak man, he's trying to persuade. Why? Levy, too, stood frozen, almost dazed. He stared into Raziel's serious face, trying to understand the logic, the hidden reason, the angle behind this offer. And what do I get by being your partner? Levy finally asked, his voice quieter this time, almost cautious. He didn't even know why he was bothering. Maybe he just wanted to hear what kind of absurd answer Raziel would give. Nothing, Raziel replied instantly, without hesitation. Levy blinked. Nothing. Yes. And for the first time, a small, sharp grin tugged at the corner of Raziel's lips. Maria just threw her hands up in her hair and groaned quietly, scratching at her scalp in frustration. What the FCK is going on here? She thought. This makes no sense at all. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with unspoken thoughts. The three of them stood there, the jungle wind whispering through the trees, carrying the weight of Raziel's offer. Levy stared at him for what felt like hours, his thoughts circling endlessly. Was this lunatic serious? Was there really no hidden reward? No benefit? Only danger and madness. Levy was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh, shout, or walk away. Silence stretched. You're very bad at doing business, you know that. Levy spat, rolling his eyes so hard they almost disappeared into his skull. His tone dripped with sarcasm. But underneath it there was a tremor, the kind that came when a man realized he had already stepped too far into dangerous waters. Raziel didn't flinch. His face remained calm, his eyes cold and steady as always. He ignored the jab entirely and asked in his usual, direct manner. So which one do you choose? Levy hesitated. His lips parted, closed, then parted again. His heart pounded against his chest, as though warning him not to make a mistake he couldn't undo. His head screamed at him to walk away, to reject this madness. And yet, something else tugged at him, like a voice screaming, FCK it. Both options were worse than the other. And why the FCK was he even choosing it anyways? It was like being asked, do you want to die crushed under an orc's ass, or eaten alive by goblins? What difference did it make? Why pretend there was a choice? I will. Levy dragged out the words, his hand covering his face in disbelief at what he was about to say. I'll go with being a partner. He face-bombed immediately, groaning internally that I must be out of my mind. Maybe I've finally gone crazy. Why the hell did I choose this? This isn't logical. This isn't smart. This just feels, he exhaled shakily, it feels like the only option. Raziel didn't show much reaction, no smile, no widened eyes, no visible satisfaction. But for just a brief second, his lips curved upward in the faintest smirk, before returning to their usual straight line. Welcome to the team, he said plainly, extending his left hand toward Levy. The gesture alone shocked Levy to his core. He blinked at it, dumbfounded as his eyes darted from the hand to Raziel's face and back. Wait. Really? His expression screamed. Last time, when he had tried to extend a hand, during their first deal, Raziel hadn't even acknowledged it. He had brushed him off completely, leaving Levy feeling like he was shaking hands with air. And now, suddenly, this crazy, unreadable man was offering his hand first. Levy's thoughts scrambled to make sense of it, but he didn't let hesitation rob him of the moment. Without a word, he clasped Raziel's hand firmly, shaking it hard, perhaps harder than necessary, as though trying to cement the reality of it. For the first time, it didn't feel like he was being ignored or taken as enslaved. Raziel's grip was cold, steady, unwavering. He didn't speak, didn't soften, but he didn't pull away either. The handshake lasted just long enough to mean something, and then he let go. From the side, Maria's voice broke the silence. Will I get this treatment too? She asked, her tone sharp, tinged with jealousy. She didn't even try to hide. Her arms crossed under her chest, her blue eyes narrowing slightly to her. The scene was infuriating. She genuinely thought this weakling, whoever he is, was getting too much consideration from Raziel, even more than she should have deserved. That of course she would feel bitter. Raziel had bound her under some secret technique, forcing her compliance, treating her like a prisoner. But this man, he was being handed offers, choices, handshakes. Why him? Don't try to act familiar with me. Raziel cut her off instantly, turning his cold gaze toward her. His voice carried no warmth, no hesitation. We are not. Maria sneered, her lips curling as she turned her head away. Maybe he didn't put that suspicious liquid inside Levy because he's too weak to be a threat. Nothing to be cautious of. That of course a rabbit gets treated better than a lion. She convinced herself with that thought, but the bitterness in her chest only burned hotter. All right, enough chatting. I don't have time. Raziel's voice snapped through the tension like a blade, shifting the atmosphere back to business in an instant. Whatever faint hint of camaraderie had appeared in his handshake with Levy vanished as quickly as it had come. His face reset to cold steel. Levy sighed under his breath, rubbing his temple, but he didn't comment. He already knew this was how Razeal worked. Detached, efficient, uncaring once the moment passed. Go buy a ship, Razeal ordered, his tone sharp and final. Wait for me at the northern coast of the Empire. We'll need a big one. Have it ready before tomorrow noon. I'll be there before afternoon. Levy's eyes widened, his mouth opened. Wait, what ship? His voice cracked with disbelief, but he stumbled back a step, blinking rapidly as though trying to process the absurdity. You just drop something like that on me and walk away. What ship? Where the hell am I supposed to get a ship? Razeal turned his head back, his gaze locking onto Levy's. His expression was as cold as ever, but his words cut clean through the air. Buy it. Levy froze, his lips twitched uncontrollably. Buy it, buy it. Do you think ships grow on trees? Do you think I just keep one in my back pocket? His tone was half outrage, half despair, his mind racing. I don't have a ship. Where's a ship, huh? He threw his arms wide. Black lines practically etched onto his face as his frustration boiled over. He barely managed to keep from screaming at him. Buy it, Razeal repeated calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Then, without waiting for further protest, he turned his back again. Levy nearly ripped his hair out. But I don't have any money. How the hell am I supposed to? You have... Razeal interrupted smoothly, his voice quiet but firm. He didn't look back this time. His shadowed figure simply kept walking, his robe billowing behind him as the faint shimmer of wings began to form at his back. Levy blinked, stunned. What? I have. The one you earned from me. Use that, Razeal replied, his voice echoing as his wings fully unfurled. Massive shadows stretching outwards, blotting pieces of light between the trees. Before Levy could argue further, before Maria could comment, Razeal took one powerful leap, his wings beating once, twice, and his figure shot upward into the sky like a dart. Within seconds, he was gone, vanishing into the clouds. Levy stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the patch of sky where Razeal had disappeared moments ago. His hands slowly dragged across his face, rough and heavy, as though he could rub away the reality of what had just happened. His palm covered his eyes, then slid down his cheeks, leaving his glasses tilted. What the hell have I gotten myself into? He muttered, his voice trembling between frustration and resignation. His chest rose and fell heavily as he tried to steady his breath. Was this guy already behind my ass for money? The thought slipped in, sharp and unpleasant. For the first time, Levy wondered if he was being scammed. The worst kind of scam. Not one that robs gold, but one that dragged his whole life into madness. But then, after a long breath, he exhaled. Buy a ship, huh? His lips twitched bitterly. Of course it had to be something like that. On the surface, it sounded simple. But ships weren't something one just picked up at the corner market. They were treasures of wood, iron, enchantments, and manpower. Only criminals, pirates, or extremely connected merchants could buy them without 100 layers of politics. The irony stung. Buying a ship was legal. Technically, anyone could. But there was a catch. Once someone sailed into the ocean that way, there was no coming back. It was an unspoken law of the Empire. The Empire didn't stop anyone from leaving. In fact, they welcomed it. It was profitable for them. After all, it was mostly criminals who chose that path. Criminals looking to flee punishment, running away from chains or nooses. Why bother chasing them down? Let them go. Let the ocean itself punish them. Out there, life was brutal in Ogards. No Empire law, no mercy, just endless water and monsters the size of cities. No1 ever came back. No1. Except one man, OFC, that one old lunatic 60 years ago, who staggered back with his tales of ocean black. Levy swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. His hand slipped in his hair, scratching his scalp as he sighed again, heavier this time. What am I supposed to do with this? Where do I even start? A voice broke his spiraling thoughts. Buying ships, and you? Maria had stepped forward, her arms crossed beneath her chest, her posture screaming nobility and disdain. The arrogance in her tone was sharp enough to cut. Her blue eyes narrowed on him, suspicion gleaming in every corner. Do you even know how many connections one needs to buy a ship? She pressed, her voice dripping judgment. Merchants don't just smile and hand them out. Only wealthy criminals do. And you don't even look the part. Levy turned his head toward her. His hand froze mid-scratch. His mouth opened, then closed. His eyes flicked up at her, meeting the sharpness of her gaze. Before darting away again, he swallowed hard. This wasn't just anyone standing before him. She was Maria, heiress of the Gray family. One of the 10 pillar houses, an existence far above his own. And here she was, looking him over as though he were dirt clinging to her shoes. Levy felt awkward, small, like a man caught in a spotlight. What's your name? She asked finally, her tone dismissive, eyes still judging. Levy hesitated, then adjusted his glasses. Joy. She blinked. What? My name, he clarified again. It's Joy. Maria tilted her head slightly, her lips curling in faint distaste. Joy. HM. Strange. Never heard of it. Doesn't sound noble. That doesn't sound like anything. She gave a faint, mocking smile. But since that arrogant boy asked you to do something, I presume you can actually do it. So, which means you have someone special or hidden. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Is this a fake name? A false identity? Her suspicion was clear, her tone laced with accusation. She had seen too many people hide behind false names and masks. In her mind, it made sense. Why else would Razeal treat this weak-looking man so seriously? There had to be something hidden, something she couldn't see. Levy smiled faintly, adjusting his frames again. Fake identity? I don't know about that, but people do call me odd. Meanwhile, high above, slicing through the clouds like a beam of black light, Razeal cut across the sky. Razeal soared through the sky, a streak of black cutting across blue. His shadowy wings beat steadily, propelling him forward with lethal grace. The cold wind tore at his clothes, but his expression remained the same sharp, unreadable cold. So, was he really that important? The system's voice broke into his thoughts, curious as ever. What job are you even planning with him? I thought you'd just use him to buy a ship and then leave him here, running off to the sea yourself. Razeal didn't answer. His dark eyes stayed locked on the horizon, unblinking. Not telling. Now that's rare. Must be something really important. The system's chuckle was sly, needling, like it was poking at a truth it already knew. Shut your mouth. Razeal's voice was cold, blunt, dismissive, but the system wasn't done. Oh, one thing I've been wondering, back there, if Levy Aria hadn't said anything or slapped that kid's face, would you really have left him to die? Like, really, would you have walked away? Razeal's silence stretched through the wind. His wings cut the air with rhythmic beats, his cloak fluttering violently behind him. Finally, his lips parted. What do you think? He asked back, voice calm but heavy. The system didn't hesitate. You wouldn't? There was another long pause. The only sound was the rushing wind as Razeal soared higher, faster. Maybe, he whispered at last. The system for once stayed quiet. Minutes passed in silence before it finally spoke again, softer this time. So, what crime are we doing? Going to prison the same day you did crime doesn't sound possible. Razeal's eyes lowered to the empire sprawled beneath him, vast and glittering like a jewel. His gaze was calm, his expression as cold as the sky around him. You'll know, he replied simply, his voice disappearing into the rushing wind. The system muttered after a pause, almost a whisper, just don't get in deep it. But Razeal didn't answer, he only flew faster, a black shadow vanishing across the horizon. Razeal stood high atop a tall tree, its branches creaking faintly beneath his weight. His eyes locked on the sight before him, sharp and calculating. Far in the distance, a massive structure loomed, a circular fortress of pale stone and towering pillars that pierced the sky. The architecture radiated solemnity. A place built not just for function, but for AWT its heart. A portal shimmered, a crackling whirl of unstable blue light that flickered and hissed with violent sparks. It wasn't the calm flow of a low-ranked gate. And oh, this was a living storm, raging in silence. The structure almost resembled a temple, regal and intimidating. Crimson carpets stretched out from the portal's base like a royal pathway, bordered on each side by thick silver chains engraved with runes. Decorative, yes, but also practical. Each chain humming faintly with restraining magic. It was meant to remind onlookers that this was no ordinary gate. It was an empire-owned passage, heavily controlled. Razeal's gaze flicked toward the guards. Dozens of knights in polished armor stood stationed along the perimeter, their weapons gleaming, stances sharp. Even from here, the aura they radiated was enough to make the weak tremble. Not a single one of them was below 5th rank, each one a seasoned warrior or mage whose very presence was a threat. And yet, none of that deterred Razeal. His eyes weren't on them anyway. His focus lingered on the words engraved above the portal in silver fire. 6th rank portal, the land of ice. Beneath the title, glowing numbers ticked down like a clock. 0.54 years, 0.12 days, 0.3 hours, 0.15 minutes. Seconds vanished steadily, one by one. The count merciless. Razeal's lips curled slightly, though his expression remained cold. I need to be fast, or I'll be late. It would be sad if I was late, he muttered to himself softly. Then, without hesitation, he tapped his foot lightly against the branch beneath him. The wood groaned, creating a small sound, and in that instant his figure blurred, he disappeared. The next moment, the portal's blue surface rippled faintly, like a pebble tossed into still water. And no sound, no light, just a subtle disturbance. And he entered inside, None of the knights noticed. Well, almost none. Point one. Knight, positioned closest to the swirling gateway, furrowed his brows as he glanced at the portal, eyes narrowing as he caught the faintest ripple. His instincts prickled. But when he focused, there was nothing. The portal was calm once more, its crackling blue light steady, merciless. Still, unease settled in his chest. He turned his head sharply. "Oi, everyone, listen up." His voice carried authority, loud and commanding. The others looked his way. "Today we need to be extra careful. The young lady of the Dragonweaver family has entered this gate." His tone was firm, edged with a warning. "We cannot afford even the slightest mistake. If anything happens inside while we're on guard, our heads will roll. I say, we close entry for the rest of the day, no risks." Murmurs rippled through the knights. Some frowned, some nodded, others sighed at his nervousness. "Calm yourself," one of them said, resting his blade on his shoulder. "She's the daughter of the Dragonweaver family, as you said yourself. You truly think anyone would dare harm her? She's as untouchable as they come. And even if something did happen," another knight added, smirking faintly, "what could we do? She's stronger than most of us combined already, if not more, despite her age. And don't forget she didn't enter alone. Her two chosen protectors went with her. Both of them radiated strength beyond our comprehension. We'd only get in the way." A third knight, younger but eager, leaned in. Well, the red-haired man was clearly Dragonweaver blood, no mistaking that flame aura. But the other one, the young man with orange hair, I don't think he's from the Dragonweaver line. Probably an outsider chosen by them. Whoever he is, he wouldn't be chosen lightly. The uneasy knight crossed his arms, lips pressed thin. "Regardless, stay sharp. Remember her mother. The Duchess isn't called the wildest in all the Empire's history for no reason." At that reminder, a shiver ran through the gathered knights. Even the most confident among them fell quiet, recalling the woman's reputation. Unrivaled power, merciless rage. None of them wanted to be the reason for provoking her wrath. So, with tense silence settling over the group, they refocused on their posts, weapons in hand, eyes sharp, hearts pounding faintly with unease, unaware that the very intruder they feared had already slipped through their defenses. Inside the portal the world spun. Blue light engulfed him. Then, in an instant, the spinning spree settled. Razeal exhaled slowly as his boots crunched against the ground beneath him. He looked down. White. Pure, endless white. Snow. The landscape stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast frozen wilderness swallowed in layers of ice and frost. Each breath he took was crisp and sharp, the cold burning his lungs, misting visibly in the frigid air. The sky overhead was a heavy gray, clouds thick and unyielding, as though sunlight itself had been banished. The wind howled across the plains, carrying snowflakes that stung like sharp blades. Around him, the trees stood tall yet lifeless, skeletal frames encased in frost. Their branches sagged beneath the weight of snow, bending low, threatening to snap at any moment. Mountains loomed far in the distance, jagged white peaks rising like teeth against the bleak horizon. Razeal crouched slightly, scooping a handful of snow into his palm. The icy powder clung to his skin, biting at his flesh, melting slightly from his body's warmth. He let it slip between his fingers, watching it scatter into the wind. Phew! He let out a long breath, his voice muffled by the vast silence. It really is a completely different environment in here. He stood slowly, his cloak whipping violently against the wind. His eyes narrowed, scanning the frozen world with careful calculation. Snow stretched in every direction. The land of ice was exactly as its name promised. But Razeal's expression didn't shift. His lips barely curved. Anyways, he shook his head. There was no time to waste. Every second here mattered. And he wasn't about to squander it staring at the endless horizon of snow, even though it was first time he saw actual snow without hesitation. Razeal bent his knees and leapt, his body soaring up like a drawn spear before landing soundlessly atop the thick branch of a towering, frost-bitten pine tree. From his new vantage point, he crouched low, his eyes scanning the frozen expanse beneath him. The branches groaned beneath his weight, snow scattering into the frigid wind. His breathing slowed, calm and precise, every muscle in his body tuned for the hunt. "If I'm not wrong, this is the same place where that incident happened, right?" The system's voice slithered into his head, quiet but pointed. "Yeah," Razeal replied lightly, eyes narrowing as his senses stretched outward. He was simultaneously searching, probing with both instinct and flow perception for the faint fluctuations that betrayed monsters lurking nearby. Right now, he had one priority before all others: collecting dark mana. Without it, the plan he carried in his head was useless. And to gather it, monsters needed to die. So wait. The system's voice sharpened suddenly, carrying an almost shocked tone. You mean you're really doing that thing, host? For the crime? Razeal's didn't showed any expression. Don't talk to me for the next 10 minutes. I need concentration. He closed his eyes, letting his breathing steady. His keen hearing expanded outward, focusing on every scrape of paw against ice, every subtle vibration of something moving through the snow. The forest wasn't silent. IT was alive, brimming with things too dangerous for the weak to even comprehend. Then 15 minutes later, the snow cracked beneath the weight of a corpse. Raziel stood tall, his black robe swaying in the icy wind, as he stood atop the massive body of Snow Wolf, but not like the lesser ones. This one was nearly 20 feet long, its thick white fur streaked with unnatural black feather-like lines that shimmered faintly, a mark of its mutation. Its head lolled uselessly in the snow, crimson staining the icy ground. Raziel's left hand plunged deep into the beast's chest. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, wet and sharp. Then, with a slow pull, he ripped free a massive, perfectly spherical monster cord. IT pulsed faintly, radiating with dark mana only he could feel so. Concentrated, it warped the air around it. Its color was not the usual deep, corrupt black, like a chunk of crystallized void. Raziel didn't hesitate. He clenched it in his hands, letting the darkness within him surge forth. The core dimmed. Black color dissolving instantly as its contents were devoured by the abyss inside him. Dark mana successfully absorbed. 100%, plus 100 million mana, MP. Increased shadow affinity after absorption. Host mana, MP, has increased. System notifications flashed across his vision, but he barely spared them a glance. He looked down at his mana bar instead, watching the numbers shift violently upward. Mana. MP 106 million mana. MP 206 million. At a low exhale escaped his lips. His wings flickered into existence behind him, great sweeping constructs of shadow that curved outward like blades. All right. Enough time wasted, he muttered. Then, with a flap of his wings, he shot forward straight toward the direction he had already locked on a minute ago. His speed tore the snow before him, a black streak cutting across the pale world. It wasn't for those skills that he urgently needed mana. If it had been part of his plans, he wouldn't have wasted this time, but anyways his eyes was always on that side. But right now, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any more, so he shot straight in that direction. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in the snow jungle, the forest here was suffocatingly quiet, an oak bird, and wolves howling. Just the hiss of the wind through skeletal branches, and in that silence, a figure staggered through the snow. In an NGH, Rangard, I never imagined you would betray me. Nancy's words slipped weakly from her lips, her breath fogging faintly in the air. Her snow-pale body shivered violently, not from cold but from something far more disgusting. Her skin was flushed red, unnaturally so, as though fever and fire raged in her veins. Every step was agony, her body refusing to obey her will. She stumbled, her arms dangling limply at her sides as they no longer responded. The blood of dragons ran in her veins, her lineage blessed with resilience and power beyond most mortals. Yet right now, she could barely stand the venom. Or perhaps something worse was ripping through her body, overwhelming even her draconic heritage. Her breaths came fast, ragged. Her eyes burned as she fought to keep them open, forcing them wide whenever they dared to close. Her willpower was formidable, forged from pride and lineage, but even that was buckling. Her legs buckled. No. With one final gasp, her body gave out. She collapsed backward into the snow, the impact soft but final. White flakes scattered around her as her body sank slightly into the frost. Her vision blurred, black spots creeping along the edges. Her heart thundered in her chest, then faltered. Her lips trembled. Her throat ached. Her body refused her commands. She couldn't even lift a hand. And above her, the sky remained gray, unfeeling depth. Oh, now Nancy lay sprawled in the snow, her once proud body now reduced to a trembling, paralyzed shell. Her limbs refused to answer her commands. Even the twitch of a finger was beyond her. The only thing she could still move, barely, were her eyes wide, frantic, darting between the clouds and the sky. Snowflakes landed gently on her cheeks, clinging to her lashes, melting against her burning skin. But there was no comfort in their cold. Each one felt like the ticking of a clock, counting down toward the inevitable horror waiting for her. Fear consumed her. Raw, suffocating. Fear, the kind that hollowed out the chest, that made the soul want to crawl out of the body to escape. And then a man's voice broke the frozen silence, calm, unmoved. Apologies, my lady, but you gotta do the things you gotta do. The words fell without guilt or any hesitation whatsoever. Standing just a little away from her was Rangard, once her protector. Now her executioner in a different sense she doesn't know. Standing in his mid-30s, tall and slim with an air of nobility, with his short hair burned with a deep red hue, his coat of crimson and pants of black tailored with the arrogance of status. Yet his eyes, when they looked down at her, held nothing in o remorse, in o shame. Only cold calculation that Nancy's pupils quivered violently. She wanted to scream, to curse him, to summon magic or ice, anything. But her lips barely parted. Only a rasp of air escaped. Behind Rangard stood another figure, a bulky youth, barely 17 or 19. His frame thick with muscle, he wore short pants and an open shirt that did little against the cold. He looked little, if not very brutish, though currently there was hesitation flickering across his face. "Are you sure this will be fine, dude?" The boy muttered. His voice was low, uneasy. "You know, if she ever takes revenge on us, if this gets out, we're screwed." Rangard didn't even turn, he simply smirked, his words flowing like a practiced lecture. "Don't worry to AS, I told you. Female ice dragons are very rare, but unique creatures. Once they mate, they never betray. Not ever. It's in their nature, born of pride, dignity, and arrogance. They won't admit to being forced, and oh, that would shame them beyond words. Instead, they'll bind themselves to the one who took them, convincing even themselves it was their choice." His voice deepened, as if savoring the vile logic he spoke. "They'll stay loyal until death, unless—" He tilted his head, eyes flashing with hunger. "Unless they grow strong enough to kill the man and reclaim their pride. But even then, how many ever reach that point? Almost none. And with the resources I'll gain, I'll always stay ahead of her, stronger than her, I in control." He paused, adjusting the cuff of his crimson coat. "Some old dragons have always done this, even though ice dragons are very rare. Taking the ice dragon they want by force, that's tradition of power, survival of the fittest, and who knows?" His lips curled. "Maybe, in time, she'll truly fall in love with me. The misunderstanding will fade. And then, the Dragonweaver family will have no choice but to raise me up." The bulky youth. Togi still looked a little uncomfortably. "All right, whatever. What about the thing you promised?" His tone sharpened. "A reminder, a demand. I'll get that, right? That's the only reason I'm here. If not, you and I are done." Rangard nodded. "Of course, the ancient texts are clear. When an ice dragon loses her virginity, an ice flower blooms. The gift of the universe itself, said to be billions of years old. It's called the gift of ice. Whoever obtains it can wield immense power. I'll take her, and you'll take the flower. Simple." Togi exhaled, shaking his head, still not daring to look at Nancy's fallen form. "All right, but if you go back on your word, Rangard, I swear you'll regret it. That flower is mine." Rangard laughed under his breath, brushing snow from his shoulder. "Relax, Togi, that you'll get what you came for. Just protect me, that if anyone comes, kill them, but I don't want a single witness, not one." He stepped forward, boots crunching into the snow, each step echoing in Nancy's chest like a drumbeat of doom. Nancy's eyes widened further, tears prickling at their corners. Her pupils shook so violently they blurred her vision. The sound of his boots, the slow, steady crush of snow beneath each step echoed like the tolling of a funeral bell. She wanted to scream, thrash, kill. She wanted to burn him alive. But nothing. Nothing answered her. All she could feel was her heart hammering against her ribs, each beat screaming in terror. Her blood boiled with rage and helplessness, her pride as an ice dragon torn and mocked by the words she had just heard. And oh no, I can't. Not like this. Rangard's shadow fell across her body. He was only 2 steps away now, his smirk widening. And then he froze, his eyes narrowed. Instinct. As slowly his gaze lifted skyward, there, tearing across the heavens, came a streak of pure darkness, a beam of black light, cutting through clouds and snow alike, howling as it descended towards his direction. The air warped around it, bending to the sheer force of its speed that Rangard's pupils shrank. His frown deepened, but his expression remained cold, almost annoyed. Without hesitation, his figure blurred, vanishing from where he stood and reappearing at Togi's side in less than a heartbeat. But just as he did, the snow where he had just been shifted slightly, as though reality itself exhaled at his departure. A single second later, boom. The beam struck. The ground shook silently, snow exploding upward in a small, deafening blast. The cold wind cut through, blowing his thick coat. Togi raised his arms to shield his face, trying to see what it was, while Rangard's crimson coat snapped and fluttered violently in the storm. His frown deeper now. And then, from the heart of the impact, a voice rose, clear, cold, and mocking. And they say, I am evil. And they say, I am evil. Raziel muttered coldly, his voice cutting through the howling wind as the last of the flying snowflakes settled from his landing. His dark black eyes, glowing faintly under the dim light of the frozen forest, looking silently toward the two figures standing ahead. Rangard's face twisted with anger. His killing intent spilled out like a suffocating fog, making even the snow in the air feel heavy. Who are you to interrupt? How dare you? No, wait. His eyes narrowed, recognition dawning. You're that virulent boy, aren't you? His voice pausing, but Raziel didn't even glance at him. The recognition, the frustration and threat. It was all irrelevant. As if Rangar didn't even exist. Raziel's gaze turned away, his boots crunching against the snow as he walked toward the collapsed figure lying paralyzed on the ground. Nancy, her heart, already broken by despair, fluttered with a desperate spark of hope when the explosion of snow and the shadowed figure appeared. For 1 second, she thought, maybe someone had come to save her. Maybe she wouldn't have to endure the fate looming over her like a nightmare. But then she heard Rangard's voice calling out, "Virulent boy." And, just like that, the fragile spark inside her died. The one who had been punished for trying to violate someone would come here to save her. No, her situation had only gotten worse. Her eyes burned with the sting of tears. She wanted to scream, to crawl away, to vanish. But her body betrayed her. Completely paralyzed, she could only lie there, snow soaking into her hair and armor, tears slipping helplessly from the corners of her eyes. The girl born into warmth, into privilege, into adoration as the cherished jewel of her house, now reduced to nothing but a broken sparrow in the snow. Nancy had never cried in her life. Not once, but today for the first time, she cried. And it was the cruelest kind of tears born not from sadness only a woman can feel. The cruelest and saddest from complete and utter powerlessness. She couldn't move, but she could hear footsteps drawing closer. Her chest tightened, her breaths came in shallow gasps. Please, no more. Not again. And then, suddenly, a shadow fell over her face. Strong fingers slipped beneath the collar of her armor and yanked her upward with strong and repuff way. Her body, stiff and unresponsive, dangled helplessly. Still, Nancy forced her eyes open wider, and she saw him. Raziel. His face was inches from hers. His grip was rough, unyielding, but his eyes weren't what she had expected. They weren't hungry, lustful, or even mocking she had imagined. They were cold, purely cold, and terrifyingly calm, as though she wasn't even a woman in his eyes. Just another piece of a larger plan. Nancy froze. She braced herself for cruelty, for some vile declaration. But instead, Raziel's voice came, even and steady, cutting right into her soul. I'll apologize, he said flatly, because I'm going to take advantage of your condition. But don't mistake me. This won't be a loss for you, I'll save you, even as I use you. That way, both of us gained, and no debts left between us. His words were blunt, stripped of comfort, and no warmth, and no softness, just straight rude words. Nancy blinked, tears spilling freely now. What is he saying, and why is he being so rough with me? And those eyes of his, she looked into them dark, black, and endless. They reflected her face so vividly it was as if he was holding her inside them. His gaze was clean, almost pure, yet strict, and beneath that sharpness, was he apologizing? For what? Also, what does he mean profit for both sides? Why does he look at me like that? So strict and cold. Nancy thought, as caught in his hold. Drawn so close their breaths mingled, his face only inches from hers. She heard his words, but they barely registered. All she could feel was the weight of his seriousness, the way his eyes searched hers like they wanted to tell her something unspoken. That Raziel's grip tightened slightly as he pulled her closer, his voice lowering, his words heavier. And yes, I knew this was going to happen to you, he admitted without hesitation. Could I have stopped it before it reached you? Yes, I could have. Oh, did I chose to let this happen to you? Yes, I did. Nancy's pupils trembled, her entire being shuddering at his ruthless honesty. Will I profit from this? Yes, absolutely. That's the only reason I let it happen. So, if you want to hate me, then hate me. If you want to hold a grudge, hold it. That's your right. His face drew closer, his dark eyes boring into hers with unflinching intensity. Their breaths mingled in the cold air, the heat of his words burning against her skin. But know this, Raziel's tone sharpened, each syllable cutting like a blade. I don't spare my enemies. That if you choose to stand against me, then be prepared, because when the time comes, I won't hesitate. He let this happen to me knowingly. Nancy's mind reeled as she stared into his eyes, that piercing black gaze. So steady, so unflinching, was telling her the truth without hesitation. Every word from his lips had been direct, merciless, and stripped of comfort. He had admitted it plainly. He had known what would happen, and he had allowed it. Her heart should have filled with hatred. Why would anyone do this? She never did wrong to anyone. Should have cursed him, spat at him, sworn vengeance, even if she had to crawl to it. Yet something about the way he spoke unsettled her even more than the terror she had just faced. And why? Why is he telling me this? What is his goal? She couldn't understand. Nancy had no choice but to listen. Her body was paralyzed, her strength stolen, her voice trapped in her throat. All she could do was lock her trembling gaze onto his face and absorb his words. "And let me remind you of one thing," Razeal said, his voice as sharp and calm as the winter air biting around them. "For years, 4 years is all you have before you die. Your fate was set to turn today completely, leading you to what they call your duty or what I call the end. So I'll say it straight. This world will not be kind to you anymore. The sweetness is gone. No strawberries, no butterflies, no soft illusions. From this moment on, none of that is for you now. Your world, your life, they're about to flip upside down. So prepare yourself." His tone carried no warmth, no comfort. It was a blade, cutting her illusions apart. His words struck deeper than the cold snow beneath her back. "Today, this happened. You might think it was a coincidence, or that it only happened because these people wanted it to. But let me tell you, no, that it wasn't. It was the world. The world itself wanted this to happen to you. That it wanted you to be broken, to be sad, in the end, after 4 long years of pain, to kill yourself with your own hands. That is your fate. That is the line of duty you must walk, because the world has already decided it for you." Nancy's breath caught in her throat, her chest shuddering. "I saved you today," Razeal went on, his voice dropping lower, colder. "But don't mistake this as salvation. It changes nothing. Fate has locked you. Pain will find you again. Tomorrow it may be betrayal, or disease, or loss, or some other cruelty. Your end is written. It will hunt you without mercy. Because in the eyes of this world, you're not a person, that you're a lesson, a story to some certain, so he could change." Her tears poured freely now, streaming down the sides of her face into the snow. "So fight," Razeal snapped, his eyes burning with cold fury. "Fight, because you can't run. Fate will ruin you, but don't let it win. Don't give it the satisfaction of your surrender. This is your life, not a lesson for someone else to learn. Destroy your fate before it destroys you." Nancy didn't understand what he truly meant. His words were jagged, unclear, but something in them pierced her deeper than reason. A shiver ran through her, stronger than anything she'd ever felt. Her body reacted before her mind could, and the tears came fast, unstoppable. She wasn't thinking of fear, wasn't even resisting. What she felt was something older, heavier, pure sadness, as if her whole being had surrendered to the balance of the world. "Go to Riven," Razeal said, his tone colder than the wind. "A boy with white hair and white eyes. He's your brother's classmate. He cannot lie to anyone. Ask him, he will confirm everything." But Nancy couldn't move. Her face was blank, frozen in paralysis, her body refusing to respond. Only her tears betrayed her, spilling freely down her cheeks, and her tears didn't stop. They only flowed faster. Razeal's eyes narrowed, disapproval sharpening his expression. "These tears," he muttered, his grip on her armor squeezing until the metal groaned. "They're worthless. Tears are for the weak." Nancy flinched at his harshness, but he didn't stop. "Look into my eyes," he commanded. "Do you see any crying there? Any wetness? No, these are the eyes of someone who fights fate. If you want to survive, forget the tears. You don't have the privilege." His words struck her harder than the cold snow or even Rangard's betrayal. For the first time, Nancy forced her gaze fully onto his. They were centimeters apart, his breath warm against her face, his black eyes boring into her soul. She searched those eyes, desperately trying to read him, and realized he was right. There was nothing there, and wetness, and trace of grief. Not even a shadow of sorrow. But then she saw it. What she had mistaken for coldness was not emptiness at all. It was strength today. Defiant, audacious strength. His eyes were not lifeless. They were unshakable. They carried a fierce trust in himself, an iron belief so absolute that he could never break, never bend, never cry. His eyes were a symbol of defiance itself, and something about them pulled her into a strange, magnetic force, made her want to have eyes like his, even if it meant lying to herself, even if it meant pretending to be strong when she wasn't. She tried. She willed her tears to stop, forcing her body to mimic the hardness in his stare. But she failed. The tears kept coming, spilling faster, heavier, endless, because it wasn't just her will that cried, it was her whole being. Every part of her screamed in grief, as if it already knew the truth, that their time had come to an end, and in that surrender, all she could do was cry. While this was happening, Rangard and Togi stood off to the side, watching the scene unfold. The white-haired boy was crouched low, gripping the collar of Nancy's armor, speaking to her. In that icy, merciless tone of his Rangard and Togi, it almost looked like he had forgotten they even existed. Togi's jaw clenched, his thick arms twitching with the urge to move. His voice, rough and sharp, finally broke the silence between them. Should we attack him? Wait, why are we even waiting? His eyes narrowed, locked onto Razeal's exposed back, his stance so open it almost looked like an invitation. He's ignoring us like we're kin air. Rangard's frown deepened. We can't, he replied, voice low but firm. He's complicated. This isn't just some reckless brat. That boy fought head-to-head with a Fairlith girl. His skills are strange and unpredictable. Even if we go together, we can't guarantee ending him in an instant. Togi scoffed, his killing intent leaking into the air like a suffocating fog. Do you think he can beat me? I saw his strength yesterday. And Sylva Fairlith? She wasn't even using a fraction of her real power. If she'd gone serious, he'd be dead in less than a blink that I can kill him. And we don't have a choice. He saw what we tried to do to her. You want to leave, witnesses? His eyes burned hotter with each word, trying to drill his conviction into Rangard. I know that better than you. Rangard shot back, his voice sharper now. But I can read situations better than your hot blood. You're acting impulsive. His powers are tricky shadows, strange abilities, things we don't understand. Don't forget who he is. This 16-year-old ran from the virulent family. The family which have the world's most terrifying intelligence network, and they never caught him. Never. At least not until he revealed himself when he wanted to. And he did that when he was 10. And now he's here, stepping into a situation that makes us his enemies. You think he'd dare walk into that if he wasn't absolutely sure he could FCK with us without dying? Or, at the very least, protect himself? He rubbed his beard again, the snow clinging to the hairs. I didn't grow this beard by playing around. Boy, did I know which people are dangerous and which aren't. In him, he's dangerous. Togi's teeth ground together, the muscles in his thick neck bulging. So what then? We just stand here and let it be. If that girl gets out alive without you doing what you planned, we're dead men walking. You know that as well as I do. His fists curled, his knuckles white. Rangard exhaled slowly, calming himself. No, we tried talking first. Don't forget, he isn't some holy knight. He's not clean himself. Don't you remember? He tried to rape someone when he was just TN. You really think someone like that is beyond persuasion? Maybe he can be convinced to look the other way if we offer the right words. Togi's eyes narrowed, doubt flashing across his face. And if he doesn't, if he won't listen, then we deal with it. But if we fight him now, it'll get ugly loud. And I don't want noise. Not here. At least we should try. Right? Rangard's gaze flicked to Nancy, lying limp in the snow, her eyes locked on Razeal as though chained by the weight of his words. Better to try, quiet first. Togi huffed, shaking his head in frustration. Fine, but if it doesn't work, I'm killing him myself. This isn't just your life on the line. Rangard, it's mine too. That if she walks away, we're both FK'd. His fingers twitched, itching to move, as though ready to slice through the Razeals the instant talking failed. Meanwhile, Razeal still crouched low, his attention entirely on Nancy. He hadn't so much as glanced at the two men behind him, as though they were gnats buzzing in the wind. His eyes were fixed on the girl before him, her tears still falling despite his sharp words. That he shook his head slowly, almost disappointed. Maybe she was just scared. Anyone would be in her situation, but he had expected more from her. Don't stress about it, he said, his voice calm but firm. Your body is just poisoned. Paralysis poison of 7th, rank point 4 days. No more. Your draconic physique will burn out on its own. You'll recover. He released his grip on her armor collar, and Nancy's body dropped back into the snow with a soft thud. Her limbs were useless, limp, but her eyes locked onto the cloudy sky above her. Snowflakes drifted gently down, melting on her cheeks, mixing with the tears that wouldn't stop flowing. And yet, her mind refused to let go of his words. Fight with fate. 4 years. Death, betrayal. The white-haired boy, Riven, eyes that do not cry. His eyes, she thought, remembering the dark abyss that had stared into her own, eyes that refused to bend. She wanted those eyes. She wanted that strength. Even if she had to lie to herself, she wanted to stand with that kind of defiance. Razeal straightened, his shadowed figure looming against the storm of white around them. He turned toward Rangard and Togi now, his cold gaze sweeping over them. But then, almost as an afterthought, he looked back down at Nancy one final time. Good luck with your survival, he said, his voice cutting through the wind like a blade. Hope you don't break. Believe me, you aren't the first person I'm trying this on. His words echoed in her ears, sinking deep into her soul. And as the snow continued to fall, Nancy's tears fell harder, her heart trembling at the impossible challenge which she doesn't even understand he had thrown onto her shoulders. Turning around, Razeal finally fixed his gaze on the two men who had stood silently while he spoke to Nancy. He had half expected them to interrupt, maybe even to jump at his exposed back in the middle of his conversation. But they hadn't. They had behaved well. Surprisingly well. Honestly, he didn't even know why he had bothered to talk so much to the girl in the first place. Was it pity? Curiosity? No, if he was honest with himself. Maybe he just wanted to create more chaos for Riven to twist the threads of fate further out of shape. Let's FCK the plot even more, he thought, his lips curling into a faint smirk. The story's already gone so far off course. Most things can't be predicted anymore anyway. Now, his attention returned to Rangard and Togi. Both men stood stiffly in the snow, watching him with guarded eyes. Their muscles were taut, their posture ready, yet they hadn't moved. Razeal tilted his head, his smirk widening into something sly, almost playful, the kind of smile that didn't belong on a battlefield but in the mouth of a merchant about to cut a deal. "Here's the thing, bois," he said, his tone light, mocking, yet laced with a sharp edge. "You're both here, but I only need one, which means one of you has to die. The other might live, if he's useful. You have two options." Razeal tilted his head, his tone almost playful, like a merchant explaining terms. "Option 1. Fight each other. The survivor walks away with me. Option 2. Fight me. Whoever doesn't die first gets to keep breathing. Your choice." He tilted his head further, his smile stretching into a mockery of kindness. "So, which will it be?" For a moment, silence fell heavy over the snowy clearing. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the soft hiss of falling snow. But between the three of them, it was dead quiet. Togi's right eye twitched violently. Rage rippled across his face. "You F-cur." He stepped forward, fists curling, ready to explode, only for Rangard's arm to bar his path, pushing him back. "Stop," the older man said sharply, his tone calm but firm. His eyes cut sideways at Togi. Had he already forgotten what I told him? Togi glared, but froze. Rangard exhaled slowly, then met Raziel's gaze head-on. "Look, K.I.D., and no one here wants this to go the hard way. What's the point of being unreasonable? You're just making enemies for nothing. None of this is profitable. Sit down, let's talk." But Razeal didn't speak. Instead, he raised his left arm. A shadow, sword burst into existence, dark energy swirling and condensing into a blade that seemed to drink in the light around it. The moment the weapon appeared, his entire aura shifted. The playfulness drained away, replaced by the suffocating intent of someone who had already chosen. He stepped forward, snow crunching beneath his polished shoes, his eyes never leaving them. That was his answer. Rangard's brows drew down, a faint frown creasing his face. "Why are you even protecting her? She's Arion's sister. Isn't she your enemy?" Raziel's shadow wings unfurled behind him with a whisper, the black feathers spreading wide, blotting out the faint glow of the snowy sky. His eyes were cold, his voice colder. "Oh, sisters, daughters, they are same to all, whether enemy or friend," he said lightly. With that, his wings flexed, and in an instant he shot forward, the shadow sword cutting through the air in a deadly arc aimed straight at Rangard's neck. The speed was overwhelming, faster than even trained knights could track. Rangard, though, didn't move or even flinch, that he simply stood there, shaking his head as if disappointed, his eyes calm. "You aren't that big, boy." The words had barely left his lips when Togi appeared in front of him like a wall of flesh and rage. His arm shot out, his skin shifting, transforming. White marble-like patterns spread across his flesh, hardening, gleaming like stone. His fingers curled into a palm meant to block, his stance rooted like an unshakable mountain. For a split second, confidence flashed across Togi's face that he had the power to stop this child's trick. His grin twisted with assurance as he braced for the impact. Razeal didn't hesitate. Pause. No warning. His sword swung in a clean, merciless arc, as if he had already calculated everything before the first breath of battle. Swish, the shadow-forged blade collided with Togi's gleaming metallic arm. Sparks hissed, the sound sharp as steel tearing stone. For a heartbeat, Togi's lips curved with smug confidence, certain his body could withstand anything. That smirk shattered. The force behind the blade detonated against his guard, lifting his feet clean off the ground. His body was hurled backward like a projectile, snow bursting into a violent spray. Even Rangard, standing behind him, had no time to react. Togi's heavy frame slammed into him, driving them both into the air. their combined weight tearing through the trees. The two men were flung back like stones from a sling, carving a brutal path through the forest. Awk. Togi clenched his teeth as the wind howled around him. I knew his strength was high. But this much, even I, his whole body flared skin, and bone hardening until he was encased from head to toe in marble white stone. The strike hadn't broken him, but it had shaken him to his core. Rangard grunted sharply as he was dragged along, branches snapping, bark exploding in showers of frost. The two men flew for hundreds of meters, trees collapsing in their path like brittle twigs. But Razeal wasn't done. In midair, above the tumbling bodies, he appeared faster than their eyes could follow, a black silhouette framed against the falling snow. With his left hand, he swung downward. His blade descended like the judgment of God, cutting for Togi's exposed upper body. Crack! The blade struck Togi across the torso before he could raise a guard. The strike connected. Their flight shifted violently, their bodies no longer carried sideways but hurled downward at impossible speed. Togi's eyes bulged, blood and saliva erupting from his mouth as the sword bit into his gut. He hadn't even managed to scream before gravity claimed them. Boom. The impact tore the world apart. The crash tore through the snowy forest, louder than thunder. The ground collapsed, snow and dirt erupting into the air like a white volcano. A crater gaped where they had struck, the land pressed flat by the sheer violence of the fall. Hundreds of meters away from the explosion, Nancy still felt the tremors. Running through the ground, she froze, staring out into the distance, wondering what had just happened. That blast, did they already start fighting? He really went into battle? For me? No. He said it was for profit. Nothing more, that's what he told me. She reminded herself, shaking her head to clear the tangle of thoughts. She didn't want to admit she was being helped by him. She didn't even want to believe it. What kind of person he was? She knew the rumors, the filth tied to his name, that a rapist, people whispered. And yet, somewhere inside her, a small, unwelcome doubt stirred. Was he really as monstrous as everyone said? And also her thoughts kept circling back to the words he had just spoken. Sisters and daughters are the same for others, even for enemies or friends. Those words lingered in her mind. Yes, it was clear where she stood. She was the sister of his enemy, in some way. But here he was helping her, that he seemed like a person of principle, at least in the way he spoke. His words carried honor, strength, depth. Is he trying to save me today? She wondered. She knew that doing something good doesn't erase one's crimes, but could it mean he was learning from his mistakes? Maybe he was. She didn't know. She shook her thoughts, trying to push them away. Wait. Will he win? Maybe he has a chance. He's really strong, she thought, already reminded of Razeal's strength yesterday. But now, feeling it so close with the ground shaking from the loud explosion, she could only be certain of his power. She could only hope he would win, that if he didn't, her life would be ruined. All she could do was pray and look up at the sky, since her body refused to move, even her eyes had betrayed her now, as even her pupils wouldn't shift. She could only stare in silence. Powerless at the center of the explosion, it was still burning with violent energy, heat rippling in the air and snow hissing into steam. Dust drifted like ash, thick enough to choke. In the middle of it, Togi pushed himself up on trembling arms. His ears were ringing, his vision blurred, and a metallic taste coated his tongue. He coughed hard, spitting blood onto the cracked ground. His marvel-forged body, usually unshaken, had felt that strike. It wasn't just force. Razeal's blow had carried a weight that made his very core tremble. His chest rose and fell sharply as he tried to get his bearings. When he looked down, the damage was clear. A deep dent caved into his abdomen, and hairline fractures ran down his right arm, where Razeal's sword had landed. The marble-like flesh of his body had split into jagged cracks, and small chips broke away like fragments from a statue. He stared for half a second in disbelief. His body, the very marvel he thought impenetrable, had been scarred. But he didn't show much expressions. From the depths of those cracks, new marble shimmered into existence, pushing outward, knitting itself together. The fractures sealed one by one, as if invisible sculptors were restoring him. The dent on his abdomen smoothed out until his torso gleamed again, pristine, flawless, and almost too pure for the battlefield. His upper shirt, however, had been torn away completely, leaving him bare-chested. His skin was not skin at all anymore. It was white marble, polished and glistening, catching the pale winter light of the snow. And while he had no time to marvel at it, a grunt pulled his attention downward. Rangard was still pinned into the ground, half buried in the crater. The explosion had crushed him under Togi's own body like a hammer striking down with stone weight. The crimson hairs were tangled with dirt and snow, his face streaked with blood. His chest heaved as he spat out another mouthful of red, mixing with the mud beneath him. Togi immediately bent down and dragged him up by the arm. That Rangard's body was battered, badly scratches running across his arms, bruises coloring his ribs, his face smeared with blood. His draconic physique had kept him from breaking, but his frame had been ground into the earth like he had been dropped from the heavens with a mountain tied to him. Togi could not hide his shock. "You can still stand, Dash." Somehow, Rangard forced himself up. His knees wobbled, but his spine stayed straight. He wiped blood from his lips with the back of his dirt-caked arm. That Togi's mind reeled. And no broken bones? No fractures? Just scratches. For all his draconic bloodline, the resilience was frightening. Dragons really do have thick skin, Togi thought at Rangard's crimson eyes, however, burned with both pain and fury. "What the FCK was that?" he growled, his voice hoarse but sharp. Genuine disbelief cutting through. He spat blood at his feet and shook his head as if trying to clear the ringing from his skull. Togi didn't answer. Instead, he only gave a grim nod and turned his gaze toward the figure standing several paces away. There in the settling dust, Razeal stood without a scratch. His shadow blade rested lazily in his left hand, the obsidian steel seeming to absorb the light around it. His boots pressed into the cracked earth, but he made almost no sound landing. His presence was quiet but suffocating. He smirked when he saw both of them still upright. "And here I thought at least one of you would be dead after that strike," Razeal said flatly. His crimson eyes flickered with disdain. "I underestimated you. This is going to waste even more of my time." Both Togi and Rangard straightened, their faces hardening. Their perception of this boy was changing rapidly. He was no mere opponent. "Don't get hit," Togi warned, silently telling Rangard with his eyes, "My body can take it, but yours definitely can't." Rangard understood. His lips tightened, and he gave a single nod. "Then let's finish him before he gets the chance." From his hip, he drew his blade, a long sword that gleamed despite the dirt and ash around them. Deep crimson engravings ran along the steel, pulsing faintly as if veins of molten fire slept within it. When the blade caught the light, it shimmered with draconic magic. The three people now stood within the massive crater, the ground beneath them fractured into spiderweb cracks. Dust swirled around them like a storm caught in suspension. Togi clenched his fist. "I need more protection." A sharp crack split the silence as what suddenly sprouted in his palm. It spread rapidly, creeping up his arm, then across his chest. In moments his entire form shifted, skin turning into dense, bark-like armor. His hair, his pupils, even the sheen of his marble body, all transformed into the brown hue of living wood. He stood like a walking statue of wood itself. Recognition flickered across Razeal's eyes. "That would, the same Sylvie used yesterday." His lips twisted into a grin. "But you're mistaken if you think that can save you." Before his words had finished echoing, Razeal vanished, his form blurred, speed shredding the air as a shadow blade hummed with killing intent. The same instant, Rangard and Togi launched forward. Rangard raised his glowing sword, its crimson engravings flaring to life. Togi's wooden arm twisted into a massive spike, the sharp point aiming directly at Razeal's heart. The three clashed at the center of the crater. Boom! The ground erupted. The impact roared like thunder, echoing through the mountains beyond. Snow was blasted away in every direction, trees at the crater's edge splintering from the shockwave. For a moment, the world was nothing but dust, force, and sound. Two figures shot out of the explosion. Togi and Rangard, both flung like ragdolls. They slammed into the earth at separate points, gouging fresh craters where they landed. Rocks tumbled and dust plumed into the sky again. Togi's body shook violently as he forced himself upright, pieces of wood splintering off his frame. He tried to keep up with the rapid regeneration. He clenched his fists, shaking his head in disbelief. How did he? The memory of the clash replayed in his mind. Razeal hadn't blocked. He hadn't even struggled. He had slipped between there. Strikes as if weaving through children's swings. His blade, quick as lightning, had carved at angles they couldn't even predict. Before either of them could guard, he had already cut, already struck, sending them flying without mercy. Togi's voice broke out raw, nearly a scream. Just how the hell did he do that? Razeal moved like a phantom in the snow, his shadow blade dancing through the air with casual grace. His left arm alone carried the fight, each motion so fluid it looked almost lazy, yet the impact behind every strike told a different story. Every swing was precise, every block effortless, every counter perfectly angled to turn his opponent's strength against him. Across from him, Rangard roared as his body shifted further, dragon blood surging hot in his veins. Crimson scales spread across his arms and chest, claws elongating into weapons of their own. The ground trembled with each of his steps as he poured raw draconic strength into his swings. His crimson blade blurred through the air in wide arcs, each strike capable of splitting boulders, shockwaves cracking the snow and stone beneath their feet. Yet no matter how violently he swung, no matter how much force he poured into the blade, Razeal caught him. Every slash was turned aside with a sharp clang, the shockwave rippling through. The crater, dust, and snow burst outward in rings, the impact sending gusts of icy wind howling into the forest beyond. And through it all, Razeal's breathing never changed. His expression never shifted. His one hand continued to move like flowing water, calm, steady, untouchable. That Rangard's teeth ground together as frustration boiled in his chest. What is this swordsmanship? He thought, eyes narrowing as sparks flew between their clashing blades. These angles, these motions, I can't even predict them. They're unrecognizable. It's like his strikes don't follow any system at all. The draconic warrior tried to force his way through. He leaned harder into his strength, claws gouging the earth as he swung with both arms, his full weight behind every blow. His scales shimmered like armor, sharp and unyielding, his monstrous physique radiating power that should have overwhelmed anyone of Razeal's size. But no matter how much he pushed, it wasn't enough. Scales cracked and split where Razeal's blade landed. Deep gashes marred his chest, his shoulders, his arms. Each time the shadow sword found its mark, it wasn't a mere cut, it ripped scales clean from their roots, leaving exposed skin bleeding beneath. The legendary resilience of dragon blood meant nothing under the weight of Razeal's strikes, and Razeal wasn't even using his right hand. Well, he didn't have one, but imagining if he did. If he had two hands, that would be a nightmare. Good thing he doesn't. Rangard's chest heaved as he staggered. Back a step, his crimson blade barely keeping up with the relentless rhythm. Every time he thought he found a pattern, Razeal broke it. Every time he expected a parry, the boy redirected his blade in some impossible way, bending the fight into his own tempo. Across the battlefield, Togi unleashed a storm of wooden shards, his bark-hardened arms stretched wide, palms glowing faintly as they sprayed razor-sharp splinters through the air like 1,000 bullets. They hissed through the snowstorm, fast, enough to puncture stone. But Razeal's body bent between them with impossible grace. He twisted, ducked, and slid out of the line of fire, never once letting his attention leave Rangard. His sword continued to press forward, his footwork so precise that not a single shard managed to graze his cloak. How the FCK? Togi hissed under his breath, his jaw clenching as sweat rolled down his bark-covered temple. How can he attack and dodge at the same time? And at that kind of speed? His voice cracked in frustration, disbelief gnawing at him as his barges failed to even slow the boy down. Razeal smirked as he saw an opening in a single, smooth motion. He slipped past Rangard's guard. His shadow blade slid along the crimson sword, twisting aside, and then slammed hard into the dragon warrior's ribs. A sickening crack split the air that Rangard's eyes widened as pain seared his side. Blood sprayed from his lips as his body lifted off the ground, hurled backward like a rag doll. The impact left a long gash across his torso, crimson scales torn away in a jagged line from his chest to his ribs. His breath hitched, a strangled grunt escaping his throat as he flew. "Rangard!" Togi shouted. Lunging forward with unnatural speed, he caught the bleeding man against his bark-armored chest, the force of the impact driving both of them sliding backward through the snow. Rangard coughed violently, more blood spattering on the ground. His hand clutched his side where the ribs had cracked, his chest burning with every breath that a thin trail of blood trickled down his neck where another gash ran dangerously close to his throat. His body was littered with cuts and bruises. His scales fractured across his torso like shattered glass. I almost died," he rasped, his voice raw with pain that he could feel it. The unnatural looseness in his torso, the cracks in his very bones. Even dragon bones, renowned for their indestructible resilience, had not withstood the strike. And even his ribs, dragon bones, had cracked. Togi's jaw tightened. He let him down as hooked his arm under Rangard's shoulder, supporting him upright. Though his own body was trembling from the memory of that last blow, he could still feel it. The weight of the shadow blade crashing against his hardened marble body, the way it had nearly shattered him despite his transformation. "Let me handle it," Togi said firmly, his voice lower than usual, carrying a rare seriousness. "Your body can't take another hit like that you'll be finished. Honestly, if it weren't for your draconic physiology, you'd already be in pieces, half dead, doesn't even begin to cover it." Rangard didn't argue. His pride screamed at him to resist, to refuse this retreat. But even pride had limits. Pain roared louder. He staggered backward a few steps. one hand still pressed to his bleeding side, his other clutching the hilt of his battered sword. His gaze never left the boy across the crater. Razeal stood there calmly, shadow blade resting lightly in his left hand. His breathing was steady, no blood on him, and oh sweat. Not even the faintest tremor in his body. It was as though he hadn't been in a battle at all. Rangard clenched his teeth, eyes narrowing in disbelief. This is insane. That was everything I had, and he swatted me aside like a child, a 16-year-old boy, with no aura, no mana. He doesn't even radiate presence like a warrior. Yet his body and strength, it surpasses mine, the dragon-blooded warrior, crushed in brute strength. He hated it. But there was no denying it. He had been thrown around like a rag doll, his scales torn from their roots, his bones cracked, his body beaten down, that he couldn't match Razeal in strength. Not even close. He's not human. Rangard muttered under his breath, spitting out blood as he stumbled further back, conceding his place on the battlefield. Togi, however, was not thinking of conceding anything. His steps crunched against the snow as he stepped forward, placing himself between Rangard and the calm figure of Razeal. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket. Razeal tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he watched Togi pull out a pebble the size of a fingernail. The pebble shimmered with an unnatural green glow, faint light bleeding out of its surface. Without hesitation, Togi placed the pebble in his mouth and swallowed. The effect was immediate. A violent surge of energy rippled through his body, visible to the naked eye. His skin, already hardened wood from his earlier transformation, began to thrum with life. The wooden fibers stretched and swelled, cracking outward as though his entire body were pulsing. Muscles thickened unnaturally beneath the bark-like surface. Veins of radiant green light pulsed across his frame, tracing glowing patterns from his chest to his limbs. His eyes, once ordinary, now blazed with green fire as faint radiation shimmered around him like heat waves. The air itself seemed to warp faintly, an oppressive pressure radiating from him. System, Razeal muttered softly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the transformation. What did he just eat? He already had an idea in the novel's plot. Togi's ability had been briefly shown. Absorbing materials, taking on her properties, he had once fought Arion Dragonweaver, even managing to endure the dragon's monstrous strength by consuming some strange stone. But in the end, Arion had melted him alive with his sun magic. The story had been vague, the details glossed over, but Razeal remembered that much. And what he was seeing now confirmed it. That host, the system's voice answered, sharper than usual. Well, it is uranium, pure uranium that he just swallowed raw nuclear material. Razeal's eyes narrowed at system words. Uranium, he muttered under his breath, that of course he knew what uranium was. Its very name carried the weight of devastation in his past life. Nuclear energy, radiation, the silent poison that could level nations. Yet here it was, pulsing like a second heart inside the body of this man, that Togi's form was no longer remotely human. His once wooden frame, shaped from Silva's enchanted material, had fused into something grotesque yet frighteningly resilient. Pulsed with a green glow, light seeping from cracks in his skin like molten veins, his eyes burning like twin radioactive suns. Razeal thought sharply, it's resistant to radiation. That's why he's not crumbling apart already. It's acting like a containment shell, while letting him harness the raw energy. The realization left him momentarily silent. If Togi could really channel uranium's power, then his body wasn't just durable. It was a living nuclear reactor. System, Razeal said coldly. Does this mean he can actually use all that energy without killing himself? Well, you can say that, the system replied after a brief hum. His absorption ability allows him to metabolize matter in unique ways. The enchanted wood he took earlier acts as a buffer, limiting radiation damage. There are still harmful effects creeping into his system, but they're minor compared to the sheer amount of energy he's gained. Put it simply, the uranium has turned him into a self-sustaining reactor. He could survive 1,000,000 years without eating or drinking, feeding only on this energy, and off-course energy can be used other way. Razeal's lips twitched, not in amusement, but in grudging admiration. That's cheating. Cheating is one word for it, the system said dryly, but you're not wrong. Imagine a weakling suddenly swallowing a pill that boosts them straight to S or SS-rank energy ball. That's what he's done. Except he can repeat the process anytime, that he's a walking cheat code. Razeal's expression darkened, recalling the novel's version of events. Togi had been discarded like a side character, killed by Arion in a single chapter without even an explanation of his true potential. He wasn't trash after all. The author just didn't give him justice. The system's voice grew sharper, cutting through his thoughts. Host, listen carefully. Whatever you do, don't let him touch your bones. If he absorbs even a fragment of your skeletal structure, the world might as well end his. Ability isn't bound by morality. It will adapt to whatever material he claims. So protect yourself. Raziel pouted. Did you think I was an idiot? Of course I know. Though the real question is, could he even absorb something like obsidian agony? Why would you even? The system started to question, but before it could finish, the battlefield shifted to pulsive green energy erupted beneath Togi's feet. The snow surrounding him vaporized instantly, blasted outward in a rippling shockwave, and in less than a blink, Togi was gone. No, he wasn't gone. He was in front of Raziel, the massive fist, glowing with an unearthly green light, hurtled toward Raziel's face. The sheer pressure warped the air, distorting space itself. The ground cracked beneath the force of his movement. Radiation poured off him in waves, heavy and suffocating, as if the world itself recoiled from his existence. Togi's mouth twisted into a grin of madness. His teeth glowed faintly with the same radioactive light spilling from his eyes and pores, making his face look like a nightmarish lantern. His body was a weapon, a nuclear warhead in humanoid form, and he was about to crash it into Raziel's skull. But Raziel didn't flinch. His head tilted slightly to the side, just enough for the punch to whistle past his ear, grazing nothing but air. And before Togi's body could even register the miss, Raziel's left hand shot forward like a viper. His fingers clamped around the back of Togi's head with merciless precision. There was no hesitation and no pause. Boom! The world shook as Raziel slammed Togi's skull into the ground. The earth caved in instantly, snow and soil flying outward in a violent spray. A crater bloomed beneath them, radiating cracks like a shattered mirror. Raziel didn't stop. He lifted Togi's head and smashed it down again. The ground screamed, splintering under the repeated blows. Bomb. Another impact. Snow vaporized, stone split, and the surrounding forest groaned as shockwaves rippled through the earth. The world blurred into chaos. Each strike was like a meteor crashing from the heavens, the sound echoing like thunder. The very air trembled with each impact, heavy with the rhythm of destruction. Rangard, standing far back, shielded his face from flying debris. His crimson hair whipped in the storm of snow and dirt, his body rattled by the force of the impacts. His eyes were wide, disbelief and terror mixing in equal measure. Even like this, even in that monstrous form, he's still being beaten down like a child. Each slam left a new crater, overlapping the last until the battlefield became a scarred wasteland. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, tearing through the frozen ground. Snow that had lain untouched for centuries was obliterated in seconds. Togi's once unbreakable wood body, enhanced with radiation, was cracking under the pressure. Pieces flew off with each impact. Splinters of glowing wood, shards of marble, fragments of his skull-like plating. The green glow inside him leaked through the fractures, bursting out in violent rays of light that scorched the air. Raziel's grip never faltered. His fingers dug deeper into Togi's head, crushing into the material as if trying to crack open the shell itself. The radioactive light burned his hand, but he didn't flinch. Damn! Raziel growled under his breath, his voice low and deadly. His eyes glowed coldly. Why is this shell so damn tough? He squeezed harder. The crack spread, and the green glow inside Togi's body pulsed brighter, spilling from his broken skull like leaking lava. Light seared through the fractures, cutting through the snowy fog. Just die, you Mnerucker! Raziel hissed, slamming Togi's head down again with all the weight of his wrath. The impact echoed for miles, shaking the very bones of the earth. Togi's body was limp, his mind spinning in disarray. The world had become nothing but a blur of white snow and crushing earth. Each time Raziel slammed his head in the ground, there was only darkness, then blinding green light, then another deafening boom. His entire existence had been reduced to the sensation of being broken, but Raziel's eyes narrowed. Mid-slam, the cracks running across Togi's body were not widening. They were healing, slowly but surely. The fractures closed as the radioactive glow bled from within, sealing wounds that should have ended him. TCH. Raziel's lips curled. Even now, the radiation pouring through those cracks began to bite into his own skin. His flesh bubbled and hissed, peeling away in strips under the invisible poison. Steam rose from his body as black skeletal fingers were revealed beneath, gripping tighter around Togi's skull. His voice dropped low, patient but sharp. All right, enough. Raziel lifted Togi's half-conscious, limp form high above the ground, ignoring the way his own flesh continued to burn away. His blackened skeletal hand clenched harder, carving deeper cracks into the enemy's head until they threatened to burst open with radioactive light. Tectonic ultimate skill, forehead slam of doom, he murmured, and then he brought it down. The world broke. Boom. The impact resounded like a meteor colliding with the earth. The ground didn't just crack. It caved in, pressed downward under the sheer force. A shockwave burst outward in every direction, ripping up trees like blades of grass, flinging snow into the heavens, and sending a rolling quake through the forest. Even Rangard, who had been meters away, was lifted from his feet and tossed into the air like a rag doll. His ears rang, his chest rattled, and fear gripped his bones as if the world itself screamed at the violence. The crater's center, Razeal stood motionless, his skeletal hand twitched once, then unclenched. His flesh had already begun to regenerate, black bone re-wrapping in fresh muscle and skin, veins knitting themselves back together as if he had never been burned. Beneath him lay Togi's body, headless. The uranium warrior's skull had been obliterated upon impact, disintegrated so thoroughly there weren't even fragments scattered about his once marble and wooden body twitched limply, riddled with fractures that leaked radioactive green light like cracks in a failing reactor. Razeal's cold eyes scanned the corpse. He remained still for several long seconds. "Easier than I thought," he said flatly, though his tone carried no pride, no satisfaction, only calculation. Yet doubt remained in his expression. Something about the way the body twitched unsettled him. His left hand rose lazily, and with a snap of thought, a massive weapon materialized above him. 0.8 feet of black shadow, condensed into the shape of a colossal hammer, its head thick and heavy enough to crush mountains. Its surface etched with moving shadows that pulsed faintly with darkness. Without a word, Razeal brought it down. Crash. The hammer flattened Togi's lifeless body against the crater floor, forcing cracks to spiderweb outward. Then he lifted it again. Boom. Another strike. The body splintered further, pieces of enchanted wood snapping away, scattering like brittle bones. Again, each swing of the hammer echoed like judgment. The ground buckled, the crater widened, and the once humanoid body of Togi was reduced piece by piece. Splinters flew. Fragments of marble cracked apart. His form dissolved into nothing but broken wood and shattered shards, no longer resembling a man, but debris left behind by a storm. Still, Razeal did not stop. His calm face betrayed no anger, no urgency, just methodical, relentless destruction. His single arm swung the enormous hammer as though it weighed nothing, each impact leaving the world trembling. Far away, Rangard staggered back to his feet. He wiped blood from his mouth, his crimson hair disheveled, his chest heaving. "What the hell?" he whispered hoarsely. He had seen explosions before. He had witnessed duels between nobles and clashes between high-ranked warriors. But this was not battle. This was butchery. His eyes widened as he finally caught sight of Razeal in the crater's center. The boy's face was as calm as still water. And oh triumph, and oh rage, and oh humanity. Just calm indifference. As though what he was doing was neither horrifying nor extraordinary. Rangard's heart squeezed painfully in his chest. His dragon blood should have made him fearless, should have filled him with arrogance and pride even before monsters. But now he felt something he had never experienced before. Terror. This kid, he's a psychopath. Rangard's voice cracked, barely audible over the continued booms of the hammer. His whole body trembled. He had thought himself a predator all his life. But here, watching this, he realized the truth. He was prey. And then, just as he reached that realization, panic seized him. Without hesitation, Rangard pulled a strange object from within his coat. A smooth red orb, covered in engraved letters that shimmered faintly. His hands shook violently as he held it. His instincts screamed louder than his pride. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't leave this crater alive. With a sharp cry, he crushed the orb in his palm. The letters blazed alive, glowing scarlet. That a strange hum filled the air, vibrating through the snowy forest. Energy pulsed outward, different from the brutal chaos of Razeal's blossom. This was controlled, ancient, deliberate. Even Razeal paused mid-swing. His cold eyes flicked toward the flash of red. Rangard's voice trembled. But he forced his words out between clenched teeth. "I won't die here." Razeal smiled faintly as he saw Rangard clutch that red sphere and crush it. "Good. And here I thought I'd have to torture him just to make him pull the trigger." Razeal thought as the giant hammer in his hand melted into smoke and reformed into a shadow sword, slender and sharp. His posture relaxed, as though he were merely watching the start of a play he had already read the script for, but he stood there calmly, as if nothing around him was worth rushing for, at least for now. You could have just used your killing illusion skill. That Togi guy, he wouldn't have lasted much under it. Maybe Rangard would have resisted thanks to his dragon resistance. But the other one, he would have folded. You wasted your time with theatrics. System commented, seeing Razeal freely standing now. Razeal chuckled lightly, tilting his head. No, that would have been stupid. His gaze didn't leave Rangard. Look at him. Really look. Oh, you see that face? The trembling? That's fear, the kind he never would have felt if I'd showed him this little show. Dragons are prideful beings. They only kneel when their pride is shattered. Without that, convincing him would have taken ages. Now, though, he tilted his head, smirk widening. Now it's going exactly the way I want it to. So what? You smashed that guy's into smithereens just to scare him? The system pressed, its tone carrying the deadpan flatness of disbelief. No, I wouldn't say that. Razeal answered lazily, though the shadow, sword hummed in his grip, as though disagreeing. I genuinely thought he'd be a problem later. He's got dangerous potential. Better to break him now before he grows into a thorn. With my luck, I know he'd have come back to bite me. His grin widened a fraction, teeth glinting in the cold light. The system paused. Straight face was all it offered back, as if rolling its non-existent eyes. Suddenly crack. The air itself split with a violent sound. Like reality being ripped apart, a jagged tear spread open in the sky, just above the place where the orb's light had vanished. Razeal's eyes lifted lazily. Cold black irises narrowing as he watched space itself groan under the strain. Rangard's entire body trembled as he looked up at the tear. His lips quivered, his dragon-forged body scarred and broken, and yet his eyes burned with something beyond fear. Relief. Relief that his desperate gamble had worked, but there was also gambling stress. Then it came. The tear widened into a swirling portal, blue edges crackling like lightning. Out of its violent maw, figures began to emerge. The first was a man built like an iron tower, stepping through the portal as though the world itself bowed to his stride. He stood nearly 6.5 feet tall, his every movement radiating discipline and weight. A heavy crimson armor clung to his frame, etched with golden patterns that shimmered faintly. A broad sword rested at his waist, its hilt wrapped in scaled leather, runes faintly glowing. But it wasn't his sword or armor that crushed the AI, or that IT was him. His mere presence warped the atmosphere, a crushing dragon aura spilling out like a storm. Snowflakes stopped midair as if frozen in respect, and the temperature around him shifted, heat clashing with the frozen land. His eyes blazed like fire itself, molten orange with hints of crimson, a gaze sharp enough to make even the boldest warrior hesitate. His every step was calm, measured, yet it carried the weight of someone who had never once doubted his strength. Behind him, 2 armored knights followed. They were clad head to toe in the same deep red metal, visors down, their faces hidden. Only their eyes glowed faintly through the slits, disciplined, silent, cold. Each carried a halberd taller than themselves, and even without moving, their combined aura pressed outward, suffocating. Razeal remained still, his shadow, sword rested casually at his side, his eyes fixed on the tall man in crimson with an unreadable calm. He neither flinched nor braced himself. The portal collapsed behind them with a thunderous snap, leaving only silence, the wind, and the suffocating weight of their presence. Rangard couldn't hold himself upright any longer. His knees buckled, and with a grunt, he forced himself down to one knee, bowing before the man in crimson armor. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the snow, but he did not dare lift his gaze. Lord Commander, he rasped, his voice hoarse yet filled with respect that bordered on desperation. The name carried weight, echoing in the frozen clearing like the toll of a great bell. Keel, the standing commander of the Legion of the North, the infamous head of the northern blue dragon flames. Kale hovered midair, crimson armor glinting faintly in the pale light of the snow. His blazing orange eyes narrowed as they fell on Rangard following the sound. The dragon-blooded warrior knelt below, his body covered in scars, blood dripping from fresh wounds. That Kale's expression didn't change even in size slightest, but the sharpness of his gaze cut deeper than any sword. He said nothing at first. Instead, he let his gaze drift across the battlefield. The ground had been pressed hundreds of meters down into a massive crater. Trees had been uprooted and shattered. Boulders split clean in half. Snow scattered and melted in strange streaks. Deep slashes crisscrossed the land like claw marks from some ancient beast. Definitely dragon swordsmanship, as he recognized. It was clear that a high-intensity battle had torn through this place, a clash not of soldiers, but of monsters. And then his eyes landed on Razeal. The boy stood there calmly, shadow sword still in hand, his stance relaxed but not careless. He didn't flinch under Kale's gaze. Instead, he smirked ever so slightly, as if amused that a commander of Kale's level was measuring him. That kid, Kale thought, the same one from yesterday his. Instincts told him immediately. The posture, the eyes unmistakable. Did he cause all of this? But Kale did not linger. In his position, dwelling on assumptions was pointless. You called me here? He asked at last, his voice low, calm, and heavy. His burning eyes returned to Rangard. The question carried a trace of confusion. How could a low-ranking dragon possess a summoning order of this level? Not only that it had opened a portal directly to this portal space, something reserved for dire emergencies, that Rangard's head remained bowed. His voice trembled, but his words clung tightly to formality. I am protector of the young lady. And just with that, Kale's composure shifted instantly. The moment those words left Rangard's mouth, his expression sharpened like a drawn blade. The young lady? His mind clicked in a place that was why this battered fool had an item of such rank. It made sense now. Only someone tied to the young miss would be entrusted with such a thing. Where's the young lady? Kale demanded. His tone no longer calm. It was sharp, pressing, the weight of command ringing through the snow-filled the same time. His draconic senses unfurled in every direction. The world seemed to freeze as his perception expanded outward, scanning every heartbeat, every flicker of mana, every breath within range. His eyes hardened as he suddenly had sensed her. Before Rangard could stammer another word, Kale vanished. One instant he stood above. The next he reappeared on the ground. A blur of movement. In his arms was Nancy. Her body was stiff, paralyzed, the snow clinging to her pale figure. She was still, frighteningly still, but alive. The draconic resilience in her bloodline shielded her from the worst. 7th rank paralysis poison. Kale muttered under his breath, his blazing eyes narrowing. He knew it immediately. His sharp gaze swept across her trembling frame, and though her body was safe from lasting harm, her frozen tears caught his attention. Small crystals at the corners of her eyes, frozen by the cold, yet telling of her terror. For the first time, his calm cracked. His jaw clenched, his aura surged outward, a deep, suffocating wave of power laced with barely restrained fury. The very air quaked under the weight of it. His soldiers flanking him stepped closer, halberds gripped tightly, their eyes sharp as if awaiting the order to slaughter. Nancy's eyes still open as ever. Though her body remained paralyzed, her gaze softened. She could only move her pupils, but that was enough. Relief washed through her chest. She was saved, finally. She was safe. The endless fear that had gnawed at her through the battle eased. She didn't even care that she was being cradled like a child. For the first time since the nightmare began, she let herself breathe. Kale looked down at her, then turned his blazing eyes back toward Rangard. His aura flared again, sharp and crushing. Rangard stiffened under that gaze, his heart hammering in his chest. His instincts screamed at him that he was seconds away from death. The aura alone made him want to collapse, but survival forced him to speak. Desperation poured from his lips before reason could intervene. "It wasn't me, my lord," he blurted out, forgetting etiquette entirely. His words tumbled out, rushed and panicked. "We were protecting the young lady, my partner. My partner even died protecting her. We tried everything we could." His trembling finger rose, pointing straight at Razeal. His whole body shook, but he pressed on, his voice breaking into breathless gasps. It was him, that monster. The venom in his voice sharpened as fear turned into false conviction. He wanted to rape the young lady. He was talking about enslaving her, saying that once an ice dragon is violated, her pride would chain her to him forever. He wanted to make her his slave. His words grew louder, more frenzied, spit flying from his lips. His broken body shook with the force of his lies, every sentence meant to paint himself as the loyal protector, and Razeal as the monster. Rangard's eyes darted between Kale and Razeal, as though begging his commander to believe him. "He's the same one, my lord." He pushed harder, his breathing ragged. "The same monster who tried to rape the saintess. I swear it. I swear on my life. I nearly died trying to stop him." He gasped for breath between words, his chest heaving, trying to make his act convincing. Every pause, every tremor, he forced it into a speech to sell his desperation. That Kale's burning gaze did not leave him. But Rangard kept his composure. Rangard was a clever man. Perhaps too clever for his own good. He knew his situation well, that he was a guard, a protector of noble blood. Who would ever suspect him of treachery? Nancy was paralyzed, unable to speak a single word in her defense. There were no witnesses, no one else who had seen the truth of what happened. His injuries painted a convincing picture. Scars, broken skin, blood staining the snow to anyone else. It looked as though he had fought desperately to protect her. And Razeal. Who would believe him? His reputation preceded him. The boy was branded a rapist already, infamous across the empire. Even if he swore on his life that he had done nothing, who would listen? Who would believe him over a dragon-blooded knight sworn to his duty? Still, Rangard gritted his teeth. This wasn't what he wanted. Maybe he could spin this story now and be believed, but when Nancy recovered, when she spoke, his lies would unravel, and the backlash would be far worse than anything Razeal could do. But at this moment, between certain death at the boy's hand and survival through lies, the choice was obvious. He's a psychopath, Rangard thought bitterly. Casting a quick glance at Razeal, if I don't do this, I'll die right here. Better a liar for a few days than be a corpse. What a talent. Razeal mused as he watched the desperate man weave his story. His lips twitched, almost amused. Even cornered, he still plays the game. Impressive for a coward. But Kale's expression only darkened with every word Rangard spoke. His burning orange eyes narrowed, the weight of his gaze pressing down like an iron blade. The more Rangard spoke, the deeper Kale's frown etched into his face. Call the Duchess back, Kale said finally, his voice low but cutting through the battlefield like thunder. One of the knights at his side vanished instantly, carrying out the order without hesitation. The other remained, motionless as a statue, though killing intent radiated from his armored body. It was contained, restrained, but unmistakable, the aura of one who would strike the moment his commander willed it. Kale exhaled slowly, his breath a controlled sigh. He looked down at Nancy in his arms. She was safe, unharmed. Not a single scratch marred her body. The only thing afflicting her was the 7th rank paralysis poison. But her draconic physique would recover soon enough, at least no permanent or serious harm. She was saved, Kale thought, relief hidden beneath layers of iron control. But the relief was short-lived. His mind turned instantly to politics, to the consequences that might unfold. If Rangard's story was true, if Razeal had truly tried to defile the young lady of the Dragonweaver line, then this was more than an isolated incident. This was war. Virulin and Dragonweaver, two of the Empire's pillar families at A. Clash between them would tear the Empire itself apart. He could not allow his emotions to dictate his actions now, no matter how furious he felt. Rage simmered beneath his skin. Yes, Nancy was like family. The thought of anyone daring to touch her in such a way stoked a fire within him that wanted nothing more than blood. But Kale was not just a warrior, he was commander. His duty, his authority, demanded composure. His aura remained locked on Razeal. It would have been easy, so easy to cut the boy down. Where he stood. Yet Kale did not move. He would not act rashly. Not without certainty. His blazing eyes softened as he looked into Nancy's. Her pupils trembled, her tears frozen into small crystals by the cold. Her body remained unresponsive, but her gaze was alive, filled with confusion, fear, and desperation. I am sorry, my lady, Kale said softly, his voice carrying the weight of oath and steel. You endured all this, but I promise you, I swear on my pride as a dragon, if he really is the culprit, he will pay. Even if I must sacrifice my own life, I will see him punished. Nancy's chest tightened. Culprit? Her mind spun. They think Razeal tried to rape me? She wanted to scream, shake her head, point, to yell out that it was Rangard who betrayed her, not Razeal. But her body betrayed her again, stiff and lifeless, chained by the poison. Her eyes widened, trembling violently, but she could do nothing but stare helplessly, begging silently to be heard. Yet no one understood, not the knights, or even though Kale stared in her eyes, he saw only tears, not the truth behind them. But then Kale's gaze flicked toward Rangard again. Something was wrong. For all his convincing words, the man's posture screamed fear. His body shook not with exhaustion alone, but with guilt. For a dragon-blooded knight, his nerves were strange. Bind him, Kale ordered suddenly. His voice was sharp, decisive. He seemed suspicious. Rangard's eyes widened, his face drained of color. Wait, what? My lord, why? What did I do? I was protecting my lady. Why would you? His protests were cut short as the knight beside him moved in a blur, deep blue aura surging like chains that Rangard's body went stiff, bound in shimmering restraints that locked his limbs and sealed his movements. His struggles ceased instantly, his words choked by the weight of the aura. Kale didn't spare him another glance. The first lesson he had ever learned as a commander. Never trust words alone. Truth was not spoken. It was proven. Slowly, Kale turned his gaze back toward Razeal. The boy still stood calmly, his sword held loosely in one hand, his expression unreadable. There was no fear in his eyes, No desperation to escape. No attempt to argue or defend himself. He stood as though this entire scene was beneath him. That calm, unsettled Kale more than any denial could. Why doesn't he run? Why doesn't he resist? What is he planning? A cruel smile tugged at Kale's lips, his sharp teeth flashing, the aura of authority around him thickened, heavy and suffocating, pride burning bright in his dragon eyes. Are you so certain you can defeat me? Or run from me? He asked, his voice dripping with power. Is that why you stand so still, human? And then the boy moved. Razeal raised one hand slowly, deliberately. His shadow blade dissolved into nothingness. Melting back into the void, he stood with an empty palm raised high, as if offering himself to judgment. I surrender, he said, but Kale's cruel smile faltered. His burning eyes narrowed in surprise. Huh. But Razeal's next words stunned everyone present. I did try to rape her, Razeal said calmly, his voice steady, unflinching. She was looking kinda cute to me. Silence crashed over the battlefield like a hammer. Kale froze. Words caught in his throat. He had been prepared for denial, excuses, even an arrogant challenge. But this, his thoughts scattered. Huh. Nancy's mind reeled. What? Her world spun in confusion. Did he just... What? When did he? Wasn't he saving me? Her pulse thundered in her ears. Rage, confusion, and disbelief warred inside her paralyzed body. She wanted to scream until her throat broke. Why is he saying this? Has he gone mad? And wait, did he just call me cute? Razeal walked to the front, his hands bound tightly by a rope unlike any ordinary restraint, his left arm secured fully, while the other was fastened awkwardly at the elbow, where the rest of his right arm had been severed. The material shimmered faintly red under the sunlight, covered in scale-like patterns that shifted as though alive. This was no rope, no simple shackle. It was a relic used only by dragon-weaver captains, designed to hold beings with monstrous strength. Its weight dug into his wrists, pressing down with mana and aura-sealing pressure. But he showed no discomfort, as clearly he doesn't have any mana or aura to begin with. His head was raised, his stride steady, as though he were a dignitary on parade rather than a prisoner. Beside him, Rangard shuffled forward, his own wrists bound by the same robe. His head was lowered, crimson hair covering part of his face. His expression twisted between humiliation and dread. Every step felt heavier than the last, not just because of his injuries, but because of the eyes boring into him from every direction. Behind them, Kale walked with calm, deliberate steps. The towering commander's presence was undeniable, his aura pressing down on everyone within range like a mountain. In his arms, the paralyzed Nancy rested against his chest, her pale skin framed by her long, ice-blue hairs. Though her body was stiff, her eyes remained open, pupils darting desperately between sky and Kale. She was alive, unharmed, yet trapped, forced to watch events unfold with no ability to intervene. At night flanked Kale behind, his polished armors gleaming. Behind them, another knight suddenly reappeared with a ripple of air, the one who had been sent to inform the Duchess. His boots clicked against the stone as he fell in his step without hesitation. Did you inform the Duchess? Kale asked, his voice level, eyes still fixed forward. Yes, Lord Commander, the knight replied immediately. Her Grace has been notified. She commanded that the boy be held without harm. She also warned that this could be part of a deeper plot. She ordered you escort the accused to the Supreme Court directly. She herself will notify the Imperial Empress. Her words were clear. This matter is of the utmost seriousness. Kale gave a curt nod. Good. No other words passed his lips, his expression unreadable. He had already anticipated this response. He knew the Duchess's way of thinking well. Restraint before judgment, patience before action. Rage might boil in her heart, but the head of Dragonweaver was as sharp as any blade. She would not risk escalating matters until every angle was accounted for. Thus, instead of flying directly to the Supreme Court in secret, Kale led them through the streets, on foot, in full view of the public. It was deliberate, a calculated display. The sight of Nancy in his arms, still and motionless, alongside two bound men. One an outsider criminal, the other a Dragonweaver guard, was enough to spark a storm of whispers among the crowd. The crest of the Dragonweaver family on the knight's armor only confirmed it further. People gasped, others clutched their mouths, and soon murmurs spread like wildfire. Isn't that Lady Nancy? Someone whispered. She's unconscious, no. Look at her eyes. She's awake. What happened to her? And look, that rap. No, I mean that criminal Dai knew he'd cause more trouble. What did he do now? Wait, isn't that the guard from the family itself? Why is he bound to? He must have betrayed them, or been bribed. It makes sense. Speculation twisted into rumor. Rumor hardened into conviction to owe them. The answer was obvious. Razeal was already infamous. He had been accused of trying to defile the saintess herself. His name was smeared across the Empire's streets like filth. Why should this case be any different? And Rangard. His posture betrayed him. His head hung low, his face pale and fearful, shoulders trembling as though drowning in shame to the watching eyes. He looked like a man consumed by guilt. They didn't know it was fear of death. They didn't know it was despair being caught in his own web of lies. Meanwhile, Razeal walked like a king in chains, his head high, his back straight, his lips curled into a small smile. He didn't flinch from the crowd's eyes that he welcomed them. Every sneer, every whisper, every finger pointed at him only made his smirk widen. Whispers turned to mutters. Mutters turned to curses. How dare he look so proud? He tried to harm Lady Nancy and still walks with his head high. Shameless. Kill him here. Why wait for the court? Hatred burned in their eyes, but Razeal just ignored it. Dumb people, he thought. Kale marched on, his steps measured. The crowd parted before them, but never truly dispersed, trailing after the procession like a tide that refused to ebb. Dozens became hundreds, hundreds swelling into a sea of faces, all watching, all whispering, their judgment sharp as knives. Time went on, and finally, after 10 long minutes of the humiliating march through the capital streets, the path finally opened before them. The Supreme Court, a towering structure of pale stone and obsidian pillars, its architecture carved to resemble the wings and claws of dragons themselves, loomed like judgment incarnate, its gates massive enough to swallow whole armies. The sight alone silenced the crowd's whispers for a breathless moment, awe and dread mixing in the air. Razeal's smirk widened as his dark eyes lingered on the gates. Finally, the stage is set. But before they could reach the steps, the sky trembled. Boom, a deep sound like 1,000 drums erupted from above, rattling the very air. The crowd gasped, heads tilting upward in unison. Even Razeal, Kale, and the knights raised their eyes at a ripple of blue light spread across the heavens like a vast wave, racing outward in every direction. The capital froze. The ripple expanded, pulsing once, then again, and with each pulse the world grew darker. Then shadows. Colossal shadows stretched across the city as if the sun itself had been devoured. People's bodies stiffened, their breaths caught in their throats, for high above, so high it seemed the sky itself was breaking thousands. No, millions of dragons filled the horizon. Their wings spanned mountains. Their scales gleamed with impossible colors. Sapphire, crimson, black, gold. Their very presence drowned the capital in primal fear. The sky churned under their weight, clouds scattering before them as their roars echoed, faintly, shaking rooftops and bones alike. The ground itself trembled. The crowd broke into a storm of whispers. D-dragons. So many. Saints preserve us. Is the Dragonweaver family declaring war? Why else would they summon an army of this size? War. Here, in the capital, panic rippled through the masses. Parents clutched their children. Merchants dropped their wares and bolted, yet none dared flee too far. Not when the dragons above seemed capable of burning the entire city to ash with a single command. The meaning was clear to everyone. Only one family in the entire empire commanded dragons of this scale. Only one bloodline ruled over the most ancient of beasts, the Dragonweaver. Was this retribution for Lady Nancy? Kale's voice cut through the panic, steady and commanding. Keep walking. His tone carried authority like iron, the voice of one who expected obedience. Even Rangard, trembling and pale at the sight of the Draconic Legion, forced his legs forward. Razeal tilted his head back, whistling low under his breath. Well, isn't that too dramatic, he thought, amusement flashing in his eyes. His smirk grew broader. All this, for me, to figures. The protagonist's family never does anything small. He rolled his shoulders slightly, ignoring the goosebumps prickling at the base of his neck. He could almost feel the weight of those thousands of eyes, beast and human alike, fixed on him. Yet he just continued walking on as if none of it mattered. Which actually doesn't, his grin irritatingly bright amidst the suffocating tension. Nancy, limp in Kale's arms, could only stare at the sky. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. Though her body remained frozen, she had grown up knowing the Dragonweaver's power, but seeing it, millions of dragons blotting out the heavens, was another matter. She was feeling many emotions, some good and bad. Good because she could see how much she matters. All that for her, and bad for as it might be going wrong way. Razeal wasn't the culprit who tried to defile her after all. She wanted to scream, to tell them to stop, to tell them this wasn't what it looked like. But then again, she couldn't. Irritation burned her eyes as she realized she was powerless to stop what was coming. The crowd grew restless. Some fell to their knees in reverence or fear. Others shouted prayers. A few brave souls whispered curses under their breath, terrified at the possibility that this was not a show of force, but a prelude to war. And then, boom! A thunderclap of impact shook the street. Dust and rubble scattered as a small crater formed just paces ahead of Razeal and Rangard. Everyone flinched back, the crowd stumbling in shock. From the crater rose a woman, tall and terrible, crimson hair flowing like a living flame behind her. Her long red robe rippled with unseen power, lined with threads of black that shimmered like molten metal. Her face was pale, cold, utterly devoid of expression. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly, cutting through the dust as easily as a blade through flesh. She hadn't even bent or even staggered from the fall, just stood tall, commanding, the earth itself seeming to bow. Under her presence, the Duchess, Arabella Dragonweb, the wildest in all of history, gasps erupted from the crowd. Instinctively, many took several steps back. Mothers pulled children behind them, soldiers and guards of court themselves stiffened where they stood, their hearts hammering. Even among dragons, Arabella was infamous. Unpredictable, ruthless, untamed, a woman whose fury had once leveled entire battalions in a single night. Her arrival was confirmation. This wasn't some small matter or maybe any accident, and definitely wasn't a misunderstanding. This was real and very, very serious. All this for a single? Someone in the crowd whispered hoarsely. Not just any boy, another spat. That's Razeal. He tried to defile the Saintess. Now Lady Nancy too? Of course the Duchess would come. I wish she kills him now. The whispers swelled, blending into a sea of voices. Hatred burned in their eyes as they glared at Razeal, who, infuriatingly, only grinned wider. Cale inclined his head slightly, his expression still calm, but the faintest glimmer of respect flickered in his gaze. The Duchess had come herself, that Nancy's heart thudded painfully. Mother! Arabella moved forward, deliberate and quiet. No aura leaked from her body. No murderous intent radiated outward. She walked as though the weight of her presence alone was enough to suffocate the world, and no one dared breathe too loudly. Not even Cale, who stood tall behind Razeal and Rangard. Razeal tilted his head as he watched her. His eyebrows rose slightly. He expected her to be furious fire, rage, maybe even a storm of violence. Instead, she was silent, so silent it felt weird. His surprise. She passed him without even a glance or even acknowledge him. It was as if he were nothing more than the wind. Cale, steady as always, bowed slightly and stepped forward. Your Grace, he said, his voice firm but respectful, as he gently transferred Nancy into Arabella's arms. Arabella accepted her daughter with both hands. Her crimson hair spilled down her back like molten fire, contrasting against Nancy's snow-pale face. She adjusted Nancy's strands of hair with one delicate motion, then lowered her gaze. For a long moment, she simply stared into Nancy's eyes, expressionless, silent. Then, finally, she spoke. I am here, Arabella whispered. Her voice was soft, almost fragile, but each syllable struck like steel. That was all it took. Nancy's tears, frozen until now, spilled freely, streaking down her paralyzed face. Her eyes trembled, her body limp in her mother's arms, but her heart finally found release. Arabella did not stop the tears. She let them fall, watching with a gaze that seemed both distant and unshakable. She raised her free hand and gently pressed Nancy's eyes shut. Rest now, she said. Mother will take care of everything. The words were simple, but in that moment they were absolute. That Nancy's trembling stilled. Her tears continued, but her mind surrendered to those words like a child to a promise. Only then did Arabella turn. Her gaze shifted from Cale to Rangard. Cale bowed again, his voice even, professional. The boy from the Virulent family admitted openly that he intended to rape her, he said. But I believe he is somewhat lying, so I also apprehended Lady Nancy's guard, who behaved suspiciously. I recommend both be put to trial, where truth can be drawn without guilty left free. Arabella's crimson eyes narrowed, her face still unreadable. She turned her attention fully onto Rangard. The moment her gaze fell upon him, his entire body stiffened. His lips trembled, his scales seemed to tighten across his skin. He bowed, his voice cracking. Why, Your Grace? But Arabella ignored him completely, moving her gaze to Razeal. Razeal, standing casually with his hands bound in crimson-scaled restraints, smirked back at her. His dark eyes met hers without hesitation or even fear. Arabella's voice was low, calm, yet sharp as a blade. Better pray that you are lying, boy, because believe me, if even a shred of this is true, I will erase you from this world. Even if I must sacrifice my family, I will turn you into something you never could dream of. Also, whatever game you think you're playing will not end in your favor." Her voice was plain but cold. Raziel didn't react much, only shrugged his shoulders. She was completely different from how she'd been yesterday. So silent, so expressionless. Honestly, it felt strange even to him. It was like she'd become a completely different person, but a totally different presence, he thought. Inside the Supreme Court, the grand doors opened with a groan, and the air shifted. The court was unlike any hall of justice Raziel had ever seen. Crimson banners lined the high walls, embroidered with dragon crests that shimmered faintly with enchantments. Black marble pillars rose like mountains, each carved with draconic runes that pulsed faintly with light. The air was thick with authority, as if the very building itself demanded submission. A red carpet stretched the length of the chamber, leading up the steps to an platinum throne, and up above the throne. She Saturday Narissa Gwen Valentine, the Imperial Empress, the strongest being alive and the strongest in recorded history. She appeared no older than her early 30s. Long platinum hair spilled down her back, cascading like a river of moonlight. Her eyes, pale platinum as well, seemed to pierce straight through the soul. She wore no crown, no need for one. The throne itself bent to her presence. Her posture was elegant, one long leg crossed over the other, arms resting lightly on the throne's arms. Her lips curved into a faint smile as looking at all this. Smile neither warm nor cold, but just carried with amused interest. Beside the platinum throne of the Empress stood Celestia. Her long silver platinum framed her face like a veil of moonlight, her expression composed, yet betraying the faintest trace of exasperation in her eyes. She did not speak, but her gaze fell on Raziel with a quiet weight. Her eyes rolled ever so slightly. The kind of look only someone who had already dealt with his nonsense more than once could give. Point one day. Just one day of freedom, and already he's caused this much chaos before Raziel. The Supreme Court chamber opened in full view to the foot of the platinum throne. For smaller thrones were placed along the descending steps, 2 to the left of the crimson carpet and 2 to the right, arranged to mirror judgment and witness. Seated there now were the Empire's pillars: Maximus Luminous, the current patriarch of House Luminous; Seraphina Fairlith, matriarch of House Fairlith; Arabella Dragonweaver, matriarch of House Dragonweaver; and Marcella Virulin, second in command of the Virulin family. With the family's matriarch and young heir absent, her authority here was absolute. The weight of their combined presence pressed on the chamber like an ocean crashing against a ship. Rangard stood in the center, his hands bound, his body trembling. Sweat rolled down his temple despite the cold, his draconic physique instinctively reacting to the psychological pressure that threatened to crush him. The proud strength of a dragon was reduced here to a flickering candle. Before a storm. What have I gotten myself into? His heart thundered against his chest. Every beat screaming fear. I should never have doke that I should never have. His knees nearly buckled. Beside him, Raziel stood straight, as if nothing were happening. The oppressive aura that crushed Rangard simply slid off him like water. This is what fear resistance from Dao killing gets me, Raziel thought. Guess it wasn't useless after all. His eyes darted across the chamber, studying each face in turn. Maximus, Seraphina, Arabella, Marcella, and then the platinum throne above them all. His lips almost twitched. What the actual FCK is this lineup? World-ending war or something? He had expected something serious. Yes, that he had expected consequences, punishment, maybe even threatens to execution. But this, the presence of not just the ducal pillars but the Imperial Empress herself. It was insanity. This woman doesn't appear even when wars break out. And now she's here in front of me. Over this little incident. He shook his head internally, his smile sighingly. The plot is shattered beyond repair. She wasn't supposed to show up until near the middle or end. And here I am, face to face with her already. How lovely. The silence in the chamber deepened. And no one spoke, not even Arabella, who had every reason to roar. All eyes turned, waiting for the single voice that carried the authority of the world. Last, Narissa leaned forward. She rested her chin lightly on her fist, supported by her elbow upon the armrest of her throne. Her platinum eyes, calm yet piercing, gazed down upon Raziel. With quiet curiosity, the faint smile on her lips curved just a little more. When she spoke, her voice was soft but carried effortlessly through the vast chamber. "You have become quite an interesting person, nephew," she said. "How did you gain so much development in so little time?" "You have become quite an interesting person, nephew, I must say." Nerissa said from her high throne, her platinum eyes glimmering with quiet amusement. How did you gain so much development in so little time? Just learned a lot, Your Majesty, he replied. Raziel raised his head slightly, his lips curving into the faintest of smiles. His voice carried no arrogance, yet it didn't lack steadiness either. He could jest, mock, or play the fool in front of most people, even FCK around arrogantly. But not her. This was not a woman to be toyed with. She was one of the most unpredictable people in the world. Even in the novel, she was known for doing whatever came to mind, following her mood without ever thinking about consequences. Even though in the novel's plot, she appeared rarely, but whenever she did, the entire world bent with her whims. If she wished, she could set the world aflame before breakfast and host a banquet in the ashes by evening. So for once, Raziel's words held the proper etiquette, his posture straight and respectful even as fakely. Oh, that reminds me. Nerissa tilted her head slightly, her cheek resting lazily against her fist as she lounged on the throne. One leg crossed elegantly over the other, a chuckle slipped past her lips, quiet but carrying throughout the silent hall. You used to call me mother-in-law once. Those were some days. She left the sentence hanging, unfinished, the amusement curling at the corners of her lips as she looked deep into his eyes. Raziel just kept his smile, but didn't comment at anything at her side. Celestia remained still, her expression as calm and polished as ice. She showed no reaction to her mother's words either. Raziel tilted his head almost imperceptibly. She knows, he realized. Nerissa wasn't ignorant of the truth of what had happened. There was no way a woman like her, who saw through empires, as easily as glass, wouldn't know. She definitely knew about Selena lying. Their eyes locked. Her smile deepened slightly, and he understood. She knew that he knew. You've grown quite clever, I must say, she remarked lightly, as though she were commenting on something beyond the situation at hand. Raziel gave no answer, just standing there, calm and poker face, his smirk lingering faintly, his silence more telling than any words. While all three dukes and even Marcella's eyes glinted with such praise, it felt wrong. Given the situation, instead of the Imperial Empress delivering judgment, she was having a conversation with him, offering even such small praise as calling him clever, a flicker of disapproval flashing across Alather's stern features. Except Marcella, praise this boy here, of all places, was a strange move. Even Arabella, who wore the biggest frown, didn't show any dissatisfaction. Despite the seriousness of the moment to her personally, she hid her feelings well. Clever for what? Even Celestia's eyes flashed with confusion as she turned her head to the side to look at her mother. Thinking to herself, but before any of them could ponder further, Nerissa leaned back slightly and broke the silence. As last time, this time, she said, her voice calm, yet absolute. Celestia will be the one to judge again. All eyes turned. Celestia drew in a quiet breath. She had expected this. Yet the moment the words left her mother's lips, the weight of them pressed against her shoulders. Nerissa did not hand out responsibilities idly. This was no mere trial, it was a test. Her posture remained perfectly straight as she turned to her mother, then bowed her head slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, mother, she said simply, her tone steady and respectful that Nerissa's eyes softened just slightly, a flicker of amusement dancing within them. Will you see clearly this time? She wondered. Well, she would let her handle it all herself so she could learn from her mistake. Since Celestia had the privilege to fail and learn without consequence, Nerissa never intervened to teach directly to her. Learning from one's own mistakes was far better than being told. Maybe, in time, she would truly understand. Celestia took a step forward, looking down at both Raziel and Rangard. Her face was calm and composed this time. She was determined to impress her mother by doing her job properly. And in all honesty, this wasn't even going to be hard for her. She had the eyes of judgment. All she needed to do was look and ask them questions, and she would know the truth. She didn't need anyone's full story or excuses. The skill made lies transparent to her. Just one word, and that's it. And honestly, even without relying on that divine ability, just looking at the situation now, she could already see clearly where the truth lay. She knew Raziel. Out of everyone present, she was perhaps the only one certain of one thing. He was never a rapist. He might have been called by many names, accused of many things, and painted as a monster. But not this, never this. Even now, in this mess, she could tell it. He wasn't the one doing anything. And then there was Rangard, trembling like a leaf in a storm. His body shook, voice faltering. Everything about him screamed guilt. It didn't take a dragon's pride or a noble's intuition to see it. Anyone with a shred of perception could feel something was wrong with him. Raziel, of course, stood calmly, watching the stage fold out in front of him. happy, even his lips curved ever so slightly. Nerissa had handed the trial to Celestia, giving her the authority to judge in front of everyone. That meant the game was in motion exactly how he wanted it. If it had been Nerissa herself, things would have been far more complicated. She was smart and would have found out what plan he made in an instant. But Celestia, with her, he could still play. Celestia parted her lips to speak, her posture steady, her platinum eyes narrowing slightly as she prepared to deliver her first judgment. But before she could even let a single word leave her mouth, "I wanted to rape her, I admitted," Razeal said suddenly. The words cut through the courtroom like a blade. His voice wasn't trembling, nor defensive. He spoke as if making a casual confession, even smiling slightly as his eyes fixed on Celestia. The entire chamber froze. For a heartbeat, the silence was so heavy. Then the awkwardness. Rangard, standing just beside Razeal, turned his head slowly toward him. His face twisted with weirdness. Confusion painted every line of his expression. What the hell is he doing? Has he gone crazy or something? He tried to force his face into something more composed, quickly lowering his gaze to the floor, but his thoughts spun wildly. He was almost certain that this kid hadn't done it, that literally he himself was the one who wanted to. Wasn't he the guilty here? This kid was trying to protect her? Innocent, but everything about his actions earlier, it hadn't matched this confession, and now, to openly admit it in front of the Imperial Empress herself? This was beyond reckless. It was madness. And yet somewhere, deep inside Rangard's heart, hope flickered. If Razeal was going to shoulder the crime, then maybe, just maybe, he would survive this. Maximus Luminous, sitting on his seat, scratched his head. His golden hair caught the light. As his brows furrowed, he looked down at the boy in the center of the red carpet and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is happening here?" Marcella Virulin, on the other hand, leaned forward in her seat, her sharp eyes glinting with a spark of interest. Celestia, the one whose words had been stolen before they could even escape her lips, should have been furious. Anyone else interrupting her judgment like this, lying so brazenly before her eyes, would have earned her wrath instantly. But instead, she only stared at him. Platinum eyes, cool and unreadable, flickered with the faintest trace of confusion. Her thoughts swirled. What is he doing? Why and what admit? In front of my mother of all people. "I see," she said finally, her voice carrying through the silent hall. She let the words hang for a moment, studying his face. "But you're lying." Her pupils shifted, subtle runes invisible to the naked eye spinning within them. The eyes of judgment in full effect. They reflected Razeal's face, and in that reflection, truth and falsehood were stripped bare. Just as he had expected beforehand on the seats to the side, Arabella Dragonweaver leaned back suddenly, tension snapping through her like a whip. Her hand rose to cover her face, fingers pressing into her temple as she exhaled sharply. This little CNT, she thought furiously. What does he want now? Why even doing this? Got her in stress for nothing. And how dare he throw my daughter's name and try to use her into it like this? The entire ordeal had already strained her to her breaking point. Revenge against Razeal would be a nightmare. His existence was already a political powder keg, but if he truly had harmed Nancy, retaliation would mean war, and war with the Virulins was not something she wanted. It was never good for anyone. But Celestia's words changed everything. For all Arabella's fury, she trusted her gift. If Celestia said Razeal was lying, then he was lying, and that meant revenge be safe. And also her suspicions, her instinct from the very beginning, were right that he hadn't done it. Which also meant someone else had. And that someone, that was a target she could break, torture, and erase without consequence. She thought as her gaze looked towards Rangard, whose body trembled, feeling the killing intent already. But still pressure she had been holding and eased slightly. Her crimson eyes, however, still burned with lethal intent. The other dukes exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes, as if genuinely thinking, what the FCK is going on? Marcella Virulin, however, let out the faintest sigh of relief, her shoulders lowering ever so slightly too. She had been carrying a crushing weight all this time. If Razeal had truly done something this unforgivable, even though he was no longer of their family, she knew her matriarch would still try to protect him. And if that meant going against the Imperial Court itself, the consequences would be catastrophic. That IT was a FKET-up situation. She was under a lot of pressure, as she was the one who had to do all of this, which was a huge responsibility. Now, with Celestia's words, that nightmare possibility was gone. "But I did rape her." Razeal's calm voice cut through the thick silence like a blade again. He spoke with no hesitation, as if declaring something as mundane as the weathered Celestia's platinum eyes sharpened. "Don't speak further," she said, her tone icy and absolute. "Let me hear the other person's words first." Her gaze locked on him, cold as frost. For the first time since entering the court, there was steel in her eyes, not confusion, not softness, but a line he was not to cross. Raziel only shrugged, as if her words weighed nothing. His smirk lingered. Celestia shifted her focus. "Now," she said, her voice steady and cutting through the courtroom silence. "You tell me what truly happened, A.S. Nancy's appointed guard. I'm certain you saw everything. Did he do it, or not?" Her gaze turned to Rangard. The moment her cold platinum eyes fell on him, his entire body stiffened. Sweat clung to his brow despite the chill in the massive hall. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, desperately trying to steady his trembling. Your Highness," Irangar began, his voice cracking. He raised his head, intending to speak, but instantly felt the suffocating weight of countless gazes bearing down on him. The dukes, the dragonweaver matriarch herself, even the Imperial Empress Nerissa, who watched him with casual amusement, her chin resting against her hand, as if waiting to see how he would flail. Celestia's cold voice cut across his hesitation. "Tell the truth. You know well that in this place, lies will not save you. The consequences will be far worse than death." Her words hit like daggers. Rangard's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the sharp weight of judgment closing in. He wanted to craft a lie, but the thought of meeting Celestia's eyes, of trying to fool her gift, froze him in place. Instinctively, his eyes flicked to hers. A mistake. His will crumbled under the pull of her gaze. "No," his words stumbled out, choked and uneven. "He is lying. It was me. I was the one who tried to rape her. He fought us to save." And his confession cracked apart midway, because in that very moment, before he could finish, Raziel moved. Bound hands and all, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, faster than the eye could follow. His leg snapped up with brutal precision, the strike whistling through the air before it collided against Rangard's skull. The impact was like thunder. Blood exploded outward, painting the pristine red carpet. Fragments of bone, flesh, and gore sprayed in all directions. His skull shattered instantly, the force tearing his head apart like fragile glass. The sound echoed across the court. Crack, boom, splatter. Point. One moment, Rangard stood trembling and confessing. The next, his headless body twitched once, then collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Blood poured freely, soaking into the royal carpet, pooling across the floor like dark ink spreading on parchment. The court fell silent. Even those who had weathered countless wars and executions were left frozen. The sheer audacity of what had just happened was incomprehensible. Someone had dared to kill a man here, in the Supreme Court, beneath the gaze of dukes, matriarchs, and the Imperial Empress herself. That he wasn't just killed. He was stopped, violently and without hesitation. All eyes turned, almost instinctively, toward Nerissa. What would she do? Surely this was an unforgivable act. No one in their right mind could hope to kill in front of her, and live. Arabella's jaw clenched. Rage seethed beneath her skin. She had heard the beginnings of Rangard's confession, had felt the small satisfaction of truth about to surface. She had wanted him punished. By her hands, slowly, cruelly, so she could make him suffer for daring to touch her daughter. But now he was gone. Not punished, not tortured, not made an example. Just gone. His body a twitching heap of headless flesh staining the court. Her nails dug into her seat. Fury burned through her. But she restrained herself. She could have saved him, could have interrupted, but Nerissa was here. And if the Empress herself hadn't stopped it, then there was no room for her to act either. Celestia's gaze flickered toward her mother, tension shadowing her features. Concern pulsed in her chest. She had seen Raziel kill without hesitation. She knew better than anyone else that he had just challenged the highest authority in the Empire by doing so. If her mother willed it, he would be obliterated in the next heartbeat. But Nerissa, she didn't move or even frown. She just sat there on her high throne, legs crossed, and on her lips was that same faint smile, amused, entertained, utterly unconcerned. It was as if the murder was nothing more than an interesting twist in a play. Raziel lowered his leg, his movements casual, almost careless. "Oof, sorry, my foot slipped." His tone was mocking, his expression one of feigned innocence. His bound hands shifted slightly against the rope of scaled red fabric. The crimson stains of Rangard's blood still splattered across his clothes. The court was so quiet one could hear the drip of blood hitting stone. Finally, the headless body slumped completely, collapsing in a heap, lifeless and limp. The crimson pool beneath it spread wider, soaking the red carpet until the colors blended. Raziel turned his head, lips twitching into a faint smile. His Voice rang clear across the hall, calm as ever. As I said before, I wanted to rape her, and so I attacked her, which means I did it on myself and admitting it. His words were madness. Everyone in the room turned to him again with the same thought. Why? Why would he say this? Why would he shoulder such a crime willingly? Why go this far, when even judgment had not yet been passed? It's almost like he wants the punishment, or was this some deeper scheme none of them could see through yet? Confusion burned through all of them. No, you're aligned, don't try to twist it. He clearly admitted it. Celestia's cold voice cut sharply through the silence, her platinum eyes unblinking as they bore into Razeal. Razeal tilted his head slightly, as though amused. "And what proof do you have to claim that?" he countered, his tone steady, his words edged with mockery. Celestia didn't flinch. "My eyes." And the guard. He himself admitted that you weren't harming Nancy, but rather protecting her. He confessed it was him who tried to violate her. Her expression remained poker-faced, her tone unshaken, but Razeal's lips curled faintly into a smirk. "First, I don't believe in your eyes. Second, the one who supposedly admitted it. Well, he accidentally died." His gaze swept across the court with casual disdain. "So there's no more proof. That leaves me. The so-called criminal who admits I'm guilty. And if the criminal himself admits it even killed the one who was the only one to prove, then surely it can't be wrong. Can it?" His words dripped with mock logic, as though he were explaining something obvious to a room full of idiots. Celestia's jaw tightened, being addressed in such a tone. Mocked so openly, and in front of her mother, irritated her. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not," she said, her voice hardening. "What my eyes see is truth, and the law recognizes it. That is absolute." Razeal's smirk deepened. "So you are corrupt, then?" His words landed like a slap, deliberate and sharp, meant to press on her pride. Celestia's fingers twitched at her side. Her irritation spiked, but before she could lash back, she spun toward Arabella, her voice crisp. "Where is Nancy? Let her speak. Only her word can cut through this. Since the only people involved were Razeal, Rangard, the dead guard, and Nancy, she must give testimony." Arabella's crimson eyes narrowed. Her answer came resolute, sharp as a blade. "She is under paralysis poison, and that too of 7th rank. Her body will not respond for 4 days. And no," her voice hardened further, brooking no argument, "I will not allow anyone to forcefully remove the poison from her. It is dangerous. Her draconic body will naturally expel it. And that is final." Her tone made it clear. There was no room for debate. The tension thickened. Celestia turned back toward Razeal, irritation flashing across her features. "Enough. Whatever games you are playing, it ends here. I declare you innocent, and for such." But she was cut off again. "I am guilty," Razeal said loudly, his voice sharp enough to silence her words. That he stood straight, bound hand unmoving, his face utterly expressionless. "So, as a criminal, I deserve punishment, and I request." His eyes narrowed, his tone unwavering, "to be incarcerated in eternal hold." The words stunned the court. Celestia, who this time was truly irritated, this time even furious at being cut off, wanted to speak, had just opened her mouth to speak, but when she heard his words, her expression twisted into something strange. Eternal hold. Her sharp mind spun rapidly, connecting fragments of thought. Why would anyone request to be thrown into eternal hold? A prison so feared that even hardened criminals begged for death instead of its darkness? It was no place of survival. It was a death sentence, her brows furrowed. Unless there was something to gain from going there. She tried to think what it could be. Some trésor there. Someone he wants to meet. But then suddenly her mind clicked. The Ghost Clan, merciless assassins without presence. And not to say their nature. Once they marked a target, they never stopped until death was delivered. She remembered. Razeal had been attacked yesterday. Survived only because his mother and sister had interfered. But now, with them absent. Could it be, was he terrified of dying outside, hunted endlessly by assassins? Was this his way of seeking shelter? A mad gamble. But perhaps the only place even assassins feared to enter was the eternal hold. Her eyes narrowed further. An sane person would declare themselves a rapist just to be imprisoned. But when her eyes flicked to his face, "Yeah, him, never mind, he's insane enough." She misunderstood everything completely, if that thing made perfect sense for her. "Fine," Celestia said at last, her tone clipped. "You will be held in eternal hold for the next 4 days, until Nancy Dragonweaver awakens and gives her testimony. Only then will final judgment be passed." She didn't even know why she agreed so quickly. Something about his strange request unsettled her, but she let it be. Maybe just because his ghost clan be ending as Duchess Verlin already went. So till then, maybe let him enjoy. Razeal's smirk barely flickered. Emotional as ever, he thought to himself, but he kept his face unreadable. Then a soft sound, a chuckle. Nerissa, the Empress herself, let a light laugh escape her lips. The sound carried across the court, elegant and really amused. Every head turned towards her. Arabella, Maximus, Seraphina, Marcella all shifted their gazes instantly. Celestia's frown deepened. Confusion flickered in her eyes. What is so funny? After Razeal had been escorted out by the guards, silence blanketed the hall. Celestia remained where she stood, her platinum hair cascading like liquid silver as her eyes lowered in quiet thought. She said nothing. Not to her mother or dukes, not even to herself for the first long stretch of minutes. But inside her chest, questions gnawed at her. Why did she do it? She knew he was only trying to save himself. It was wrong to do this. Was she being kind to him? Showing favoritism? Letting him act as he wished? Maybe it was because he was her friend after all. A friend she had wronged and hurt deeply without realizing. Maybe this was her way of giving him some small payback for the pain she had caused. Maybe it didn't matter to her that everything had started because of her small selfishness. Maybe there had been a better way to handle it. Maybe if she had been more knowledgeable beforehand. She wondered, then shook her head. It's all fine. Am I angry at myself? At a past version of myself? For things I couldn't have known at the time. It's like being mad at yourself for not being able to walk when you were just born out of frustration that doesn't make sense, yet still gnaws at you. She never realized the consequences of her choice would stretch so far, so wide. Perhaps it had been nothing more than imitation, copying her mother's way of doing things without hesitation, without fear of what might follow. She had seen her mother act freely, without second-guessing, and thought she could do the same. But when she tried, consequences did arrive, and she learned something sharper than regret. Sometimes the price of your actions does not fall only on you, which she was confident would never be harmful for her. Sometimes it falls on the one standing across from you. The way she was raised, no one had ever taught her this. That wounding another could cut you in return, not directly, but through the weight of what they carried away from you. Her mother was too different. Perhaps instead of trying to mimic her, she should learn to shape herself into something else, her own version, drawn from what she loved, what she believed. Her mother had once said, true strength lies in being able to will yourself forward without worrying about consequences. But maybe her thoughts should have been different from her mother's. She shook her head. In Oyu's dwelling. Why she had done it. What it meant. None of that mattered in this moment. That he was innocent. This was what he wanted, and she had only full-filed his wish. What weighed on her more was whether he could endure it. For days in that hell. For now, she forced herself to ignore it. When she lifted her eyes, she found the courtroom watching .3 dukes. Marcella, all staring at her strangely. Of course, to them. This reeked of favoritism. The irony stung, for she had punished him despite his innocence, the opposite of favor. Yet no one spoke a word. Then something happened that shattered the stillness. Rangard's body, headless, sprawled in its own blood, twitched violently, and with that all eyes turned toward the corpse. And then they all turned their gazes toward the throne, toward Nerissa. The Empress sat lazily, her chin resting on her knuckles, her platinum hair shimmering under the ethereal glow that now radiated faintly from her body. The serene platinum aura pulsed around her, calm yet immeasurable, filling the chamber. And before their eyes, Rangard's body began to knit itself back together. Flesh bubbled, bones stretched, veins reformed, a new neck sprouted, and then a skull, smooth and gleaming with fresh marrow before skin sealed over it. Hair sprouted in strands of crimson. A moment later, new eyes fluttered open. Rangard gasped violently, as though dragged up from the depths of drowning. His chest heaved, breath after desperate breath filling his new lungs. Horror filled his eyes as he stared at nothing, his body trembling as if aware that it had been dead. Here, Nerissa said softly, her voice light, but carrying with it a weight that pressed against every heart in the room. My regards to Duchess Arabella. Her platinum eyes flicked lazily toward Arabella, who sat frozen, her face betraying for once genuine shock. Arabella stared, speechless, her face drained of composure. Did she bring him back to life? Even as Duchess of Dragonweaver, she had never witnessed such effortless defiance of natural law. She rose from her seat, bowing her head slightly, crimson hair spilling forward. Thank you for such consideration, Your Imperial Highness. Her voice trembled despite her effort to keep it steady. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Nerissa chuckled lightly, brushing the moment off as though she had merely refilled a cup of tea. I only saw you looking a little dissatisfied. Arabella's lips tightened. She nodded, retreating into silence. Even for her, speaking directly to the Empress was like holding a blade against her own throat. The other dukes said nothing, though their eyes narrowed. They were not surprised. Death had never been a consequence that bound Nerissa, but they still could not help but envy it, simply waive her will and return life to a corpse, leaving no scar, no mark, not even the faintest hint of damage. Rangard looked as though he had never died, standing there trembling in horror but whole. "Now, you may all leave," Nerissa said, her tone light, almost dismissive. The command was clear. Arabella rose, her crimson cloak swirling. She grabbed Rangard roughly by his hair. He whimpered, still shaken, and vanished in a burst of fire, disappearing in a motes of crimson light point one by one. The others departed. Maximus, Seraphina, and Marcella bowed and withdrew, their footsteps echoing down the vast hall until the silence was whole again. The courtroom was empty. Empty, save for Nerissa, perched elegantly upon her throne, and Celestia, who still stood rooted in place. The weight of what had just occurred still pressed heavily on her mind. Finally, she turned, lifting her gaze to her mother. "How did I do, mother?" Celestia asked softly, her voice betraying the slightest edge of uncertainty. That Nerissa's smile was enigmatic, her eyes glittering like platinum flames. "You were the judge," she said, "and once you make a judgment, you must have no doubts about it." Her smile widened just slightly, a curve of lips that hinted at amusement she would never explain. "Ask yourself this instead." Her tone was neither praise nor criticism, just truth, heavy and unshakable. Celestia lowered her gaze, falling into contemplation once more. Why does she look so amused today? Did I miss something? But Nerissa said nothing more. She simply leaned back as kept smiling. And so the courtroom remained, silent, vast, echoing with the weight of choices and the shadow of consequences yet to commence. Inside Eternal Hold, this is so eerie. Razeal whistled under his breath, the sound bouncing off the walls only to vanish instantly. As though swallowed whole, he stood still for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he scanned his surroundings. The room was square, each wall an identical, polished white. And no shadows, no dust, no cracks, no imperfections, just a uniform emptiness. The corners didn't even feel real, as though the space folded in on itself. Floor, walls, ceiling, all the same, that IT was so perfect that it felt like it was wrong. The sterility gnawed at him that IT wasn't the cleanliness of a palace hall or the clinical sterility of a hospital. It was more than that. This was a void, masquerading as a room, that a place that denied the comfort of detail, of texture, of imperfection. He let out a breath and watched the white fog of his exhalation freeze and dissipate. The air was cold, bitterly cold, yet the room itself was utterly still, without draft or breeze. There was no source of air, no window, no vent, no door that he could see. "This is Eternal Hold, huh?" Razeal muttered, sinking down onto the frozen floor. He leaned back on his left hand, tilting his head toward the ceiling. IT, too, was flat and white, so polished that it looked almost liquid. He exhaled again. His breath crystallized in front of his nose, and he rubbed at it with the back of his hand, frowning at the irritation in his sinuses. His chest ached faintly with every inhale, as though the air was slightly wrong. Still, he just ignored it. "I wonder what makes this place worse than death." He glanced down at his hands, flexing his fingers. The cold was seeping into his obsidian bones, not that it was anything to be worried about for him. "System," he said at last, his voice echoing back before being devoured into silence. "Tell me again, the real description of this place. Why is it so bad?" "Yes," the system's calm voice responded within his mind. "There are many reasons. Some are never fully revealed in the original novel, but I've pieced them together through analysis, everything, that I will list them one by one." "Go ahead." "First, the prisoners here are placed in a chamber they will never leave. IT is life imprisonment in the most absolute sense. The certainty of never again, no hope, no release creates a psychological collapse stronger than physical torture. Death at least ends suffering. Here, the suffering has no end." Raziel's eyes flickered across the blank walls. "Yeah, I can feel that already." "Second, the room itself, that you've noticed it already. There is nothing but white, no objects, no windows, no horizon, no variation of color. First, it is tolerable. But after days, weeks, years, the human mind begins to crave stimulus. IT grows desperate to see any color, any pattern. Eventually, prisoners tear open their own skin just to see the red of their blood. They create wounds to remind themselves they exist." Razeal raised his brows, lips twitching. "Lovely." "Third, no food or water is ever provided. The chamber sustains life through unique energy in the environment. IT provides the exact nutrients needed to keep the body alive, never enough to satisfy hunger or thirst, but enough to prevent death. Hunger to eat and taste something gnaws at the prisoner forever. Thirst parches the throat forever. Relief never comes. Razeal rubbed his throat instinctively. It felt scary that you won't even get anything to eat in here. Fourth, aura and mana are completely sealed. The environment itself erases them, and no matter how strong, no matter how skilled, one cannot summon power here. Even artifacts failed that IT is, by design, unbreakable and inescapable. Nice! That is not all. 3 days of the week. The chamber releases toxic gases. They do not damage the body. Instead, they attack the nerves, creating pain 1,000 times worse than flaying. Imagine every cell in your body screaming at once, the sensation of your skin being peeled, your bones ground, your flesh boiled, all without a single wound. And it lasts for a full day. Razeal blinked slowly. Sounds like a fun EXP farm for me. It continues indefinitely. The system went on. The memory heals, but the nerves remember. The pain compounds that in time. Prisoners beg for death. Some claw their throats, their skulls, their eyes, only to discover the chamber prevents acid dash. Eternal hold preserves life, absolutely. Even tearing out your heart would not kill you. Razeal let out a long breath through his nose, shaking his head. This place was definitely built by a sadistic psychopath. Correct. He sat there for a moment in silence, his gaze drifting upward toward the ceiling. He clapped his hand with thigh, once creating the sharp sound echoing back, and then vanishing. The air swallowed it whole. In the silence, he muttered, "Yes, the acoustics are designed to consume sound. Only your own breathing, heartbeat, and voice remained in time. Even those begin to sound distorted. The prisoner feels cut off, as if they exist outside the world, outside time. They begin to lose sense of self." Razeal tapped his fingers against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was thin, unnatural, like tapping inside a coffin. He stopped quickly. "It's only been a minute, and I already feel irritated." He pinched the bridge of his nose, lips twisting. "I get it, system. Stopped. I don't need the whole sadist handbook." The system fell silent, even though list was still long to go. "All right, whatever," he muttered, closing his eyes briefly. "This place is hell, got it." He opened his eyes again, gaze sharpening. "Anyways, not like I'm here to live. I just need to find that old man and run off." Yeah, sure, he could break out of this chamber if he wanted. That wasn't the problem. The real problem was finding the man he came here for. This place wasn't just one chamber. It was an endless hive of them, each sealed and separated. Even if Razeal escaped this one chamber, what then? Was he supposed to go door to door, tearing through thousands of cells until he stumbled on the right one? No, that would take days, maybe weeks. And he didn't have that luxury. He rubbed his temples, already feeling the weight pressing down. Before morning, I have to be out. I don't get a second night here. If I failed, he didn't even need to finish the thought. And that wasn't even accounting for guard. He didn't know if Eternal Hold actually had wardens patrolling it. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Either way, smashing through chamber after chamber was guaranteed to alert someone to know he had to be smarter than that, faster. His breath came out in a faint cloud, misting in front of him. The chill here was biting, cutting. Deeper the longer he sat still. His lungs itched with every inhale. There was no breeze, no circulation, and yet the air stung like frost. His lips quirked upward in a humorless smile. This is going to fry my brain. But it's the only option left. Slowly, his gaze lowered. There, just beneath him, stretching thin against the white floor, was his own shadow. IT shouldn't have even been there logically, since there was no visible light source in this chamber. No torch, sun, or even any glowing crystal. Just this strange, uniform brightness that somehow left a shadow anyway. That detail was the key. If his chamber had one, then every chamber had one, not exactly as he had suspected, and actually exactly what he needed. All right, he exhaled, steadying himself. Let's begin. His eyelids slid shut. His awareness dipped down into the patch of darkness beneath him, sinking into it as if it were water. The sensation was always strange, like peeling away part of his consciousness and scattering it into the ground. First, one shadow, then another, dozens, hundreds. The connection spread outward like a web, thin threads linking his mind to every flicker of darkness in range. His mental field stretched further, past walls and floors and chambers, through the endless labyrinth of Eternal Hold. The weight on his head grew heavier with each expansion. 1,000.10,000. His teeth gritted. Sweat slicked the back of his neck. 20,000, 30.50 by the time the number reached 73,000. His vision swam even though his eyes were closed. His temples throbbed as though nails were being driven into them. Over 73,000 shadows, 73,000 cells. Means at least 40 to 40,000's lives rotting away in this frozen hell after. Let's say cutting out. other object shadows if there were any. Just as I feared. His voice was barely a whisper, stressed not with fear, but with tiredness. But then again, seems like real training be coming to use now. That skill can come in use now. Shadow gaze. The concept was deceptively simple. Any shadow his sense could reach. He could tether himself to. And once tethered, he could see through it, as though the shadow itself were an eye to a network of invisible cameras scattered across the world. But there were limits. The first, he could only see from the shadow's natural angle, that he couldn't move it, tilt it, or couldn't force it. If it was blocked, then it was blocked. The second, the toll. The flood of perspectives wasn't something a human mind was meant to handle. Even with his original SS-rank mental stat, he had struggled to control thousands of views at once without collapsing. And now, he scowled bitterly as he checked his stat again. Mental, be it had plummeted after he abandoned his virulent bloodline. FCK, he cursed, if he tried to hold even a fraction of those 73,000 perspectives at once, his brain would tear itself apart. His consciousness would shatter under the overload, which meant one thing: he'd have to do it the slow way, 0.1 shadow at a time. Razeal groaned under his breath, dragging a hand down his face. 73,000 of them. Seriously? Finding one person in this crowd? It wasn't just the number. Each shadow was unpredictable. Some were stretched thin, giving only warped glimpses of walls. Others were at odd angles, showing nothing useful. Shadows shifted constantly with movement, changing perspective with every twitch of their source. IT would be like combing through a mountain of fractured mirrors, searching for one reflection in the shards. And yet, he had no other choice. Phoenix. He clenched his fists, forcing focus into his mind. I don't have time to complain, or even have time for anything but this. Then he closed his eyes again. Slowly, carefully, he locked onto the nearest tether. The shadow directly beside his chamber. The further the distance, the heavier the mana cost. Better to start small, nearby, and conserve strength. A sharp pulse of darkness ran through him as the connection snapped into place. And suddenly, the world shifted. A new view bled into his vision. Jagged and grainy like a memory half-formed, he was no longer staring at his white chamber, but seeing out from a crooked angle. At the base of another stone-gray skin, ragged breath, a man sitting in corner. His shadow stretched long and thin across the floor, tethered to Razeal's senses. The man looked broken. Hollow eyes, pale lips, but alive. Not the one he was looking for. Razeal cut the connection, inhaling sharply as his focus snapped back into his own body. His head slightly pounding already, the strain gnawing at the back of his skull. One down, he muttered grimly. 72,999 to go. He could almost laugh at the absurdity. Almost. But instead, he leaned back against the wall again, steadying his breath. Then he closed his eyes and reached for the next shadow. Continue. The northern coast of the Empire, the morning sun spilled golden light across coast. Wooden planks creaked under the steady rhythm of footsteps of passerbys, gulls circling high above. Their cries carried by the sea breeze that a man in a crisp brown suit walked calmly down the pier. His lean frame moved with deliberate composure, polished shoes tapping softly against the damp boards. That a pair of thin-framed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, their lenses catching fleeting glimmers of the sun. Behind them, his light green eyes scanned the path with a detached sharpness. Walking just ahead of him was a woman whose very stance demanded attention. Her aqua-blue hair shimmered under the morning light, trailing down her back like liquid silk. Her arms were crossed tightly against her chest, her chin tilted upward, in arrogance, as though the entire dock belonged to her alone. Every stride she took radiated superiority, and the occasional sailor or passerby instinctively moved aside when she approached. They walked in silence, until the man suddenly stopped. His steps froze so abruptly that the woman had to halt as well, boots clicking against the wood as she turned her gaze over her shoulder. "What now?" Maria asked, voice edged with annoyance, aqua hair swaying with emotion. But the man didn't answer. Instead, he bent down, fingers brushing against a rolled-up newspaper discarded on the ground. He straightened smoothly, flipping it open with a faint rustle. For a moment, his eyes skimmed across the print. Then his lips twitched, his face convulsing through a series of startled expressions, as though each line he read struck him harder than the last. Maria tilted her head, irritation shifting to curiosity as she caught the strange shifts in his expression. "What is it?" she pressed, stepping closer. Levy didn't reply. Instead, he turned the paper toward her, his expression unreadable behind the reflective glare of his glasses. That Maria's aqua eyes darted across the inked letters, and the moment the words sank in. "He did what?" she gasped, voice echoing across the pier. She snatched the paper from his hand, clutching it tightly as if she needed to feel the material to believe the madness it carried. Her lips parted, disbelief spilling out in a rush. I knew he was crazy, but he's a F-kin, lunatic, try to rape the daughter of a duke's household. Then admitting it, even in presence of her imperial majesty, he's a F-kin, mental case. She almost choked on her words, mouth frozen open in the shape of an O, staring down at the page as though the letters themselves mocked her sanity. Levy scratched the side of his head, his lips still twitching as though he hadn't fully processed it either. His green eyes flickered uneasily behind his glasses. Well, he did get into eternal hold, at least, he muttered. That much is true. Maria shut the newspaper with a sharp snap, pressing one palm against her temple, massaging as though the news itself had given her a migraine. For several long seconds, she just stood there, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Did I really make the right decision? Following Razeal had already felt reckless, even insane. Now, it was as if she had willingly tied herself to a madman determined to play games with his own death. Her jaw tightened. If he had died before fulfilling his promise before, finding the way to separate my bloodline, I would have been damned. Finally, she lowered her hand, exhaling through her nose. She turned back to Levy, blinking as if steadying herself before speaking. But will he be able to get out of there? Her voice carried a quiet edge of concern that she quickly masked with her usual sharpness. Levy adjusted his glasses, eyes flicking out to the sea where gulls dive for scraps. I don't know, he admitted plainly. But either way, we don't have time to wait and see that we need to move faster. Prepare the ship, or it'll be damned. Maria blinked, momentarily caught off guard by certainty. Then she quickened her steps to catch up, lips curling into a sly smile. His tone was firm, his steps resuming with purpose. Well, she said, her tone laced with mockery. You sound awfully confident in him. So much trust. Oh ho, do you know something I don't? Any secret you're keeping from me? She walked 2 paces ahead, posture deliberately superior, eyes forward as though she were above him, but her words lingered in the air like bait. Levy, however, offered no immediate answer. He simply observed her gait, her noble stride that screamed practiced arrogance. That how nobles always walk. He wondered silently, or is she just trying too hard to remind me she's above me? He shook his head faintly. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he didn't provoke her ego too much. She was volatile, prideful, and in Levy's mind, maybe even more unhinged than Razeal himself. She's a psychopath too. After all, who else would willingly throw themselves at the side of a man branded a monster, knowing he would drag her into danger, into infamy, into becoming one of the most wanted criminals alive? That wasn't bravery. That was lunacy. Finally, he replied, his tone as dry as driftwood. I don't trust him, it's just, I know if he comes back and finds no ship here, he'll torture me until I wish I was dead that I don't know. But he doesn't seem like a person who'd be kind to anyone, at which Maria blinked once. Well, isn't that trust then? She turned her head forward again, deliberately lengthening her stride, so she remained a step ahead of him. Levy didn't answer. He only sighed quietly, focusing on the sight ahead. The bustling docks, where sea sailors shouted over one another and ships swayed gently in the tide. Maria's footsteps slowed slightly as she glanced sideways at him again, this time more thoughtful than mocking. Strange, she mused. When did our conversation stop feeling awkward? Just yesterday, they've been uneasy allies at best, even a little hostile, 2 people tied together by necessity rather than choice. She had looked down on him as nothing more than a pawn, while he had treated her noble superior she was off course. But now, they were speaking more naturally, almost like equals, though she still clung to her posture of superiority. And in that shift, she noticed something else. This man, whoever he truly was, had far too many connections. That it wasn't just the way sailors stepped aside for him as he passed. It wasn't just how easily dock workers nodded respectfully when he gave the smallest instruction. That it was deeper than that. Maria had seen him yesterday whisper a single word to what looked like a beggar slumped against a wall, only for that same beggar to arrange a meeting with a wealthy merchant that very afternoon. A meeting that actually happened. Maria had assumed at first that her own influence as a noblewoman would be required to grease the wheels. She had even been prepared to throw her family name around. But to her surprise, Levy hadn't needed her. Everything had gone. Disturbingly smooth, too smooth. Far from the Empire, a remote village thousands of miles away from the Empire's capital, hidden deep within barren plains and cracked mountains. A forgotten village clung stubbornly to survival. Its homes were crumbling clay and timber, its streets packed dirt, and its people worn thin by poverty. Dust hung heavy in the air, stirred by the occasional dry gust of wind. coating everything in a dull shade of brown. That be why the roadside, leaning against the shattered remains of a stone wall, an old man sat slouched. His clothes were little more than rags, his yellowed teeth visible whenever his mouth gaped open, and his hair a tangled nest of gray and black streaks. He looked half asleep, eyelids drooping, lips muttering faintly to himself, like a man caught between dreams and reality. Then her shadow fell over him. The tall woman, her build regal and commanding, stood before him. Her long royal purple hair cascaded down her back like a flowing banner, catching the faint sunlight that managed to break through the haze. Her face was striking, breathtaking in its sharp beauty, but there was no warmth in it. No smile, no softness, only an icy mask as if carved from marble. And her eyes, those deep purple eyes, they bore into him with such weight that his very breath stuttered in his chest. "Old man," she said, her voice cool and steady, carrying neither kindness nor cruelty, only authority. She extended a hand, holding out a portrait. "Have you ever seen this face? Or anyone resembling him around here?" The old man blinked, confused, his mind sluggish. Who? Who are you?" he stammered, his voice rough like gravel. He lifted his head, trying to focus on the woman. And then he saw her properly. For a moment his mind went blank. He had lived a long life, seen countless women in his youth and old age alike, but never had he laid eyes on beauty like hers. It was otherworldly, beyond the reach of mortals like him. Yet before he could linger on that thought, a sudden chill ran through his body. Her expressionless gaze locked onto his cold, sharp and unwavering. It wasn't beauty he saw. It was power, power that made his knees weak even though he was already seated. His instinct screamed at him, "Look away." And he did. His eyes dropped instantly to the ground, his body trembling. He dared not meet those eyes again. "Look carefully," the woman repeated, her tone hardening ever so slightly. She extended the portrait closer, as though pressing the weight of her will into his very chest. "Tell me if you've seen him, anywhere, anytime." The old man's hands shook as he took the portrait. His mind screamed at him to answer quickly, to not test her patience. He didn't know who she was, but the way she stood, the way her words felt like unshakable commands. It was as though he were speaking to a queen or princess of unimaginable standing. He forced his blurred eyes to focus on the drawing. The young boy stared back from the page. Purple hair, jet black eyes. His face sharp yet youthful, no more than 12 or 13 years old in the portrait. The old man squinted harder, racking his memory, trying to see if he had ever glimpsed such a child in this forgotten place. The seconds stretched, he swallowed hard. Finally, with a trembling voice, he answered, I haven't. Your lady, I swear it. I don't recognize him." His head bobbed slightly, almost an apology, as he quickly handed the portrait back. "I've never seen anyone like that here, not once." A faint click of her tongue escaped her lips. "TCH." The sound was soft, but it made him flinch as though struck. Without another word, the woman turned on her heel, her long hair swaying behind her as she began to walk away. The old man let out a shaky breath of relief, lowering his gaze back to the dirt. He dared not speak another word, let alone call her back. Nova's boots pressed into the dry soil as she left it behind, her stride strong, yet her mind restless. From the reports gathered by her intelligence team, she'd learned that foreverine metal had been discovered by mistake in this small kingdom. 5 years ago, the exact time Razeal disappeared, that a perfect match. In this place, it was supposed to be the center of it all. This should have been where he was. She had sent her entire team searching for clues, but nothing had turned up. How could someone just vanish without a trace? Was it the wrong place? That was the only possibility, wasn't it? Or was Razeal truly so intelligent that he hadn't left behind a single clue? And the difficulty was compounded by what made him different. He had no mana in aura. His bloodline lay dormant, silent. There was nothing supernatural to sense, no energy trail to follow. They were forced to search him physically through eyes, rumors, word of mouth, and still, nothing to IT was unbelievable, almost impossible, and yet, it was reality. After all, one cannot track what leaves no trace. That a physical being without mana or aura was like smoke in the wind. There, but untouchable. That Nova's steps slowed as she moved away from the old man. Disappointment tugged at her, but stronger than that was rage. Rage that had been smoldering inside her since the day she learned of what had happened to her brother. She wanted. No, she needed to destroy whoever dared to do that to him. Every single one of them. Their lives were nothing but offerings for her brother's vengeance. She imagined it already, heads rolling at her feet, enemies begging for mercy they wouldn't receive, and then presenting those trophies to Razeal himself. Maybe then, Just maybe he would accept them, even if only as a small gift. Perhaps he might even see it as recognition of her effort, and she wanted to do it fast, before tomorrow. After all, they were going to bring him home tomorrow, and what better way to greet him than with the gift of vengeance? It wasn't just about pleasing him, it was for herself, too. She wanted to see the ones who dared touch him bleed. But despite the fire inside her, disappointment still weighed her steps. Her investigation had led her here, yet again, with no progress. How could someone vanish so completely? How could there be no trail, no whispers, no rumors? For someone without aura, without mana, without even an awakened bloodline, her brother had eluded not just common eyes, but her entire intelligence network. It was maddening. Her boots tapped sharply against the rough stones of the path as she walked away, her cloak trailing behind her like a shadow of frustration. Her violet eyes burned, her mind replaying the rage and helplessness over and over. That was when the old man sitting behind stirred again. His eyes flickered, as though a thought had begun to claw its way out from the murk of memory. He blinked rapidly, confusion swirling in his cloudy gaze, as if the portrait she had shown him had awoken something. But only halfway. Hello, lady madam. The old man croaked from behind, his voice uneven. He tried to sound respectful, but the words tumbled out clumsily, betraying his lack of refinement. Still, desperation pushed him to call out. Nova froze mid-step. Her head turned slowly, her gaze snapping back toward him. She saw it immediately, the glimmer of confusion, of recognition, fighting in his wrinkled face. Without hesitation, her tall figure blurred. In a blink, she was in front of him, standing so close that the man nearly collapsed in fright. The old man's soul nearly fled his body. His heart hammered in his chest, his dry throat croaking out a strangled sound as the overwhelming presence of the woman pressed on him. But Nova's eyes sharpened. For the first time today, something other than cold frustration flickered across her face. There was hope. "You remembered something?" she asked, her voice cold but edged with the faintest ripple of excitement. The old man clutched his chest, steadying himself, his words trembling out of him. Can I see the portrait again, lady?" Nova didn't waste time. With a flick of her wrist, the parchment appeared once more, her long fingers holding it up directly in front of his weathered face. The old man squinted hard, his eyes darting over the boy's features. The sharp black eyes, the shape of the jaw, the angle of the nose. It nagged at him. He blinked several times, the frustration building as recognition itched just beyond his reach. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. A thought struck him. "Madam, can you please remove his hair?" "Nova's browarka." "Hair?" she muttered, her voice tightening with confusion. But then, without hesitation, she allowed a sliver of her power to flow. Purple energy flickered faintly across the parchment, and in an instant the portrait shifted. The boy's violet hair vanishing, leaving behind a perfectly bald head. The old man gasped sharply. His hands shot up, clapping together as his eyes went wide with recognition. Yes, it's him, that beggar kid." His voice cracked as he nearly shouted the words, forgetting himself, forgetting the fear for a heartbeat in his excitement. "Beggar kid," Nova repeated slowly, her voice like a blade dragging against stone. The old man froze, horror dawning on him as the weight of his words sank, and he felt as though he'd signed his death sentence. His body trembled, his breath caught. But to his shock, she didn't kill him. She didn't even strike him. Nova's lips curved up dangerously, but she controlled herself, letting the words slip past her lips again, quieter this time. "Beggar kid." The old man swallowed hard, his lips quivered, but she didn't give him a chance to recover. Her voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "Where did you see him last?" The demand sank into his bones. He couldn't resist. His mind scrambled, searching his memories, until the truth spilled out. He used to rob. Bits of food, scraps here and there, the man said quickly, his words tumbling over themselves. He was in bad condition that time. Maybe injured, I don't know, but the last time I saw him being taken away by the Claytonic Church. After that, never saw him again. His voice shook with every word, his body nearly collapsing under the pressure of her gaze. "The Claytonic Church," Nova whispered. The name rolled off her tongue with venom, but she didn't say more. Instead, she raised her hand. "Here, take this." A coin, deep purple in color, landed in his trembling hands. The old man looked down at it. His breath caught in his chest as he saw the intricate crest engraved upon its surface. A silver raven with a third eye, flying over a shattered mirror. The insignia of the virulent family. But he didn't recognize anything. Nova didn't give him time to ask. Her violet cloak swirled as she turned, her tall frame already striding away with long, commanding steps. The faint glint of her hair caught the dull village sunlight before vanishing into the distance. The old man's hands trembled violently around the coin. What? What is this? He whispered, his chest heaved with shallow breaths, his eyes glued to the strange, ominous crest. He didn't know what it meant, but it chilled him to the core. His gaze lifted, following the direction where the woman had disappeared. Who? Who was she? He muttered hoarsely. His throat felt dry. She's so scary, so dangerous. He remembered the way she had appeared in front of him in a blink, the way the portrait itself had changed at her command. And wait, was that sorcery? His voice broke. The coin burned cold in his hand as he clutched it tighter. Fear and awe mixing in his trembling body. The image of the woman, her piercing violet eyes, her terrifying calm, would haunt him for the rest of his days, and this light but heavy coin. What's happening over there? A man whispered, leaning slightly toward his companion as he squinted down the crowded street. His tone carried curiosity, but also a thread of nervousness. The man beside him followed his gaze. Ahead, near the steps of the Claytonic church, a crowd had gathered. 10, maybe 20 knights in radiant silver and gold armor standing firmly on one side, while opposite them were dozens, no, hundreds of figures in black robes, the worshippers and believers of the Claytonic church. The contrast was stark. Light against shadow, polished steel against somber cloth, and in the center of it all, tension brewed. As I said, growled the scar-faced man who seemed to lead the black-robed group. No one except the followers and worshippers of the Claytonic church are permitted past these gates. If you wish to enter, you must first prove your devotion. His tone was sharp, edged with hostility. His eyes locked firmly on the woman before him. She stood tall, radiant. Her golden presence was unmistakable. Selena, the saintess, even dressed modestly, the brilliance of her aura was enough to draw every gaze. Her voice, though calm, carried irritation beneath its composure. I only need to look inside, Selena said softly, her golden eyes narrowing. Do not create problems for your church. I am not in the mood for this. The scar-faced man's jaw clenched, his hand twitched at his side as though itching for his weapon. No, he snapped. No matter who you are, whoever you claim to be, this is your last warning. Step back, or we will defend our church with weapons. At once, the robed believers behind him shifted. Hands went to hilts, blades gleamed in the dim light, and the air thickened with killing intent. That was when one of the golden-armored knights by Selena stepped forward, fury in his voice. His entire body radiated indignation. Give the order, Your Holiness, the knight said, his voice low but burning with righteous fire. Say the word and we will clean this path with blood. Oh, let these wretches speak to you with such insolence. It cannot be tolerated. His gauntlet hand gripped the pommel of his sword, his entire body tense, ready to act. The other knights mirrored him, shifting forward, eyes blazing, the frowns on their faces carved deep. How could these people not recognize her? The saintess herself, standing here before them, treated like a common intruder. The insult was unbearable, but Selena lifted her hand ever so slightly, hesitating. No, wait, she murmured, her voice softer but firm. Not yet. Killing isn't always the way. Inside her heart, though, the hesitation twisted like a knife. She wasn't here for mercy. She was here because of Razeal. Because of the pain he suffered unintentionally by her actions. She had come to this place, searching for those who hurted him to take the revenge, and it hadn't taken her long to learn the truth. This church was most likely linked with that. Her fists clenched at her sides. Rage coiled in her chest. But even so, she forced herself to breathe. But if she lost control now, how could she call herself the Saintius? The scar-faced man smirked, emboldened by her restraint. He opened his mouth to bark another threat. But then it came. The sound of measured steps. Click, 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 shoes striking stone, calm, steady, unhurried. The sound cut through the noise like a blade. Slowly, all eyes turned toward the source. Even the robed believers, frowning, shifted uneasily as the sound grew louder, closer. And then they saw a tall woman, her violet cloak trailing behind her like the flowing shadow of royalty. Her hair shimmered with a faint glint of deep purple, her eyes cold, expressionless, unreadable. She walked with a steady, inevitable grace, each step making the air around her heavier, as if the world itself acknowledged her presence. Nova. The moment she stepped into view, the crowd fell into uneasy silence. They stiffened. Frowning, the scar-faced man blinked, his body suddenly tense. Something primal screamed at him not to stand in her way. But pride and duty shoved the fear down, forcing him forward. With hurried steps, he placed himself directly in front of her path. Hey, lady, stop right there. he barked, though his voice cracked slightly. He swallowed hard, staring into her eyes, the chill of them freezing his blood. If you're not a believer of the Claytonic Church, then you cannot enter. I said stop. Nova's eyes shifted to him once, cold and indifferent. I see, she said simply. Her voice was calm, too calm, and she didn't stop. Her steps continued forward. The scar-faced man froze. Something in his instincts screamed louder now, shrieking that he should run, that he should never have spoken. Then it happened. Flashes of purple light erupted across the space. Swift, precise, merciless. Blades of shadow. No. Lines of death itself from unseen directions. Knives gleamed with reflected light, streaking faster than the eye could follow. And then, a thin red line blossomed across the necks of every Claytonic believer standing there. For a heartbeat, silence, and then thud, thud, thud. Heads slid from shoulders, dozens at once. The severed heads hit the ground, rolling, eyes wide in shock that never had time to fade. Blood arced high, spraying across robes, walls, the gates of the church itself. The bodies crumpled like puppets with cut strings, collapsing in heaps upon the blood-soaked stones. Nova never paused. Her boots splashed through the crimson puddles as she walked past the fallen. She didn't so much as glance at the corpses she had left behind. The air reeked of iron, the ground slick with gore, but her steps remained steady, unhurried. Blood sprayed onto her cloak. Not that it mattered, the knights, even those clad in golden armor, stood frozen in silence. Selena herself could only stare, lips pressed tightly together. After a moment, they parted slightly, as if she meant to speak, yet no words came. A severed head rolled across the stone and stopped at her feet. She looked down. Lifeless eyes gazed up at her, wide with the terror of their final breath. Still, she said nothing. The street was drowned in silence. Heavy and suffocating. Last, Selena lifted her gaze. Her eyes followed Nova's retreating figure, then rose higher to the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. There, dozens of assassins stood, their purple uniforms unmistakable, blades glistening with fresh blood that dripped steadily onto the tiles below. She's here for him, too, Selena thought, her expression unreadable that a soft sigh escaped her. Let's go, she murmured at last, turning to her guards. Without another glance at the fallen, she followed in Nova's footsteps. Inside Eternal Hold, fuck? I hate this. Razeal hissed through clenched teeth, both hands gripping the sides of his skull as though trying to stop it from splitting open. Blood streamed down his face in thin crimson lines, dripping from his ears, his nose, and even the corners of his eyes. Veins bulged angrily across his forehead and temples, swelling until some of them burst with sharp stings, feeding the red that stained his pale skin. His head felt like it was boiling under pressure, and still, he forced himself to continue. The concentration demanded by his shadow gaze was unbearable. The exhaustion clawing at his mind was real. His head spun, stomach churning, and a low, constant buzzing filled his skull like a swarm of hornets chewing through his sanity. But he couldn't stop. Not now that he had spent the entire night pushing himself, refusing even a moment's pause. Hours upon hours had bled together, his body unmoving in this empty white chamber while his consciousness scattered outward into the abyss of shadows. Razeal panted, voice hoarse, as he cursed again. Where the FCK is this F-kin old man? His eyelids pressed tighter shut, as if the darkness might ease the strain, but it didn't. Behind them, shapes and faces continued flashing one after another. Thousands of them. For a fraction of a second at a time, every face etched itself into his mind before vanishing, replaced by another. Men, women, elderly, each one imprisoned within the sterile hell of Eternal Hold. And with every glimpse came the unspoken stories written into their eyes. Hopelessness, madness, broken will, silent screams that at. First, the weight of those gazes tore at him, and he had caught himself wondering. Who were they before they were dragged here? What crimes, what mistakes, what bad luck had led them to this inescapable tomb? He even thought he might see corpses, those who had taken their own lives to escape the endless emptiness. But strangely, unervingly, not a single one was dead. All were alive, maybe forced to remain alive. Their suffering stretched into eternity that he doesn't know, though it disturbed him, gnawed at him, made his gut twist with something he couldn't name. But as the hours dragged on, instinct, or maybe sheer survival had taught him to shut it all out. Ignore them. Ignore the hollow eyes. Ignore the screams that lived only in silence. If he let himself dwell on even one face, he would waste time. And he had no time to waste. And not that he cared for now, that he leaned back against the cold, sterile wall, his breathing ragged. Crimson streaks staining his chin as more blood trickled free. He was irritated, exhausted beyond measure. Yet his will remained sharp. Morning had already come that he could feel it. And that made him more anxious than the splitting in his skull. He had to be out of eternal hold before his mother or sister returned to the Empire. He somehow guesses them too well. Their false obsessive protectiveness or whatever would never have allowed him to be thrown into this cursed prison. They would have showed fake care fight or whatever just so to prove that they care. Do something maybe to keep him from stepping foot here, even if it meant threatening the Empire. And once they returned, if he hadn't already escaped, they might interfere in his plans. That couldn't happen. He had to finish this before they dragged him out themselves. If it did happen, he'd be trapped with no escape. Faster. I need to be faster, he growled under his breath. Another shadow. Another face. Another glimpse into a chamber identical to his own. One after another. Each time, his focus was razor sharp, his memory working like steel, matching the descriptions he remembered from the novel, from the fragments he had seen in the virulent household's library. Yeah, of course the old man he saw it wasn't just anyone, that he had been an important figure once, famous enough that even a half-forgotten portrait still put. In virulent household library. More faces. More empty chambers. His mental energy burned away like oil in a fire. His mental stat, once mighty, was only at B-rank, now crippled by the price of abandoning his virulent bloodline. And with every connection, with every shadow sight, he felt the strain grind his mind raw. He remembered when he could have handled hundreds of views at once. His perception branching out endlessly, his thoughts processing like a storm of lightning. Back then, he might have swept through this place in minutes. Now he was crawling, one shadow at a time. And it was killing him. Every flash of vision dug deeper into his sanity. His hands trembled, nails scratching against his skull as though to dig out the pressure. The cold white chamber around him seemed to close in tighter with every breath. Time was bleeding away. He clenched his teeth, forced another surge of focus, and opened his connection to the next shadow. And froze, his breath caught. This chamber was different, empty, white, but not like the rest. In the center, suspended in midair, was an old man. Not just suspended, impaled. Not just suspended, impaled. Thick, jagged spikes of some pure, white metal pierced through his body at every angle. One massive spear impaled his chest clean through, pinning him like a butterfly on display. Others jutted through his thighs, his forearms, his shoulders, suspending him in a grotesque crucifixion. Yet despite the torment, the man was not frail. His body was still magnificent, even broken. Bulky, carved with muscle that spoke of a lifetime of strength. His long black hair, wild and unkempt, framed his face and shoulders, still holding a strange, untamed beauty. His features were harsh, weathered with time, but undeniably powerful. Even though in torment, the man looked majestic, suspended in the void white chamber, impaled by same material spikes thicker than a man's arm. His body radiated an authority that time had failed to strip away. His muscles were still cut like stone. The bulk of a warrior who had lived battle after battle. His long black hair fell around his shoulders in wild, tangled strands, still rich and full despite years in captivity, if not for the faint lines on his weathered face. Creases at the edges of his mouth, shadows beneath his eyes, he would have looked like a man at the peak of his life. Even so, there was no denying it. He was superior than most men would ever be. His eyes were shut, lids heavy, his chest unmoving. But what drew Razeal's attention most was the unnatural stillness around the wounds. The great spikes that impaled him through chest, thighs, arms, did not bleed. Not a single drop. The flesh around them looked sealed, as if even the body's right to leak had been stripped away. A grotesque preservation. Razeal sat silently within his own chamber, staring through the shadow vision he had forced to connect here. For several seconds, he simply studied the man's face. Even though his eyes were closed, his mind was weary. His body felt shredded from within. But when he looked at that face, sharp jaw, thick brows, the shadow of an untamed beast lying dormant, his fatigue lightened. It's him. The words slipped through his bloodied lips like a sigh of relief. T-lass, and no more wasting time. And no more burning his mind raw across 73,000 shadows one by one, and no more gambling on faces that weren't the one he needed. Finally, the old man had been found. Razeal dragged himself up from where he'd been slumped on the cold white floor of his own chamber. His legs trembled, but strength returned with every heartbeat. Fed by the satisfaction of success, he wiped the little blood streaking down from his temple, smearing crimson across his pale cheek, and looked down at his shadow. The faint smirk tugging at his lips deepened. Shadow teleportation. His voice was low but steady. carrying a confidence that the sterile walls could not smother. The shadow beneath his feet rippled like disturbed water, spinning in a slow spiral before collapsing inward. The polished white floor warped, turning black as though a hole had been carved into reality itself. IT wasn't just a hole, but IT was bottomless, a hungry void, a wormhole made of darkness that yawned wide to swallow him whole. His legs sank first, then his waist, his chest. Blood still clung to his face. But his expression remained calm enough to look insane. And then, in silence, his body sank into the blackness and vanished. The chamber he left behind, eternal and inescapable, was once again perfectly empty. Chamber 13, 656. From the shadow beneath the suspended man, something shifted. First a flicker, then the faintest outline of a head. Razeal rose from the darkness, as though climbing from water, his body emerging smoothly from the still shadow, stretched thin beneath the old man's dangling feet. One moment he was nowhere, the next he was there, standing whole, not a sound betraying his arrival. He lifted his gaze. The old man hung suspended only meters before him, body pierced and held by spikes, head lowered slightly in eternal stillness. The silence was heavy, absolute, broken only by Razeal's steady breaths. Then the old man's eyes snapped open, wild, untamed, like the sudden glare of a predator awakened after years of sleep. A suffocating aura burst from him in an instant, primal and ferocious, the kind of instinctive might that couldn't be trained. Only born, IT flooded the chamber like a crashing tide, invisible teeth gnashing against Razeal's skin, demanding submission. Razeal smiled. Not a twitch of hesitation or flinch. Compared to the horrors he had walked through, the killing intent of this man, this beast, was little more than a thrilling gust of wind. The old man tilted his head slightly, throwing his black hair back from his face. Even impaled, he was regal. Even bound, he looked like a king. His voice, when it came, was deep and majestic, echoing against the sterile chamber walls. "Who are you?" His eyes bored into Razeal's, sharp and ancient. "Brat." Razeal met his gaze without blinking, the smirk still resting on his bloodied lips. "I'm here to take you out." The old man's brows furrowed, his voice hardened, weight pressing against the boy like a blade. I asked, "Who are you?" "Answer that first." Razeal exhaled slowly through his nose, tilting his head just slightly. He could feel the pride rolling off this man in waves, the demand for respect, the insistence on formality, on identity. "I am Razeal," he said at last, his tone still casual. "I heard you know the way to the ocean black." The moment the words left his lips, the old man's entire expression shifted. His eyes lifted, surprise flashing across their depth, and for the first time his lips twitched into something resembling a smile. "Ocean black." The old man's voice rolled through the chamber like thunder trapped inside stone. His eyes glinted for the first time, surprise flaring with a touch of joy. Even after all these years, people still remember those words. He ignored the boy's name entirely, his interest hooked solely on that phrase, his gaze sharpening as if he had been waiting decades for someone to speak it aloud. "So, kid, how did you get in here?" His head shifted slightly, black hair falling across his face. "And more importantly, how are you still sane?" His eyes flickered across the sealed white chamber, searching for cracks, doors, windows. Any explanation? There was none. This was eternal hold. And then at bloodied face of kid, Razeal straightened. "Razeal," he corrected, his eyes boring into the man's. "It's Razeal." For a moment, the old man stared. Then a low chuckle escaped his lips, rich and gravelly, echoing in the emptiness. It was as if the spikes pinning him didn't even exist, as if the pain of being impaled was too small for a man of his will. "Oh, so you do have a spine," he said, amusement tugging at his expression. "Even the spikes can't silence arrogance in children these days. Very well. Razeal." His voice grew louder on the name, biting and deliberate. "So tell me again, how did you get in here, and sane, after staying in this hell?" Razeal raised a bloody hand and pulled a small white handkerchief from his pocket, beginning to wipe his face casually, as though this were nothing more than idle conversation. "Same as you," he replied coolly. "And sane, aren't you, even after almost 30 years in this place?" The old man's head tilted back, a wild grin splitting his lips. "Oh no, no, boy that I'm not like everyone, that I'm special." Razeal smirked. "So am I." For reasons even he couldn't fully explain, the old man laughed again, deep, booming, amused despite himself. "PFHHHD, huh, amused by your audacity, Brad." His teeth flashed in the white emptiness, the laughter faded, his eyes sharpened. "What do you want from me, then? What could make you drag yourself into my prison? Razeal's smirk widened. Take me to the ocean, Black. That's my only destination. The old man chuckled, his voice carrying like rolling stones. Ha! Trying to reach the ocean, are you? Aren't you afraid of becoming criminal? Wait. If you're standing here, it means the Empire already cast you aside. They wouldn't put someone they care about in this graveyard. His grin widened, teeth glinting. Or wait, did you come here just for me? Razeal said nothing, just shrugged, wiping away the last of the blood from his temple and flicking the stained handkerchief downward. The fabric vanished into a shadow, devoured instantly, leaving no trace. The old man's eyes flickered at that shrug, then at the strange power that consumed the boy's handkerchief like a hungry beast. His thoughts whispered, he can use mana here. Impossible. This place seals everything. But he kept his expression unchanged, only blinking slowly as his grin grew. I can give you the direction, the old man finally said, voice a low rumble. But the rest will be on you. No. Razeal shook his head slowly. His voice was firm, ironclad. You'll go with me all the way. The old man's brows furrowed, then relaxed into a mocking smile. Hey, you clearly know who I am. Oh, you must also know I only have 4 years left to live. Why waste what little time I have walking Summium around the world? I want to etch my name in history, not play guide for some others that I don't like working with anyone. And if I were to walk beside you, the only one harmed would be you. His eyes gleamed, majesty radiating from them despite his chains. His voice carried a fierce passion, undimmed even by 30 years of imprisonment. I will use the last of my years to carve my legacy into the bones of this world. That is my will. Razeal's smirk twisted into something feral, his bloodied face lit by the madness of his confidence. Then become my subordinate. Give me those 4 years, and your name will be etched into history forever, through me. The silence shattered with the old man's roaring laughter. His head fell back, black hair spilling, his laughter booming so hard the spikes trembled. Ha 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 ha! PFTTT, ha ha! If not for the impalement, he would have been rolling across the floor. His mirth echoed endlessly, mocking wild. The whole Empire wasn't able to tame me, he bellowed between laughs. So why you think a 16-year-old brat can make me his subordinate? Huh, what dreams you dream, Razeal. But the boy didn't so much as blink that he stood straight, unbothered, his shadow swirling faintly beneath his feet. His voice was flat, unwavering. You'll rot in this place anyways, become my subordinate. The old man's laughter died slowly. He grinned, shaking his head. You don't get it, boy, that I don't sign contract, I don't bend. Freedom is the only thing I live for. Do you think anyone can make me submit? Who said anything about a contract? Razeal smiled. The old man stopped laughing. His grin faded, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He stared at the boy, studying him from head to toe, before his gaze settled back on those eyes. Those dangerous, unwavering eyes. I only need your words, Razeal continued. His voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. Just say it. Say you'll be my loyal subordinate. The old man's brows shot up. Then his lips twisted again, this time into a grin that was half shock, half amusement. Oh, his voice boomed, echoing off the empty white walls. You would dare demand that of me. You think a word binds me? Trust me that much already, Razeal. His gaze sharpened, eyes glittering with something primal. What if I say it, then walk free and leave you behind? What could you do to stop me? Razeal's smirk curved into something darker, sharper. His voice dropped low, carrying a chill that slithered through the chamber like a blade pressed to the skin. I don't believe in anyone, that it's just that I don't force anyone to AS for you betraying me. I'll only say don't, because it's only you who will regret it. Razeal smirked dangerously. The words fell like stone into a pond, ripples of menace radiating outward. The old man's laughter burst forth again, but this time it was different. His mirth was tinged with genuine intrigue, even admiration. He leaned forward as much as the spikes allowed, his wild grin growing wider. You know that even that Empress wasn't able to make me regret. You think a 16-year-old will. The old man chuckled slightly. He couldn't believe that after years, kids would be like this. Try me, Razeal said simply. His voice did not waver. His eyes did not flinch. The old man paused. His grin lingered, but his laughter died. Slowly, deliberately, he cracked his neck to the side, eyes narrowing. He looked into the boy's gaze, searching, testing, or trying to maybe scare him. And the boy did not break. The confidence radiating from him was no longer youthful pride. That IT was something else, something dangerous, unshakable. The old man stared deeper, and for the first time in decades, he wondered, this ignorance? Or is he truly serious? Raziel and the old man stood locked in silence, eyes fixed on one another. Time felt suspended, as if the endless white walls of the chamber themselves were holding their breath. Neither blinked or shifted. It was just the weight of two wills colliding in the void. The old man finally exhaled, his chest expanding against the cruel spikes that impaled his body. His voice came low, steady, carrying the authority of decades lived in defiance. "I don't know why you're so confident, boy," he said. "But no, I will not become someone's lapdog. I have never lived bowed beneath another, and I won't start now that I've lived 76 years under my own will, my own pride. Throw that away, even for a handful of borrowed years. It would be shameful, embarrassing, when history remembers me. They will not say I bent the knee to some arrogant brat. No, I'd rather let my life end here in this sterile tomb than spit on everything I stood for." His eyes never wavered, still locked with Raziel's. Raziel's smirk only widened. His voice dropped lower, almost conspiratorial. "I know about the divine boon your ancestor received," he said smoothly. "The blessing, the same one that still chains you, that I know only left you 4 years to live. But what if you could live longer? What if you could walk out of this prison and still see the world? More than you say to be." The old man's jaw tightened, though his eyes flickered with the faintest tremor of surprise. His voice came sharp, edged with warning. "Stop bullshitting me. No one can undo his will. It is inevitability itself. Don't waste my time pretending otherwise." Raziel shrugged, as if the disbelief didn't bother him in the slightest. "Believe it or don't. Makes no difference to me. I have more important things to accomplish. Compared to what I'm chasing, undoing that little curse of yours will be nothing more than a side job." The old man's lips curled faintly. He couldn't decide if the boy was delusional or if his arrogance was simply too great to comprehend limits. Still, the certainty in his tone stirred something in him, a tiny spark of doubt against his own conviction. "No need," the old man said flatly after a moment, dismissing it with a shake of his head. "You knowing about it is surprising enough. That secret was supposed to die with my bloodline. But I will not cling to false hope, nor throw away my ideals on a child's claim." Raziel's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned forward just enough to let his words sink deep. "So you really don't want to leave here? If leaving means breaking myself into someone subordinate, then know that I won't." The old man's tone was resolute, iron-strong. That Raziel's smirk deepened. His voice dropped to a whisper, cruel and deliberate. "Oh, I wonder about that. What if I told you could spend your last few years with your daughter?" The old man's eyes fluttered wider. For the first time, his composure faltered. Confusion cracked across his face like a hairline fracture in stone. Raziel's smile stretched faintly, knowing he had struck something vital. "Yeah, you heard me right. You might not have known, but your lover carried your child. After you were taken into eternal hold, she bore a daughter just 7 months later. She's alive, 29 years old this year." His tone softened only slightly, just enough to sound almost sincere. "Don't you think that poor girl deserves to know her father? To at least see his face once before his life is gone?" The chamber seemed to still. The old man's lips pressed together tightly. His eyes drifted downward, shadowed by thick lashes. His chest rose and fell in slow, deliberate breaths, spikes groaning softly against his restrained body. If he hadn't known, he had believed himself alone. His woman dead or moved on. His bloodline ended with him, which he honestly wished it should. Still, he had lived 30 years in this cage, thinking there was nothing waiting for him beyond its walls. A daughter. His mind spun in jagged circles. 29 years. She would be a woman now, a stranger who carried his blood. She had never once seen her father. Did she even know his name? His face? Would she hate him for being absent? Would she resent him? Or would she want to meet him even once before fate claimed him? The thought twisted inside him. A sharp ache he hadn't felt in decades. Long-buried emotions stirred his chest. Hope, guilt, longing. But when he finally lifted his gaze back to Raziel, his expression was steady again, controlled. "So now you're trying to buy me," he said at last, his voice low and heavy. "First with greed, now with emotions. You think dangling the idea of my daughter in front of me will make me crawl?" His eyes sharpened, cutting into Raziel's with dangerous intensity. "Do you think you can purchase my will like some cheap merchant's trinket?" Raziel tilted his head, his smirk never faltering. He said nothing, but the confidence radiating from him was unshaken. "I don't move because of manipulation," the old man continued. "I've lived my life by one principle. I only do what my will commands me. My pride is not for sale. My loyalty is not something to be bought with tricks. If I walk beside you, boy, it will not be because you forced me or bribed me or wave promises of family in my face. It will be because I decided it myself. His words echoed in the chamber. Ironclad. Razeal folded his arms across his chest, gaze cool, utterly unfazed. The smirk curved into something sharper, as if he'd expected exactly this answer. The silence between them was as heavy as the endless white walls that surrounded the chamber. Finally, the old man broke the silence, his deep voice echoing with the authority of decades spent unbowed. And if it really is about meeting my daughter, about freedom, about escaping this damned hole. His eyes burned with restrained fire. Then I could have it right now. Dio, you understand that, boy. If I begged that empress, if I lowered my head, just once she would free me. She would unleash me, if only to bind me under her banner. She would gladly take Yo Graj Molarius as her subordinate. That is an option I could claim even now. Soy. Tell me, should I choose you? His voice deepened, reverberating with iron will. The man who spent 30 years here, rotting in chains, only because he refused to bow. Do you truly think that man would surrender himself to a child? You need to try better. His lips curled into a thin, grim smile. I am Yo Graj Molarius, untamed, unruled. Not even empire could make me kneel to Oh, you really believe you could? The words weren't boast. They were fact, spoken with the calm certainty of a man who had stood unbroken before armies and rulers alike. His eyes blazed with pride, with majesty, the very essence of a man who had carved his existence through defiance. Razeal bowed his head slightly. For a moment, the smirk that so often twisted his lips widened even more. The quiet laugh stirred. He said in his head. Yes, this was what he had been waiting for. Not submission, not weakness, but the unshakable pride of a man who would rather die than betray his principles. Razeal's lips curved again, but this time into a genuine smile. Not mocking, not cruel, satisfied. When he lifted his head again, his entire demeanor had changed. The mischievous arrogance slipped away, replaced with an earnest calmness. His voice carried a weight it had lacked before, respectful, even noble in its cadence. I would like to apologize for my rudeness, he said evenly. It is just an habit of mine. People see the world through different eyes, different priorities, different perspectives. It was my own shallow thought that made me assume you're the kind of man who could be bent, but clearly. His smile widened, carrying a faint warmth. I was mistaken. The humility in his tone was startling, so utterly unlike the boy's earlier sharpness, that Yo Graj raised a single thick brow. The words, the rhythm, the dignity. It was almost as though the boy had been schooled in noble etiquette. I hope you won't take my small act to heart, Razeal continued. Human behavior is inconsistent. Sometimes we judge too quickly. I misjudged you. That much I'll admit, and I have apologized for that. Yo Graj studied him for a long moment, the weight of his gaze heavy. Then, with a slow nod, he allowed a faint exhale through his nose. I understand, young man. People are many things, priorities differ. Not every face shows the truth. The shift was subtle, but undeniable. The hostility in Yo Graj's voice softened into the first shade of acknowledgement. After all, this boy wasn't entirely misguided, just unpolished. Yes, indeed. One cannot judge a person's character by their face alone. And yes, everyone carries their own priorities. Razeal seized it instantly. In that case, he said, straightening his shoulders, I would like to change my offer. I won't ask you to be my subordinate. That was wrong of me. Instead, he let the words hang, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Come with me as my partner. Yo Graj tilted his head. No restrictions and no orders. That I won't command you. Nor will I try to leash you. You'll be free to do as you please. Fight beside me when you wish. Walk your own path when you don't. But together, we could achieve more. Isn't that what you want? To live the last years of your life as you choose. The old man narrowed his eyes. Silence stretched between them once more. Razeal pressed further, his voice measured, weaving each word with care. I mean, it's not like I could force you, even if I wanted to. You want freedom. Adventure. TOC new horizons. That's what drove you to defy the Empire in the first place. Isn't it? That restless desire to step into the sea, to explore, to clash with the unknown. That's why you risked everything, even your life. That wasn't it because land is boring. Land is predictable, known. Yo Graj's lips twitched faintly. And wasn't it the sea you longed for? Razeal's eyes gleamed as he leaned closer, his tone carrying almost a whisper of reverence. The endless expanse of water, the uncharted, the dangerous, the free. He extended his hand, not in command, but in invitation. So come with me, not as my servant, as my partner. Let's walk to the ocean black together. You'll have your freedom, your adventure. Your last 4 years spent exactly as you dreamed. That I mean, it's not that we're doing anything different. It's just we have same exact destination and just walking on path together. For the first time in decades, Yograj's face cracked into something other than stoic defiance to a smile. Rye sharp, faintly amused, he could see through the boy's ploy. He knew this was another tactic. The boy had shifted from crude demands to polished persuasion, almost buttering him up, appealing to his pride, his ideals, his wanderlust. Clever. And yet, the words resonated deeply. Because Razeal wasn't wrong that if he escaped alone, if he begged the Empress, he would simply trade one cage for another, a longer leash perhaps, but still a leash. And wasn't it true that all he ever wanted was to see the uncharted seas before death finally claimed him? The boy was sly, too sly for his age, that a fox dressed in the skin of a young ripe age. But perhaps a fox worth watching. Yograj chuckled, shaking his head faintly, still impaled on the cruel spikes that a sly fox at this age. What kind of hell did he crawl out from? To already speak with such cunning. His eyes lingered on Razeal, and against his will, he felt a flicker of amusement ripple through his chest. His eyes lingered on Razeal, and against his will, he felt a flicker of amusement ripple through his chest. My daughter, the old man murmured, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder. Despite the spikes that pinned him, he smiled faintly as his sharp eyes lingered on Razeal, as if waiting for kind of response. The boy's smile widened in return, his lips curling with mischievous ease. Oh, I think she'd love to take a little trip with her father, Razeal replied smoothly. Quite the surprise, don't you think? A gift worthy of her patience. And tell me, what could be better than showing her the most beautiful city in the world? One so few land dwellers have ever laid eyes on. The words hit their mark. For the first time, the old man's gaze flickered. Not with suspicion, but with interest. A glint lit his dark eyes, the faintest spark of longing buried deep within. Razeal noticed it instantly. He pressed harder. Don't worry, he said, his voice firm and steady, almost brotherly. We'll go as partners, in no chains, no master and servant nonsense. You take care of me, and I'll take care of you. Equal footing, man to him, and so. His smile sharpened. Are you coming with me? Yograj raised one thick brow. His voice carried the tone of a man who had seen countless arrogant youths in his life, who now wished to test this one more thoroughly. The ocean might be dangerous for my daughter. I'll protect her, Razeal replied without hesitation. Not a second of pause, not a trace of doubt in his voice. The old man chuckled under his breath, amused by the boy's nerve. And why, he asked, his tone rumbling with challenge, should I trust you? Razeal met his eyes without flinching. His smirk was steady, almost infuriatingly calm. Because I gave you my word, she won't be harmed. The old man tilted his head, studying him. The spikes groaned faintly as his muscles strained. And what weight do your words carry, boy? You don't even look 17 years old not to say. Lost one arm already. You stand here spouting promises like they're iron laws. Why should I take them as anything but wind? Razeal's smirk faded into a quiet, calm smile. He spread his only one left hand lightly, his tone casual but unyielding. It's all about trust, isn't it? I don't ask you for contracts, oaths, or rituals. That I trust your words as they are, without proof. Would you want me to demand you kneel under some magical bond just to prove you won't betray me? He leaned closer, his voice dropping into a confident whisper. No, you'd spit in my face for suggesting I offer you the same. Take my word as I've taken yours. For the first time in years, Yograj fell silent, not out of pride, but contemplation. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his lips. His sharp teeth glinted as he chuckled. I don't know why, he admitted, voice deep with amusement, but you're an interesting one, boy. His grin widened into a laugh that shook his chest. Find it, I'll admit. I'd love to see those strange sea creatures with my own eyes again. Razeal's smile curved upward, triumphant but subtle. So you're coming with me, then? Yograj threw back his head and laughed loudly, the spikes rattling faintly with the force of his body. Why not? Sounds entertaining enough to me. Good, Razeal said with satisfaction. We've already wasted too much time, and I'll need to pick your daughter up too before we leave. At that, Yograj's grin dimmed slightly. He raised a brow, studying the boy once more. Oh, and how do you intend to do that? Hm. You do realize, his voice grew low and testing. You'll have to cut through these spikes first. He flexed faintly, the metal grinding as it pierced his flesh, yet not a drop of blood spilled. Do you know who made them? The very Imperial Empress herself. This eternal hold is her creation, her prison. These spikes were forged with her own hand. You think you can sever them? For the first time, Genuine curiosity burned in his eyes. He wasn't mocking, that he wasn't dismissing, he wanted to see what the boy would do. Raziel didn't flinch. His smirk sharpened. "Oh, don't worry about that," he replied smoothly. From the shadow beneath his feet, a thin blade rose out of sword, but not of saint. Of darkness itself, pure shadow, given form. Its edges glimmered faintly like obsidian dipped in starlight, that Yograj's eyes widened slightly despite himself. "Interesting," he muttered. "You carry a strange power." His gaze sharpened. "But boy, these spikes are Empress forged. She is not a woman whose craft is easily undone. Even I," his teeth clenched faintly as he gestured to his pierced body, "could not break them, and I am no weakling." His tone carried both trust and a sliver of respect. Even after decades in this hell, Yograj still spoke of her with her full title Imperial Empress. Raziel only shrugged, rolling his wrist lazily as the shadow sword hummed faintly in his grasp. "I know." His smirk widened, eyes gleaming with a thrill of defiance, and then, without hesitation, he moved, swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air echoed as Raziel's shadow blade slashed in rapid arcs. The strikes weren't wild. They were precise, each blow angled perfectly against the base of a spike. The white chamber rang with sharp vibrations as darkness clashed against radiant metal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then came the sound. It was not the sound of metal, but of liquid, thick, viscous, almost alive, as if the spikes themselves bled when cut. Dark crimson fluid burst from the wounds of the prison's restraints, splattering across the pristine white floor. The liquid hissed as it touched the ground, searing it into a deep, spreading red. Yograj's eyes twitched violently, genuine surprise flashing across his face. The chamber winced silently, as if the eternal hold itself resented the violation. The liquid continued to pour, pooling beneath their feet, staining the once pure white floor. Raziel didn't stop. His strikes came again and again, relentless, each one cutting deeper into the Empress's work. His face was calm, his breathing steady, though his white hair clung to his blood-streaked face. And yeah, Raziel didn't cut the spikes. Instead, his blade moved with surgical precision, slicing through flesh and bone as though they were no more than cloth. One leg severed clean above the thigh where the first spike had pierced. Then the other. Both arms followed, carved off. In swift, merciless strokes. Blood didn't gush. No scream tore the it was eerie. Unnatural. The eternal hold was crafted to prevent the natural release of pain and death. What he cut away wasn't only flesh, but the link binding body and spike. Finally, a perfect circle across the old man's chest. The sword bit deep around the massive spike that skewered his torso. Not cutting the spike itself, but neatly severing the places where metal kissed skin. When the last line closed, the old man's body slid free, without arms, without legs, just a torso, collapsing like a rag doll freed from its bindings. He hit the ground face first with a dull thud, his dark black hair falling like a wild curtain across the bloody floor. Even Raziel's expression twitched at the grotesque sight. His blade vanished in a shadow with a faint shimmer. He stood over the body in silence, his gaze fixed not on the man, but on the horrific remains still impaled high above. The spikes quivered, holding his discarded limbs aloft like trophies. Two muscular arms still tense with veins, two thick legs, and a grisly chunk of chest meat with bone sticking out of macabre, floating sculpture. The chamber reeked of blood and iron. "Well, it wasn't that hard, I guess," he whispered with smile. Yet Raziel ignored it. He lowered his eyes to the limbless body sprawled on the ground. Which, well, he didn't found so before he could even think where it went. A low chuckle broke the silence. "Oh," the voice was rich, rumbling, alive. "You really do know too much about me, don't you?" Raziel's head snapped to side. The old man was moving. First his back arched. Then from the clean stumps where his limbs had been cut, flesh bubbled and writhed. Veins coiled like snakes, bones cracked outward, muscle braided itself in spirals. New arms burst forth, followed by new legs. Stronger, firmer than the ones before. Within seconds, Yograj Malaria stood tall, his chest healed where Raziel had carved. The circular wound sealed shut as if it had never existed. Not a scar remained, he rolled. His shoulders with an audible pop, stretching his arms, flexing his fists. Then he bent forward, touching the ground with his newly grown hands, testing their strength. Finally, he straightened fully, towering like a beast, tasting freedom. It was grotesque, terrifying, and magnificent. Even his face, regal despite the decades of imprisonment, looked younger now. The exhaustion of 30 years replaced by a cruel sort of vitality. His lips twitched, curling into a feral smile. You even managed to surprise me. Though I never expected this. How you even know about it? I mean, just because partners, Yograj said, his voice rough but carrying a strange joy. Still, not bad. Not bad at all. Razeal's smirk returned. I'll take that as a compliment. He glanced once more at the grisly remains still nailed to the spikes above them. The sight was brutal. Disembodied parts trembling faintly as though they still remembered life, but he didn't spare them more than a second. His eyes slid back to Yograj, who looked completely reborn. It was as though Razeal had cut down a corpse only to wake the beast inside it. Yograj inhaled deeply, spreading his arms. Ah, it feels so damn good to finally move again. 30 years frozen like a carcass on a wall, and now. His chest swelled as he exhaled, voice thick with satisfaction. Now I'm free. Then abruptly, he turned his sharp gaze on Razeal. But don't get ahead of yourself, boy. You cut me down to free from Theed, yes. But to leave this place, it's different. These walls aren't mine to break. They're the Empress's will carve into stone that if you want out, you will have to cut them. Razeal didn't flinch at the warning. He simply stepped closer, his white hair shifting as the faint breeze of a shadow stirred beneath him. His expression was calm, confident, unshaken by the old man's booming voice. Oh, don't worry about that either. He walked to him before lifted his hand, resting it squarely against Yograj's chest. The old man didn't resist. He didn't even blink. His lips curled into something between curiosity and amusement, watching what this fearless brat would do next. Shadow teleportation. Razeal whispered. From beneath his feet, the shadows rose, swirling into a perfect circle. The floor darkened as if it had become bottomless, a black well opening to swallow the world. The shadows climbed higher, wrapping around them both like liquid night. The old man let out a low whistle. Oh, even after 30 years, I'm still finding new tricks I've never seen before that you're full of surprises. The shadows surged higher, before consuming them whole, before both disappearing fully, the remains left behind. The spikes, the severed limbs, the circle of meat nailed to metal all faded into obscurity. The chamber, once filled with grotesque life, grew silent. When the shadows receded, nothing remained. Only the echo of blood dripping from the severed flesh and the faint metallic groan of spikes left empty. The eternal hold chamber was once again a tomb of white walls, made never to escape, being played by a kid of uncertainty. North coast of the Empire, what the FCK? Levy shrieked like a little girl, his voice so high-pitched it drew startled glances from nearby merchants and shipbuilders. He practically leapt 3 steps back, clutching his chest as his face turned pale, right where he had been standing a moment ago. The shadows beneath his boots rippled, twisting like liquid ink. From that dark whirlpool, 2 figures rose, solidifying into men of flesh and blood. The sight stopped the entire dock for a second. Carpenters hammering on a ship's hull froze mid. Swing. Sailors hauling ropes stumbled to a halt. Even the merchant scribes with ledgers in hand lifted their heads, staring with weird expressions. 2 men, stepping straight out of shadow. Razeal was the first, emerging calm as ever, his white hair catching the salty breeze. Beside him, directly walked to one direction his towering, broad-shouldered figure stretched his arms like a freed beast, his presence alone suffocating the air around him. Levy gulped loudly, still panting as if he'd seen a ghost. You did your job yet? Razeal asked without even acknowledging the chaos he'd caused, his tone flat, casual, as though he hadn't just emerged from an impossible void in the middle of a crowded dock. Levy blinked, his lips twitching violently. Oh, it's you, boss. I nearly killed. Good I saw was you, boss. He slapped his chest a few times, trying to calm his racing heart. That Razeal's eyes didn't change. He just stared, waiting. Levy forced a shaky laugh. Well, about the job? Yeah, I got it done. Bought us a ship, and not just any ship. The most expensive one docked here. Cost me everything, every DMN copper. After all our life, be depending on it. He gestured weakly toward the short, well-dressed man standing beside him. Clearly the merchant. The merchant, plump, with an impressive beard and rings gleaming on his stubby fingers, nodded politely, though his sharp eyes flicked curiously between Levy and Razeal. It was obvious he'd overheard the way Levy had addressed Razeal. Boss, Maria, standing just a step away from Levy, turned her gaze to Razeal's sudden entrance. Her eyes, however, drifted toward the other side where a bulky old man stood. With his muscular arms spread wide, facing the vast sea, he drew in a deep breath, like a fish stranded on land that had finally found water again after years of thirst. The sea wind whipped against his face, tossing his long, strikingly beautiful hair, so much so that even Maria, begrudgingly, felt a twinge of jealousy at how magnificent it looked. Still, her eyes narrowed at the sight of his back, since the moment he had arrived. He hadn't turned around once, only facing the ocean. That is he that old? Man, she wondered, but shouldn't he look ancient by now? They said he was already old when he was taken into eternal hold, and it's been 30 years since then. Shouldn't he look like a corpse by now? Yet here he is, muscular, imposing, alive. Her doubt wavered as her eyes flicked back to Razeal, whose plain, steady gaze rested on Levy. If Razeal isn't mistaken, then it really is him, right? This guy wouldn't be here otherwise. And then it struck her, wait. Razeal was in eternal hold. Now he's here out? Her stomach lurched. That prison was said to be unbreakable, and no one even knew where it was. Only whispered it was buried somewhere in hell itself. And yet he had escaped? Her mouth fell open in a way. Just demon, at least she still had the time to feel the weight of that shock. Shock pulsed through her chest, her breath catching. But she forced herself still, hiding her expression before anyone else could see. Levy didn't even have that privilege. Razeal was grilling him directly, forcing him to explain everything while, out of the corner of his eye, he kept wondering about the old man standing behind Razeal, only his back visible. Then came the shock. Razeal was free, and now, on top of that, Levy had a flood of questions he couldn't even begin to process. He didn't have a second to react. All right, take the ship. We're leaving, Razeal said flatly, giving no time for anything, no room for bullshit. Levy froze for half a second, then scrambled. Why, yes, of course. Let me, just get that pulled up. Yeah, right away. He spun toward the merchant, almost tripping over his own feet. Release the ship into the sea. Now that we're ready to depart, do it fast. The merchant stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as they flicked once more to Razeal. The way the boy carried himself, plain, detached, yet commanding, was not the manner of some rich brat. Very well, the merchant said finally, his tone smooth, practiced. You've paid in full. Consider it done. He raised a hand, signaling. Across the dock, workers immediately leapt into motion. One burly foreman nodded sharply and jogged toward the far side, shouting orders in a booming voice. Release the lines. Get her in the water. Within moments, men were pushing, pulling, and cranking ropes. The massive hull of the ship groaned as it was guided toward the sea. Chains rattled, pulleys strained, and the air filled with the creaking symphony of wood and iron. Levy wiped sweat from his brow, trying to keep himself looking useful as he hovered near the merchant. Still, the short merchant squinted at the strange group gathered before him. His eyes moved one by one, first to Levy, who still looked half nervous, half irritated, then to the blue-haired woman with that haughty aura unmistakably belonging to the Grave family, then to the bulky old man who had just appeared, breathing in the sea air like it was more precious than gold, and finally to the pale-haired youth who stood silent, yet carried himself as though he was the boss here. The merchant frowned. This white-haired boy is the leader. He thought still. Curiosity itched at his tongue until it spilled into words. So, he drawled, rubbing his stubby hands together as though weighing coins. What sort of crime did you lot commit to be running to sea? Was it so bad you'd rather choose death over facing it? He let out a half-laugh, half-chuckle, a dark sort of humor, clearly more for his own amusement than theirs. Don't mind me. It's just a habit of mine. The question hung in the air. From his tone, it wasn't just curiosity, it was the strange thrill he got from brushing shoulders with people who had made names for themselves through blood, crime, or rebellion. Bigger criminals made him feel as if he himself was part of something grander, even if his only role was selling them their last ship. He tilted his head, eyeing them like livestock at market. Strange, though. None of you look like the type. From your faces, none seem hardened by crime.so. What did you do, exactly? At his words, both Levy and Maria instinctively shifted, their gazes sliding toward Razeal. The young man, pale-haired, calm-eyed, turned his head slowly toward the merchant. His expression was unreadable. From the look in Maria and Levy's eyes, the old man understood immediately this boy. He's the main one. Now fully clear. The others are tangled, just sideshows. Maybe unwillingly, maybe willingly, but all stems from him. The merchant rubbed his hands again, leaning closer as though he might see the truth etched into Razeal's face. His little eyes narrowed, trying to recognize him. Usually, when people fled to sea, there were names, faces already infamous in the Empire. But this boy, a stranger, weird. I'm sorry, the merchant said at last, his voice oily, polite but probing. But can I ask, who are you, and what crime exactly did you commit? His tone brightened unnaturally, as if making it a friendly question. Don't mind me asking. It's just, I love it when I get to see a great figure pushed to sea by my hands. The bigger the name, the greater the accomplishment. The IT makes me feel I've done something important. He laughed awkwardly, but his beady eyes gleamed with greedy interest. The words settled like a heavy stone. Suddenly the air felt dense, awkward thick with silence. Levy and Maria both glanced at Raziel again. Their faces tense, their lips twitching as though they wanted to intervene, but dared not. At a cold, strange quiet pressed down on the group. My crimes. The boy finally spoke. His voice was low, even almost casual. He let the words hang in the space between them. The merchant perked up, leaning closer. Yes, yes. Raziel's face didn't move, Yvette being very casual. Well, it's not worth mentioning, he said with a shrug, dismissing the question as though brushing away dust. Don't worry about it. Levy's lips twitched violently. Maria almost choked on her breath. Both stared at him sideways with looks that screamed, not worth mentioning. If the merchant knew the truth, that this not worth mentioning crime was enough to, well, leave it. It's indeed not worth mentioning. The merchant blinked, dumbfounded. Really? Yes, Raziel replied simply. His eyes didn't shift or tone wavering. The silence stretched. Then, as if bored with the conversation already, Raziel reached into his coat and pulled out a folded letter. He held it out to the short merchant. Leave it at that. There will be people coming after me once I've gone. Oh, take my advice. Don't lie. And if someone comes at you violently, if they torture you, give them this. The merchant blinked again, slower this time. As though caught in a daze, he reached out and took the letter with weird expressions, staring at the sealed parchment. Before he could even form a question, Raziel had already turned his back. Let's go, he ordered, his tone final. Maria followed. Levy, still unsettled, stumbled after him. You too, Raziel said without looking back, his voice directed at the old man who still stood, arms spread wide to the sea breeze. We don't have time to linger, or do you want your old acquaintances to come here and greet you? Yograj chuckled low, dropping his arms at last. His nostrils flared as he released a final deep exhale. Oh no, he said, almost amused. I've no interest in meeting them either. He relaxed, finally stepping forward. 5 minutes later. The coast had already begun to fade, the land behind them shrinking into the horizon. The ship, freshly purchased and freshly released, creaked as it cut through the waves. The ocean stretched out endlessly ahead, its surface glittering beneath the light. All of them were on deck. Raziel, Maria, Levy, and Yograj. The old man broke the silence first, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. So, is my daughter still coming? She isn't here. His brow arched as he turned toward Raziel. That Raziel's reply was calm, almost careless. She'll be here in the next 2 minutes. And with that, his body sank down into the shadows beneath his feet, vanishing without a sound. The air shifted. Maria, Levy, and Yograj were left standing together in the awkward silence his disappearance left behind. None of them spoke at first, the creak of the ship and the splash of waves filling the space instead. Finally, Yograj broke it, turning his gaze toward the other two. So, he said slowly, his lips curving into the faintest of grins. What crimes did he commit, exactly? Maria froze. Levy looked down, scratching his head. Both opened their mouths, but no words came out. Well, that, Levy began, then trailed off, helpless. Inside a secluded garden behind a large hut, the air was thick with the scent of damp soil and blooming flowers. That a girl with long, dark black hair crouched in front of a cluster of delicate blossoms, her attention lost in their quiet beauty. A circular sunflower-shaped hairpin gleamed in her hair, catching the faint afternoon light, carrying a small handbag over her shoulder. Its medieval-style fabric embroidered with a breathtaking pattern of flowers multi-colored, as though molded directly from petals themselves. She seemed at peace, absorbed in her small world of petals and color. But far behind her, beneath the wide shadow of a great oak tree, Raziel appeared. He stepped out of the darkness like he belonged to it, his pale hair catching the light for only an instant before he melted back into the shade. His eyes narrowed, looking at her back. And then, before the girl could even sense danger, the shadows beneath her writhed. Black tendrils surged upward, wrapping tightly around her ankles. Then her legs, climbing with impossible speed. She gasped in shock, jerking upright, but the tendrils continued binding her waist, arms, shoulders, bag, and even the sunflower hairpin in her hair. Her mouth opened to scream, yet before any sound escaped, a hand clamped roughly over it from behind. Raziel stood close, his palm muffling her voice, his cold presence suffocating. She kicked once, twice, but it was useless. And then, as though the ground itself decided to consume them, both their feet sank into the expanding pool of darkness below. In the blink of an eye, the garden and flowers vanished. Middle of the sea, on the deck of a ship, a shadow pooled on the planks, spreading unnaturally wide before forming a hole of pitch black. From it, Razeal and the girl emerged, thrown back into reality with a ripple of shadow. The instant they surfaced, the tendrils holding her dissolved into mist. His hand released her mouth, only for him to shove her forward, tossing her unceremoniously onto the deck. She stumbled, unprepared for the sudden freedom, and collapsed hard against the wooden boards. "You could have been more gentle, you know?" Yograj's deep voice boomed across the deck. The bulky old man leapt down from where he had been perched on the railing, his powerful form landing with ease. His eyes, however, were on the girl sprawled on the deck. Then he turned his gaze to Razeal, his tone sharp. "You told me we were partners. This how you show consideration. And what about protection?" Razeal turned, his face unreadable. "Believe me," he said evenly, holding up one hand, "I was very gentle." Clutched between his fingers was the sunflower hairpin. Except now, it was no mere ornament. The pin writhed violently in his grip, twisting and bending like a living thing. Tiny eyes blinked open on its surface, and a grotesque little mouth formed, bearing invisible teeth, as though it were trying to bite its way free. Maria, who stood to the side, stiffened, her eyes narrowing at the sight. Razeal didn't flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the writhing thing back toward the girl, who caught it clumsily as it returned to its proper shape. The sunflower shimmered, its unnatural life hiding once more. "This," Razeal added with a light trace of a frown, "was me being gentle again." Yograj's lips twitched. He looked from the girl still sitting shocked on the deck, clutching the hairpin, to Maria, who exhaled slowly and gave the faintest nod, as though confirming. Yes, he indeed was very gentle. The old man just sighed. Meanwhile, Yograj was weirdly looking at the girl supposed to be his daughter. He didn't even take a step toward her. It was complicated. How should he approach her? Should he directly tell her he was her father? Or would she know? Would she be angry, happy, or something else? What would she do after knowing? Could they even have a normal father and daughter relationship? Honestly, he himself was feeling strange. He was suddenly a father now, and that too, directly of a 29-year-old daughter. He didn't even know how he should feel about it. All in all, he was very conflicted. Razeal, noticing his pause, said nothing. He simply ignored him and turned his gaze toward the sea, giving Yograj the silence and space to decide. The ship rocked gently on the water around them, stretched nothing but the endless ocean, the horizon meeting the sky in a distant blur. Only behind them, faint and shrinking, was the coastline of the Empire, still barely visible if one strained their eyes. That Razeal's lips curved slightly as he stared at that fading line of land. It really work. So much happened. But then again, it really worked in the beginning. He thought it would be hard to get out once he went inside the academy, since the trial of worth was something he couldn't skip. Opening the lock system function was his only option, after all. Without it, he'd really be F-ked. Still, after all the planning and S-it he'd done, he actually pulled it off. And honestly, it felt hella good doing all this with just the measly strength he had. And now, away from their grasp, away from the chains of the Empire, he had gambled everything, and it paid off. He smirked, the salty breeze tugging at his pale hair. And now, I'm truly free. Maria stood there in silence, watching the newcomer on deck. She joining the team too? She wondered. Her eyes shifted to Yograj. She had heard him shouting earlier, and now it clicked. This was his daughter. Maria never knew he even had a daughter. The realization hit her as a surprise, and so did the thought that maybe this was how Razeal managed to bring Yograj under his command. It made sense. Someone like Yograj wouldn't just work for Razeal without a reason, obviously. Could it be blackmail? Threatening his daughter's life if he refused? Knowing Razeal, that seemed entirely possible. Still, it had worked. Maria kept her thoughts to herself, though if only Razeal could hear this bullshit, he would laugh to him. Her reasoning would seem pathetically simple. This was the best her mind could come up with. Really? He'd probably call her useless and toss her off the ship without a second thought. Yes, just to show how far she was from the truth. The girl's sudden appearance left the deck in a brief, tense silence. No one stepped forward for help. Sea winds howled across the sails, snapping them taut, but all eyes were fixed on her dark hair falling loosely around her. And the first to move was Levy. Our lovely, kind, cheap god. He blinked, still processing the way she had simply appeared out of Razeal's shadow, and then hurried forward with an uncharacteristic burst of gallantry. "Hey, are you all right, lady?" he asked, crouching slightly and extending a hand to help her up. His voice carried genuine concern, as though forgetting the awkwardness hanging in the air. The girl was already trying to push herself up when she noticed a hand reaching toward her. For a moment, her pink eyes widened, but instead of gratitude, sharpness flashed across her face. Slap. She smacked his hand away so hard that Levy recoiled, wincing as the sting spread across his palm. Before he could even react, her other hand whipped up and struck him across the cheek. His head jerked to the side with a sharp crack. "Who are you people?" the girl demanded, stepping back in a defensive stance. Her voice rang with both fear and defiance, carrying a protective edge that made her appear more dangerous than she looked. She gripped a small sunflower hairpin in her hand, holding it up as if it were a blade. Despite its delicate design, in her grip it felt like a weapon. Her lovely features, soft and gentle by nature, were twisted into a mask of forced roughness. She was trying to sound harsh, but the natural melody of her voice betrayed her, making her threat sound almost sweet. Levy, still holding his stinging cheek, looked wounded emotionally more than physically. "Boss." His wide eyes flicked toward Razeal, full of complaint. Wasn't she supposed to be an ally? Why am I the one getting slapped here? His shoulders slumped, and he pouted like a child who'd just been scolded unfairly. Razeal, however, remained unmoved. He leaned casually against the railing, his silver hair catching the sunlight as he watched in silence. His gaze was sharp but disinterested, as though this chaos wasn't worth his effort. Babysitting had never been in his nature. Yograj, on the other hand, twitched his lips in amusement. He was grateful, deeply grateful, that he hadn't been the one to approach her first. Otherwise, he might have been the one slapped. And now, seeing his daughter stand her ground so fiercely, he couldn't help but chuckle quietly. She really does have a bit of me in her. The girl's grip tightened on her hairpin, raising it like a weapon. The golden petals shimmered faintly in the sunlight. "Why did you kidnap me?" she demanded, pointing it toward Levy as if daring him to take another step. Her stance was clumsy, more protective and offensive, but her eyes were sharp, vibrant pink orbs glaring at strangers who, from her perspective, had just dragged her into the middle of the sea. Levy raised his hands in surrender, his expression somewhere between exasperation and heartbreak. Wait, calm down, lady. I was only trying to help, that's all. And it wasn't me who kidnapped you." The girl narrowed her eyes. "Don't move, if you do, I'll put so many holes through you that your soul won't know where to escape from. Don't test me." Levy groaned, rubbing his face with both hands. "Why do I always end up in these situations?" Razeal ignored the commotion between Levy and the girl as he turned to Yograj. "So how long until we reach Atlantis? Which direction are we even heading?" Yograj tore his gaze away from his daughter reluctantly. Crossing his massive arms, he looked at the sails, then at the way the wind pushed against the ship. His eyes narrowed against the horizon. "The course is off," he said finally. "We should be turning north. Adjust the sails. North is the way." "North?" Maria frowned, tilting her head. "But isn't that the icy lands? The North Pole? From everything I've read, Atlantis is supposed to be in the south." Her voice sharpened slightly. "That's why I set our course east, to circle around the Empire and head toward the southern pole." Her tone carried the weight of someone who had studied, researched, prepared. Even if from fairy tales, yet Yograj's dismissive glance cut through her explanation like a knife. Yograj shook his head, dismissing her explanation with a wave of his hand. "Atlantis lies between the North Pole and the continent of Etherian," he said matter-of-factly. Maria's brows knitted together in frustration. She hesitated, her lips parting to argue further, but froze as Yograj tilted his head, studying her face with an odd intensity. His gaze lingered on Maria's face, narrowing slightly in recognition from her aqua-blue hairs. "And you? Aren't you from the Grays family?" Maria stiffened. "Yes," she admitted carefully, though she wasn't sure why he asked. A scoff escaped him, and he shook his head with something close to disdain. "The Gray family. And this week, it must be embarrassing for that old man to watch his family line rot into weakness. See it dwindling to this. Oh, shameful." His words carried the weight of mockery, meant to sting. Maria's face twisted into a scowl. "What did you just say?" she snapped. But Yograj didn't bother answering. He turned back to Razeal, brushing off her as though she were nothing more than background noise. "At this speed," he said, voice calm and steady, "it'll take us about 20 days to reach the place." 20? Raziel's brows furrowed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, stepping toward the edge of the ship. His gaze locked on the horizon, ignoring the others as he calculated silently. "That's too long. If it takes 20 days, too many things could change. We need to move faster." Maria clenched her fists, seething from Yograj's insult, but biting her tongue. Levy, meanwhile, was still locked in his awkward standoff with the girl. "Look, lady," he said with a strained smile, his hands raised higher now. I swear, I was only trying to be polite, and no harm, really. The girl's pink eyes blazed, her body trembling slightly though she refused to back down. Stay back. You think I'll believe that? You dragged me from my home, bound me like some animal, treated me that roughly, and now you want me to believe you're harmless? Dragged you? Levy's mouth fell open. He gestured frantically toward Razeal. That wasn't me. As I told, that was my boss. I didn't even know you existed until a second ago. She didn't look convinced. Yes, sudden her bag started showing little movements. Nova POV. So this was the place. Nova stood before the small house, her tall figure cloaked in the pale light of dusk. Call it a house, was generous. It was little more than a crooked wooden hut, weather-worn, its planks swollen and warped by years of neglect. Moss crept up the sides, swallowing parts of the foundation, and the faint stench of rot lingered in the air. She narrowed her deep purple eyes, taking in the sight that this is where that man lived. The one who used to have problem with Razeal. She didn't need to wonder long. She had already pried the truth from fragments of memory, stolen from the dead guard of that pitiful church. The man who resided here had been no ordinary thug. He had been the leader of a group. Small in number, but infamous in their own way, specializing in human trafficking, torture, and every vile pleasure such work allowed. That guard had seen Razeal cross paths with them. They had been seen with him once. And then, Razeal had disappeared entirely. She didn't linger to admire or analyze, with her patience worn thin. Nova reached for the door. Before her feet stepped closer, the wooden frame crumbled inwards, disintegrating as if rejecting her presence. With the entrance now gone, she stepped inside without hesitation. The air inside was thicker, heavy with the musk of mold and unwashed fabric. A narrow hallway branched off into a few small rooms, bedrooms perhaps, or storage. She ignored them all, her boots pressed into the warped boards. And with each step the cheap would groan before splintering. Then beneath her weight, the floor cracked, caving in slightly to reveal the outline of a trapdoor hidden under rotten planks. Pathetic attempt at secrecy. Without breaking stride, she tore it open with one strong stomp of her feet. Dust and a foul draft rushed up from below, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of decay. Nova descended into the darkness, her steps unhurried and expressions unreadable. The staircase spiraled downward until it ended at a pitch-black chamber. The air was suffocating, thick with rot and iron. Nova raised her hand, and a sphere of violet fire bloomed above her palm, floating gently like a lantern. Its glow spread across the room, washing away the shadows. And when the light revealed the room, Nova paused. She said nothing, even expression did not shift. Her eyes remained calm, cold, though she stood utterly still, gazing upon the sight before her. Time passed in silence. She did not know how long she remained like that before footsteps sounded behind her, careful and cautious. Approaching down the stairs, Selena appeared, followed by her knights. They descended slowly, their armor clinking faintly in the heavy air, until they too reached the bottom. Selena frowned, confused at the sight of Nova standing frozen. She stepped closer, tilting her head slightly. But then her eyes lifted, and she saw. Her breath caught in her throat. A hand flew instantly to her mouth, stifling the cry that threatened to break free. 3 corpses were nailed to the wooden wall. Their skins had been ripped away entirely, leaving only exposed veins, muscle, and frozen, dried blood. Even their scalps had been torn, hair yanked out brutally, leaving the grotesque shine of bone. Their eyes were missing, their teeth gone, their mouths open in silent screams. Nails pinned every limb to the wood as though fastening broken dolls into place. And worst of all, it had not been done after death. The way the flesh tore, the marks of struggle, the twisted positions of their bodies, it was clear they had been alive when their skins were peeled away, tortured slowly, deliberately to the center of each forehead. A gold coin had been hammered in, wedged so deeply it looked fused to bone, and carved into their chests, burned by molten silver, were words that glowed faintly in the violet fire. Debt paid off. Selena's body convulsed violently. She staggered back, knees buckling, and vomited onto the ground. Her golden eyes blurred with tears as she gagged, the horror too much even for her hardened heart. The knights said nothing. They stood stiff and pale, their lips pressed tight. Not one of them moved. Nova's voice finally broke the silence, quiet, calm. "Pay back, huh?" she whispered. Her eyes closed for a brief moment. Seems he wasn't joking when he said those who wronged him have been paid back, and those left will pay eventually. Her eyes narrowing in seriousness, though her voice remained steady. "Little brother, how different you've become. Once, Razeal had been gentle, sweet, kind, even soft-hearted in ways that had worried her. He'd been emotional, idealistic, a boy who felt too deeply. Now he left scenes like this behind him. Nova's flame trembled. You had become quite different from how you used to be, little brother. Nova's thoughts were heavy as she stood before the grotesque sight. Her eyes stayed fixed on the words carved into the chests of the corpses. Debt paid off, but her mind was no longer in the present. It wandered back, tracing faint memories of the boy she once knew. Back then, Raziel had been sweet. Almost painfully so, kind to a fault, soft-hearted in ways that made others underestimate him. Even emotional, at times fragile, his empathy too wide for a world that was nothing but cruel. She remembered his laughter, the warmth in his eyes when he trusted, the way he used to look at life as if it was something worth protecting. And now this. This chamber was a monument of cruelty, drenched in pain and vengeance. If I had handled that situation differently. Nova's jaw tightened. Would he have ever become like this? Would he have ever turned into someone capable of such cold brutality? Or would he have been disgusted by this, the way he once would have been disgusted by even the smallest hint of cruelty? The thought twisted in her chest like a knife. The answer haunted her. Maybe yes. Maybe this is my fault after all. She stood perfectly still, her violet flame hovering above her palm, illuminating her face. The firelight deepened the shadows under her eyes, painting her sharp features in violet light. But her expression was calm, detached, a mask of control over a storm of guilt inside. There is no excuse, she admitted silently, her lips pressing into a thin line. Maybe I should have destroyed that damned family rule myself. Maybe I should have taken some gentle approach. If I had done that, perhaps he would not have been pushed down this path. Her gaze moved slowly from one mutilated corpse to the next, lingering on the coins, the carved letters, the raw agony preserved in twisted flesh. And now, because of me, you've become this, blinded by revenge to the point that you've forgotten what humanity is, forgotten who you were. You were only what? 11 back then. Just a kid, and yet capable of doing something like this. Honestly, she doesn't even know how to react to it. It's like her brother lost his innocence because of her strictness to teach him to become someone better as a person. But looking at this now, this just seems sad. Her eyes closed. Her shoulders rose and fell once. A measured breath against the suffocating stench of blood, and her worries that I will take responsibility for my actions since I am the ones that push you here. It won't be long before I find you again. And when I do, I will help you find smoothness, warmth, even if only a fraction of what you lost, that I will heal what wounds I can, even if they were carved into you because of me. Her hand clenched, and the flame above her fingers flared brighter for an instant. Forgive me, little brother, I was wrong. That I should have found better and gentler way. Nova's eyes remained closed for a long moment, her inner confession sinking deep inside her. The silence in the chamber was broken only by the faint crackle of her flame and the ragged, wet sounds of someone retching behind her. Selena, the saintess, was on the ground, her body trembling as her guard surrounded her. She had dropped to her knees, squatting forward, vomiting violently. Tears streamed from her golden eyes as she struggled to breathe, her hands shaking as she pressed them to the floor for support. The knights bent down, trying to steady her, their faces tight and pale, but none dared to look at the wall again. Nova's eyes opened slowly. She lifted her hand and flicked her fingers. Once. A small flicker of purple flame leapt from her palm. It cut across the air like a streak of lightning and struck the wall where the corpses hung. The fire spread instantly, devouring the rotten flesh and broken wood alike. The room was bathed in violet blaze, shadows dancing wildly, the horror burning away into ash. Nova turned. Her gaze paused briefly on Selena. The saintess was shaking, her cheeks wet, her eyes red, her lips trembling with the weight of guilt and grief. A sigh escaped Nova's lips, soft but audible. It's all right, she said quietly, her voice calm, even soothing. It wasn't your fault. Don't think too much of it. Selena didn't answer. Her eyes dropped, tears still sliding down her flushed cheeks. Nova stepped forward. She crouched slightly, her movements fluid and without hesitation, and slid one arm beneath Selena's back, the other beneath her legs. With ease, she lifted her into a princess carry. Selena didn't resist. Her body went slack in Nova's hold. Her face pressed slightly against her shoulder as more tears slipped down. The knights straightened but said nothing. Not one of them moved to interfere. They knew better than to question Nova. They knew the bond between her and Selena, and so they followed silently, their armor clinking softly, their eyes downcast. Nova looked down at the woman in her arms. Selena's golden eyes were half closed now, glassy with sorrow, her expression crushed beneath the weight of despair. She continued to cry quietly, not with loud sobs, but with a steady stream of tears that wouldn't stop. Each drop burned Nova's chest more than she would admit. The scene broke her too, Nova thought silently. The weight of what kind of man Razeal has become. Because of a mistake. Because of her. Because of me. Together, we ruined his life, that we turned his bright, flowery youth into this path of cruelty. Even if he was wrong, they didn't hate him after all. They just wanted best of him. It was never their goal to give him pain or suffering, only just wanted him to be best person around them. Nova's lips tightened. Yes, oh, I will not abandon him. Not again. With Selena in her arms, she walked out of the underground chamber, her footsteps steady and unhurried. The knights trailed behind, silent as shadows, their gazes fixed on the floor. When they emerged from the hut, the night air struck them, cool and fresh compared to the stench of death below. Selena shifted faintly in her arms, curling slightly against Nova's chest, still weeping softly. Nova did not look back, behind them. As soon as her foot crossed the threshold, the entire house burst into purple flame. The fire devoured the structure instantly, swallowing wood, roof, and stone, consuming it all until there was nothing left but light and ash. The blaze roared high into the night sky, a pillar of violet fire that erased everything within. She did not turn to watch. She kept walking, her arms firm around Selena, her eyes fixed forward. The knights followed in silence, their faces grim, the glow of the fire at their backs. And in the eyes of both women, Selena and Nova, there was the same sadness, the same guilt, the same quiet, crushing grief that stole every word from their lips. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. The fire behind them burned until nothing remained. Marisa POV high in the mountains, the air reeked of ash and scorched stone. Where once had stood a hidden stronghold, a fortress feared even by the kingdoms itself, said to be forbidden areas, there now lay only devastation, that a spear of pure purple souled energy, massive enough to pierce the heart of a mountain, jutted through the range. From front to back, the entire peak was impaled, the colossal weapon still pulsing faintly with a purple, radiant glow. Purple. Flames clung to its edges, spiraling upward like living fire, scorching everything they touched. The land surrounding it was shattered, gouged into craters and ravines, as though a war had erupted here. Yet there were no victors, no survivors, only the howling wind sweeping over broken stone. Not a single living ghost remained. Thousands of shadows trained to rival armies. Warriors infamous for their ability to assassinate even kings of the empires had been reduced to fragments of soul light. Their essence scattered into the void, crushed by a single woman. And at the very edge of that monstrous spear stood Marisa. Her purple hair fluttered in the burning winds, strands glowing with reflected light from the purple fire that still swirled through the ruins. Her gaze was as cold as the abyss itself, her presence pressing down on the broken land like a storm that refused to fade. In her right hand, she held a ball of darkness, swirling and alive, its surface rippling like a pool of black liquid. Each pulse it gave off bent the air around it, as though reality itself resisted its existence. Beneath her boot, pinned against shattered stone, lay what remained of the ghost. He had once been one of the elders of the Ghost Clan, an intangible race that thrived in void and was said to be impossible to fully kill. But here, with his limbs severed and his ghostly form flickering, he looked pitiful. His torso writhed uselessly, his spectral face twisted in agony as her boot pressed against his throat. Though no blood spilled from his body, the sheer anguish written across his expression betrayed the torment he was suffering. Marisa stared down at him, her eyes sharp and merciless. Her voice, when it came, was flat, stripped of emotion, carrying only authority. "So," she said while holding Ball of Darkness, her tone cold as winter steel, "you're telling me someone sent you with orders to kill Razeal for this thing?" The ghost trembled under her pressure, his flickering form quivering like a candle flame in a storm. His eyes darted not to her face, but to the sphere of darkness in her hand. Greed glimmered faintly there despite the terror that consumed him. Yes, your lady," he stammered, his voice strained with fear. "It was an order. We were told he possessed shadow affinity, a power no one else knows how to use. The one who sent us, he promised that if we succeeded, he would grant us the method to train it.as proof. He sent us this." His gaze fixed hungrily on the sphere. "That darkness you hold. It is shadow essence itself, that we tested it at our headquarters. It is real, we were only following orders." Please forgive us, your highness. Had I known that boy still cared upon by you, I would never have dared. Marisa did not blink. The faint shift of her foot increased the pressure on his neck, drawing a distorted groan from the ghost. She had no interest in his excuses. Her gaze remained locked on the orb, but her silence made the air heavier. The ghost continued desperately, clinging to even the faintest hope. His greed remained naked in his eyes. His hunger for the orb never once leaving despite his trembling pleas. He was all too aware of the consequences of his actions, of daring to carry out an assassination in the very heart of the empire, under the noses of 4 dukes and an imperial princess. Yet still, in his heart, he thought of seizing that method for his race. Maurice's eyes narrowed. "Who gave you the order?" she asked at last. The ghost flinched as if stabbed. His form flickered more violently, his voice breaking as he answered, hurried and stumbling. I don't know, my lady." The command came shrouded in darkness, the same as the material you hold now. Why senses my very soul could not pierce it. If I had known his identity, do you think I would have risked an assassination in the center of the empire? No, I would have taken the boy alive, forced the knowledge from him. I would never. He cut off, his voice breaking into a sob. His fear was palpable. He knew as well as she did. There was no mercy for enemies. Not in her hands. Not in his own, with the roles reversed. Yet when death loomed, logic faltered. Even a ghost clung to illusions, begging for a life he knew would not be spared. Maurice's boot pressed harder, grinding him against the fractured ground. The earth beneath them cracked, spider-webbing outward from the force. Her eyes grew distant, lost in contemplation, her grip on the orb tightening. Her thoughts ran sharp and swift. The boy with shadow affinity, the orb in my hand, and these fools sent to kill him. Her lips parted, her voice carrying a quiet finality. "The person you try to kill," she said, her tone low but heavy with weight, "was the same person I witnessed using shadow affinity yesterday." The ghost froze, his eyes widened, horror dawning across his broken face. He understood instantly. He had been tricked, used. All his careful planning, all the pride of being one of the ghost clan's leaders, and he had been played like a pawn. His mind screamed the truth as it crashed down on him. He gave his own assassination order. The shock hollowed him. The realization gnawed at what little soul remained tethered to him. But he was not given long to dwell on it. Marisa shifted her weight, her heel, slammed down with a force that cracked the mountainside itself. A deafening boom shook the air as a crater dozens of kilometers wide rippled outward, the very earth caving beneath her might. The ghost's form shattered beneath her boot. His scream cut short as he fragmented into 1,000 shards of pale light. His soul dispersed into nothingness, carried away like ash on the wind. The mountain fell silent again. Maurice's gaze lowered to the orb of shadow in her hand. It pulsed once, almost as if mocking her, its surface alive with shifting darkness. She stared at it, her thoughts tightening, pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. "You wanted to send me away from the Empire," she whispered, her tone calm, but her eyes blazing. Her grip on the orb tightened. Without another word, she turned, her body lifting into the in the next instant. She vanished in a streak of violet light, shooting toward the direction of the Empire at terrifying speed. Whatever reason Razeal had for trying to push her away, she would not allow it. Not now. Not ever. Inside the Imperial chambers at the very heart of the Imperial castle, behind doors no ordinary soul dared approach, silence ruled. The chambers of the Empress were not simply rooms, they were sanctums where power itself seemed to breathe, as clearly radiating in every inch of castle. In one corner of the vast chamber, Nerissa, the Empress of the Empire, sat with her daughter. The chamber was filled with soft golden light streaming through enchanted glass, reflecting off walls etched with ancient imperial sigils. Between mother and daughter lay scrolls, crystallized memory stones, and diagrams of bloodlines traced through centuries of conquest and preservation. Celestia sat straight-backed, her pale fingers resting on the edge of a scroll. Despite her youth, her aura shimmered faintly platinum, threaded with hints of violet, the mark of her inheritance of bloodline authority. Yet, though her strength was destined to surpass nations, at this moment she was simply a student. "You must understand, Celestia." Nerissa's calm, yet commanding voice broke the silence as she continued teaching, guiding her daughter through the intricate art of wielding her abilities. She explained not only how to channel them, but also which bloodlines could be woven together to unleash their ultimate potential. After all, in the entire world, there was no one else who possessed this knowledge, no one except her. Nerissa alone carried the legacy of this technique as the last keeper of a power that countless ancestors before her left to inheritance. There were millions of possibilities, endless combinations of techniques, bloodlines, and elements, each one capable of leading to unimaginable results if mastered correctly. The burden of such knowledge pressed heavily on the room, and Celestia listened with a mix of understanding, complexity, and quiet determination. Just as Nerissa extended a hand to demonstrate a fusion pattern between ice affinity and magma, with little of draconic blood. Essence, the silence was broken. Point 3 knocks. Firm, deliberate. Celestia's head snapped toward the grand door, her brows furrowing. Never in all her memory had anyone interrupted these lessons. These sessions were inviolable, a time sealed against the world. Her frown deepened, rare confusion clouding her otherwise composed face. Nerissa, however, only smiled faintly, as if the disruption had been expected. She folded her hands with a grace that seemed almost mocking of the intrusion. "Come in," she said. Her tone was soft, but it carried through the chamber like an unyielding command. The great doors opened with a whisper, and a woman stepped through. She was robed entirely in platinum, every inch of her form concealed beneath flowing fabric inscribed with imperial patterns. The thin veil descended from her headdress, obscuring her face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. She moved with precision, each step deliberate, her head bowed low in reverence as she advanced into the sanctum. She stopped at the foot of the dais where Nerissa and Celestia sat, then bent at the waist in a deep bow. "Forgive my intrusion, your imperial majesty," she began, her voice steady though tinged with urgency, "but I bring grave news." The chamber seemed to still further, as if the air itself held its breath. "The prisoner Razeal, who had been consigned to the eternal hold, has escaped." Celestia's eyes fluttered open, shock breaking through her usual composure. Her lips parted, but for a moment no sound came. Escaped? The eternal hold was a place even whispers dared not linger on, that a prison outside space from which no one returned unless her mother let them be. And yet the woman in platinum did not stop there. She pressed on, as though knowing hesitation would cost her dearly. "In the course of our search, we discovered another prisoner missing as well, that we believe Razeal is responsible. Though, how he achieved this remains beyond comprehension. There are no signs of breach, no passage, no trace that it is as though both men simply ceased to be bound." She exhaled, steadying her voice. "I humbly deliver this report at once, lest greater peril arise." Celestia finally found her voice. "Really?" It came as a whisper, uncharacteristically small. "Escape." Her platinum eyes, usually calm and unshakable, flickered with raw confusion. For her to be so unsettled was rare indeed. Nerissa, however, leaned back at her seat. A sound slipped from her lips low, amused, almost musical. "Kufufu." She chuckled softly, her expression one of curiosity rather than alarm. "How very, not so unexpected." Her eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. "And tell me, who is the other? Who walked free alongside this boy?" The messenger dipped her head lower. "It is Yograj Molarius, your majesty. The man personally imprisoned 3 decades ago by Duchess Marisa Virulent." At that name, Celestia went into confusion, trying to remember as she tried to remember where she had heard this name. Though Nerissa's chuckle deepened into quiet laughter, her hand rising to her chin in thought, her expression brightened with recognition, as though a puzzle had fallen into place. "That lunatic," she murmured, almost fondly. "Oh, I see." Her fingers tapped against her chin, her eyes gleaming. "Now makes sense. Yes, everything fits neatly together now." The messenger lifted her gaze slightly. "Shall I attempt to track them, your majesty? Mobilize the seekers and binders to retrieve the fugitives?" Her words carried respect, and her posture remained low, showing no concern for how dangerous or difficult the task might be. It was as if, once the Empress gave an order, it was destined to be carried out. For after all, it was their duty, but Nerissa only waved her hand dismissively. "No, there is no need." Her tone was decisive, even casual. "Let them be. The boy was meant to be released sooner or later. As for that old coin." A smirk touched her lips. "Let him wander. He's been punished enough after all these years." The woman bowed again, pressing her forehead nearly to the ground. "As you command, your majesty." With that, she turned, her platinum robes sweeping across the marble floor as she moved toward the door. Before departing, she paused, bowed once more, first to the Empress, then to the princess, and left, the heavy doors closing behind her with a muffled finality. Silence reclaimed the chamber. Celestia sat motionless, still stunned, her frown deepening as her mind raced. Razeal. Escaped? Yo grage malarious, free? The eternal hold, broken? It felt unthinkable. Nerissa, however, broke the silence with another soft laugh. Her eyes glittered, fixed on her daughter, who still looked lost in disbelief. How rare, she said, amusement thick in her tone, to see my all-perfectionist daughter confused and so dumbfounded of that. Her smile widened, half mocking, half indulgent. How very amusing. Celestia's lips tightened, but she said nothing. She hated being mocked, hated appearing weak before her mother. Yet she could not help it, her confusion was genuine finally. Unable to endure the quiet judgment shimmering behind that faint smile, Celestia spoke. Mother, is there something I did wrong? Her voice was calm on the surface, but beneath it throbbed unease. She had carried doubts since the moment she ordered Razeal sent into the eternal hold, doubts that had only grown when her mother chuckled at the announcement as though it were a private joke. And now again, Nerissa's eyes glittered with hidden meaning, as if mocking her without words, for all her years of discipline, for all the perfection she strove for. Celestia was never entirely sure of her own judgment when measured against Nerissa's. The Empress was a woman who never erred, whose schemes spanned decades. To disappoint her even without consequences, without scolding, was terrifying enough. It felt as though the years of toil Celestia had poured into becoming the perfect daughter could be erased with a single sigh of disappointment. Nerissa folded one leg gracefully over the other, resting her hands in her lap. Her smile deepened, amused but edged. Oh, you still didn't get it. Celestia straightened, forcing steel into her voice despite the knot forming in her stomach. Get what? Frustration leaked in her tone despite her best efforts to suppress it. Inside, she cursed herself. You fool. You slipped. You lost control in front of her. The thought screamed in her mind, though outwardly she maintained her posture. Nerissa let her linger in that silence before answering. It's nothing earth-shattering, she said at last, though her words sliced sharp all the same. You were simply too emotional, too quick to act with your heart. That I can forgive. You were young, still learning. But in this case, you committed a blunder, a very large one. Her smile widened slightly, as though savoring the discomfort in her daughter's eyes. Celestia's lips parted, desperate to defend herself, to salvage her reasoning. I thought there could be no problem. There was no sign of planning, no obvious profit in it. I didn't know he intended to escape. Her words spilled quickly, almost frantic despite the calm mask she tried to wear. Nerissa tilted her head, her gaze sharpening. Then tell me, why, Celestia, did you permit him to enter the eternal hold at all, knowing it was by his own request? Was that not suspicious in itself, as you just said it was? Even a fool would hesitate to grant such a thing. What sane man begs for a prison, let alone one that has never been broken and more painful than a death can ever be? The words stinged hard. Celestia's shoulders stiffened. She forced herself to meet her mother's gaze, forced herself to respond without flinching. Because he sought protection, she said firmly. From the Ghost Clan, he was desperate. He had no allies, no one to shelter him, and he knew his mother would inevitably destroy them in 2 or 3 days. He only needed a safe place to survive until then. But his pride and arrogance would not allow him to beg for aids. Oh, he chose this. It was logical. Arrogant indeed, but again logical. The reasoning flowed out smooth and practiced. She had gone over it in her head 100 times, weighing every possibility. She had been confident it was the perfect calculation, the inevitable conclusion from Razeal's actions and nature. For a moment, Nerissa said nothing. Then, abruptly, she laughed, a sharp, melodic laugh, mocking and cruel. She even raised a finger, pointing at her daughter as if exposing a child's foolishness. He played you, she said, delight in her voice. He played you like a harp. Celestia's fist clenched at her sides, be mocked by her mother. To hear laughter at her expense was agony. Shame burned under her skin, yet she did not protest. She sat, face impassive, her platinum eyes unblinking, and absorbed the sting of Nerissa's words. He played with everyone's emotions, Nerissa continued, laughter fading into a smile both dangerous and amused. Not only yours, he knew perfectly well that all of you, every last one of you, would choose emotion over logic. Still Celestia blinked, confusion cutting through her shame. What do you mean, mother? Her mind spun, calculations colliding in her head. She could accept that Razeal had escaped, shocking as it was. She could even accept that she had underestimated him. But why? Why choose such a route? If his goal was simply freedom, he could have fled in 100 other ways. Why risk the eternal hold, a place where escape was impossible? It made no sense. Even now, she could not reconcile it. Her mother's words gnawed at her. If Razeal had planned this, what did he gain from such risk? Nerissa's smile only widened at her daughter's turmoil. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a hunter watching prey stumble into a trap. You, Selena, Nova, even his own mother, who is brilliant in her own category. Nerissa let each name fall like a stone, slow and deliberate. All of you have been played. He wrapped you in his web of sentiment without you realizing it. Selena, Nova, even his own mother, who is brilliant in her own category. Nerissa let each name fall like a stone, slow and deliberate. All of you have been played. He wrapped you in his web of sentiment without you realizing it. But Nerissa, still seeing the storm of confusion flickering in her daughter's golden eyes, did not stop. Her voice was calm, yet edged with that dangerous amusement of hers. You've become blinded by your own cleverness, she said slowly. Cleverness he knew how to cultivate, and you did so blinded that you ignored the small, obvious things, the very details that cost you your judgment. That blindness was your critical blunder. Her words were not shouted. They didn't need to be. Each syllable struck Celestia harder than a lash. Nerissa tilted her head, her gaze sharp and unyielding. Tell me, would the virulent family have allowed you to send Razeal into the eternal hold, even if he had begged for it himself? Celestia blinked, taken aback. She had never considered that question. She opened her mouth to reply, then paused. Her mind worked rapidly, calculating, reassessing. They could indeed have interfered. Perhaps even Selena would have intervened, she admitted at last. And then suddenly the realization dawned on her like a knife slashing through fog. Her eyes widened, her body stiffening in her seat. Wait. Her thoughts connected one after another, chains of logic snapping into place. They weren't there because they left to take revenge. The weight of it struck her all at once. She saw again the scars on Razeal's body. The scars he had deliberately revealed in middle of the duel. He had displayed them not out of accident, not because of not able to dodge, but maybe because he wanted them to see that he had shown them his suffering so that his family's rage would boil over so that they would abandon the idea of staying close to him in search of vengeance. Leaving him conveniently unguarded, Celestia's mouth moved, whispering as if to herself. He intentionally revealed those scars to drive them away. Her thoughts raced faster, and the Ghost Clan's attack. Her head snapped up, eyes going wide. Wait, was that attack by the Ghost Clan also staged by him? Just so his mother would leave the Empire? Just so she'd be drawn away at that precise time? She leaned back in her chair, shock spreading across her usually composed face. Nerissa's smile curved. Pleased, she gave a soft laugh. Not bad. Not bad at all. You managed to reach the truth. And here I thought I'd have to tell you the whole story piece by piece. But it seems all you needed was a small nudge. Celestia's chest rose and fell rapidly as she tried to calm herself. Feeling shame, her mother's voice cut through her thoughts. Still, you must learn to control your emotions. That boy is clever, far more clever than his years should allow. From the very beginning, he has been twisting your perspective, guiding your thoughts. Every move you believed to be arrogance was manipulation. Celestia lowered her gaze. The realization that she, the heir to the Empire, had been maneuvered like a child which was even weaker than her, on a board game. It was almost unbearable. She drew in a sharp breath, then exhaled slowly. Composure returned bit by bit, though shame still burned beneath her skin. At last, she looked back in her mother's eyes, forcing her voice to steady. I am sorry, Mother, that I disappointed you. Tell me where I went wrong. Mistakes like these will never be repeated. I want to learn, I must learn where I blundered. She admitted. Nerissa's eyes gleamed. She reclined back slightly, resting her chin on one hand, savoring the rare sight of her daughter's humbleness. This was the first time she had seen Celestia so openly admit defeat, so plainly confess error. The mighty heir, outsmarted, and Nerissa found herself amused. I won't give you direct answers, she said at last. That would be too easy. Instead, I'll ask questions. You'll answer them, and in your own answers, you'll find your mistakes. That way, the lesson will last. Celestia bowed her head slightly. Yes, Mother. Good. Nerissa murmured that a sly smile tugged at her lips. Then let us begin. Tell me, Celestia, when did it all start? When did his manipulation begin? Celestia closed her eyes, her mind diving back through every moment she had interacted with Razeal. She sifted through the events, the choices, the small peculiarities. She replayed them one by one until finally her thoughts snagged on a moment that had long baffled her. Her eyes opened, and she spoke. The duel, she said firmly. The moment he chose to fight, even though he had already won.it, was the stupidest decision. That must have been the start. Nerissa chuckled softly, shaking her head. Not stupid at all, my dear. Think carefully. Yes, he had won the duel, but if he had not chosen to fight, would he have been able to display those scars carved by foreverine metal? Could he have ensured that everyone saw them, and Ghost Clan attack in front of everyone? Would his mother and sister have been drawn away? Celestia's breath caught. Her mind reeled. IT all connected. The duel had been no reckless, IT had been calculated theater. Nerissa leaned forward, her voice dropping, deliberate. And tell me, was it not strange that the Ghost Clan dared to strike at him in the very heart of the Empire? With all the dukes present, with the knowledge that he was the son of a duke himself, who would take such a reckless gamble? Unless it was before or such a coincidence helping that kid up? Celestia's lips parted, but no sound came out. I can see it, Mother, she admitted at last. But still, why take such a risk? Even if it was a plan, it was foolish. He could have died. Fighting Silva alone nearly killed him, if not for his unnatural regeneration, and giving his own assassination to the Ghost Clan. Her voice grew sharper, almost incredulous. That was insanity. The Ghost Clan are beings without presence and presenceless. Even dukes, even me and you, cannot sense them without specialized methods. And he is no man at all. None. That was SSS-rank. Why would he deliberately put himself at the mercy of an assassin by ordering if he could not detect, knowing full well he had no means of defense? Her platinum eyes burned with genuine confusion now. For all her calculations, for all her newfound understanding, this still made no sense to her. IT was too dangerous, too self-destructive. Nerissa smiled thinly, a predator smile. She did not answer. She let the silence settle. Let her daughter sit with the impossible question. Because that was the true heart of the lesson. Sometimes the cleverest ploys were the ones that made no sense until the trap had already sprung. Well, that's true. He is reckless. Nerissa's tone was quiet, but her words carried weight. Then her lips curved into a faint smile, the kind of smile that concealed layers of sharp amusement. No, that's not quite it. He made all of you believe the wrong thing. He deliberately crafted the perception that he was an arrogant fool, someone so blinded by pride he couldn't calculate his own risks. And all of you accepted that image. That was what he wanted. Celestia's brows furrowed. She hated admitting it, but her mother's words slid into place too neatly. Yes, she and the others had treated him exactly that way. As a reckless, arrogant boy. Like he literally slapped Arion in front of whole empire and even showed fighting for Silva for nothing. But yes, Nerissa continued, he was reckless, I won't deny it. But the point is, his recklessness worked for him. Maybe he wasn't gambling blindly, as he thought. Maybe he already knew which reactions would unfold, what actions those around him would take. Perhaps he trusted that flow enough to risk it all. Her gaze sharpened as she leaned closer. Tell me, Celestia, why do you think Nova was standing so close to him that time, the very moment the ghost appeared to strike? He was saved instantly, wasn't he? Celestia opened her mouth, then hesitated. Her mind flickered back to that moment. Yes, Nova had been right there. Too close for coincidence. And after that, Nerissa pressed on. Marisa stopped the other ghost from completing the kill. He lived because both intervened. He knew he wouldn't die because he believed Nova and Marisa would save him. Her words were simple, almost casual, but they struck Celestia like thunder. That Celestia's voice faltered, her platinum eyes clouding with conflict. But that, Mother, that relationship is complicated. Doesn't he hate them? He's never hidden that. What if they hadn't acted? Or, if they hesitated, what if they had been even a heartbeat too late? She trailed off, her thoughts colliding into a storm. Nerissa cut across her softly, but firmly. He was sure, and they did save him. That's the beauty of confidence he has in his moves. Celestia's jaw tightened, her frustration bubbling. That was madness. He could have died, to stake everything on a mere assumption of their actions. That's like throwing a dagger into pitch-black darkness and hoping it lands in the exact spot you want. She shook her head, eyes flashing. Too risky. Too stupid. And no wonder I didn't reach the conclusion before. Because it doesn't make sense. Who would take such a gamble with their own life? That is the thing. Nerissa tilted her head, her purple eyes gleaming with quiet admiration. He is reckless, but it worked that he acted as if he already knew what kind of actions and reactions all of you would have. And, in the end, his gamble was rewarded. Celestia let out a sharp breath, her brows drawing closer. But it still doesn't make sense, Mother. As you said, he risked everything. But for what? Even if I admit he manipulated us, he gained nothing from IT, no profit, no advantage. What was the point of risking his life for theatrics? Her voice rose, her frustration spilling over. In the beginning, I thought maybe Maybe all he wanted was the holy promise, a way to rewrite everything, to protect himself, to live freely. But now that he had the chance to use it and didn't use for anything good, he gained nothing from it. Then again, that joining the academy, fought battles, risked death, and what did he achieve? Nothing. And now, after all that effort, he ran, escaped, left everything behind. Why? What sense is there in that? Her words tumbled out like waves breaking against a cliff, raw and unfiltered. Let's say, for example, if he came here for revenge, shouldn't he have stayed in the Empire, where the power and enemies he needed were? If he wanted safety, why provoke so much attention? None of this adds up. All that planning, all that danger, all that hard work. And for what? To run away. Her hands trembled slightly in her lap, a rare crack in her composure. I don't understand. I thought he had deeper motives, a greater design. But if his only choice now was to run, then what was the point of everything? Was it all just meaningless chaos? Nerissa studied her daughter in silence for a moment. Celestia's frustration, her confusion, they weren't baseless. They were valid, logical questions, questions any strategist would ask after reviewing such a seemingly irrational pattern. And that was precisely why so many had underestimated him. At tea last, Nerissa nodded slowly, acknowledging the weight of her daughter's reasoning. Yes, that you're right that on the surface, it does seem as if his actions were senseless, too risky, too wasteful, too reckless. That it is confusing. Celestia looked at her mother, her breath caught in her throat. Nerissa smiled faintly, that dangerous little curve of her lips that always carried certainty. But the answer is simple. My dear, T came to the Empire for one thing, only point one purpose. Her voice dropped, soft yet absolute. He came for the gate of honor. Celestia blinked, startled. That was his sole objective. Nerissa continued smoothly. The only reason he endured everything. The duels, the Ghost Clan, the Eternal Hold, the Academy. He wanted the gate, he needed it. And once he achieved that, everything else became irrelevant. The rest, the fights, the holy promise, the trials were simply distractions, steps in the path he had already chosen to escape. Her daughter opened her mouth to protest, but Nerissa raised a hand. He went into the gate of honor, he got what he wanted. That was all. Everything else. The manipulation of your judgment was a smokescreen to cover his true aim. Once he had it, his only task left was to leave the escape, and all that chaos he did for escaping. Her voice hardened now, the sharp edge of truth slicing through the air. Do you really think his family, who have been searching for him for years, would have simply let him walk away once they had him back coming out from Gate of Honor? No, they would have caged him again, at least let him stay with them. They do regret that decision. They would never have let him go, and he knew it. Nerissa's eyes burned into her daughter's. So all of his effort, all of his reckless gambits, were for that. Tio sees what he wanted from the gate, and then to get out of the Empire. Nothing more, nothing less. She leaned back, her voice softening once more. Simple. Obvious. So obvious that only fools would miss it. Her smile widened just slightly, her gaze still fixed on Celestia. And yet, so many missed it. At which, the faintest flicker of realization began to shine in Celestia's golden eyes. The wheels in her mind spun furiously, linking one piece of her mother's explanation to another, trying to connect the puzzle that had seemed impossible only moments ago. Her lips parted slightly, the question almost escaping before she caught it. What was that thing he took from the gate? She wanted to demand the answer, but she stopped herself. She knew her mother too well. If Nerissa had known, she would have spoken it directly. The fact that she hadn't meant one thing she herself didn't know. And that was perhaps the most shocking truth of all. Her mother, the Imperial Empress herself, who held the sharpest mind and greatest authority in the world, did not know what he had taken or what profit he got. But the rest of her explanation, it made sense. More sense than anything Celestia had tried to reason for herself. It all matched. And for the first time since this discussion began, she felt the fog. Around Razeal's actions began to clear. Nerissa's lips curved into a small, amused smile as she continued. As for the holy promise, she began, her tone teasing, as though it were a trivial matter. Tell me, Celestia, what use would it ever have for someone like him? Or even for you, my daughter? Celestia blinked, taken aback. Think, Nerissa pressed. If you desired a holy promise, would the church refuse you? Of course not. They would hand it to you the instant you asked. For you, for me, for anyone of true standing, it is nothing more than a token that a favor dressed as a miracle. Celestia's mind clicked into place. Yes, for the powerful. The holy promise was not an irreplaceable wish. It was merely another thread binding them to the church's debt. Exactly, Nerissa said, reading the unspoken thought in her daughter's eyes. What is one wish worth, when everything you desire can already be claimed by strength or birthright? And would you truly want to owe the church that kind of favor? Her words cut sharp and true to Celestia's heart, thudded, her pride smarting. The boy knew this. Nerissa went on smoothly. From the beginning, the holy promise was never his true I am that it was only a pretext, an excuse to buy himself more time. Time to prepare for what he really wanted to do. She tapped her long, elegant finger against her armrest, as though counting invisible beats. 7 days, wasn't it? That was all the holy promise granted him. 7 days of freedom, 7 days to move without interference. And he used them for whatever I'm not aware of, but her eyes narrowed, gleaming with that dangerous mixture of curiosity and admiration. Whatever he accomplished in those days, they must have been critical, enough to set his entire plan into motion. And now, he has done exactly as he intended from the very beginning. He left the Empire the moment the simplest path opened, because he made sure you gave it to him. Her voice lifted slightly in a mocking lilt. Don't touch him for 2 days, wasn't that what you said? A soft chuckle escaped her, one that stung more than a slap. She pointed a finger, her eyes sparkling with cruel amusement. Celestia sat frozen. The words echoed in her mind like a curse. She had said that. She had declared it, confident it was the right choice. And now, she could see how perfectly it had played into his hands. How did he even predict that? Did he know I could do even that? But she had just promised him back in the academy that she would protect him. Wait, did he change his plans from? Then, on to make it fit perfectly? No, that wasn't the main thing. The real question was, how the hell did he know she would do that, and for that exact number of days? Her face betrayed no emotion, but inside her pride was burning. Slowly, she inclined her head. I see, she murmured. I understand now. Nerissa leaned back, clearly pleased. And as for the eternal hold, do I even need to explain that to you anymore? Celestia's lips barely moved as she whispered, Yo Graj Molarius. The name tasted heavy in her mouth. Once, the picture became clear. He wanted to reach Atlantis, Celestia said, her voice gaining strength as her eyes finally met her mother's. And since venturing into the ocean is forbidden by imperial law, the only way was for him. And no one can follow him there. No one can stop him once he's free. Now he can do as he pleases, roam where he wants, and no one will disturb him. Her voice was calm. Of course, she knew what Atlantis was. Most in the Empire thought of it as a myth, but among the top powers, those who ruled, who carried ancient knowledge, it was well known that Atlantis was real, that a place of mysteries and secrets far beyond common reach, that of course she, as the imperial princess, had always known this truth. And of course, she had just spoken it aloud, unraveling yet another thread of his intentions. Nerissa's hands came together in a slow, mocking clap. The sound echoed in the chamber, sharp and deliberate. Well done, she said lightly, her smile widening. You're not as hopeless as I thought you'd be. Almost like teaching a goblin the theory of 7th-tier magic. It takes forever, but eventually, even the dullest spark catches. Her teasing tone was merciless, but her eyes gleamed with approval. Celestia did not react. She sat with her spine straight, her hands folded, and merely drew in a deep breath. Inside, however, her pride roared with humiliation. She had been manipulated, outsmarted, played, and by someone she had dismissed as reckless. At last, her lips parted. He won. The words were quiet, but they fell like stones into still water. Nerissa tilted her head. He won, Celestia repeated, her voice steady, though the weight of the admission pressed against her pride. It was brilliant. In its way, he crossed the very heart of the Empire, the strongest bastion in the world, and left it behind, crossing the Blunderies without anyone's permission. Nerissa's eyes glinted. She had been waiting for this moment, for her daughter to admit the truth without flinching. But then Celestia used a word that made the Empress pause. Boundaries. Her mother's expression paused instantly. Oh. Nerissa leaned forward slightly, her gaze drilling into her daughter's eyes. Boundaries, you say? Celestia blinked, unsettled by the sudden shift in tone. Did I say something wrong, Mother? She asked carefully. Perhaps, Nerissa said softly, but there was steel beneath her voice. Tell me about this boundary thing. Where do you believe the reach of my empire ends? Celestia straightened her back, confidence returning as she recited what she knew by heart. It ends at the northern coast, where seas stretch into the very ice pole, the east, the seas beyond the merchant routes, the south, the forest of dread, and to the west, the kingdom of Zogernoth, which is of course a vassal under direct imperial rule. She delivered the answer firmly, the confidence of her education ringing in every word. You are wrong. Nerissa's words came instantly, cutting like a blade through the air. Celestia froze, her brows furrowing. No, but I have. She tried to defend her earlier answer, confused. Everything she had said was correct. She knew it was correct. But Nerissa didn't give her the chance. The Empress rose in a single, fluid motion, her platinum hair spilling around her like liquid moonlight. She gestured for her daughter to follow. Celestia swallowed hard, then obeyed, stepping to her mother's side. Nerissa's hand came down, deceptively gentle, onto Celestia's shoulder. She guided her forward until they stood at the tall crystal windows of the imperial chamber. From there, the entire empire sprawled beneath them like a tapestry, cities glittering with lantern light, fields stretching into the horizon, rivers winding like silver serpents. From this highest tower, there was no obstruction. Point one could see the world as if it belonged to them. Nerissa turned, her gaze boring into her daughter's golden eyes. Her voice dropped into something colder, something that seemed to seep into the very bones. "You are wrong," she repeated, her words sharp and final. "Because my empire has no boundaries." The room itself seemed to still at her declaration. Celestia's lips parted, but Nerissa's presence pressed against her. Bruking Nodinaid. The kingdoms, the empires, the vassal states. Nerissa's voice grew heavier, her eyes gleaming with something like obsession. "I allow them to exist. They breathe because I will it. Their banners fly not because they are free, but because I permit them. They exist to give me people to rule, order to shape, chaos to tame. Their ornaments, my child. Decorations on the great stage of my will." Celestia shivered despite herself, though pride forced her chin higher. "There never were, and never will be, boundaries to my empire," Nerissa continued, her words echoing like a decree through the chamber. "Do you understand? The ocean is forbidden only because I made a promise to a friend. Not because anyone can stop me. Not because it lies beyond my reach. That it is forbidden because I chose it to be. So if I withdrew that promise tomorrow, nothing in this world could deny me to my will alone defines reality. And my will," her voice flared like thunder, "is imperialism." Her platinum eyes flared like twin stars, and for a moment, Celestia thought she might collapse beneath their weight. Instead, something inside her rose up. Her spine straightened, her own eyes hardening as pride flared instinctively against the oppressive majesty of her mother. "I understand, mother," Celestia said firmly. Locking her gaze with hers, the small, satisfied smile curved Nerissa's lips. She released her daughter's shoulder and let her voice slip back into its usual calm, almost playful cadence. "Good." She turned away, her presence relaxing, the storm vanishing as suddenly as it had come. "It may be difficult to accept this loss in judgment, but mistakes are not unforgivable if one learns from them." She patted Celestia's shoulder lightly. "Go, reflect, grow. That is all I require." Celestia bowed her head slightly. "Yes, mother." She turned to leave, her heart still pounding, her pride bruised but her resolve firming. She had been wrong, and she hated it, but she would not let it break her. She was halfway to the door when Nerissa's voice came again, smooth and casual. "And also be careful of that boy," she said. "He is cruel and very decisive when it comes to it. He killed millions of Ghost Clan members with a single lie, just so he could steal 2 days of distraction, forcing his mother's attention elsewhere." The words froze Celestia mid-step. She turned her head slowly, her golden eyes narrowing. "They were not good people anyway," she said. Her voice wavered, but her conviction sharpened. "The Death Clan killed for sport, slaughtered simply to remind the world that presenceless beings do have presence." Nerissa's lips curved. She leaned lazily, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Oh," she asked softly, "and if you stood in his place, would you have done the same? Would you manipulate the fates of millions, wipe them from existence, just to serve your own selfish ends?" The chamber seemed to grow colder. Celestia's paused. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. The words refused to form. Would she have? Could she have? The question gnawed at her, dragging her into silence. Her mother's chuckle filled the heavy air. "Indecision doesn't suit you, my dear." She shook her head, almost pitying. "But I must admit, that boy does it better. He acts without hesitation. He is ruthless when the moment calls for it. He manipulates others with precision, bends situations to his advantage, and achieves his aims even without power of his own. If nothing else." She smiled, sharp and amused. "He is more suited for the throne than you are right now." The words cut like knives. Celestia's chest tightened, but her face remained a mask of composure. Her pride howled, her frustration and sadness burned hot, but she buried it all. She would not falter, not in front of her. "He was clever," Celestia said finally, her voice steady. "He understood his situation. The Ghost Clan would have become his enemies regardless. He only struck before they could." She paused, her tone sharpening. But if it were me in his place, I would have found a better way. Nerissa tilted her head, lips curling wider. Still defending him, even now. Celestia's lips twitched. Very well then, Nerissa said smoothly. Tell me, do you regret what you did that day? The question hit like a thunderclap. The chamber fell into oppressive silence. The air itself seemed to grow heavy. Celestia stood frozen, her heart pounding, her eyes locked on her mother's. She knew exactly what Nerissa was asking. She knew exactly what memory the Empress was alluding to. Neither spoke. Seconds stretched into long, unbearable minutes. Tea last. Celestia bowed her head slightly. Excuse me, mother that I am. Feeling unwell, I asked permission to leave. She did not wait for a reply. Turning sharply, she strode to the heavy door of the chamber, her steps echoing against the marble floor. She pulled it open and slipped through, slamming it shut behind her with such force that the chamber itself seemed to shudder. Nerissa remained seated, her eyes fixed on the closed door, and then her laughter rang softly through the empty chamber, low, amused, and utterly unbothered. The ship groaned as it cut across the waves, each crest rising and falling in endless rhythm beneath a pale sky. Razeal stood near the bow, his gaze fixed on the horizon where sea and sky blurred into one. The salt air pressed cool against his face, the silence between crests strangely calming. So, he said at last, his voice low, steady, what about it? Feeling anything strange, stepping onto this ship with me? Levy sat a few paces away, perched on the edge of the bow with his legs hanging over the side. The sea wind tugged at his crisp brown suit, his glasses glinting faintly as he stared into the unending blue. He shrugged faintly, almost carelessly. Strange, not really, he said. Feels all right, I suppose. Thought honestly, I get the sense my already short life's about to get shorter. He chuckled dryly, eyes still locked on the sea. Not that I mind, that I wasn't living much of a life anyway. For the last 10 minutes, they had sat like this, not quite together or quite apart, their conversation drifting as aimlessly as the waves to the far end of the deck. Yogaraj and his daughter spoke in low tones, their voices carried away by the wind. Father and daughter, deep in some personal exchange. Razeal and Levy hadn't bothered to interfere. But as for Maria, she just leaned against the rail midship, her aqua-blue hair lifting faintly in the breeze. She hadn't spoken in some time, her gaze fixed on the sea as if the waves held secrets only she could hear. Her expression was calm, unreadable, a rare moment of quiet reflection. Razeal let out a soft chuckle at Levy's words. You sound old, like there's nothing left you want from your life. He didn't know why he was entertaining this conversation. Maybe it was the rare quiet. No blades, no schemes, no idiots breathing down his neck. Maybe it was the first time in years he felt he could actually breathe freely, without being running for survival or hiding. He wasn't sure. Levy tilted his head, his voice distant. Maybe I'm old, or maybe I just don't see the point. Everything ends. Doesn't matter what I do today, it'll end tomorrow, or the day after. Maybe it won't matter to anyone, not even me. His words carried no anger, only weariness, like a man drifting without a rudder. Razeal clicked his tongue. So you're one of those bullshit types. His gaze never left the sea. What's the reason behind all this melodrama? What makes you think there's no point? Levy exhaled, his shoulders slumping slightly. What's there to live for? I've got no family before me. None after me. Doubt if I disappeared tomorrow, no one would notice. No one would even care. He hesitated, his voice softening. Sometimes I wish I had something, a girl, maybe a wife, a family, but I know I can't, that don't deserve it. His lips twisted in a half smile that didn't reach his eyes. Better to stay alone, better than dragging someone else into my emptiness of suffering curse. Razeal's jaw tightened. His reply was sharp, his voice cutting. Excuses. Just dumb bullshit excuses. Not having family doesn't mean there's no reason to live. Life isn't about others, it's about you. That if you want to live the life you want to live, then just live the life you want to live. Just go and take it, and don't sit there whining about what you don't have while you reject every chance you get. Pathetic. Razeal, of course, could relate to it. Like his family is F-cat up, so should he just not see in point in living his life? His tone carried no sympathy, only blunt dismissal. Levy's smile faltered. He turned his gaze back to the water. Live the life I want. Huh. I don't know if I can. It doesn't feel possible. His voice was barely above the waves now, almost lost in the wind. That Razeal's eyes flicked toward him, irritation prickling. What is it you even want? What could be so big it's beating you down like this? Levy hesitated again, his hand brushing over his chest as though trying to hold something inside. His eyes glimmered faintly in the light. I can't change the family part, he admitted, voice quieter. But what I really want, what I've always wanted, someone to love, someone who loves me back. His lips curved into a fragile smile, almost boyish in its longing. They say love makes a person stronger, don't they? Maybe if I had that, I'd be different. Maybe I'd have the strength to push myself further, to become more. He shook his head slowly, his smile fading. But I don't, and I won't. And that's why I am what I am. Silence fell over the deck. The waves slapped against the hull, gulls crying faintly in the distance. Maria, standing a little to the side with her arms folded, frowned faintly. Her aqua-blue eyes narrowed as she blinked at Levy, who was busy sulking about women and fate as though the universe had conspired against him. Just how stupid and unreasonable is this person? She thought, weak-minded, placing every failure and excuse at the feet of something so ridiculous because he doesn't have a girl to motivate him? Pathetic. She exhaled through her nose, a sharp sigh that vanished into the wind. The judgment in her gaze shifted then, sliding toward Razeal. He was the one who had brought this man aboard. And Maria, no matter how much she tried to bite her tongue, could not help but silently question that decision. Why him? Why would someone like Razeal choose someone like Levy? Like she literally had to beg to come here. Why this spineless fool be personally invited anyways? Still, she said. Nothing. Her silence was not agreement, it was restraint. Razeal, however, did not share her restraint. He leaned lazily against the rail, his white hair shifting with the wind, and looked at Levy with a flat indifference. Excuses again, he said, his voice calm but edged with disdain. If you're this desperate to get a girl, then get one. Why blame everything on the fact that you have it? I don't think it's that hard to find women. If you tried, you'd get one. His words came like the snapping of a dry twig. Effortless, dismissive. Levy, however, seemed oblivious. His expression was dead serious, like a prophet declaring eternal truth. As they say, he repeated stubbornly, all successful men have a woman behind them. I am not successful because I don't have a woman behind me. The silence that followed was brief, taut, and almost fragile before Razeal shattered it with a sound that was half snarl, half laugh. FCK off, he growled, his voice dropped cold, cutting through the salt, thick air. Shut the FCK up before I throw you off this ship. The deck trembled slightly under his grip. His hand closed around the wooden rail so hard that the old timber beneath his palm cracked, splinters bursting loose like brittle bones. For a heartbeat, even the sea seemed quieter. Then Razeal turned, in one motion. His hand shot out, fisting into Levy's collar. With a strength that seemed to ignore reason, he hauled the man into the air. Levy's legs kicked, dangling helplessly above the deck, his boots thumping against each other as the sudden rush of gravity tugged him down. The sea yawned below them, dark and merciless from this height. The rolling water seemed like an open mouth, eager to swallow whatever fell. Levy's hands flew to Razeal's wrist, clutching desperately. His heart pounded so hard he swore Razeal could feel it through his arm. He looked down, the vastness of the sea stretching beneath him, and his face drained of all color. Panic carved itself into his features. Look, Razeal said, his voice low but carrying across the deck. Behind every successful man, yes, let's say there's a woman, and behind a failed man, there's a woman too. I know. The difference in both, it's just no one stand behind failed person. But does it matter? Look at me, I don't care or give any FCK. Where's my F-kin women? I am here because of F-kin. Me and myself, not by F-kin. Any coincidental women. So did I because F-kin failure. What F-kin brain? It's no one's fault that you're F-kin failure. He shook Levy once, sharply, like a dog snapping the neck of prey. You've already failed by blaming your life on this pathetic excuse. You think the world will respect you because you whine about women? Just like sometimes to earn respect, to earn honor, you must first burn. Work hard by yourself, feel the pain. Go through suffering. Cut yourself by your own hands and any pain, feeling, and emotions inside you. Even in starting, you'll be shamed, looked down upon, you must take the insult. Because that's what you F-kin deserve, the weight of work until you become something the world cannot ignore. Only then will the world bow its head. Not by crying like this, not with reasons as stupid as yours. The silence after his words was heavy, broken only by the groan of the ship's timbers. Razeal's hand tightened on Levy's collar, pulling him slightly higher until Levy's shadow fell thinly against the deck. If you're going to have this kind of stupid reasoning, Razeal spat, his eyes cold as steel, then you don't deserve to be on this ship. Levy's throat closed, his body shook, half with fear, half with humiliation. He opened his mouth, tried to summon words, to defend himself, but when his gaze locked with Razeal's, the words died. Those eyes, icy, indifferent, utterly devoid of pity. told him everything. This psychopath might really throw me overboard. He swallowed hard and shut his mouth. From the far side of the deck, conversations faltered. Maria stood rooted, staring wordlessly at the sight, her frown deepening. Even Ugraj and his daughter, who'd been deep in their own private exchange, turned their heads toward the confrontation. Their voices died out, leaving only the tension humming through the sea air. Yograj tilted his head slightly, lips curling in something like a grim smile. He glanced sidelong at his daughter, who crossed her arms tightly, her golden eyes narrowing with dangerous fire. "So well," Yograj murmured under his breath. "It seems like he really was gentle with you." His daughter said nothing, but the way her gaze fixed on Razeal's hand gripping Levy's throat hard, merciless. Spoke enough. Her eyes narrowed with weird light. Levy, however, could only stare back at Razeal, hands clutching at his wrist, knuckles white, legs dangling helplessly. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other, Levy's eyes wide with fear, Razeal's flat and merciless. The world seemed suspended, balanced on the edge of decision. Then, Tisish. The sound slipped sharp between Razeal's teeth. With a flick of his arm, he released Levy. The man dropped like a stone, slamming onto the wooden deck with a heavy, graceless thud. The impact rattled through his bones, forcing a pained gasp out of him. Razeal turned away, brushing his hand off as though he had discarded trash. "Useless," he said coldly, his voice echoing across the ship's deck, and O1 replied. The silence that followed was stark and suffocating, but still all seemed to understand something in that moment. Razeal was not a man to be tested, nor one to indulge weakness. Levy lay on the deck, coughing, clutching at his chest where his breath had been stolen. His face burned with humiliation, his pride shattered into fragments as sharp as the wood beneath him. Levy lay on the deck, breath heaving, fingers pressed to the hollow of his chest. Above him the sky opened wide and merciless. The ocean beat a steady, indifferent rhythm against the hull. For a long, suspended moment, he didn't move. Only the salt air filled his lungs, and the world narrowed to the ache behind his ribs. "You won't understand," he murmured finally, voice raw as rope. "It's not because of anything you can fix that. It's because of my heart." His fingers tightened against his shirt, as if to hold that confession in place. "I am different from you. I can't have anyone in my life. That's my fate." He swallowed. Tears tracked warm lines down his face and splashed onto the weathered planks. "I know what would happen if I let someone in. I know what it cost. I don't want to make them suffer the way I would." The admission landed like a thrown stone. For a second the world stilled. Gulls cried somewhere far off. A loose rope snapped against the mast. A single creak of wood echoed like a verdict. That Razeal's face didn't move. He watched Levy with that same flat, unblinking gaze that had become his armor. For a heartbeat, there was something almost like curiosity in his eyes, and then he shook his head once, a deliberate, dismissive motion that cut like cold water. "Bullshit," he said simply. There was no cruelty in the word, no grand thunder of scorn, just a precise, practical dismissal, as if he were throwing away a broken tool. That Levy's shoulders jittered as the sound hit him. Shame flushed his cheeks hot beneath the salt-streaked tears. He had been stripped naked before the sea, and this boy in the shadow had slapped a label on his wound and walked on. Razeal stepped past him without offering a hand. The shadow at his feet did not ripple, and he did not bother to wait for reply. "Excuses," he added under his breath, not looking back. "If you want something, stop dying over the idea of fate and whatever. Do something about it." His tone was hard, iron-laced, not sympathetic, not kind. But in its bluntness there was a kind of command. Stand up or be swept away. Levy watched him go, and for the first time since the ocean's roar began filling his ears, something like a choice of jagged, uncertain thing made itself felt beneath the grief. Maria turned her head away, jaw tight. That Yogaraj's daughter said nothing. But the way she set her chin told you she had catalogued Levy's confession and Razeal's verdict both. The ship moved on, sails creaking, as if nothing profound had happened. Yet each of them carried that small broken confession with them, tucked away where the sea breeze could not reach it. Levy watched the spot where Razeal had stood and hugged his hands to his chest as if to stitch the pieces back together. The tears dried in the wind. The world went on. The deck of the ship creaked beneath the steady rhythm of waves. The earlier confrontation with Levy still lingered in the air like smoke after fire. He sat, hunched, one arm covering his face as though hiding from the world, or maybe from himself. His shoulders trembled faintly, betraying the weight of tears he refused to show openly. Yograj stepped forward at last, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden planks. His expression was unusually soft, almost sympathetic, though his voice carried its usual edge of bluntness. "All right, now come on," the old man said, his deep voice rumbling across the quiet deck. You're being too harsh on the kid. Razeal, perched again on the ship's railing, didn't turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the endless horizon where the sky met the restless sea. His white hair stirred with the wind, his expression shadowed with something more complex than anger, disappointment, frustration, something harder to name. He said nothing to Yograj's words, as though they were already irrelevant. Only after a beat did he speak, his voice plain and cold. So, are you staying here? His dark eyes shifted, not toward Yograj, but toward the girl walking just beside him. A striking figure with sharp features and haughty expressions carved across her face like she was born with them. Her posture alone screamed resistance. Before she could open her mouth, Yograj answered for her, nodding as though to settle the matter. She will. His eyes flicked sideways to his daughter, testing her reaction. Razeal didn't accept that. He kept his eyes on the girl, ignoring the old man entirely. Do you want to? His tone made it clear that the father's word meant nothing if the daughter herself said otherwise. Aurora, as the girl was called, narrowed her eyes. Her lips curled into an expression of pure disdain, like she'd been dragged into a nightmare against her will. Do I have an option? If I want to leave, this old man seems to be forcing me. Her voice dripped with disgust. She turned her head sharply. But even as she did, she caught Yograj's side dash. It was enough to silence her rebellion. She humphed under her breath and folded her arms. Yograj sighed, his large shoulders dipping. Aurora, he whispered, his voice carrying both weariness and disappointment, but he seemed almost hurt by her rejection. But he said no more. Aurora only crossed her arms tighter, her chin tilting upward in stubborn defiance. She turned her face away, pouting like she was sealing herself off from the world. Razeal, however, wasn't finished. He raised his right hand. Well, the stump of it, and extended 2 fingers with his left. His gaze locked on her, calm yet sharp. I have 2 options for you, he said flatly. First, I can throw you off the ship right now, and you can swim to shore yourself if you really want to leave. Aurora blinked, taken aback. Her arrogance faltered just a fraction as she stared at him speechless. And, what's the second? She asked finally, her voice edged with disbelief. I'll spin you around and launch you straight into the air toward the Empire. AS for landing, his lips curved in the faintest smirk. Well, that's on you. Can you manage that? The girl stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. FCK yourself, she muttered, her haughty facade slipping just enough to reveal her shock. Then she turned abruptly, storming to the side of the deck. No need. Hey, daughter, listen to me. Yograj called, his voice cracking with urgency. His face fell as he hurried after her, his usual stoicism replaced with fatherly desperation. Why are you acting like this? That wasn't my fault in first place. I didn't know. His words tumbled over each other as he followed, the two falling quickly into a heated back and forth, voices fading as they moved toward the far railing. Their argument, however, resolved nothing. Father and daughter seemed destined to clash endlessly, neither willing to bend nor listen. Razeal only exhaled a short breath and turned his gaze elsewhere. Whatever, don't let anyone disturb me, he said quietly, his words directed toward Maria. Maria blinked, caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to place such responsibility on her. Still, she gave a small nod, her usual sharp tongue held back for once. All right, she murmured, her eyes softening briefly. Razeal leaned back against the railing, closing his eyes for a moment. Inside, he spoke silently. All right, system, let's go to Zura. Gotta get this arm back. His gaze lowered to the right side of his body, where his arm had been cut away. The absence still burned like phantom fire. Absolutely, the system replied. And in the next instant, Razeal's consciousness was pulled inward, swallowed into the vast void of system space, far away, within the Empire. Inside lands few dare tread. Another scene was unfolding, and a heavy air of dread clung to the barren clearing before the gates. They were no ordinary gates, but a warped, towering structure of ancient black stone, carved with runes older than the Empire itself. Flames licked along the edges of the archway, radiating heat that shimmered the air like a desert mirage. It was as though the very boundary between worlds had been stretched thin here, a passage that led somewhere beyond mortal understanding. Arabella stood in front of it, her robes shifting faintly in the furnace-hot winds. Her flamy hair, usually so pristine, clung slightly with sweat at her temples. Her eyes, however, did not waver. They were fixed on the Arion in her arms. But he was hardly the boy he had been weeks ago. His face was ghastly blue, veins bulging across his skin like writhing serpents. Blood seeped from those veins, thin red lines tracing across his scalp, dripping down his temples. His body trembled violently as though he were fighting battles inside his very blood. Even his armor, once shining, seemed to pulse faintly with the heat radiating off his poisoned body. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Arabella's voice was calm, but the weight of it pressed down like stone. She looked down at her son, her heart torn in two. Arion's lips parted, his voice hoarse and trembling, but steady in resolve. Mother," he rasped, his breath catching. "Sister needs my presence, that I shall be the one to hold her dignity. I have failed that I cannot. Fail her, deem myself again that I shall do this." His voice broke on the last words, but his eyes, red-rimmed, bloodshot, still burned with stubborn fire. "Very well, then." She exhaled, her voice softening to something only a mother could give. Her eyes reflected her son's broken yet unyielding figure, his weakest and his strongest state. All at once, without another word, she tightened her hold on him. Then, with a sudden motion, she hurled him toward the gates. The runes flared as flames roaring. The gates yawning open, their light blinding, searing. For a single breath, the temperature around them surged to unbearable levels. The moment Arion crossed the threshold, his clothes ignited, his armor evaporated into nothingness, disintegrating from his body like ash caught in the wind. His scream was torn away instantly by the roar of fire. Then his form vanished inside, swallowed whole by the inferno. The gates slammed shut behind him with a thunderous boom. The silence that followed was deafening. The world seemed to hold its breath. Arabella stood rooted, her hands still extended as though holding him even in absence. The searing wind died slowly, leaving only the faint shimmer of heat across the blackened ground. She did not move, only staring at the gate, her lips parting with the faintest of sighs. That it was the sound of a mother releasing her son into a fate from which there would be no return. The firelight reflected in her eyes, but they did not break. They held steady, cold yet trembling beneath the surface, as she stood sentinel before the gate that had devoured her child. Sigh finally, after don't know how long, she sighed and disappeared from place. She was standing inside the system space. Razeal opened his eyes as world around him was silent. Currently standing at the very heart of world of Zara, a space that never truly felt real, yet never failed to make his skin prickle with unease. The sky stretched infinitely in all directions, an ocean of black threaded with rivers of starlight. That it was beautiful, but in the same way a bottomless pit is beautiful, overwhelming, unfathomable, and utterly hostile to the human heart. Sometimes he just wondered if that space in system space was artificial too, or just fake illusion. Still shaking his head from these unnecessary thoughts, his gaze drifted upward, and there she was, Zara, the strongest mother. She sat high above on her throne of obsidian stone, carved from the very metal in his bones itself, its surface smooth as a black mirror, which he couldn't help but wonder if her ass was so hard that, well, one long leg crossed over the other, her posture relaxed yet commanding, her hair jet black, too dark for mortal eyes, spilled down like liquid night, catching and reflecting the star rivers around her so that it shimmered with faint constellations. With her eyes closed, she looked less like a being and more like a force. Razeal drew a deep, low breath, steadying himself. Though sweat already prickled at his temples, already tired from what hard work it might take to convince her this time that he wasn't even sure she'd bother lifting a finger for him, let alone help him reattach the arm he'd lost. "Don't worry, host, I am with you." System's voice stirred in his head as if to motivate him. "You don't help us it," Razeal muttered under his breath, rejecting the system outright. The words came out sharper than he intended, but he didn't regret them. He wasn't in the mood for hollow reassurances. He stood in silence, trying to steady himself, when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. A wind surged through the void. Fierce, wild. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once. A storm birthed out of silence. His clothes whipped violently around him, the sleeves snapping like flags, his hair lashed against his forehead. The gale howled, pressing against him with the weight of a collapsing mountain. And yet he did not move. His feet dug into ground, his stance unyielding. He felt the force trying to shove him back, to knock him sprawling like a leaf in a storm. But he locked his knees as no expression on his face, refusing to yield even an inch. Above, Zara's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, deliberately, she opened her eyes. They gleamed with a darkness deeper than the nightness surrounding them, sharp, enough to cut through his composure. She regarded him with mild curiosity, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "Oh," she said softly, her voice carrying across the void like silk over steel. "You seem to have grown stronger in such a short time." She tilted her head, watching him withstand the storm. "Last time, you died just from this airflow." Her tone was playful, mocking almost, as though she were speaking to a child who had finally managed to stand on wobbling legs. She raised her hand lazily, resting her chin against it while her elbow balanced on her crossed knee. Her gaze remained fixed on him, cool and uninterested, as if she were still deciding how someone this unworthy still got the guts to get back after what happened last time. Razeal exhaled slowly, the wind dying around him. "Strong bones, I guess," he muttered. His voice was dry, but steady. Without flinching or even shifted an inch, that was definitely some strong wind. Zara's brow arched, her lips curving faintly. Strong bones, indeed. Her gaze drifted to his right arm, or what remained of it. The space where his arm had once been was empty, the sleeve torn and frayed. She studied it with the same expression a sculptor might wear when seeing their work chipped and shattered. "But I wonder, should I be more surprised at your sudden strength, or at the fact that you managed to get those bones cut off?" Well, about that, I was just unlucky. Maybe," Razeal said, not knowing the perfect answer, of course. She'd be pissed. She had put a lot of time into building that skeleton, and in just a week he had broken it. For a moment, Razeal's thoughts tangled. "Wait, what the hell am I even thinking?" It wasn't hers. "It's my body, my skeleton.my bonus." He shook his head slightly, snapping himself out of it. And honestly, situation wasn't as bad as he had first imagined. She was surprisingly casual about it. He was expecting her to kill him on repeat. Just for appearing here. Zara, meanwhile, was quiet, her gaze still on him. When she spoke again, her voice was calm, almost casual. "Not so unlucky, I'd say. Perhaps I should be more impressed that you can live after fighting someone strong enough to cut obsidian agony itself." She leaned back slightly, her expression unreadable. "You're lucky, but then again," her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Dying is a usual thing for you." Her words pierced deeper than he wanted to admit. Razeal tried to keep his expression blank, his face unreadable, but a flicker, just a flicker betrayed him. Some small twitch of his eyes, some micro-expression he couldn't fully suppress. Zara caught it instantly. Her gaze bored, though still she leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping into little amusement. "I see it so outside this space. You can indeed die." Her lips curved upward, though there was no warmth in her smile. "And here I thought you were immortal." Razeal's lips twitched. "But then again," she continued, her voice light with amusement, "I had suspected as much. After all, why else would you come crawling to me, begging for scraps of skills? I thought you said this was one of the hardest and sharpest materials in the entire world," Razeal said, voice steady, totally trying to cut off her comment, his dark eyes narrowing at her. "So how the hell did it get cut off?" He didn't care if she had guessed his intent or not. He wasn't here to grovel. He wanted to press her arrogance, to force her to admit something. Anything. After all, she had boasted once that it had taken her eons to forge this obsidian agony metal, harder than any natural substance. And yet here he stood, missing an arm, proof that someone out there had sliced through her so-called masterpiece like it was nothing. Shouldn't that sting her pride? Shouldn't she be furious? Shouldn't she at least want to make them better? And if she was angry, if her ego cracked even slightly, maybe he could use it. But Zara didn't flinch. Her answer came soft, measured, and dripping with disappointment. "Do you think becoming the hardest material makes something unbreakable?" Her voice slithered through the silence, cutting colder than any blade. "If that were true, I would have called it the unbreakable metal, not the hardest. Words mean what they mean. You can't twist them into promises they were never meant to keep." She tilted her head, her eyes half-lidded, as if lecturing a child too slow to grasp simple logic. "Don't complain to me, little one. This is not my fault. This is the fault of your illiterate, uneducated mind, incapable of comprehending the difference between hardness and invincibility." The words hit sharper than steel, each syllable laced with disdain. "Huh." Razeal's breath caught as he instinctively took a step back. The voice hadn't come from the throne. His eyes darted up. The obsidian seat was empty. Cold dread crept along his spine. He turned slowly. And there she was, Zara, standing right beside him, and no sound, no ripple, no warning. She had crossed the entire space between them in less than a blink, and he hadn't noticed. His flow sense, always active, hadn't stirred. His sharpened hearing hadn't caught a whisper. His instincts hadn't screamed. It was as if reality itself had shifted and decided she had always been there. And in her hand, Razeal's eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She was holding a severed arm. His arm. Blood dripped lazily from it, spattering thick onto the floor of the void. The jet-black skeleton beneath the flesh was visible at the break, a clean, impossibly smooth cut through the bone. It was polished, seamless, like butter parted by a hot knife. Zara turned the arm in her hand, studying it with idle curiosity. Her gaze lingered on the bone, blinking once, slowly, As though examining a piece of jewelry rather than a part of his body, Razeal's heart slammed against his ribs. His gaze dropped to his side. Empty. His right shoulder was bare, ripped through completely. Not from the elbow, not halfway. The entire arm. From the shoulder down was gone. A bloody stump remained, black bone cracked, flesh torn, droplets of red dripping down his torso. Just when his pupils trembled violently, he could accept not seeing the movements of powerful enemies before. He could accept missing something when he was still weak. But now, after everything he had endured, after all his growth, after becoming something more than human, and yet she had done it. She had taken his arm, without him even realizing his limb was gone. His mind raced. How fast was she? He hadn't sensed it. Not through his flow, not through sound, not through instinct. Did she move beyond sound itself? Did she sever the obsidian skeleton without producing so much as the whisper of impact? How had she even appeared beside him without the air itself trembling? This wasn't just power. This was nonsensical, impossible, beyond the scale he could measure. The distance between him and SS rank was already massive, but this wasn't distance. This was a void at a canyon deeper than anything he could imagine. Zara tilted the severed limb in her fingers, letting the blood slide off in droplets that splattered against the ground. Then she slowly turned her head toward him. "What? You look shocked," she asked softly, mockery dripping from every syllable. "Did you thought you could resist me? Wait, you thought you could fight back? Just because you didn't die a moment ago?" A smile tugged at her lips, sharp and merciless. Razeal didn't answer. He couldn't. His fists clenched, his remaining hand curling tight enough that nails dug into flesh. His pride. It burned, cracked, twisted inside him. He was still too weak. Far, far too weak. That it was making him disgusted. Her smirk widened, delighted at his silence. "Oh!" She tilted her head, swinging the severed arm lightly, as if it were no heavier than a child's toy. "Did I break the little pride of this little boy?" Blood splattered with every lazy swing, but a spray of crimson droplets landed across his face. Hot and wet, he didn't dodged or even resisted. Only closing his eyes, feeling the warmth run down his cheek, before opening them again, staring coldly back at her. Her smile only widened further. Still holding his arm by the shoulder joint, she lifted it higher, dangling it like a stick meant to humiliate him. "So," she said at last, voice smooth and dripping with mock interest, "what did you come here for? Surely not to complain about your precious bones breaking. Surely not to cry that my masterpiece wasn't enough to save your pitiful self." She leaned closer, her breath ghosting across his face, her finger pressing to her own chin. Blood from the arm smeared across her jawline, but she didn't care. She looked radiant in cruelty, amused in his suffering. "I thought you would never dare show your face to me again." Her eyes narrowed slightly, dark gleam flickering. "Oh, what were your last words to me again?" Her voice lowered into a sing-song whisper, dangerous and mocking, savoring each word. "Fuckcrazybytch." She spoke each letter slowly, carefully, relishing the memory. Every syllable dripped venom, her lips curling wider with each one. And at the final word, her dangerous smile broke into a grin full of malice, delight, and dominance. Razeal didn't move or blink. His fists trembled, not from fear, but from rage, from humiliation, from the weight of reality pressing on him again and again. He said nothing. He only stared into her endless black eyes, blood dripping down his cheek, jaw locked, silent in defiance. "Fuckcrazybytch." Zara whispered each letter with deliberate relish, her voice a melody of venom and mockery, her lips curling into a devilish smile. The words hung in the void like a curse, echoing faintly, dripping with the weight of remembered humiliation. Razeal's jaw tightened, but he did not look away. The silence that followed stretched, thick and oppressive. Her eyes bore into him, testing or maybe waiting for the crack in his composure. The silence might have crushed a weaker man, but Razeal refused to let it linger. That he spoke quickly, his voice sharp, before she could twist the silence into another meaning. "Tell me," he said, steady but urgent, "what would it take for you to forget that?" His silver gaze narrowed. "And maybe teach me how to attach cut-off parts of obsidian agony back together." For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, slowly, Zara tilted her head, one hand rising to her chin. She hummed softly, rubbing her chin with deliberate grace. Her gaze never left his, sharp as daggers, yet strangely thoughtful. She looked at him as if appraising something under glass, something alive and writhing but fragile. "That's all you want." Her voice was calm, almost casual, though an undertone of mockery lingered. Nothing else. Raziel blinked. He had braced himself for fury, for an attack, for even mockery. But instead she responded with composure. Almost mild curiosity, IT threw him off balance more than he thought it would actually. Raziel hesitated for a fraction of a second, then forced himself to answer without embellishment. Yes, that would be all. He wasn't fool enough to reach for more. Greed would only destroy whatever chance he had. Her lips curved faintly, not quite a smile. Oh, she whispered, as though something amused her. No greed for power anymore. That's different from at you. Her eyes glinted, dark and sharp. I expected you to come crawling, begging for more power, like the desperate little fool you were days ago. That hunger, that reckless craving. You carried it like a beggar hungry for all his life, and now, instead of power, you ask only for enough to mend yourself that stitch your broken bones. She raised the severed arm she still held, obsidian bone glinting faintly in the void starlight. So you came back just for this? Her words cut deep, even nonsensical. Raziel frowned, eyes wondering as if confused a little, but he didn't answer. He didn't think he had changed or even believe he was any different before. And yet, her words gnawed at him. Without warning, Zara extended her free hand, palm open. Her voice dropped to a whisper, soft but commanding. Give me the cut-off part of your arm. There was no question in her tone, even casual about it. Raziel didn't hesitate. Shadows rippled beneath his feet, rising like liquid smoke. They formed a black tendril that coiled upward, presenting the severed piece of his arm into his left hand. Blood still dripped from the fingertips, each drop sizzling faintly as it hit the ground. He glanced once at it, then tossed it toward Zara with a swift motion. She caught it effortlessly, her movements fluid, almost lazy. Now she held both halves, one in each hand. She studied them briefly, then shifted her gaze back to him. Her brow rose slightly as she saw him use his new skills. She tilted the arm, blood sliding across her pale fingers. Seems like your hunger for skills faded once you gained a few of them. Her words faded as her focus shifted fully to the task. She pressed the two halves of the arm together in her palms, and then the void stirred. Dark mana swirled around her hands, invisible at first, but then visible to Raziel's sharpened senses, wisps of black, cold and alive, threading through the air. The obsidian bones quivered under her grip. For a moment, they looked almost alive, like liquid metal, shifting and moving at her will. Then they began to knit. The broken edges slid together seamlessly, not forced but pulled by something deeper, something commanding. They reformed as though they had never been cut, the fracture line vanishing, the obsidian gleaming smooth and whole in seconds. The bones were perfect again, untouched, indestructible. The flesh remained torn, blood still trailing down, but the skeleton. The foundation was flawless. She gave a rejoined limb a sharp shake that it held. Firm, but Raziel's eyes never left her hands. His gaze sharpened, desperate, trying to catch every movement, every flicker, every secret of what she had done. He wanted to memorize the process, to tear the knowledge from sight alone. And for a moment he thought he saw it. The dark mana, the way it coiled around the obsidian, the way it bent the unbendable. He remembered trying once before, trying to infuse his own dark mana into obsidian agony. He had failed. The metal had rejected him, cut through his energy as though were nothing. His mana had dissolved before they even touched it, as they just cut it outright. But her mana was different. IT wasn't fighting the bone, IT was commanding IT that obeyed, as though the obsidian itself recognized her voice, her will, and bent like a servant. He narrowed his eyes. His chest burned with frustration. He couldn't learn anything that he couldn't replicate it. All he could do was watch. Wasn't he supposed to be dark genius? What does that she have, and he doesn't, same? Mana even now, and still can't even see any secret behind what she did? Zara, of course, noticed. She saw his eyes, the way they strained to drink, in every detail as KF tried to learn from just her movements. Her lips curled faintly, a smile that was more cutting than kind. She didn't comment at anything. She didn't need to. The silence itself was enough. Her silence told him she knew what he wanted, knew he was failing to grasp it, and chose to let him stew in it. Then she walked to him slowly, each step deliberate, her presence sharp as a blade against the stillness of the air. Raziel did not move. He simply stood where he was, waiting, his shadow casting a long shadow across the fractured ground. He neither reached for her nor spoke, just endured her approach with the calm of one who does fear that she might kill or torture him. When she reached him, she leaned closer. Her hand held what had been severed from him, his arm. The cut was jagged, black metal and torn flesh fused together in grotesque. Finality. She lowered it toward his shoulder, aligning the twisted edge of bone and the broken shard of obsidian agony that jutted from his body. The moment metal touched metal, the air trembled. She pressed the severed piece into place, holding it with careful precision. First it resisted, as though body and limb did not recognize each other trying to cut each other. Then, with a sound like cracking stone, the shattered shoulder accepted its lost half. Bone shivered, flesh disappearing. Obsidian lines of agony pulsed once, then surged alive. That Razeal's arm began to knit itself together. Veins of darkness threaded through the fracture, crawling like living fire across his shoulder. Muscle also bound itself fiber by fiber, twisting into place as though invisible hands were weaving him anew. Flesh sealed over it, pulsing as it merged with the metallic bone. Even the smallest nerves found their counterparts, aligning with impossible accuracy. It was not healing as normal it should be. It was reconstruction. His body had only been waiting for the structure to return. Now, with the missing piece restored, it seized the chance to regrow, to reclaim what had been torn away, and he endured it all in silence. She watched him closely, half expecting a cry, a grunt, a flinch. The process was brutal after all. Obsidian agony never spares anyone, even if it's him who was able to put like a skeleton in his body. Since that was because of mutation, yet he stood unshaken, an flicker of pain crossed his features. His stillness little surprised her, though she did not let it show. In a matter of moments, the arm was whole again. His fingers twitched. Then his hand flexed fully, opening and closing as strength surged back into it. He clenched a fist, his knuckles cracking with the familiar sound of power returned. Smoke curled faintly from his skin, dissipating in the cold night air. The arm was flawless, as if it had never been severed. Razeal looked down at it with quiet wonder, though confusion still lingered in his eyes. How? His voice finally broke the silence. How was one of the hardest metals cut through? I still don't understand it. It was a question that had plagued him since the battle. Once he had asked the system, but it had given him nothing much, just vague bullshit. Now, with the one who had forged the very material standing before him, he asked again. And perhaps tonight, when she had just restored him so gently, she might finally answer. She looks in good mood, weirdly enough to him, as how kindly she was doing everything. What rank of enemy was it? Zara's reply was cool, deflecting. Razeal answered quickly, almost instinctively. SS-ranked spirit. Then he hesitated, remembering she might come from a world where the strength systems were measured differently. He opened his mouth to clarify. Yet she cut him off before he could. A wind spirit, she said, of SS rank, rare, very rare. Her dark eyes lifted to the night sky, where clouds drifted thinly across the stars. At that level to cut this, it shall be Saint Kings, perhaps even the great Saint Powerhouse. Razeal blinked, surprised. Yes, she was somewhere in that range. He said, remembering. SS rank was Saint, then SS Saint King, and SS plus being Great Sage, as HIW system had told him. Though surprised she actually knew both ranking systems, it seemed that in the world she came from, the same power systems existed as well. Zara rubbed her chin lightly, her elegant face sharpened by thought. The gesture was slow, deliberate, the kind of motion that carried both beauty and command. Well, that explains it, she said at last. Wind is one of the sharpest of the elements that of course it could cut through. Why complicate it further? She shrugged as though dismissing the matter entirely, as if the severing of his arm were little more than an everyday occurrence. Razeal. It was not simple at all, but her voice carried such certainty that his protest faltered. Her gaze turned back to him. But before you can understand why it was cut, you should first know what this is. Why this metal is being called one of the hardest by me. Hardest. The word lingered in the air like a challenge. She tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes narrowing with faint amusement. Tell me, do you know what makes it so? He blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. Because you made it? The words came out clumsy, almost apologetic. He didn't even try to reason further. In truth, he knew he wouldn't be able to guess. And this seems the perfect answer. Then saying no, her sigh was quiet but sharp, filled with disdain at his laziness. This metal, Zara said, her voice taking on weight, I created after getting inspiration from my studies on neutron stars. The words hung heavy in the void. Her eyes gleamed faintly, reflecting a pride that bordered on obsession. She wasn't answering his question so much as reliving the thrill of creation, recounting the story to herself as much as to him. Do you know what neutron stars are? She asked, her tone deceptively soft. Neutron stars, the stars that shrink to smaller size. Razeal answered after some seconds. Zara's lips curved faintly, half amused, half approving. Not completely right, but close enough. She inclined her head slightly. At least you know something. So, in a neutron star, she began almost like a teacher explaining a basic principle. After a normal star has burned through all the fuel it ever had, all the fire that kept it alive dies out. And then, the collapse begins, gravity takes over. That dying star shrinks so violently, so brutally, that the very atoms inside it are crushed. The space between them, what you think of as empty, gets squeezed out of existence. Electrons and protons merge. All the gaps vanish. Her eyes glimmered faintly, like someone describing a memory too vast for anyone else to grasp. That, she said, is how something millions of miles wide can collapse into an object barely 20 kilometers across, that a star that once lit up worlds becomes a corpse. Denser than anything you can imagine, heavier than any substance in creation. Its very surface becomes the hardest thing you can touch. Inside, the density may vary, but on the surface, on the skin of a neutron star, yeah, it's absolute. Harder than anything you have ever seen. She let those words hang, the enormity of them pressing down like a mountain. And then, with that same unnerving calm, she said, all I needed to do was copy that. Razeal felt his lips twitch. Copy that. Zara carried on, as though she had just mentioned copying a recipe. I stripped away what I call the electron dust, removed it. That way, the atoms could compress together without resistance as they were takinimos kf the sos. And then, I went further, I created my own atoms, a new kind entirely that I call them the lightest. Lighter than anything that has ever existed. Beyond imagination. By doing that, I broke the one thing that limits such materials, the weight gone. Her tone never rose in grand declarations. No dramatic pauses. Just a casual explanation, as if compressing the cosmos was as normal as mixing paint. With that, I was close to my goal, the perfect metal. The atoms compressed so tightly, so absolutely close, that it became not only denser but sharper. The sharpest possible, because the sharper a thing is, the closer its atoms are pressed. There is no limit to this compression.no ceiling.no barrier. All in all, that's the concept. Her eyes flicked toward him, calm and almost amused at his silence. It's simple for Thizidal. The difficulty is only in the density. In plain words, you could say the hardness is directly proportional to how much material you compress and how tightly you compress it. Raziel's lips twitched harder. His hands flexed at his sides. Inside, his thoughts churned like a storm. Simple, he thought. This crazy BTCH just described collapsing stars and bending atomic laws, and she calls it simple. But she wasn't done. Your bones, Zara said almost proudly, are made up of an amount that could cover an entire kingdom of obsidian agony. The square span of a whole kingdom, compressed into unit. So, if anyone wanted to cut through your bones, they would need the power to slice through a kingdom in a single strike. Razeal felt his heart beat once, heavy, then again, faster. It's like this, Zara went on. If you compressed an amount of obsidian agony equal to a planet, it would remain invincible until someone capable of cutting a planet in one strike appeared. Until then, it would be absolute, the hardest of all. Her tone did not falter. Her expression did not waver. Her. These were just facts. All in all, she said at last, its hardness depends on whose hands it's in and how much material is used at its light, because I created a specific material that's lighter than anything else. You could shape it into something the size of an empire-sized mountain, yet it would still weigh billions of times less than a grain of sand. Zara explained this as if the theory was simple. Even when describing her achievements like breaking the very limits of weight or being able to remove the space between atoms, she spoke as though these weren't worth mentioning. And when she talked about compression, she made it clear that hardness doesn't only come from density. She must have altered the structure too, turning metal into a new kind of metal altogether. Yet she brushed over it like it was a small detail. Still, her voice carried faint excitement, barely noticeable beneath her composed mask. Excitement that leaked through despite her effort to sound indifferent. Razeal listened, motionless, yet inside his mind was chaos. His lips twitched again, harder than before. This. This is what she calls her theory. This is what she means when she says it's simple. He would never be able to look at his bones the same way again. He had thought it was some arcane, complicated, incomprehensible sorcery. But no, her explanation revealed something worse. That it was logical, straightforward, in its insane way. Just compress a mountain until it fits in your palm. Just remove space until atoms have nowhere to go. Just create new atoms if the old ones aren't good enough. Only an SSS-rank villain could think of something this F-kin. Insane, and then actually make it work. His jaw clenched. His mind kept circling back to the same thing. The real problem should have been the weight. That should have been impossible. The reason this shouldn't exist, and she treated it like a side problem. The thought chilled him that if she can turn impossibilities into side notes, then what the FCK does that mean for me? If my bones are like this, does that mean my bones can keep upgrading endlessly, like and get more harder if you put more? Material, his thoughts scattered, then froze on another detail. Wait. Did she just mean that little fairy could cut through an entire empire in one slash? The thought slammed into him like a hammer. What the actual FCK? His throat tightened. Razeal knew she was SS-rank. He had accepted that. But this was different. This was insanity in numbers and scales his mind struggled to accept. Even though he kept his face carefully neutral, his chest rose a little faster. His pulse jumped. Inside. Though he was amazed, stunned, almost horrified. And then, to make it worse, the system's voice rang through his head. Really worth applauding, and one of my entire database has attempted such a feat. At first, I assumed she had simply forged one of the hardest, sharpest, and most agonizing metals. But to learn that this was her true method, removing atomic space, bending weight itself, compressing material on planetary scales, truly worth applauding. The words echoed inside his skull, brimming with something rare for the system. Genuine. Razeal's lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't reply or commented. It was already the second time the system had praised her for this. Once for the result, and now again, even louder, for the explanation behind it. He refused to admit aloud, but in his chest, he knew. It really was worth applauding. Zara exhaled softly, almost like she was disappointed. I wanted to create the perfect metal, she said, shaking her head. But alas, this is not perfection, that it's incomplete. This failure, this metal cannot be used anywhere other than inside you. It is not the flawless creation I dreamed of. Her words landed with quiet weight. Razeal's lips twitched yet again, harder than before. Incomplete. He remembered then. Yes, she had said before this wasn't the perfect metal. This was only a step at a draft. But his mind couldn't stop wondering if this incomplete thing already breaks reality. What the hell would her perfect metal look like? What would that even mean for existence itself? The thought left a shiver of excitement running down his spine. And yet, against his will, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. My bones at my own body. Made from something inspired by stars, from the corpses of suns. It was crazy. But it was also undeniably F-kin cool. For the first time, he let himself feel it. That raw, dark pride that I got bones born from inspiration. Of neutron stars, that's not just monstrous, that's legendary. Maybe, just maybe, he could even brag about it. Razeal nodded his head slowly, as though the weight of Zara's explanation had finally settled inside him. I see, he murmured. The logic was harsh, almost absurd, but it made sense in its own way. Perhaps it really did explain why his bone had been cut through. Still, part of him refused to accept it fully. Did it truly make sense that a single strike from that little fairy could slice an entire empire in half? The image itself was insane, and yet, when framed under Zara's reasoning, it didn't seem impossible anymore. Disturbing, yes, but not impossible in sense OFC. He pushed that thought aside and lifted his gaze back toward her. So, will you teach me how to reattach my bonus myself, to control obsidian agony now? He asked, his tone shifting into something more hopeful, almost casual. I might be able to do it now. I have dark mana too. To prove his point, he raised his hand. Above his palm, a small cloud of pure dark mana swirled, dense and unstable, like a piece of night torn free from the void. It pulsed faintly, as if alive. Zara's expression didn't change. Her eyes remained steady, her posture calm, her presence suffocating. You can't learn it, she said flatly. Then, without hesitation, she added, and it's not like I was ever going to teach you. Razeal blinked, taken aback by her blunt dismissal. Why not? He asked instinctively. The comfort he'd felt earlier in her presence made him speak without caution. For once, he didn't filter his words. Her response was a spear thrust to the chest. Because I don't want to. Zara's eyes locked onto his with a quiet ferocity, as if daring him to argue further. Her voice carried no room for negotiation, no crack of possibility. But Razeal wasn't so easily silenced. His jaw tightened, his hand curling into a fist as the dark mana above it dispersed into nothingness. I mean, I can't just keep coming back to you to repair them whenever they get cut off, he argued. His tone was steady, his reasoning simple, almost practical. It's not about greed, it's necessary. That much I should at least have. Zara stared at him. Her face was utterly plain, almost bored, but her silence weighed heavier than words. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing just enough to make him feel like she was speaking without moving her lips. Cut off again. Her gaze seemed to say, so casual, as though you already know it will happen again. Her voice followed a heartbeat later, soft but piercing. Normal people never get their bones joined back together once they're cut off. The simplicity of her words struck like a slap. Raziel frowned. I mean, accidents can happen, he countered quickly, raising his shoulders slightly as if trying to dismiss the weight of her judgment. Not like it's an everyday thing for me. Remember when I first came here? I was in one piece that it's just a little accident. He offered a crooked half-smirk, but it faltered when he saw her expression. Utterly speechless, her eyes sharp and unreadable. You've lost more than you realize, she said finally. Her voice was colder now, her tone dipped with disdain. Your hair turned white. You had it cut, and unevenly at that. It looks embarrassingly sloppy. You've lost an arm. And now. Her eyes swept over him, cutting deeper than any blade. Now you become less of a man than you were. You also look lost. The words burrowed into him. Raziel rolled his eyes, forcing a mask of indifference. Less of a man, he muttered under his breath. He wanted to shrug it off, but his frown betrayed him. Lost? That was the second time she had said something like that. The last time, she'd accused him of changing. He hadn't believed it then, and he didn't believe it now. That in his own eyes, he hadn't changed. He was still the same. Still the same Raziel. Lost? No, impossible. He knew his path. He knew what he was going to do next. Everything was planned, almost every step. There was no room for doubt. No room for wondering. Why did her words shake him? Why would Zara, someone with no reason to waste words, say such a thing? He clenched his fist tighter. His voice was sharp. I'm not lost. Zara's eyes never wavered. Her presence pressed against him like gravity itself. You are lost, she said calmly. I can tell that I have lived longer than you can imagine. Sitting through eons you couldn't begin to dream of. That I can tell if someone is lost just by the way they stand, the way they breathe. And you. Her gaze pierced him, cutting through his mask. You are more lost now than you were when you first came to me. The silence that followed was deafening. Raziel didn't reply at first. He stood there, his thoughts spiraling inward. Was she right? Had he changed without realizing? Was there something in his stance, his movements, his words, that betrayed him? Confusion pricked at him, a whisper of doubt crawling beneath his skin. He searched himself, his mind racing back through memories, through choices, through every step he had taken. Minutes seemed to drag as he stood in contemplation, lost in a labyrinth of his own making. Finally, he exhaled sharply and shook his head. Maybe you're wrong this time, he said firmly. His voice carried conviction, even if a trace of uncertainty lingered beneath it. I might have been lost once, but I'm not lost now. Not anymore. That I'm more stable than I've ever been, more stable than anything I ever was. Confidence laced his words that he believed them. At least, he wanted to. Zara, however, looked unimpressed. She leaned back slightly, her lips curving into the faintest ghost of a smirk. Are you? She asked. Her tone was almost mocking, almost pitying. A truly lost man would never know he is lost. He would swear, with all the certainty in the world, that he is on the right path, that he is walking straight. But in reality, her eyes narrowed. He is drifting. The words hit harder than a blow. Raziel froze. Her voice softened, though her expression remained merciless. What is your goal then? Let's hear it. Her interest seemed genuine now, curiosity glimmering faintly in her eyes. She leaned forward slightly, then bent her knees with deliberate grace. As she did, the air shimmered. Out of nothing, a chair materialized beneath her, its structure sleek, dark, and regal, as if carved from dark stones themselves. She lowered herself onto it with an elegance that looked effortless, folding one leg over the other. Her gaze never left him. Well, she pressed, her voice low, commanding. Tell me, what is it you're really walking toward? I want to live, Raziel said, his voice steady, each word landing like a stone dropped into still water. And I want to get stronger. There's a fate that has already written my death, carved into it that I shall never grow stronger on my own, that I will end broken. Without taking what has been written and planned for me, I am nothing. That my goal is to break it, tear it apart so that my life is mine to decide, not anyone else's. The words came out raw, unflinching, as if the very marrow of his bones carried this truth. He did not raise his voice. He did not shout. He simply spoke, calm yet weighted, as though repeating an oath he had carved into himself countless times already, from the very moment he had awoken in this world. Reborn. Hadn't this always been his fight? Every step he had taken was a rebellion against the script fate had already written for him. Every choice he made was a deliberate contradiction. If fate told him to fall, he rose. That if fate told him to stay still, he moved. Yes, some events he had allowed, twisted to his advantage, but ultimately all his actions were to defy the inevitable. He had been born in his shackles, and every breath since was him breaking link by link. His eyes were calm, but behind them memories flickered moments where he had stood against what was meant to be. He carried them like scars hidden under skin to him. This wasn't an ambition. This was survival. This was necessity. Zara, however, was unmoved. She watched him with a composed, almost disinterested expression, her arms folded as she leaned back in the plain, ordinary-looking chair that had manifested beneath her. She looked regal even in simplicity, her gaze sharp and unyielding, a weight pressing down on him as surely as her power. "That isn't a goal," she said finally, her tone as even as it was cutting. "Not even an ambition. That is nothing but rejection. Oh, tell me, are you living only to reject what has been written for you?" Her words stung, but Razeal did not flinch as he met her gaze squarely. "It isn't rejection," he replied, steady, measured. "It is reclamation. I'm taking what's mine, deciding for myself that my life should belong to me. Would you like it, Zara, if someone else decided when you would end, decided for what purpose you live, and when you were allowed to stop? That is my goal. That my fate will be mine to decide. And oh, one else." His voice did not tremble. There was no anger in it, no desperate edge. That it was calm, deliberate, but iron lay beneath every syllable. He knew she would not understand. Not truly. Few ever could unless they had lived it. Freedom to live was a privilege. He had never had it. Most people were blessed simply to exist without a noose of destiny around their neck. They lived, they laughed, they chose. He had been denied all of it, forced into roles he never wanted, burdened by chains he never asked for, thrown into suffering he never deserved. He spoke now with the weight of someone who had known what it meant to be stripped of every choice. "I understand," Zara said after a pause, her eyes narrowing, tone almost pitying but sharp as ever. She lifted one hand and pointed directly at him, her finger cutting the air like a blade. "But what about your life then? You speak of rejection as though it is a purpose. The goal of a life should be created by what you want, not by what you are forced to resist. A goal born out of the actions of others is not yours. It belongs to them. Even if you cling to it, even if you convince yourself it is yours, it isn't. That never was. How is it yours if you never even thought it before it was imposed on you?" Her words were ruthless, her tone pressing down on him as if to strip him bare. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes burning into his. "Let me give you an example. That let's say your fate promises you 10 years of life. Only 10. That if you live those 10 years fully, if you laughed, fought, loved, and chose without ever thinking about fate, wouldn't that be more truly yours than constantly fighting against the death that was already there? Wouldn't that mean more than living in rejection alone? Because right now, your goal is not yours. That it belongs to fate. You are chasing shadows cast by something you despise." Her words hit him harder than a strike. He clenched his jaw but held her gaze, his calm beginning to fray at the edges. "Try to think," she pressed, her voice sharp. "What is your actual goal? Not this refusal. Not this obsession with breaking death. You say you want to live longer. You say you want to grow stronger. For what? Tell me that." Silence stretched, Raziel's eyes flickered, the air around him tense. Finally, he spoke, his voice still calm but low. "You won't understand," he said. That Zara's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile, closer to disdain. "Or maybe it is you who does not understand. Maybe you have forgotten how to live. Maybe their actions broke you so much that you forgot what the meaning of life even is." She shook her head slowly, her eyes never leaving his face. "You are calm now, but I can see it that you're boiling inside. You know the truth, but you don't want to admit it. That you're afraid to." Raziel's hands tightened in a fist at his sides. His breathing slowed, deliberately, controlled, but inside his chest there was fire. Her words cut deeper than he wanted to admit. She was right. He was boiling to last. He spoke again, voice low but steel-edged. "I know exactly what I'm doing. You or anyone else who has never been through this will never understand that why life was stolen from me. Everything was taken: my family, my friends, my childhood, my happiness. Even my very blood was taken from me. I, by my own hands, took it all away. All of it gone to Oh, you think someone can just live after that? Do you think it's so simple? Tell me, could you?" His eyes darkened, old wounds rising to the surface. His voice no longer calm, but thick with raw truth. "There is no peace for me. None. That I don't know what it feels like anymore. But I will live. That I will fight through this hell. And FCK, everything else. That FCK, everyone behind this. I don't care who or what they are. I will tear them down. That I will do it no matter what it costs, even if it means I throw my life in a fire. At least then, I will die on my own term. At least then, I will have chosen. And I will be satisfied." He stood there, his words plain, unembellished, but hard as iron. They were not the words of a man seeking pity or convincing himself they were the words of someone who had endured, who had lost everything, and who had chosen defiance as the only thing left. Zara watched him, her eyes unreadable. For a moment, the silence between them seemed endless. She had called him lost. Perhaps he was. But he had spoken his truth, and truth, even broken, had its own kind of power. How boring. Living for revenge, Zara said, tossing him a look that measured him and found him small. Her voice was flat, uninterested in his rising anger, as if she was testing him by boredom rather than by force. It's not for revenge, Razeal started. He felt his pulse spike at the accusation, even as he knew he didn't owe anyone an explanation. He didn't fully understand why he felt the need to justify himself now. Maybe because this was the first time someone had asked him plainly and expected an answer. He wanted to say more, to shape the thing that sat behind his teeth into words that he wanted to be heard. Before he could finish, Zara cut him off with the casual impatience of someone who spoke only to provoke clarity. Let's ignore that for a second. Tell me this. Let's say you die right now. Everything ends. Would you be satisfied with what you have accomplished in your life? All the years you've lived. Would you be satisfied? Before he could finish, Zara cut him off with the casual impatience of someone who spoke only to provoke clarity. Let's ignore that for a second. Tell me this. Let's say you die right now. Everything ends. Would you be satisfied with what you have accomplished in your life? All the years you've lived. Would you be satisfied? The question landed like a stone. It hit a part of him that was too often kept neatly bandaged. For the first time since he had spoken of fate and defiance, Razeal had to stop. Her question was not about anger or plans, or who owed what to whom. It was about a single, terrible metric. True satisfaction. He closed his mouth. Whatever reply, he had rehearsed the lines about taking what was his. The vows about ripping fate apart evaporated. That simple, merciless question demanded more than an argument. Demanded an inventory of a life. Razeal felt the air around him narrow. A shadow chair materialized beneath him without a sound. He sat down. Not because his legs failed, but because sitting made the inward scrutiny easier. He forced himself to look at the floor. Looking down at the floor felt safer than looking at her, and let the memories come not in neat lines, but in a rush of images and bruises. Birth, childhood, the long string of days where surviving was the only thing that mattered. Everything replayed. Small moments and monstrous ones, as if some invisible projector had turned on inside his head. Zara said nothing. She simply watched him, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth as if she were reading a private book. Time for her was a long thing. For him it suddenly felt too short. He sat there motionless and silent, staring at the ground. The replay kept running, a life of running, of pain and suspicion, of never having a single place to call peace. He had never built anything that people usually built. No playing, no friendships, no messy or even ordinary relationships, because people betrayed, and betrayal had taught him to keep himself small and hard. He had sharpened himself into someone who didn't feel, someone who traded warmth for armor. That strategy had been survival, and for a while, it had worked. But now, thinking about it under Zara's question, those victories felt thin. The acts that once tasted of satisfaction, the revenge, the punishments he'd handed out to those who'd hurt him, replayed too. There had been a flash then, a surge of satisfaction when he struck back, tortured them, when he had power now over those who'd been unreasonable. But when he watched those scenes now, they felt meaningless, like pages torn from a book that no longer mattered. Just, yes, he had done those things that, yes, oh what? Zara remained still, her eyes never leaving his face. She watched every subtle shift, the way his jaw clenched and relaxed, the tense flicker in his eyes, the pale choreography of emotions he barely allowed himself to show. For her who had lived through eons, this moment was a small ripple. She could stay 1,000 lifetimes, and it would be no bother. As she sat, patient as stone, and studied him. Hours bled into one another. They sat like that, wordless, unmoving. Time stretched until it felt like an ache in the bones. 35 hours passed, each one marked only by the slow rotation of his thoughts and the steady calm of her. Observation. Razeal did not move. His silence was a man folding in on himself, watching the history of his life scroll by last. Unaware of how much time had gone by, he raised his head. His eyes met Zara's, for the first time in a long silence. Something in his face softened, not with relief, but with the quiet acceptance of a man who'd seen the truth and could not unsee it. No, he said finally, the word flat and honest. I wouldn't feel even a little accomplished if I died right now. He let out a breath that sounded like surrender. That's it. The admission tasted like iron and relief at once. He had the bluntness of someone who had counted and found the sum lacking. He had expected fighting or denial or some fierce restatement of purpose, but the truth arrived like a cliff edge and he had to call it by its name. How about if you died after all the fate you were trying so hard to reject? Zara's voice slipped into the silence like a knife. She leaned forward slightly, her dark eyes fixed on him with that maddening calm of hers. Let's say you truly did what your fate doesn't want you to do, just like how you planned it. The revenge, too. Would you feel accomplished? A faint, dangerous smile curved across her lips, sharp as the edge of a blade, while her gaze traced every subtle shift in his expression. His face was a battlefield of conflicting emotions, defiance, doubt, and the weight of unspoken truths warring inside him. Yes, I would. Definitely, Raziel said without hesitation. His voice came out firm, carrying a clarity that almost startled him. Deep down, it was the truth he clung to, the thought of standing over the corpse of fate itself, breaking the script that had chained him since his rebirth. That image alone promised a satisfaction nothing else in the world could give. Perhaps the reason he felt so hollow about dying now was because he hadn't even begun to carve that path fully, not even scratched the surface of what he had vowed. But Zara only shook her head slightly, her smile never faltering. No, you wouldn't. The calm certainty in her voice made the words sting sharper than a shout. You don't know it because you haven't lived that life yet, but I know you wouldn't feel accomplished, not truly, because you've never done anything for yourself. When your time comes and you look back, believe me, you won't find satisfaction, you'll find nothing but emptiness. I know I would. Raziel shot back, shaking his head, clinging to his own truth. His eyes burned with the need to reject her statement. He knew himself better than anyone else could. How dare she say otherwise? Zara tilted her head, her voice slicing again before he could gather more words. Would you be happy then? Or would it just be satisfaction at having done it? Her question cut deeper than the first. What's the difference? Raziel demanded. His tone was sharp, but beneath it his chest clouded. He locked his eyes on her, watching her face the way it held that infuriating poise, the way her expression was carved with the wisdom of someone who had lived through endless lifetimes. She looked like she already had the answer written in her bones. You know the difference, she said softly, her gaze unrelenting. She didn't explain further. She didn't need to. Raziel closed his mouth at a silence stretched. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was refusing to face what he already knew. Would he really be happy, even if he defied fate? Even if he tore apart every chain, spat in destiny's face, and carved his own end? Yes, the thought of it gave him satisfaction. But happiness? What would be left after that? What joy could there be in winning a war that had stolen everything from him before he even had the chance to live? What remained when victory was nothing but ashes and silence? He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, but the truth whispered within him. He would never be happy. Not from that Zara's voice slipped into his thoughts again, calm and merciless. Look, kid, everything you're working for now, everything you think you have, you're going to lose it, inevitably. Her words carried no pity, only truth. Because that's what life is. Anything you hold now will vanish. Point one day, you'll lose it all. Even this strength of mine, and even this life. She gestured idly at herself, her form radiating that quiet, terrifying power. I've carried it for eons, for eternities. I have lived for years, so vast you couldn't even begin to imagine them. And yet, even I know, one day it will all disappear, that I don't know how, or when, or why. But it will. That is the inevitability of life. Don't chain yourself with fear of it. Live. She leaned back in her chair, her posture loosening, her arms uncrossing as her voice softened, not with kindness, but with something that carried weight. While you live, try to find the real reason why you exist, what you are living for. Yes, growing stronger, fighting, surviving, it isn't wrong. But don't mistake those things for your purpose. Keep them at your side, not inside your soul. That don't waste a chance to truly live for yourself. That is all that matters. Her dark eyes fixed on him again, pinning him where he sat her day. Even if it is just one day, can't you live it for yourself? One single day where you can be happy enough to not regret dying right after. Her lips curved again, though this time it was less sharp, almost weary. Me, I have lived too long. Far, far too long. And I will tell you, this living for eternity is not as great as you think. It's boring. Utterly, soul-crushingly boring. If I died right now, I would welcome it. I've already lived enough. She folded her hands neatly in her lap, crossing her legs once again with elegant ease. Raziel stared at her, his lips pressed in no reaction, but his eyes conflicted. He didn't answer. He could not, with words that felt hollow in his chest. So he just looked at her, letting her words sink into him like stones dropping into deep water. Zara tilted her head, her expression unreadable now. Then her voice came again, carrying a weight that was almost intimate in its simplicity. One should be selfish, she said. There's nothing wrong in in fact, it may be the only true way to live. She paused deliberately, letting the silence stretch before she spoke again. Do you know what the difference is between a hero and a villain? Zara asked, remembering the last time Razeal came, he had been talking about becoming a villain. Razeal, drawn into her rhythm despite himself, asked instinctively, what? A villain is someone who is very selfish, which isn't inherently wrong. He thinks of his own happiness first, before anyone else. She watched him as she spoke, letting each phrase hang in the air. Razeal didn't interrupt. He let her continue. A hero, on the other hand, is selfish in the opposite way. He's selfish for others, that he sacrifices himself so others can live. People idolize that. They love the hero because he appears to put everyone else first. The villain is hated because he does things for himself, because he refuses to make everyone his priority. Zara's dark eyes glinted in the dim space between them. It's disgusting, the way selfishness is portrayed. The world calls the villain abhorrent for wanting his own happiness, while worshipping the hero who gives himself away. She leaned forward, voice sharpening. But in the end, when the final hour comes, who do you think will feel more satisfied? Who will, at last, be more content? Razeal blinked. He watched her, as if the question were a mirror. It will be the villain, she said, almost gently, because he thought of himself at least once. The hero will, more often than not, have a sad ending, not because he did wrong, but because he forgot himself. He spent his life making everyone else happy and never remembered what his life was for. The true nature of living, the raw truth, is that it's for you. Think for yourself. You have every right to be happy. Why should selfishness be a sin? Put yourself first, and if you don't, when your life ends, you will regret it. She didn't demand. She advised, cold and precise. Razeal sat very still. That Zara's words were blunt, but they cut into corners of him he rarely let be seen. He could feel the truth of them scraping at something raw and hollow. Do you know why you never felt happy when you tried to remember everything? Zara asked. Watching him closely, he was quiet, a hollowed-out silence that made the question land heavier. I don't know, he said honestly. It wasn't a lie. He genuinely did not know. Because you never tried to find it, she answered, and her tone was almost amused. Maybe you never even looked for happiness. You forgot what actually mattered to you. She laughed, small and dry, at the tremor that ran through his eyelids. That Razeal's eyes widened, as if a fog had lifted. The sensation was immediate and violent. Darkness that had been wrapped around his thoughts, that steady, suffocating fog of purpose and revenge, cracked open like thin glass. For a moment he was wordless, stunned, as if someone had switched on a harsh light in a long night. Memories tumbled, some dull and flattened by time, others bright and painful. He found himself staring at Zara, unable to form an answer that might carry the weight of what he was feeling. When he finally closed his eyes, it was with the reluctant, honest admission of someone surprised by his own heart. She was right. For as long as he could remember, he had planned, struck, survived, always in service of an end. He had mapped out outcomes and optimized for survival and victory, but he'd never asked, what would make me glad, even briefly? Which small moments would count as living? The realization hit him like a cold wind. He'd been chasing a future that was measured in triumphs and in retribution, never in quiet mornings or stupid laughter. He had treated his life like a ledger. Victories tallied, debts repaid. Happiness had been a ledger item he'd never allowed himself to tally. When Razeal opened his eyes, the expression on his face was different, not softened, exactly, but quieter. Thank you, he said, almost a whisper. It came out thinner than he intended. Almost foreign. He had never thanked anyone for something like this before. He hadn't expected that the simple act of being forced to look at himself would feel like a kindness. That Zara's face did not change. She didn't smile or offer the shallow comfort of the easy mentor. She sat still, composed, as if he had simply made a sensible observation and nothing more. That unreadability, that refusal to reward him with a soft look, made him feel smaller and, oddly, steadier. He swallowed and tried again, choosing his words like stones in a riverbed. Can I ask you a favor? He swallowed and tried again, choosing his words like stones in a riverbed. Can I ask you a favor? There was curiosity, faint and direct, that sparkled for the first time when she turned her gaze to him fully. I'm curious, what is it? Razeal's voice was calm, almost too calm for the storm beneath it. Can you teach me how to live a life for myself, not because of the situation I'm in? He asked without hesitation, words steady though the intent behind them trembled with uncertainty. Zara's reaction was not what he expected. She leaned back in her throne-like chair and laughed a restrained, amused sound, all queenly manners and soft mockery folded into one. It wasn't a cruel laugh. It was the kind that belonged to someone who had heard the same question many times and found it quietly entertaining. Raziel watched her, unreadable. She watched him back for a long, cool second and then, without breaking eye contact, spoke. No, I can't. Her voice was flat but chill. That is something you have to find for yourself. Her laugh died to a small smirk, the kind that accepts the futility of tidy answers. Find a purpose you want to live for, and no matter how small, and no matter how big, and no matter how cruel it is to others or how painful it is to you. Live it.d what you want without holding back.so that when you ask yourself at night, before sleep, would you be happy if you died right now? You can always answer, yes, that is what living should mean. Raziel nodded. He kept his face composed, the same plain mask he wore most of the time, but he swallowed the words and let them sink in. He did not only file Zara's counsel away in his mind. Something about the way she said it planted itself in his chest. He had always taken lessons into his head. This time, somehow, he let them into his heart. Zara leaned forward fraction, the faintest motion someone else might not have noticed. And one more thing, she added, voice firmer. Show your emotions as they are. Hiding everything behind a cold, expressionless face is a weakness. That mask doesn't protect you, it imprisons you. That if you're happy, show it. That if you're not, show that. That a truly strong person has the freedom to display everything without fear of being manipulated by others that don't fear your feelings. Let them show. The words landed differently than any counsel he'd been given before. For Raziel, emotion had always meant vulnerability, a lever someone could pee or show feelings openly felt like handing an enemy the map to his softest parts. Yet as Zara spoke, he felt each line tracing a new shape inside him fragile. But reeled, he remembered the rare, quick smiles he'd shared in forgotten corners of his life. The small moments he'd never allowed himself to keep. The idea of letting that loose made his jaw clench. And his throat go dried. He paused, the pause heavy with things he had long refused to admit. I understand, he said finally, after a long, slow breath at a small, genuine smile rusty from disuse, but honest tug at his lips. It was a small thing, almost ridiculous after the years he'd worn that blank mask, and yet it changed him more than any sword could. Zara said nothing. She simply watched him, and no praise. No softness. Her quiet appraisal was enough. Time stretched. They sat like that, measured breathing against measured silence, the kind of quiet that collects meaning. Raziel let Zara's words settle the echo of purpose, the permission to be human. After an hour or two, he turned to her with a different weight in his eyes. The question he had been holding back surfaced, more urgent now that he'd opened himself to something like hope. So, he said, a wryness in his tone that tried to hide the hunger beneath. Will you teach me how to reattach or even control obsidian agony myself? The request was brazen, the same bluntness that had carried him through countless fights. The smile on his face was shameless. He felt shameless. He had let something soft in, and that made him bold in a new, awkward way. Zara's answer was immediate and predictable. No. She rejected it without hesitation, as if the very idea required no debate. Raziel didn't flinch. His grin wavered, but didn't break. How about a please? He tried, and the single syllable sounded foreign when it came from him, like a token from an earlier, softer self. You are impatient, Zara observed, almost indulgent. You should not be. Let me teach you one last important thing I learned at the very end of my long life. If you want something today, the world is such a BTCH that you probably won't get it today. And if you don't get it today, tomorrow you will often realize you didn't need it after all, because something far greater was waiting for you. She held his gaze, the lesson quiet and crystalline. Patience is a skill. Timing is a power. Desire without discipline is only chaos. The thing you want now might be a small thing. The thing that matters will arrive at the right time. So just wait. Zara's voice carried the weight of centuries, smooth and cold as still water. Maybe something far better is waiting for you in the future. Something greater than what you're impatient for now. Her gaze sharpened, though her tone remained calm. I'm not teaching you because I don't want to, but perhaps you should do it by yourself. Try to learn on your own, in doing so. You might even perfect my creation. Wouldn't that be better? Don't be impatient with life if it doesn't hand you what you want today. That is simply how it is that if you truly keep trying, you will gain it one day. Raziel looked at her, silent at first. Then, unexpectedly, a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He didn't even know why it came, but it did a rare, fragile thing from him. I see. I'll try. And then I'll show you. The perfection I give to your creation, Raziel said, shaking his head lightly. He didn't push her further. There was no use forcing her hand. Well, that's enough. Zara's words rang with finality. You can leave now. Before he could react, the chair beneath him vanished, a sudden rush of force, like a violent gust of wind, pushed upward. His body flew, unprepared, before he stabilized midair. His boots landed against the floor with a hard sound. 2 steps away from where he'd been sitting, he glanced back at her, confused for a moment, but his face showed nothing. Not a word of complaint left his mouth. Zara's moods were unpredictable. He'd known this since the beginning. That is fine, he said after a pause. I'll go. But before I do, can I ask one last question? He stood tall now, facing her directly. Zara turned her head lazily toward him, saying nothing. She remained seated on that small, conjured chair, her presence still looming over him as though the entire room bent around her. Razeal didn't wait for her permission. His voice came sharp, carrying the weight of the confusion that had clung to him all along. Why did you help me? Why were you so kind to me today? I don't understand. You spoke of selfishness, of living only for yourself. So why be selfless, even to help me? He couldn't reconcile it. This was the same woman who had tortured him on their very first meeting. And now this? Zara tilted her head back, the faintest ghost of a smile brushing her lips before she dismissed it. Selfless? She let the word linger, almost mocking it. When was I? I only wanted to talk, and I did, because I was just in the mood to. You looked a little lost. Like I once was so I spoke, that's all. Her eyes locked onto him with a deadly calm. Remember this. True strength is doing whatever you want. I can be kind if I choose to be, just as I can be cruel if I wish it. There's no obligation in IT and debt, and no reason. True strength gives you the freedom to be kind. If that's what you desire, without worrying about the world, I didn't help you because you deserved it, nor because I expect anything in return. There is no motive. IT was my choice. That's all. Selfishness, selflessness, meaningless words. This is who I am. What I do depends on my mood. Her voice fell like a stone into the silence, undeniable. Then she rose gracefully, her small chair dissolving into nothing. Shaking her head at his question, she chuckled softly, a sound half amused, half dismissive. She turned her back to him, walking slowly in the direction of her throne, her steps measured and certain. Razeal didn't move. He stood rooted, her words settling into him like stones sinking into water. His eyes dropped briefly to the floor, his thoughts spiraling. Her words were layered, deeper than they appeared. True strength is the right to choose. He repeated them silently, burning them into memory. But just as Zara had taken her first step forward, she paused, slowly. She turned her head back toward him, her dark eyes locked into his, unblinking. Also, she said, her tone carrying a strange weight. Remember this. Search for everything except love and death. The air itself seemed to freeze as her words fell. Razeal's head lifted, his eyes meeting hers directly. The silence between them stretched, thick and charged. Because they will find you when the time is right, Zara finished. Her voice was low, almost prophetic. For 2 full seconds, the chamber held its breath. Then Razeal nodded, slow and deliberate. I'll keep that in mind, he said. His voice was firm, though inside his chest something twisted. Zara turned her body fully this time, ready to leave, when his voice suddenly rang out behind her. Hey! The sound made her stop. A faint frown creased her brow. Slowly, she turned her head back, her eyes narrowing slightly. Was this boy truly taking her so lightly, now that she'd been lenient with him? But his next words weren't what she expected. You must have had an amazing mother, Razeal said, his voice steady, almost soft. I wish my mother was like you. The words hung in the air like a blade caught mid-swing as Zara's eyes flickered, the faintest crack in her composure. Her lashes lowered slightly, then lifted again. She stared at him, long and deep. His face carried no expression, but his eyes told the truth. He wasn't lying. For the briefest moment, her chest tightened. Something old and buried stirred. Her face, however, betrayed nothing. No smile, no frown, no flicker of emotion, just silence. All right, I'll be going now. Razeal broke the silence himself, turning to leave. But halfway through the motion, he stopped. As though remembering something, he turned back to her. Hey, can you kill me? The question was so casual, it almost sounded absurd. His voice didn't waver. You know, I can't leave this space without dying so. The words were barely out of his mouth before it happened. In less than a heartbeat. His body split cleanly into 2 halves. No warning, no motion from no killing intent. Just death, swift and absolute, as though reality itself had obeyed her. Well, before he'd even finished speaking, Razeal's body began dissolving into particles of light. Yet, even as his form disintegrated, his eyes remained locked on her, wide with sudden realization. She didn't have killing intent. The skill he'd activated from the start killing intent sensing had never shown even a flicker of red aura around her. Not once he had first assumed it was because she hadn't intended to kill him, her mood being calm. But now, she had killed him instantly, without hesitation, and still, no intent. Just how? His fading mind reeled. Does that mean she doesn't even feel anything when she kills? No hatred, no malice, that nothing to her. My death means so little it doesn't even register as killing intent. The thought burned through him, sharp and bitter, before his consciousness collapsed and his body scattered into nothing. The chamber was quiet again. Zara stood still in the silence, staring at the place where Razeal had vanished. She did not move for a long time, her eyes fixed on the empty space he had left behind. Then, slowly, she turned, a small, inexplicable smile curved onto her lips. She shook her head, a quiet chuckle escaping her. An amazing mother, she murmured, repeating his words under her breath. Her voice was soft, almost wistful. She shook her head again as she walked toward her throne, her steps calm, her smile faint but lingering. Inside the heart of the Empire northern coastline, Marisa stood at the edge of the long wooden planks stretching out to the sea. Her tall figure looked statuesque against the endless horizon, the salty wind tugging at her hair and cloak. In her hand, she held a letter. No, she crushed it, the parchment folded so tightly that her knuckles whitened. The paper folded under her grip with a dry, brittle sound. How dare he? She muttered, her voice low but heavy with frustration and disappointment. It wasn't just anger. It was the kind of sharp-edged fury that came from betrayal, from someone you placed expectations on shattering them in return. She had went to do good for her son, and when went finding out her son emotionally manipulated her. Of course she is sad but doesn't want to accept it. Behind her, Marcella stood in silence, hands folded neatly behind her back. Her face betrayed nothing, but the faintest sigh escaped her lips. She was used to seeing the matriarch composed and commanding. But today, watching her seethe at the letter, even Marcella felt the weight pressing down on them all. Celestia stood to the side, only a few steps away from Marisa, her eyes also fixed on the restless waves. Unlike Marcella, she didn't sigh, didn't react. Her silence wasn't duty-bound but deliberate, as though she chose to keep her thoughts hidden, unreadable, behind that still gaze, still just unable to accept her. Blunder and loss. The atmosphere between them was suffocating. Words hung unsaid in the air, drowned by the crashing rhythm of the ocean waves slamming against the docks, and kneeling in terrified silence were dozens of others. The short merchant who had arranged Razeal's departure was pressed low on his knees, trembling, his forehead nearly touching the planks. Around him, the shipwrights, repairmen, traders, and every worker connected to the docks had followed his lead, forced down by fear. None dared look up. The imperial princess herself was present. The matriarch of the virulent household stood only steps away. The strongest duchess in the entire empire, her aura alone enough to suffocate lesser men. These were figures who stood far above them, untouchable, untouching. And now, they were here, their mere presence pressing down like an ocean storm. The air was heavy with reverence and terror for the trembling workers. It was as if their very breaths were being stolen from their lungs. And then, the silence broke. Mother. The voice was sudden, cutting through the waves. From a swirl of violet-black mist, a figure appeared, stepping onto the wooden planks as though the world itself bent to her arrival. It was Nova. She emerged from the darkness like a phantom, her feet touching down without a sound, her presence thick and commanding, even fast. Her eyes immediately sought Marisa. She walked forward with steady steps, her expression calm, yet expectant. "Where is Raze?" Nova asked directly. "Also, I think we need to be a little gentle towards him from now on. He's changed. He's not the same as before." Her tone was surprisingly even, almost thoughtful. But as her mother turned to face her, Nova froze. One look at Marisa's eyes. Sharp, dangerously frustrated, filled with restrained rage. And she stopped speaking. Her confidence faltered, replaced by a flicker of hesitation. "What happened?" Nova asked again, more carefully this time, confusion threading her words. "He ran away," Marisa answered at last, her voice clipped and quiet. She shook her head, reining her emotions back under control. Even so, the words struck like thunder. "He did," Nova echoed, her brows furrowing. The murmur slipped past her lips. "Well, no, we did expect something like this. After all, with the way he—" Her voice trailed off. She wasn't surprised, not entirely. Her brother's transformation had been unsettling. His choices unpredictable, in a way. She had been bracing herself for this. Still, her instinct as hot-blooded rose. Her voice regained its strength, laced with iron confidence. Where did he run? I'll get him back, she declared, certainty unwavering. There was no place, no edge of the empire where she believed Razeal could go that they could not drag him back from. It's different this time after all. The short merchant's heart nearly stopped, his head bowed lower, his body trembling violently. He didn't dare breathe too loud, terrified that even a sound might draw their attention. Just who were those people really? He thought, his mind spiraling. The Duchess, the Imperial Princess, the second in command of the Virulent household, and Nova Virulent, the one they whisper about in fear. How unlucky am I? What sin did I commit in a past life to be standing here? The faces of the men he'd seen days ago, the seemingly harmless, unremarkable, even childish weak ones he had sent off flashed in his head. They had looked ordinary, insignificant, easy people. But now, the truth dawned on him like a cruel joke, for such towering figures to come here personally to stand on his docks looking for them, his guts twisted with dread. What did I do? Who did I send off? Just what F-can crime they committed? And what was that? Not worth mentioning? What the FCK is not worth mentioning. Every droplet of sweat dripping down his face felt like fire. He had believed, foolishly, that he was beneath their notice, that if things went wrong, he was too insignificant to warrant punishment, that maybe, at most, they'd ignore him. But now he knew the mistake. One look at Nova was enough. She wasn't someone who ignored anything, and if she deemed him responsible, then his death wouldn't even be. He didn't dare continue his thoughts. He ran to the sea. The answer came not from Marisa, but from Marcella, her voice calm and clipped, her hands still folded behind her back. She spoke like a blade sliding from its sheath, efficient, cutting, inevitable. Marisa remained silent. She didn't need to confirm it. The words were true. The atmosphere shifted immediately, as though every person present understood the weight of what that meant. Nova froze for a moment. Then her eyes widened slightly, realization crashing down on her. That F-Canidiot screamed inside her mind. Her face, however, betrayed nothing but a smile. Her lips curved upward, dangerous and defiant, her expression that of someone prepared to break the world in half if it stood in her way. So what then? Nova said aloud, her voice sharp and commanding. It's just the seat that I'll go and take him back. Wait for me. Her declaration rang out like a war drum, vibrating in the air. Every worker, every trembling merchant in the vicinity felt their blood run cold. To defy the sea, to defy the imperial decree that forbade anyone from venturing into those waters without sanction was unthinkable. Madness, treason. Yet Nova spoke it so casually, so absolutely, as though rules were meant for others, not her. The heiress of the Virulent household had spoken. Thought Marcella's sigh slipped out, quiet but heavy. She had expected nothing less. Nova was reckless, untamed, unafraid of empire or even her mother. This defiance was written in her bones. And still, as always, Marcella could only stand behind her, prepared to witness the chaos that would follow. I'll be back with him in 2 days. Her words hung in the tense silence like a blade. She stepped forward, her boots pressing against the worn wooden planks of the dock, the salty wind tugging at her dark cloak as she strode straight toward the edge of the sea platform. She carried herself with absolute carelessness, every line of her body screaming defiance and determination. But just as she was about to walk past her mother and Marcella, between the very pillars of her household, Marcella's hand shot out like iron, seizing her wrist and halting her stride. Don't. Only one word left Marcella's lips, yet it rang with weight. Her eyes, deep and unflinching, locked on Nova's head tilted upward, her gaze narrowing to a low, dangerous chuckle left her lips, her aura starting to simmer. Stopping me again, Marcella, she hissed, her voice rising in a cold, lethal tone. Have you forgotten the warning I gave you last time? Marcella said nothing at first. Her grip didn't falter. Her face remained calm, but her silence was a defiance of its own. You'll drag the entire family into war if you go through with this, Marcella finally said, her voice steady, her eyes unwavering despite the storm building in Nova's gaze. This is just recklessness. Nova's eyes glowed faintly purple, sparks of dangerous light flickering at the edges. The weight of her intent pressed outward, sharp and suffocating. If you were that scared, Nova spat back, twisting her wrist within Marcella's hold. You should have stopped him yourself before it came to this, couldn't you? Her voice dripped with venom. She rotated her hand, trying to free herself, but Marcella's hold was unshakable. IT was like trying to break iron with bare skin. Not even the tiniest tremor betrayed weakness in that grip. Marcella's eyes darkened. Her voice, calm as ever, carried a depth that resonated like thunder rolling beneath the sea. "Then see it for yourself," Marcella said. Her royal purple eyes shimmered, deepening into a darker, almost abyssal shade that a glow flared, pulling Nova into their depths. In an instant, Marcella's mind arts reached into Nova's consciousness, flooding her with memory that Nova's eyes went blank. In mere seconds, images and voices poured into her head. Razeal standing in judgment, his cold acceptance of crime, his calculated act of attempting to rape Nancy, his choice to carry the lie into the court. She saw him ask for eternal hold, then news of breaking free with Yograj at his side. She saw him orchestrating his disappearance to the sea, steps upon steps hidden beneath his mask of weakness, and she saw Marcella's private exchange with Marisa. Razeal had deliberately given his own assassination order to the Ghost Clan out of as a distraction, a ploy to send Mother away in that absence. He had executed every piece of his plan flawlessly, all of it, revealed in a rush, clear as day. Nova's blank gaze sharpened. A smile, dangerous, feral, spread slowly across her lips. "That brat," she muttered under her breath, her voice laced with twisted amusement. "He dares to play his elder sister like this." Her smile widened into something wild, her teeth flashing. "I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget." But her laugh was soft, low, trembling with a thrill she couldn't contain. "I'm getting to like him more and more." Her aura erupted. Purple fire licked along her skin, swirling into her eyes and around her restrained hand. The wood beneath their feet groaned, cracks splintering under the pressure. The sea itself responded. The crashing waves stilled. The endless rhythm of water slamming against the coast flattened into silence. The ocean bent under her presence, smothered into unnatural calm as her purple aura spread outward in ripples. The air grew heavy, charged, suffocating. Still, Marcella's grip did not falter. She stood unbending, as if Nova's violent outburst was nothing more than a storm she had endured countless times before, babysitting her. But Nova's eyes, deep purple, endless, unfathomable, glimmered with something greater. Behind them stretched a vast sky of violet fire, endless and terrifying. In those depths, tiny flickers moved, as though stars or souls shimmered one by one within her gaze, each particle as if being hidden behind. Her voice dropped, cold, commanding. "Let my hand go." It was no longer a request. It was law. Authority poured from her tone, heavy and absolute. "And this is an order," Nova declared, her voice chilling, from the current heiress of the virulent household. A shockwave burst invisibly from her eyes, the force so sharp it felt like the world itself had flinched. Marcella's body jerked. Blood welled from her glowing purple eyes as she felt her knees, her grip loosening. A grunt escaped her lips, strangled and pained. Her head dipped, blood dripping down her pale face. Still, even in agony, she found the strength to whisper, "My apologies." Her voice trembled but did not break. Marisa, watching from the side, only sighed. Her expression didn't shift. She did not move to intervene. She didn't stop Nova. She had lived long enough to know when her daughter was beyond restraining. Around them, every kneeling worker, merchant, and servant pressed their heads lower to the ground. Not a sound escaped their throats. They didn't dare. Even breathing felt like tempting death. Nova pulled her aura back. The fire faded from her eyes and skin, retreating in her core, leaving behind only the shadow of its overwhelming weight. She smirked as she shook her hand free, now unbound. "I'll be back," she said simply, her voice casual, almost cheerful in contrast to the destruction she had just unleashed. Her steps resumed, each footfall echoing against the dock as she walked toward the SSS-rank. Was then that Celestia moved who till now had just been standing silent, watching the waves with an unreadable calm. But her voice rang out suddenly, slicing through the heavy air. "Enough." She turned from the sea at last, her platinum eyes settling on Nova. "By imperial law, no one is permitted to set foot upon those waters," Celestia said, her voice smooth yet heavy with authority. "Those who go do not return, and as a daughter of the Duke family, you are even more doubly bound. You are forbidden from even stepping off this dock." Her words were not loud, but they struck with the weight of chains. Nova stopped mid-step, her head turned slowly, her expression darkening. Her eyes narrowed, a dangerous spark igniting within them. She tilted her head, her smile sharp, mocking. "You little whore," she said, venom dripping from every syllable. "You helped him escape, didn't you?" And now. Her words trailed, her voice laced with both accusation and the promise of something far darker. "You little whore," she spat, each word sharp, dripping with contempt. Her lips curled into a dangerous smile as her head tilted ever so slightly, the purple flicker in her eyes gleaming like wildfire. "You helped him escape, didn't you? And now, you have the audacity to stop me, to order me?" Her laughter was silent, but her smile was madness itself stretched wide, cruel, her teeth flashing. Her anger wasn't only about Celestia standing in her way. She was already boiling inside. She hadn't been able to get the gift she planned for her little brother. Worse, fragments of Razeal's past still gnawed at her. The thought that he suffered partly because of her, that some of his scars were born from her neglect, made her hesitate earlier, even regret. Nova never regretted anything other. Then about that moment, and it just because more heavy. And now, here was Celestia, daring to block her path. Celestia didn't flinch. Her platinum hair shifted slightly with the sea breeze, her eyes calm and glimmering with cold light. Her voice was steady, plain, almost too calm for the storm raging before her. "I didn't help him escape. And do mind your language, Lady Nova." Her tone was sharp, but not raised. Firm, unshaken, Nova's grin widened, her laugh spilling out with derision. Nova sneered. "You were the first to stop us, to give him 2 days of freedom. Then you sent him to the eternal hold as if you knew what he was planning. You let him go. You gave him the space he needed to run. And now you want to stand here and preach to me." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "And, no, there's nothing to mind about my language. Perhaps you should mind yourself. Don't spread your legs so much that they come in the way of others, or they might just as well get ripped off." Her words fell like acid, but Celestia's composure didn't crack. She kept her posture perfectly straight, her voice even. "I wasn't aware of his plan, nor were those my intentions. If they had been, I would have said it outright. There is no need for me to hide behind excuses." Her gaze met Nova's head-on, not a flicker of fear in her platinum eyes. She was a head shorter, yet she stood as if staring down a beast, her neck straight, her chin raised. She didn't yield an inch. Nova loomed a step closer, until only a breath of distance separated them. The heat of her aura pressed like fire, a suffocating storm. Yet Celestia stood her ground. "I won't let you go," Celestia declared, her tone cool but final. "This is Imperial LAWT cannot be broken by anyone. Not even you. Worry not that I will speak to Mother to seek permission for a venture into the sea. Soon enough, it will be sanctioned. But until then, restrain yourself to not be reckless, to not create problems for yourself or for us." Her eyes softened, just slightly though her stance remained immovable. "We will bring him back together. Just don't force my hand, and I don't want to hurt you that he might mind it." She spoke gently at the end, her voice dropping lower, almost pleading in its own way. Her authority stood, but she tried, even against her own pride, to soothe after all. He mattered even her not to say. It all happened because of her wrong blunder of judgment. She even stopped them for 2 days. Nova just exploded, wild and sharp, echoing across the dock. "Permission? From you, from anyone." Her voice dripped with mockery. "Why the FCK would I need that? FCK Imperial Laws. FCK you. And FCK your mother." Her eyes burned, twin stars of purple fire. Her voice rose like a tide. "Who the hell do you think you are? Princess? Empress? You are all just pieces of this empire. We are virulins that we do what we want, that we do not beg, that we do not bow. Even if your mother herself stood here, she would not dare stop us." Her aura lashed outward, violent, unrestrained, shaking the planks beneath their feet. "I will go to the CF kin, right now. And I will return. Try stopping me then. And if you want to see consequences, then watch. I am Nova the LNDS. I give my word that I will drag my brother back home today, which means IF kin will, and it be not tomorrow, not when it's convenient for you now, and no one. Not you, not your mother, not the Empire itself has the F-kin dare to stop me." Her teeth bared, her grin warped her face into something feral, half beast, half madness. Her voice shook the air itself. Celestia didn't move. She didn't blink. She simply stared, silent, into the storm of rage before her. Not a single emotion marked her face, even as Nova spat insults at her. Even as her own mother, the Empress, was degraded with foul words. It was like staring into an unbroken wall of ice. Nova's rage swerved. She turned sharply, her eyes snapping to Marisa. "And you, mother." Her voice dripped disappointment, fury layered with disgust. "You have disappointed me yet again." Marisa's gaze was calm, her lips set in a faint line, Her face unreadable, Nova's voice rose, her words like blades. You stand here, silent. Do you not care for him? Or do you not dare to move? Is it because of their F-kin rule? One petty law that shackles you. She stepped closer, pointing a finger at her mother, her eyes wild. Have you started fearing the Empire's rules? Have your veins dried up, your blood gone cold? Where is your decisiveness? Where's the pride of being virulent? Her voice shook the air, louder and louder, a storm cresting. If so, then you are ashamed to our ancestors, who carved their place in blood and mind. They would die of shame. Ashamed to see their blood represented by a matriarch who bows to rules like a coward, who hides behind law instead of breaking it with her own hand. Her teeth clenched, her eyes sharp with madness and defiance. If you can't stand on your feet, if you can't raise your head, then you no longer deserve the title you hold. If you fear so much as this, then step down. She lifted her chin, her aura a crackling purple fire, her voice bellowing. As heiress of the virulent bloodline, I demand the seat of matriarch. Because if you are chained by law, then you are unworthy of it. I think our ancestors would agree with me. Nova's voice thundered, fury dripping from every syllable. Step down from the position. Virulence never deserved to look this embarrassing, that I, the heiress, have to stand here screaming, reminding you what it means to carry our bloodline's pride, the dignity, and today someone dare tell me to calm down, to wait, to first get permission to do what is important? Her chest heaved with every word, her face twisted with rage. She pointed directly at Marisa, her finger trembling with unrestrained anger. The sea wind lashed across the dock, tangling her hair, but she did not even notice. Her eyes blazed with contempt. Marisa stood straight, silent, her expression unreadable. The silence that followed was eerie, suffocating. Her voice still echoed faintly in the air, carried off by the ocean breeze. Even the waves seemed to quiet themselves, their crashing replaced by a tense, hollow stillness. Celestia, who had remained composed all this time, finally stirred. Her calm eyes, platinum bright like cold stars, flickered as she turned her gaze from the horizon to Nova's back, her brows jumping violently, betraying her thoughts. Just how far was Nova willing to go? Celestia's mind swirled with disbelief that T.O. call her mother names was one thing that T.O. yell to throw. Tantrums, even to challenge imperial law, these were things she had expected from Nova Virulent, the infamous drunken wildfire of the Empire. But this, to openly point at Marisa Virulent, her own mother, the current matriarch of the household, and demand she step down from her position. It was lunacy, madness painted in flesh. Even forgetting the respect owed to one's mother. Even forgetting the duty to the head of the household, no one, not even the boldest of nobles, should dare to speak so. Disrespectfully to their heads, not to say, one of strongest and dignifiest, Marisa Virulent. And yet Nova had Celestia's lips pressed together tightly as her heart pounded once in her chest. Because she knew the truth, Marisa was not just any matriarch. She was the second strongest being alive, the only one standing beneath her own mother. The Empress T.O. reached that level in a world dominated by monsters, saints, and kings. It was an achievement beyond comprehension. Even Celestia, born of the imperial bloodline, had never managed to grasp the full scope of Marisa's power. Nova was insane to speak to her like this. And yet, Celestia couldn't completely dismiss her words, because she understood, if she were in Nova's shoes, if her brother had run into the sea, and her mother, the one person powerful enough to act, simply stood still, silent, bound by rules she could easily break without consequences. Celestia knew she would be furious as well. The frustration of knowing someone you love is out there, slipping away, while your family head refuses to move. It would have driven her mad, too. Nova wasn't entirely wrong. Marisa could have done it. She could have acted. She could have reached out and snatched Razeal back with no effort. And no one, not even the Empress, had ever restricted the Virulence completely. The Empress allowed them to do as they pleased, for reasons Celestia never fully understood. The truth, the Empress herself avoided open conflict with the Virulence whenever possible. And that definitely wasn't out of kindness as far as she is aware of about her mother character. Though Celestia understands, Virulence were compulsive, unpredictable, violent at the smallest provocations. They turned sparks into infernos. They could not be reasoned with once enraged. If pushed too far, they would fight to the death. And Celestia wasn't entirely certain even her mother, with all her bloodline authority, could stop them without dire cost. Celestia had always wondered, could it be possible that the Virulence, despite their bloodline authority, could harm her? That even the Empress, the strongest of all, that her bloodline dominance, her ability to command all subjects, faltered in the face of virulent blood. Even that she had no proof that no one did. But deep inside, the possibility terrified her. And it was the only explanation she could imagine for why her mother avoided direct clashes with them. And yet here was Nova, her aura wild, her voice a storm, her fury untamed. Celestia stared at her back, tall, rigid, violent in posture, and couldn't help but feel a chill of shock. She had expected Nova's fury, her insults, even her recklessness. But this demand was beyond anything Nova had asked her mother. No, ordered her mother to step down from the matriarch seat, to surrender the title of head of the virulent household, as if she no longer deserved it. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Celestia took a light breath while shaking her head. Her hand instinctively shifted toward her chest, where her bloodline authority surged, ready if needed. Her gaze slid sideways to Maurice's eyes, sharp and searching. Would she act? Would she crush Nova with a glance? Would she let this continue? Celestia guarded herself up, because if Marisa did anything impulsive, then she might have to stop them. Her guard was raised fully now, ready to intervene if Nova's madness pushed beyond words. If the storm of power boiling under Nova's skin exploded outward, Celestia would not hesitate to use her imperial bloodline. Not for her pride, not for herself, but because if Nova died here on this platform by her mother's hand, which seems impossible, but again, if it did, the consequences could spread like wildfire across the empire. The virulence would not forgive. The world itself might not recover. She kept her breathing calm, her face unreadable, but her mind raced. Yes, she was still confused. Why didn't Marisa act earlier? Why didn't she stop Razeal? She could have. Celestia knew it. With her speed, her strength, her will, she could have dragged him back before he knew to. Oh, why didn't she? 2 days ago, Marisa had fully been determined to bring him home. Fierce, uncompromising. Yet now she stood frozen, silent, her eyes calm but unyielding. What had changed? Was she truly afraid? Afraid of the law, of her mother, the Empress? Celestia's jaw really confused. She didn't know. She couldn't know. All she had was the silence of Marisa, the fury of Nova, and the storm in her own chest as she tried to reconcile them. And as she looked at Nova, who stood tall and trembling, spitting fire at her own blood, demanding the impossible with wild eyes and shaking hands, Celestia's confusion only deepened as she could only wonder, while all the workers and merchants on the platform trembled under the crushing weight of the atmosphere. The realization of what had just happened spread through them like a plague of fear. Some could not even comprehend it. The matriarch of the virulent family, the most terrifying household in the entire empire, had just been openly challenged. Not only challenged, but her position as head of the family had been questioned. It was insanity. Madness in its purest form. Even imagine such a thing was frightening. See it unfold before their eyes. That was unbearable. Many lowered their heads further, pressing their foreheads against the wood of the platform as if bowing deeper might make them invisible. Their breath shook and their spines went rigid. None dared look up, for fear that their eyes might betray them, and they would be caught staring at the exchange between monsters far beyond their station. Among them, Marcella remained kneeling. The iron grip of Nova's authority still pressed her down, blood streaming in twin streaks from her royal purple eyes. Yet even with pain lancing through her, Marcella did not flinch. Slowly, carefully, she tilted her chin up, looking at Nova. The heiress of the virulent family stood tall, finger pointed like a blade at her own mother. Marcella's lips pressed tightly. She wanted to speak, to intervene, but she knew better. Her words would be like drops of water thrown against a raging inferno. Instead, she closed her eyes. Blood traced her cheeks like red tears as she remained silent, unmoving, bearing the weight of both Nova's fury and Maurice's stillness. The silence that followed was suffocating, and no one dared breathe too loudly. No one dared shift. Seconds stretched into minutes, and minutes dragged on until it was impossible to tell how much time had passed. The world seemed frozen, caught in this unbearable tension. Finally, Marisa opened her mouth. Her voice was calm, even, stripped of all emotion, and no warmth, no coldness. Just a plain statement, delivered as though she were reciting a fact carved in stone. You are just as impulsive as ever. I am quite disappointed in you, Nova. The words cut deeper than any blade. Nova's heart clenched, her breath caught in her throat. For all her fire, for all her reckless defiance, she had never been prepared for those words. Not from her mother, The weight of disappointment in Maurice's eyes was heavier than any punishment. Chains, even heavier even than death. For the briefest moment, her heart nearly stopped, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself not to falter. She refused to fold. "You are the one who has disappointed me, mother," she shot back, her voice trembling with restrained fury. "I've always looked up to you, always, and now. Have you started fearing? Are you so bound by rules, so shackled by laws that are not even ours, that you would let this regret stain our bloodline? Last time, I could still understand a little that you acted to protect the dignity of the family, to uphold your responsibility as head of the household. But this time, to do nothing because of rules and laws that belong to people who are nothing to us. This is unacceptable." Her chest rose and fell with each breath, her fingers still pointed, trembling. "And I have every right to question it, because this is not just some small matter. You have started fearing things, matriarch. I cannot accept this." She did not call her mother. Not anymore. She spat the word matriarch instead, as if to remind her of the title, to strip away the bond of blood and reduce her to nothing more than her office. Marisa let her finish, her face unchanged. She neither interrupted nor reacted, as though Nova's fury were a gust of wind brushing against stone. And when Nova fell silent, Marisa spoke again, her voice steady, her face as still as a sculpture carved from obsidian. "Do you really think this is because of others? Do you really believe I fear anything? Nova, I broke these so-called laws before you were even born, and I have never bowed to rules, nor to the Empire, nor to that woman." Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, cold and sharp. "Do you truly think she would dare interfere in my business?" Nova froze, her breath catching. "I did not go to sea," Marisa continued, "because I did not want to." The words were plain, simple, yet heavy as thunder. Nova's anger flared again. Her lips parted to spit another retort, but Marisa's next words drowned her fire. "As for you daring to call yourself a matriarch, you are not worthy. You would have to prove yourself first. And as of now, you are nothing but a child filled with arrogance, drunk on power, blind to restraint, and utterly without manners. You need more education. You need discipline. You need to learn the meaning of true strength." She shook her head slowly, her disappointment carved into every movement. "This is why you are unfit. And this is the reason I did not go." Her hand moved at last, graceful and deliberate. She showed a crumbled letter. With the same calmness that marked every word she spoke, she tossed it forward. The parchment drifted through the air before landing against Nova's chest. Nova caught it instinctively, her hand snapping around it before she even thought. Her heart thudded. She looked at the paper, then back up at her mother's face. For once, her fire dimmed. Her voice faltered. "What?" Her tone cracked with confusion. "Why? Why would mere letter hold her mother back? What could possibly be written there that made even Marisa, the unstoppable force of the Empire, the matriarch of the virulence, halt her steps?" Her anger trembled, her momentum shattered. For the first time, doubt clouded her eyes. "Why?" she muttered again, almost to herself. Her fist clenched around the parchment, crumpling it slightly. Her anger was still there, boiling under her skin, but the words she had built her storm upon were crumbling. Her mother's calm scolding had broken something in her. The ground beneath her rage cracked, and she struggled to stand firm. Her jaw clenched, her teeth grinding together. She wanted to scream again, to stand tall, to prove she had not been reduced by a simple letter. But the disappointment in her mother's eyes, that cold, calm, heavy disappointment, was too much. Even being called unworthy by her, it silenced her fire. She clenched her fist tighter, veins bulging against her skin, and forced herself to stand tall, to look strong. But inside, her momentum bled away like sand through open fingers that Maurice's voice cut through her silence. "He left this letter for us." Nova's head snapped up, her eyes widened. "He..." Maurice's gaze never wavered. Her tone never shifted. She simply said the words as if they were obvious. "Razeal." Nova blinked. Her mouth opened slightly, her mind dazed. "Razeal left a letter?" Confusion. "Really?" she whispered. Nova's eyes narrowed dangerously as she tore open the letter. Her gaze darted rapidly across the page, consuming every word like fire licking across dry wood. The ink was rough, the handwriting impatient, jagged as though even putting pen to paper had been an unbearable chore. "I am feeling disgusted to even write this, but I just want to make things clear for you all that I had to do all these meaningless things only so I wouldn't have you as problems. Anyways, I have nothing more to say. That I don't want to waste my time on people I do not want. I've left everything behind. Everything that I believe was the only reason you people ever wanted me in the first place." All the blood is yours now, so stop. You have no reason left to chase me. Stop this Fkin, needless pursuit. And just as a reminder, if you're still trying to show this fake care, for whatever reason, know this. I hate you both to the very fibers of my being. Do not try to meet, stand, or even show me face to me. Because next time if we meet, there will be a death. Whether it is you or me, one of us definitely will. So just let me have my life. Goodbye, and may we never meet again. The letter ended there short, curt, dripping with loathing. It was written like someone scrawling notes they couldn't care less about, a burden forced onto their hands. There was no effort in it, no respect, not even the barest attempt to write what its message is. And that was what made it worse, that Nova's entire body trembled. Her hands crushed the paper into a tight fist, veins standing out on her wrist. But it wasn't enough. With her other hand, she grabbed and twisted, rolling the letter into a hard ball as if destroying it would somehow erase the venom it carried. Her breathing turned ragged, fury spilling out of her like heat waves. For a moment, it looked as though she might actually burst into flames. I'm going to FCK the hell out of him, Nova snarled, her voice so low it was almost a growl. Her eyes flared with a dangerous light. How dare he think? How dare he think we were only chasing him for his bloodline? Her chest heaved, every word shaking with venom. How dare he even imagine that of me? Of his sister? The ball of paper almost flew from her hand, hurled away with all the rage she could summon, but she stopped herself at the last second. Her fury was uncontrollable, but she would not throw away his words like meaningless trash. And oh, with trembling, furious fingers, she forced the crushed letter into her space ring. Her lips pulled back over her teeth as she muttered through clenched jaws. Who does he think he is? Kill me. Kill me. The gall? The audacity. And he thinks he's strong enough to even kill himself before me, to even dare threaten me with that. Her grin widened into something dangerous, unhinged. He will regret ever writing those words. Regret ever breathing them into existence. Her body shook, every muscle coiled. Then, without another word, she bent her knees and launched herself into the air. The wood beneath her feet cracked under the sudden force, a booming shockwave ringing out as she shot skyward like a streak of purple fire. She didn't even hesitate. Not for a fraction of a second. Not for thought. The letter's words meant nothing to her fury. Her body reacted before her mind did, carrying her straight toward the endless horizon of the sea that Celestia's head lifted at. The rush of sound, her platinum eyes narrowing as she saw Nova's form blur upward, slicing into the sky. The force of her takeoff shook the platform, making merchants and workers fall flat, gasping for breath. Celestia blinked, her calm face steady even as her heart wondering. But when she turned her head toward the sea's horizon, her eyes blinked even more so slightly. Nova was gone. There was no trace of her in the sky, no figure streaking forward, no shadow cutting across the horizon. Celestia's lips parted slightly. What? Was Nova so strong that she wasn't even able to see her blur? Let's go. Maurice's calm voice cut through the silence. Marcella, still on her knees, lifted her head slowly. Yes, my lady, she said, her voice hoarse, forcing her body upright. Blood still streaked her face, but she wiped it away with her sleeve, her expression cold and composed despite the pain. Celestia turned back to Marisa and froze. Over the Duchess's shoulder, limp as a broken doll, was Nova. Her body hung slack, her long hair falling forward like a curtain. Her tongue lolled out, her face pale. She was unconscious, utterly defeated, draped across Maurice's shoulder like a sack of grain. Celestia lips parted slightly. Her platinum eyes flickered with disbelief. When had it happened, she had seen Nova launch herself. She had turned her head for less than a second, searching the skies. And in that heartbeat, Nova had vanished from the air and reappeared like this. Unconscious, caught, contained in Maurice's grasp. Celestia's closed her lips together that a small, dangerous shiver ran down her spine. She had not even seen it. Not a movement, not a blur, not a shadow. Nothing. Nova, the wild heiress of the virulence of Storm incarnate, looked pathetic now, her limbs dangling, her tongue sticking from her mouth as if mocking her own pride. For the first time in years, Celestia nearly laughed. A genuine chuckle pushed against her lips, begging to be freed. Nova, who was trying to be intimidating just moments aho, roaring in defiance at her, and even dared spit at Empress herself now, looked like a dead bird. But she did not laugh. She bit it back hard, because she knew better. This wasn't entirely weakness. This was just simply the difference between a storm and a mountain. Nova had not even realized she was attacked before she was defeated. That was Maurice's strength, The matriarch's terrifying, unfathomable strength. Celestia's gaze lingered on the unconscious girl before flicking back to Marisa. You need to work on her manners, Marisa said finally, her tone calm, her side gaze falling on Marcella. And her education. Marcella straightened, her face unreadable. I would request permission to use my hands where necessary, my lady, she said after a short pause. Her eyes lingered on Nova's limp form. Quiet and thoughtful, Marisa's calm expression remained unchanged. Then, without warning, both of them, Marisa and Marcella, vanished. The space around them twisted faintly as they disappeared, leaving behind only silence, the sea breeze, and Celestia standing alone on the trembling platform. The merchants still knelt, foreheads pressed to wood, breaths ragged. With terror, but still didn't raise their heads after all. Her imperial princess was still here. Though small sigh of relief was there. The ocean waves lapped against the shore, uncaring of the storms of humans, and Nova Virulin, unconscious, was carried away, her fury silenced. For now, back to the ship. The ship rocked gently over the endless stretch of sea, its wooden boards creaking as the waves lapped against its hull. The salty wind brushed across the deck, carrying with it the faint cry of distant gulls. Yograj leaned against the railing, arms folded as his sharp, weathered eyes turned toward the boy lying lazily near the far side of the ship. Razeal was stretched out on his back, head tilted slightly against the wood, eyes closed as though he were dead to the world. The old man's brow twitched. Does he always sleep this long? It's been nearly an entire day. He hasn't moved even an inch, Yograj muttered, his voice a mix of irritation and curiosity. Levy, sitting casually against the railing on the opposite side of the ship. Just besides Yograj, his posture looked relaxed, but his gaze kept flicking toward Razeal every so often. I don't know, but yes, that he's always been like this. Since the day I met him, honestly, he sleeps more than he does anything else, he said, his tone thoughtful but a little exasperated. It's like he only wakes up when he's hungry or when something requires his attention. Other than that, sleeping as far as Eve's seen. Yograj's eyes narrowed as he rubbed his chin. Stretch. Also, is he strong then? As I can't sense any mana or aura from him, Yograj said, remembering the strange black swirling magic. The kid had used something he had never seen before and couldn't understand. Maria straightened slightly, her eyes firm. Very, very strong. Oh. Yograj raised his bushy brows, tilting his head with mock amusement. That's so. Maria didn't flinch. He slapped Arion Dragon Noir, I in the face, I in front of the entire empire. And he's still alive. You can guess enough from that alone. The old man froze, his body stiffened, his brows furrowed as though she had just spoken in an alien tongue. Ooh, Maria blinked, her lips parting slightly before she sighed. Of course, this relic of a man probably didn't even keep up with the newer generations. The heir of the Dragonweaver family, the eldest son, she clarified, her voice slower this time, like she was speaking to a child. For a moment, nothing. Then Yograj's expression shifted into one of utter confusion. His brows furrowed, his jaw slackened slightly, and then his eyes bulged with a sudden jolt of realization. The heir. His voice cracked as he repeated it, louder. The son, and then it hit him. His face twisted, lips pulling back into a mix of shock and disgust. He clutched his chest dramatically. Almost wolves stumbled if he wasn't sitting. That crazy woman had a son. His voice climbed in pitch until it was nearly a shout. Wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me some fool actually dared to FCK that woman. Levy, Maria, and Aurora, Yograj's daughter, all turned their heads toward him at once, their faces a strange mix of disgust, embarrassment, and speechless disbelief. Yograj quickly coughed into his hand, realizing their stares. Odd, I mean. Well, I always thought she'd marry a rock before she found man. Honestly, I believed it was impossible also, but this, I guess, some poor soul. He pressed his palm harder against his forehead, muttering as if this revelation was the heaviest burden of his life. Also wanting to even ask who was that person with these big balls. And is he alive? He slapped his forehead as if the revelation had physically struck him. Maria's lips twitched. Now I understand why people call him a crazy old man. Still, Yograj wasn't finished. His wild eyes darted back to her. And he's alive after slapping the son of that woman. His voice boomed with incredulity as he leaned forward, jabbing his finger toward Maria again. Don't tell me you mean Arabella Dragonweaver. That bullshit woman? That woman didn't burn herself alive yet? With her demon temper issues? She's still alive? Maria pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering under her breath. Yes, she is. Obviously, she's the current head of the Dragonweavers. And no, she didn't burn herself up, you lunatic. Her tone grew sharper with every word. He really did seem like some of his screws were loose. Her Lady Duchess is the strongest fire user. How could she possibly burn herself? That's just bullshit. Democrat, Minnesota. Yo Garage slapped the railing again with the force of a hammer, his eyes bulging like a man who had just witnessed the impossible. Then how the hell is this boy still alive? Did he really survive her wrath? Or is he that strong? Or did he pull some tricks? His voice dropped to a mutter as he stroked his beard. The brat does have a strange tongue that I've seen it. Maybe that's it. Maybe he talked his way out. Maria gave him a flat look. No, he slapped him in front of everyone. And then she hesitated a moment, searching for the right words, because no matter how she phrased this, it would sound insane. He challenged him to a duel of honor. The deck fell silent for a beat. Only the creaking of the ship and the crash of waves filled the air. Yo Garage blinked. His jaw slowly dropped. Then what? His voice exploded across the deck like thunder. His entire body jerked forward, his face turning red with shock. He stared at Maria as if she had just confessed to murdering the Empress. A duel of honor. Yeah, that's what I said. Maria muttered that Yo Garage's face contorted with disbelief. You can't just. That's not something you throw around like a game. That's sacred. That's. Don't say it this casually, girl. His words tumbled over themselves as his hands flailed in the air. And he's still alive? No. Wait, what was the wager? What were the stakes? Maria exhaled heavily. He invoked a holy promise. Yo Garage's world shattered. His entire body reeled backward as if he'd been physically struck. His eyes went wide. His mouth hung open. His hands trembled. Holy I Pyramid what? His voice cracked so loudly that even the gulls scattered in fright, taking off from the waves. The workers below deck must have heard him too. Levy buried his face in his palm, and Maria could only glare, her patience thinning rapidly. How the hell is he alive? Yo Garage bellowed again, invoking that. That's practically begging to be struck down. Why hasn't the church killed him? How is his soul not ripped apart already? Maria, despite her own discomfort, managed to keep her voice calm, because the saintess herself declared it was acceptable. Yo Garage's mouth snapped shut. He froze. His entire body stiffened like stone. Then slowly, he whispered, the saintess, what now? She approved it, Maria repeated. So nothing happened. For a moment, silence consumed the ship. Yo Garage stood there with his mouth slightly open, his beard fluttering in the sea wind, his mind visibly breaking apart. And then who the FCK yelling their Democrat, Minnesota, throwed out in my ERSS. The sudden voice snapped through the air like a whip. All eyes turned at once. Razeal's closed lids twitched, then lifted, revealing his eyes as they glared with irritation. He pushed himself up. Who the FCK is yelling their throat out in my ear, sis? The words cut through the air like a blade. All three of them. Yo Garage, Maria, and Levy fell silent mid-discussion. Their heads snapped toward the source. Rora, who had been leaning lazily against the railing, straightened also. There he was. Razeal had suddenly stirred from his slouched posture, eyes cracking open like a predator finally roused from its sleep as what they thought it was. He pushed himself up, rolling his shoulders as though shaking off the heaviness of a long nap. His gaze swept across them with mild irritation, sharp enough to make the old man flinch ever so slightly. What's going on here? Razeal asked, his voice lower this time. Though still carrying that edge of irritation, he rotated his shoulders with a soft crack before brushing a stray lock of hair from his eyes. And whose DMN screaming was that? Yo Garage cleared his throat loudly, straightening his posture in an attempt to cover the embarrassment of having been caught mid-yell. Nothing, boy, he said, waving a dismissive hand. We were just talking about some interesting topics. Of course, he didn't want to appear as being little amazed by just deeds of small kid. That Razeal's eyes lingered on him for a second longer, almost as though weighing whether to push the issue. But then, with a small shake of his head, he let it go. Whatever. His voice was calm again. Calm for someone who had just yelled. For a moment, even he seemed puzzled, his brows twitching slightly. He wasn't usually this reactive. Maybe it was Zara's words still echoing in his mind. Be yourself. Don't hide behind a mask. Stop suppressing. Perhaps, without realizing it, he was beginning to do exactly that. He sighed and turned away from them, walking slowly toward the front of the ship. His footsteps were soft but steady, his back straight, his presence oddly calmer than usually he is. Looking rather not tense posture he always make him to remain. The bow. He placed a hand on the railing and leaned forward slightly, letting his eyes drift across the endless horizon. The ocean stretched forever, an infinite expanse of water shimmering under the afternoon sun, nothing, no land, and no ships. Only blue waves and the distant cries of gulls. "How long has it been?" he asked suddenly, turning his head back toward Yograj, his tone flat, almost bored. Yograj raised his gaze toward the sky, squinting at the sun's position before grunting. "You sat down yesterday afternoon, that it's today's afternoon now." He crossed his arms, his dark long hairs swaying behind. "So a full day wasted lying there, boy." His voice carried half questioning, half teasing. But then, mid-sentence, Yograj's face stiffened. His brows furrowed sharply, his instincts flaring like alarms. He narrowed his eyes, a flash of danger crossing his expression. "Boy," he barked, his tone suddenly sharp, warning cutting through the air like a whip. "There's a—" But whatever he had sensed came faster than even he could react to. The sea erupted. With a thunderous splash, something shot out of the water like a spear loosed by the ocean itself. A massive, black spike, sharp and glinting under the sunlight, streaked through the air at impossible speed. Easily a blur faster than 100 kilometers an hour. Its aim was precise, unerring, and it was headed directly for Razeal's chest. Maria guarded up its sudden loud sound. Aurora froze, her body locked in place. Levy swore under his breath as his eyes widened, his body tensing his guard for protection. Even Yograj moved, but he was too late. But just before the spike could pierce his chest, it stopped. Inches from his body, held in place by Razeal's bare hand. The force of it rippled outward violently, blasting a gust of wind across the whole deck. Sailcloths snapped against their masts, ropes whipped, and even the wood beneath Razeal's feet cracked under the pressure. Yet he didn't budge. Not even an inch. That he stood steady, his grip unyielding, his face calm, as though catching an arrow instead of a projectile that could have skewered him through. Maria and Aurora shot up from where they had been sitting. Levy's eyes narrowed, his boots thudding against the deck as he moved. All of them had felt the sheer weight of that strike, the crushing power carried in that single thrust. Ready for defense, wondering if they just got attacked by some big creature. But Razeal wasn't honestly the one in being trouble. He narrowed his eyes slightly, lowering his gaze toward the weapon he was holding. It wasn't just a spike. Now that it was caught, the true form revealed itself. A long sword-like bill, sharp and narrow, stretching easily 6 or 7 feet, and behind it, the creature, a monstrous fish, loomed, thrashing violently, its massive body half dragged out of the water by its own momentum. Easily 13, maybe 15 feet long, its scales shimmered like dull steel, its weight no less than 200 or 300 kilograms. Its tail slapped against the sea, with violent force, spraying water across the deck, but Razeal held it effortlessly by the bill, as though it weighed nothing more than a stick. The fish's eyes bulged as it twisted and writhed, desperate to break free from his grip. The wooden railing groaned under the strain as its body thrashed against the side of the ship, but still, Razeal didn't move. His gaze was cold, analytical, almost curious as he studied the creature struggling in his grasp. The silence broke with a booming laugh. "Whoa, well done, kid." Yograj's voice carried sudden energy, his eyes wide with excitement as he appeared at Razeal's side in an instant, faster than any of the other on deck could see. "You caught it, but wait, don't kill it." His voice was both eager and urgent, his hand raised as though requesting AMD mix of ordering the boy, which just seems to be his way of talking. Razeal tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanging, his grip tightening just enough to still the creature's desperate thrashing. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Yograj. Silent as he didn't said anything, the old man grinned back, not caring much. Don't look at me like that. I just got a little rusty. If not, I could have caught that thing myself, before you could have even touched it." His voice was full of confident bravado, his chest puffed out proudly, though the faint glimmer of admiration in his eyes betrayed his words. Razeal didn't say anything. His expression was unreadable as he stepped back, boots pressing against the very edge of the ship's deck. The long-billed fish writhed violently in his grip, its sheer bulk dragging against the railing, half of its body still suspended over the ocean. Water cascaded down its sides, spraying across the planks as it flopped and fought, but his hand didn't tremble. It was trapped. Then, with a sharp motion, Razeal yanked it fully aboard. The creature's massive body slammed onto the deck, the wood groaning under the weight as the fish flopped and jerked uselessly. He dragged it toward the middle of the ship before tossing it down like nothing more than a sack of grain. The impact shook the floorboards beneath their feet, sending a faint tremor across the deck. Razeal stood over it silently, as if he already knew Yograj wanted it alive. His eyes were flat, disinterested, his breathing steady despite the violent struggle he just stopped with one hand. The fish wasn't as fortunate. Without water, its strength was already fading, its half silver and black body convulsed, muscles spasming as it slapped against the wood with dull, heavy thuds. Each movement grew weaker. The sound of its tail slaps, turning from sharp cracks to tired thumps. It wouldn't last long like this. Yograj crouched beside it, eyes widening with recognition. His voice carried a mix of nostalgia and awe as he said, "This is Black Marlin, also called the personal javelin of the ocean." His tone grew heavier as he continued, glancing up at Razeal. "Last time I came to see, my ship was attacked by these bad boys, over and over again." His lips curled into a half grin, but his eyes stayed serious. By now, Maria, Levy, and Aurora had joined them, their boots clattering on the deck as they gathered around. All four stood shoulder to shoulder with Yograj and Razeal, their gazes fixed on the massive fish sprawled across the planks. Its body was easily 15 feet long, almost 20 or more if adding that long fin, thick and powerful, every scale gleaming in the sunlight like dull iron. The deck seemed to groan beneath its sheer weight, the wood trembling faintly with each twitch that Levy's eyes narrowed slightly, not with fear, but with curiosity, while Aurora tilted her head, her gaze tracing the fish's length as though fascinated. Neither had ever seen such a creature up close. Maria, however, wasn't looking at the fish. Her eyes slid downward, landing on Raziel's right hand as he too was staring at it, his brows lowering in faint irritation. That on his palm, smeared against the skin, was a faint layer of green liquid. He flexed his fingers, shaking his hand sharply, but the substance clung stubbornly, and no matter how he flicked, the sheen remained, like a stain fused into his flesh. Razeal narrowed his eyes at the fish's long, needle-like bill, realizing where it had come from. The green liquid wasn't just water. It coated the very tip of its sharp protrusion. A faint, acrid smell lingered in the air if one was close enough that he prepared to ask the system about it. But before he could, "You shouldn't have touched that part with your hand." Maria's calm voice cut in, her tone sharp and direct. She didn't even look at him at first, her gaze lingering on the fish's bill before finally turning to his palm. "That's poison." Her words made the others snap their attention toward Raziel's hand, their eyes narrowing as they noticed the green smear for the first time. The fish still flopped weakly at their feet, but the tension on the deck shifted from it to the boy standing above it. Maria's tone carried no panic, just certain as a daughter of the Grave family. Her life had always been bound to water, her knowledge of sea creatures extensive. Though the Empire forbade venturing into the ocean, Grave lands were rich, with rivers, lakes, and hidden aquatic life. She had studied them, hunted them, mastered them. Poisonous fish, parasitic organisms, strange toxins, they were all knowledge she carried like instinct. That substance, she continued, stepping closer, isn't a simple poison, but it's made of microscopic parasites. They'll cling to your flesh no matter how much you wash or scrape. You won't get rid of them alone. Her eyes softened just faintly, her voice steady but firm. "Let me remove it, if not, they'll keep burrowing into your skin. They won't stop." She raised her hand. Above her palm, droplets of water condensed from the very air itself, gathering into a small sphere that hovered and spun, glowing faintly in the sunlight. The water shimmered like liquid glass, rippling with controlled energy. She took a step forward, intent on cleansing the parasites from his hand before they spread further, but she didn't get the chance. "No need." Raziel's voice cut her off flatly, carrying no hesitation. "No need." Raziel's voice cut her off flatly, carrying no hesitation. Maria froze mid-step, her hand still raised, droplets swirling above her palm. Her brows furrowed, confusion flickering briefly across her face as she watched him raise his right hand, the one coated in poison, and then, before anyone could react, his left hand snapped upward, his fingers dug into the skin at the very edge of his right wrist, claws gripping as though seizing fabric. Without hesitation and even a fiber of flinching, he yanked. The sound tore through the air like ripping cloth. Skin peeled from his hand in a single brutal motion. From wrist to fingertips, the flesh was ripped away in a grotesque sheet, torn clean from muscle. Blood burst forth in a hot spray, splattering across the deck, staining the wood beneath him in crimson streaks. Droplets spattered across his cheek and chin, dotting his pale skin with red. Razeal looked down at the bloody sheet of skin dangling in his hand, the palm-sized piece of flesh swaying grotesquely, its edges slick and glistening red. The shredded fibers twitched faintly, as if mocking life, and for a brief second the green poison clung stubbornly to it, wriggling in the light like a parasite searching for new flesh. That Razeal's gaze narrowed. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist. The skin arced into the air and vanished over the edge of the ship. disappearing with a faint splash into the endless ocean. He made sure not to let the green substance touch him again. His face didn't shift. No wince, no grunt. Not even the faintest flicker of discomfort to him. It was just another action practical, efficient, already forgotten. The deck fell into silence. All sounds seemed to die, except for the faint, wet slaps of the massive fish still thrashing weakly against the planks. The ocean's waves rolled gently against the hull, but even their steady rhythm felt muted in the suffocating stillness that followed Razeal's act. Maria froze in place, the water sphere in her hand collapsing into droplets that splashed harmlessly against the deck. Her eyes were locked on him, wide with something between disbelief and anger. Levy's lips pressed into a thin line, his brows furrowing as he stared at him with narrowed eyes. Aurora's hands clenched unconsciously at her sides, her face paling as if the sight had left her nauseous. And Yograj, the old man who had seen more than most people could imagine, stood wordless for once. His casual grin, his easy banter, all of it slipped away. He simply stared at the boy with lips pressed tightly together, his dark eyes sinking deeper with thought. This boy, he's really different. From the very first moment he met him, Yograj had sensed something strange, an edge, a hardness that didn't fit a youth of 16 or 17 years. But now, watching him peel away his own flesh without hesitation, without a single trace of pain showing on his face, it wasn't just strange, it was unnatural. Wrong. Yograj had lived long enough to see every kind of cruelty men were capable of. He'd seen murderers who carved smiles into the faces of their victims, sadists who delighted in screams, tyrants who butchered their own kin for the sake of power. Cruelty toward others was almost ordinary. To him, a symptom of weakness and ego. But cruelty toward oneself? That was something rarer, more dangerous. Actually, if someone could so easily harm themselves, what did that say about the limits of their heart? How far would such a person go when it came to others? Yograj stared silently at boy as the thought crossed him, just making him wonder what might have led to make a kid this young be this cruel. Maria finally broke the silence. Her voice cracked with sharpness as she stepped closer, her eyes never leaving his face. Why are you so cruel toward yourself? Her brows furrowed, and for once her calm, almost disinterested mask fell away. She looked genuinely shaken, genuinely baffled by what she had just seen. You pulled off your own skin like it was nothing, like it doesn't matter. Why? The water sphere she had conjured evaporated into nothing as her control wavered. She let it fall, droplets pattering quietly against the wood beneath her boots. Razeal tilted his head slightly, meeting her gaze with the same calm, cold eyes he always wore. This was the best and easiest way to do it. His tone was flat, unbothered, even little confused as what was this question even about if to punctuate his words. The ragged flesh of his palm shimmered faintly. Dark, blackened bones glistened through, slick with blood, but the wound was already knitting itself back together. New skin began to crawl across the raw tissue, stretching and weaving like threads being pulled tight. The healing was steady, almost unervingly smooth, the blood drying into faint scars as the flesh renewed itself. Before their eyes, Maria's frown deepened. Her lips pressed into a hard line as she snapped. But I could have healed it. That's what I just said. There was no reason for you to do this. Her voice wavered with more than frustration. There was disbelief, maybe even a trace of anger buried beneath it, but also something else, a kind of sorrow. She wasn't just angry at the stupidity of it, she was unsettled by the way he treated himself. Her eyes darted to his hand again, watching as the new skin continued forming unnaturally fast. She had known he was strange, but regeneration like this was something beyond human. But right now, that wasn't what stuck in her mind. That it wasn't the speed of his healing, it was the fact that he had chosen to hurt himself. We didn't need to. The literal stupidity? This is faster, Razeal replied. Shrugging as though the matter was trivial, he lifted his palm toward her, the raw muscle half covered with fresh, pink skin. You would have taken too long. Why should I bother wasting time on something so insignificant? His eyes narrowed faintly, his voice carrying no pride, only practicality as he shrugged. Maria stared at him, lips parted slightly. For a second, words didn't come. Then her frown twisted sharper, her voice lashing out in frustration. Just because you can do this doesn't mean you should. Do you even hear yourself? Going through pain just to be a little faster? Acting like you don't have time for anything? Were you even chasing so desperately? What could possibly matter so much that you can't afford a single breath to do things the right way? Aurora, standing beside Levy, nodded at her words too, as even she could do it. I would have never done this, she said, nodding at her own statement. looking disgustedly at Razeal and how he handled things. Razeal didn't even blink at her words. His expression remained calm, detached, almost bored. He lifted his healed hand casually, studying it as though it were no more interesting than a piece of wood. "This wasn't even much of a pain," he replied, his tone eerily plain. His eyes flicked toward Maria, whose frown had only deepened. "And why do you even care? You might be scared of pain, but I'm not. Stop whining about it." The word struck her like an insult. Maria's chest tightened, her brows drawing together. She stepped closer, her voice rising, sharp and cracking with frustration. "I'm not scared of pain. I don't even care about that." Her hands clenched at her sides. "It's just this is utterly stupid. I can't understand it. And that's why I'm pointing it out." Her teeth ground together, a vein twitching faintly at her temple. "If there's no benefit, no reason for it, then what the hell are you even doing?" Her voice echoed across the deck, louder than she'd intended. For a moment, even the waves sounded muted beneath her anger. She pointed at his hand, her finger trembling with how much the whole thing rattled her. "If I could do this," she spat, her voice thick with disbelief, "if I could heal like that, even then I would never choose to do this. Never, because it's stupid." Her voice cracked into a sharp edge, dripping with frustration as the comparison tumbled from her mouth, as why's this thing even needs to explain. "It's like, if your eyes got dirty, would you pluck them out of your skull, rub them clean in water, and then stick them back in?" She laughed once, harshly, shaking her head at the absurdity. "What sense does that make?" "None. It's beyond stupid." Her hands flew up, then dropped with a helpless slap against her thighs. Maria wasn't someone who often let herself lose composure, but Raziel's calm, blank face made her chest boil with a rare, genuine frustration at such idioticity. Raziel tilted his head, his calm eyes sliding back to hers. His voice carried no bite, no defense, only plain confusion. "Why not?" Two simple words. And that was enough to snap the last thread of her patience. Maria's chest rose and fell as she stared at him. Then suddenly, she shook her head and turned away, exhaling hard through her teeth. "All right, I don't care. I really don't." Her words hissed like venom. "You're just stupid, whatever you want. Don't have time to waste on rocks who don't even want to understand basic logic." Her voice cracked again, her tone dipping into disbelief. "It wasn't even that big of a thing, but you." She stopped herself, dragging her hands down her face as if trying to physically wipe away the irritation clawing through her. She turned her head sharply, refusing to look at him anymore. Her jaw tightened, her lips pressed into a line. Her shoulders trembled faintly as she muttered under her breath, "Just illogical thinking of brain-dead people. It drives me insane." She thought of her comparison again, her mind replaying it with sharper detail. A man slamming his head into a wall to cure a headache. Wouldn't anyone try to stop him? Wouldn't anyone feel the frustration clawing at them when he calmly explained it was faster that way? What kind of twisted logic was that? The actual pain of the headache wouldn't even come close to the agony of cracking your skull open, even if the wound healed. What sane person would choose that path? Her chest burned with heat, her face flushing faintly. Stupidness really can't be cured, she thought bitterly. And with that, she let the matter die, jerking her head away, refusing to waste another breath on him. Raziel only shrugged. The gesture was slow, indifferent, as though her outburst hadn't touched him at all. To him, she was just making noise, just being stubborn. She's the one being stupid, he thought, his gaze flicking briefly to her before drifting away. He wasn't interested in explaining further to him. Her reaction was the exaggerated whining of someone too soft, too trapped by comfort to understand. Levy stood silently off to the side, arms crossed loosely over his chest. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes had narrowed slightly. Watching Raziel with quiet thought, he remembered their earlier interactions, how awkward and stiff things had been between them. Now, seeing this exchange, he understood why. Raziel wasn't someone who bent to reason. He wasn't someone who cared about being understood. Aurora shook her head once, sharply, but she didn't add anything more. The disgust still lingered in her expression, but she'd said her piece, and Yograj just scratched his cheek, his sharp old eyes watching the boy with a look that was hard to read. His lips curved downward into the faintest of frowns, but he said nothing. He wasn't sure if Raziel's way was madness or brilliance, but he knew one thing. There was something deeply wrong in someone who could hurt themselves so easily. He let the silence stretch, his thoughts heavy, his face unreadable. For a moment, no one spoke. The sound of the ocean lapping against the hull filled the air, joined only by the labored flapping of the massive fish still sprawled across the deck. Its scales glistened under the sunlight, its gills straining, its body convulsing weakly. The wood beneath it creaked with every desperate thrash. Though each one grew weaker than the last, Yograj's gaze shifted from Razeal to the fish. He could see the way its strength was fading, the way its body was losing the fight against suffocation. If he didn't act now, it would die in vain. That much at least he couldn't allow. All right, he muttered finally, breaking the silence with his gravelly voice. Enough of this nonsense. He turned his back on the boy and strode toward the fish. His steps were heavy, deliberate. His large shadow falling across the creature's trembling body, he crouched down, lowering himself with the slow confidence of a man who had handled creatures like this before. The marlin flailed weakly, its enormous sword-like bill scraping against the deck with a sharp screech. But Yograj moved with precision, his handblarge calloused and rough as iron slammed down onto its body. The wood beneath them groaned, the sound cracking in protest under the sudden weight. The fish convulsed, muscles flexing as it tried desperately to shake him off. Its tail slapped violently against the boards, sending salty spray flying into the air. But it was useless. That Yograj's grip was absolute. His palm pressed deep into its side, pinning it against the planks as if the very weight of the sea itself had come crashing down upon it. The old man pressed his massive hand firmly against the fish's slick body, pinning it down with practiced ease. The creature still flailed weakly, its enormous tail slapping the wood with dull, wet thuds. But Yograj wasn't restraining it out of strength alone. His old face grew strangely calm, his eyelids lowering as though he were preparing for something far deeper than simply holding down prey. And then something unnatural happened. The marlin's body jerked violently as though pierced by invisible needles that a ripple passed through its flesh, its muscles twitching in a wave that traveled from its tail to its head. Its sword-like bill quivered, and then, horrifyingly, the fish convulsed like it had been struck by lightning. From under Yograj's palm, a strange movement began, subtle at first, then undeniably wrong. It was like watching liquid being drawn through an invisible tube. The flesh beneath his hand seemed to sink, tighten, compress unnaturally as though something vital was being pulled out of it. His palm darkened faintly, as if veins of shadow spread upward into his arm. It was like the sucking pull of a mosquito, but far more grotesque, more deliberate. The marlin's bulging eyes rolled violently before turning stark white, its gills flaring desperately one final time. Its chest sank inward as though collapsing. Its thrashing ended in an instant, its body stiffening unnaturally before falling limp, dead, just like that. The silence that followed was heavy. Only the ocean's endless rhythm filled the void, lapping quietly against the ship's hull as though mocking the unnatural death that had just occurred. Levi and Maria exchanged a sharp look, their expressions almost mirroring one another's disbelief. Neither of them had seen anything like that before. There had been no cut, no wound, no broken scales. The fish's body was perfectly intact, untouched, yet its life had been snuffed out. Maria's brows furrowed hard, her lips parting slightly. But no words left her mouth. She could only stare at the old man's palm, then at the lifeless marlin. As her thoughts ran in circles, he sucked something out of it. I saw it. But how? Levi's green eyes narrowed, his chest rising slowly as though he were holding back words of his own. Rora, however, wasn't as easily shaken. She tilted her head, her sharp pink eyes narrowing faintly as she studied her father. She watched carefully, searching for the faintest trace of what he'd just done. Her gaze flicked to his chest as his posture straightened, the way his breathing shifted. Steadier, fuller, as though he'd drawn something new into himself. So, a plain voice broke the silence. Razeal stepped forward, his eyes calm but watchful, his tone carrying a hidden meaning. Is this the ability you received? There was no awe in his voice, no disgust. Only quiet curiosity, though beneath it, a sharper intent lay buried. He wanted to know well. Even though he was very sure of what Yograj's ability actually is, he still wanted to make sure. After all, who knew if there was more to his power than what the plot or the novel had revealed? Why rely only on that, when he could hear it directly from the old man's mouth? Yograj turned his head toward the boy, one brow quirking slightly at the question. You knew about the divine boon, he said slowly, so I thought you'd already be aware of my disability too? He straightened fully, pulling his hand away from the marlin's body. He inhaled deeply, and it was as if his lungs had doubled in capacity, his chest rising broader, fuller. His face even seemed lighter, as though something new had bled into him, Raziel's gaze didn't waver. He glanced briefly at the fish again. Still whole, unwounded before returning his eyes to Yograj. I've heard about the divine boon, he said, his voice calm, but each word chosen carefully. And about your ancestors, but I definitely don't know what each of your abilities are. His tone was pointed, quiet but sharp, a test. Yograj's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across his weathered face. How much do you know, boy? His voice dropped lower, serious now. His earlier dramatic tone vanished. Levy glanced between them with furrowed brows. Confused by the shift in weight between their words, Maria's frown deepened further, and she crossed her arms, frustration lingering from earlier, but now tangled with growing confusion. Aurora, however, didn't blink. Her gaze sharpened, locking fully on Razeal as though his words were just as shocking to her as to her father. He knows about this? She wondered, not able to make sense. Why would someone out their bloodline knows about this? Razeal exhaled slowly, his lips twitching faintly as though mocking the secrecy. Then he said it plain, unflinching, as though he were simply reciting a dull stuff. That one of your ancestors in ancient times did something that made Vareth, the creation god, happy enough to ask what he wanted as a reward. Levy and Maria's head whipped toward Razeal, eyes wide in confusion. Even Aurora's gaze darkened, her brows knitting tightly as her lips pressed together. He knows too much, she thought, and Razeal continued, his calm voice cutting through their silence, which led to him asking for the perfect ability for himself. His eyes narrowed slightly, catching the flicker of tension in Yograj's stance. And immortality. The words hit like a hammer. Maria blinked rapidly, shaking her head slightly as though she hadn't heard right. What kind of bullshit? She said in her head, her voice faltering even in there. But she stopped herself, her eyes darting between Razeal and Yograj, because the old man's face wasn't scoffing or mocking, he wasn't laughing, he was watching Razeal in heavy silence. Her lips parted again, but no words came. For once, Maria, grave, so sharp-tongued, so quick to bite, was speechless. Levy, on the other hand, looked stricken. His green eyes widened faintly, but then something else flickered there, something deeper, more unsettling, a light that wasn't mere shock. He clenched his jaw, his fingers twitching at his sides, as though his thoughts were running in directions he couldn't voice aloud. Aurora's gaze stayed locked on Razeal. Unlike the others, her shock didn't spill out visibly. Instead, her expression tightened, a deep seriousness settling over her face, her lips pressed into a thin line, her pink eyes reflecting only the boy standing before her. Razeal said nothing further. His face remained calm, unbothered by their reactions, as if he had simply dropped a pebble into a still pond and now watched the ripples spread. Finally, Yograj exhaled through his nose, his chest rising and falling as though weighing whether to deny or confirm it. Then his lips curved into something like a half-smile. Not immortal, he said at last, his tone steady. Our time is limited, just as yours is. When our thread runs out, it runs out. Difference is we just know our time. But until then, he raised his chin slightly, his old eyes gleaming with something sharp. We cannot be killed. Maria went more confused, that Levy's fists clenched tighter, the strange light in his eyes intensifying. Aurora remained stone still, but her throat bobbed faintly, betraying the weight of his words. And as for ability, Yograj continued, his voice deep and matter-of-fact now. You are right, that was the boon. Every child of his bloodline would be born with an ability, the one most suited to them. Not chosen, not forced, but destined at a perfect fit for who they are. He glanced at the dead Marlin, then flexed his hand once as though to test the energy that now hummed faintly in his veins. That was what the ancestor asked for, Yograj said, his eyes flicking back toward Razeal. And that is what we received. The silence that followed was suffocating. Maria's lips parted, but she said nothing, her chest rising with uneven breaths as her mind scrambled to piece together what she'd just heard. Levy's jaw worked silently, his face pale beneath his green-eyed stare. Aurora lowered her lashes just slightly, her expression dark. This old man is revealing their family secret like nothing. Still, she didn't say anything. After all, what does it matter? Just as I thought, Razeal thought, rubbing his chin absently, his gaze steady on the old man. His expression betrayed nothing more than mild curiosity, but inside, a faint spark flickered. The pieces were falling into place exactly as he'd known. So, Maria's voice cut in suddenly, breaking the thick silence that hung on the deck. Her tone cracked between disbelief and outrage, her words tumbling out fast, almost exaggerated. Wait, you mean to say you can't be killed? At all? Her face twisted as though the absurdity of her own question left her half convinced she'd lost her mind. Her brows were drawn tight, her lips parting and closing as if she couldn't decide whether to laugh or scream. Boone? Creation God? Varith? She had never even heard the name. Not once. And she was from one of the Empire's pillar families, a lineage older and deeper than most, that should have meant knowledge, secrets, traditions passed down. But nothing like this. She stared at Yograj like a drowning person grasping for something to cling to. Are they lying? They have to be lying. But then her eyes flicked between him and Razeal. Both wore expressions far too calm, too matter of fact for this to be a bluff. And worse, what reason would they even have to lie? I certainly am, Yograj replied without hesitation. His deep, gravelly voice carried none of the showy dramatics he often layered into his words. This time, he was blunt, cold, certain. Why do you think the Empress wasn't able to kill me? Why do you think all she could do was throw me into eternal hold? He shrugged, as though the words explained everything as though were nothing more than common sense. That Maria's jaw fell slack, her lips forming a hollow, before sound failed her completely. His words sank in her chest like stones, dragging her deeper into confusion. Eternal hold, that's right, he was put there 30 years ago. Her eyes darted over him, the broad shoulders, the thick arms, the vitality radiating from his weathered but unbowed body. That he looked, well, he looked healthier than most men half his supposed age. Not frail, not broken. Certainly not like someone who had spent 3 decades entombed in a prison said to drain hope itself from its captives. That IT clicked. And yet it didn't. No, there could be other reasons. There must be. Eternal hold was for enemies too dangerous to let free. Maybe she couldn't risk killing him for political reasons. But no matter how she twisted the thoughts, none explained the vitality standing before her. And that shrug, that maddeningly casual shrug pressed in her mind. That Razeal's voice returned, calm, anchoring. So, what ability do you have? He nodded faintly, as if already certain of the answer, but unwilling to leave it unspoken. That Razeal's voice returned, calm, anchoring. So, what ability do you have? He nodded faintly, as if already certain of the answer, but unwilling to leave it unspoken. The old man's eyes glinted faintly. His lips curved into a crooked smile. I can take any 3 abilities from any being, he said, pausing deliberately. One ability from one being, no more, but once I take it, his gaze flicked to the dead marlin still sprawled on the deck. TD. The words hung heavy in the salt-stained air. Yograj turned his head back to the fish, his tone dropping into something almost thoughtful, almost casual. I should catch another of these black marlins. They're one of the fastest swimmers in the sea. This one. He lifted his palm briefly, flexing his thick fingers. I only absorbed its ability to breathe underwater. But next time, its speed would be useful. He spoke of killing and harvesting abilities as though he were discussing the weather, as though it were just another errand. Razeal nodded silently, his face composed, his dark eyes reflecting only quiet calculation. As expected, he thought. The old man's words aligned with what he'd read: his ability, his curse, his power. Overpowered, terrifying, dangerous, and now, undeniably real. Maria, however, was nearly trembling with frustration. She gawked at Yograj, her brows furrowing so deeply they nearly met. He must be joking, she muttered under her breath, though loud enough that Levi and Aurora both caught it. Absorbing abilities? She shook her head sharply, her lips curling. This is just bullshit. Doesn't even make sense. It's like some fantasy from a drunk storyteller. But her voice cracked as she said it. Because even as her words tried to deny it, her eyes betrayed her. She had seen that fish, seen its body collapse under his hand, seen its life vanish with no wound, no damage. She had felt the shift in the air when its vitality was drained. Still, she resisted. She refused to believe it. Her rationality screamed that such an ability shouldn't exist, that the world couldn't allow something this unnatural. Levi, meanwhile, hadn't spoken. His usually calm face was taut, his green eyes reflecting something darker than disbelief. Unlike Maria, his attention hadn't fixed on the immortality claim or even on Yograj's demonstration. IT had locked onto the phrase divine boon. That phrase gnawed at him, digging into places he'd never allowed light before. His jaw flexed, his knuckles white, his thoughts hidden even as his eyes burned with an intensity none of them had seen from him before. Aurora, on the other hand, stood rigid, her lips pressed together tightly, her eyes unwavering as she stared at her father. She had known he might be strong. But this, surprise, envy, even a trace of longing, such good ability. Then Maria's voice cut again, sharp and demanding, though her confusion still showed. Wait, if what you're saying is true. Her eyes darted toward Aurora, a sudden gleam of suspicion cutting through her disbelief. Then does she, her finger jabbed slightly in Aurora's direction. As your daughter, have some powerful ability like yours? And her voice hesitated for only a second. How about immortality? Aurora's head snapped toward Maria instantly, her pink eyes hardening. For the briefest flicker of a moment, her body stiffened, her composure cracking, the word immortal hitting her like a thorn in her chest. Still she didn't answer. Her lips pressed tighter, her eyes lowering slightly, retreating into shadowed thought. Oh yes? What's your ability, daughter? I almost didn't get the chance to ask. Yograj's voice, though carrying its usual blunt curiosity, carried a faint thread of hope. He had heard Maria's doubt, and for the first time since this conversation began, his attention shifted fully onto Aurora. His deep eyes settled on her, searching, very curious. Aurora raised her head and met his gaze. Her expression was composed, too composed, but beneath the stillness, frustration simmered, regrets rippled. Her lips trembled ever so slightly before she pressed them flat, as though swallowing the words she truly wanted to hurl at him. It never said one would receive a powerful ability, she said at last, her voice steady but hollow, her eyes flicking between Maria and Yograj. The ability given is only what suits the person. That he had something strong that I do not. She didn't call him father. She referred to him as he, as though he were nothing more than a stranger occupying space on the deck. The word cut deeper than a blade. Though Yograj gave no outward sign of pain, he only sighed, his broad shoulders sinking. She's not wrong. He thought bitterly, it'll take time. After all, I'm the one in the wrong, not her. It's all right, girl, he said finally, his voice quieter now, stripped of its usual arrogance. The ability you have is best for you. If it's chosen by him, then it will be best, no matter how it looks. So, tell me, what is your ability? His curiosity wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was an attempt to reach her. Razeal, who had been standing casually, tilted his head too, his eyes narrowing with quiet calculation. He turned toward Aurora as well. He didn't know much about her ability. She'd barely been shown in the fragments of knowledge he carried from before. Only hints. Something to do with objects, control, or animation. But what it truly was, he wasn't really sure. Levy's gaze followed, calm and unreadable, while Maria openly leaned forward, brows furrowed, waiting for an answer. Aurora's fingers clenched at her sides. The air seemed to tighten around her, as though she were bracing against invisible chains. Hecate last, she extended her hand slowly. I don't really know, she hesitated, her voice catching her throat. Her eyes darted away briefly, but she forced them back. But I think I can give emotions to non-living objects. As if to prove it, she lifted her sunflower-colored hairpin. It twitched, almost as if alive, and then its surface shifted to small face appeared eyes, teeth, even brows stretching into full expressions. The tiny pin blinked, then twisted into a mischievous grin, before its features scrunched into a scowl. Maria blinked. Levy blinked. Even Yograj blinked, for a long moment. The four of them just stared at the thing in her hand. Give emotions, they murmured together, their voices layered in disbelief. Razeal, however, didn't dismiss it so quickly. His eyes sharpened, his mind racing in silence. He leaned forward slightly, studying the hairpin with unusual interest. His gaze grew darker, thoughtful, as if he were searching beneath the surface for something others couldn't see. It's not just a toy trick. There's something more. But what? Maria's lips parted in confusion, her mind spinning. Levy's green eyes, on the other hand, took on a deeper gleam, something thoughtful, but also cold, but more like deeply confused. Finally, he broke the silence as he couldn't take it anymore. Then why? His voice carried a rare weight, sharp and unyielding as he looked at Aurora. Why do you still look sad about it? Even if, let's say, your ability isn't as strong as his, you've already gained everything others could only dream of. You're immortal. I am not. His words cut through the air like a blade. I'd say you're very lucky. Most people would kill for what you've been given, and you. His voice dropped into something darker, almost accusing. You already have what countless people wish for. Immortality. You could rip your own heart out. His hand pressed against his chest as his voice sharpened and complicated, and you'd still live. I can't. So why isn't that enough? Aurora's body stiffened. Her lips parted, trembling, her pink eyes flashing with emotion she could no longer suppress. Immortality for a limited time. She snapped back, her voice trembling with anger. The words came out faster, harsher than she intended. It's not. She bit her tongue, choking mid-sentence. She faltered, but her eyes glistened with unspoken rage. They're lucky, she hissed, her voice shaking as she gestured vaguely toward the others. He's lucky. Her finger shot forward suddenly, trembling but steady in its aim, pointing directly at Yograj. But me, I'm not. Her words cracked like glass shattering. I'm cursed, and it's all because of him. The atmosphere froze. The weight of her voice dragged everyone into silence. Yograj, who had been watching with his usual rugged calm, visibly flinched. For once, his posture faltered. He looked at his daughter, truly looked at her, and his chest tightened. Slowly sighing, he raised a hand and pressed it against his face, dragging it down as though trying to wipe away the guilt etched into his features. His throat bobbed, words rising and dying before they could leave. The sight of her eyes burning, with grief and hatred all at once, robbed him of every excuse he wanted to give. He opened his mouth, then shut it. The silence that followed was crushing, suffocating. Razeal's eyes narrowed faintly, a dark glint flickering across them. Oh, that's what it is, he thought. Piecing together the unspoken truth, he said nothing, but the shadow of understanding settled on his face. Levy, however, was utterly lost. His brows furrowed, and he tilted his head, baffled. What were they even talking about? He muttered under his breath, his green eyes darting between Aurora and Yograj. Maria's confusion mirrored his own. She looked at the pair, her mouth slightly parted, trying to make sense of the cryptic exchange. What kind of code language are they even speaking in? But Yograj finally broke the silence. His voice was rough, strained, but steady. That's why I didn't want to have kids, he admitted, every word sounding like a blade cutting through him. It was a mistake. Believe me, the words weren't shouted. They weren't defiant. They were flat, hollow, and deeply human. That Aurora's expression twisted further, her lips curling into a bitter smile that didn't reach her eyes. She shook her head slowly, her voice slicing through the air. I wish you hadn't. I wish you'd never brought me into this world. Because now, because of you, I will carry this destiny. I will pay the price. You knew the consequences, and you did it anyway. Her teeth clenched, her pink eyes shimmering, and she turned sharply, her hair whipping behind her as she started walking away. Yograj's heart sank. His lips trembled as he forced the words out. I'm sorry, Dyrelia. His voice cracked, and he surged forward, panic in his tone. Hey, daughter, don't turn away from me. You know it, didn't I? Explained everything. Before she could take another step, his figure blurred, disappearing from where he stood and reappearing directly in front of her, blocking her path. His rough hands twitched, wanting to reach for her, but unsure if he had the right. Aurora stopped, but she didn't look at him. Her gaze was cold, sharp, cutting straight past him as though he weren't even there. Behind them, Levy crossed his arms, shaking his head with clear judgment. She's angry over this. She has immortality. She has power without doing anything. Inherited, and she's still mad? People would kill for this, and she spits on it. His green eyes darkened as he stared her back, silently branding her as ungrateful. Maria shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the two of them again. Her brows pressed together, her face still filled with confusion. None of this makes sense. That why she's so angry. Why is he apologizing? What even is going on? But Razeal. Razeal said nothing. He only shook his head, the faintest flicker of something heavy in his eyes. Divine blessings may shine on the surface, he thought grimly. But at the core, someone always suffers. Always, what looks like a gift is nothing but a curse in disguise. And it is always the child who bleeds for the sins of the parent. His lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes lowering faintly. Never trust blessings. Never take them, no matter how bright they seem. Because in the end, the cost is never worth it. So, did you guys eat anything yet? Razeal asked suddenly, his tone flat but casual. He didn't look at Levy when he spoke. His eyes were elsewhere, fixed on Yograj and Aurora at the front deck. The old man was drilling her, correcting her stance, forcing her to repeat postures over and over until they were precise. Razeal couldn't help but wonder how things had shifted so quickly. Only a short while ago, tension had filled the air, arguments, anger, silence. And now, just like that, they were sitting quietly at a round table beneath the warm sunlight. The question caught Levy off guard. He blinked, glancing at Razeal's face, trying to read him. But as usual, there wasn't much to read. His expression was plain, as if this was nothing more than a casual remark. Well, Levy cleared his throat awkwardly. We ate, He hesitated, his eyes sliding toward Maria. His voice lowered slightly, cautious. Well, she had a lot of food saved in her storage ring. Came, prepared, I guess. He avoided saying her name. It felt dangerous. Maria wasn't just anyone, she was a high-ranking noble. For someone like him, a commoner, casually calling her by name could be considered disrespectful, even insulting, and nobles were infamous for being venomous over small slights. Levy wasn't about to make that mistake. just playing safe. S.O. He simply tilted his chin in her direction, silently gesturing. Maria's arms were crossed tightly over her chest, her posture stiff. She sat directly across from Razeal, her aqua blue hair swaying gently in the breeze, catching the sunlight in a way that made her look almost ethereal. Beautiful, refined, everything a noblewoman was expected to be, yet the sharpness in her expression ruined the serenity of her features. How could anyone even eat those things anyway? She scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief. What you had stored. It looked cheap, tasteless, unbearably plain as if I would ever lower myself to eat such garbage. Her tone was sharp, laced with disdain. To her, the very idea was insulting. Razeal didn't respond. He sat still, his face betraying nothing. The silence stretched until, without warning, he leaned slightly down and slid his hand beneath the shadow of the table. When it emerged, he was holding an apple round, glossy, fresh as though it had just been plucked from a tree. I had prepared food for this too, he said simply, placing the apple in front of Levy. Don't worry, if we run short, you can ask me any time. Levy blinked at the apple as though it were something strange. An apple, he muttered instinctively, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Too late, Razeal's eyes narrowed, his gaze cutting sharply toward Levy. Yeah, apples. Why? What's wrong with apples? His voice was flat but edged, carrying a faint bite that made Levy's spine tremble for reasons unknown. The chill ran down Levy's spine. He hadn't meant it like that. He scrambled for an answer, his tongue heavy. But before he could recover, Maria's voice cut through the moment like a blade. For 20 days? She scoffed, her eyes narrowing at Razeal, as if he were insane. Only apples, she said. Is that supposed to be HJ's meal plan? What's wrong with him? She wondered in her head. Razeal turned his gaze to her, his expression utterly unbothered. Yeah, why not? I like them. His tone was so calm, so matter-of-fact, that it only made the other's reaction sharper. Maria's lips parted, her eyes widening faintly as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Levy, too, looked at him with a bewildered, weird expressions. Nothing, just looks too healthy for me, Maria muttered, turning her face to the side. Her tone was sharp, dismissive, but inside she couldn't help but think, weird man. She didn't say that aloud, of course. Levy, on the other hand, said nothing at all. He knew better. One wrong word could easily spark something, and he wasn't willing to risk another cold glare from Razeal. So instead, he simply reached for the apple that had been placed in front of him. He turned it over in his hands, examining it carefully. The fruit looked unnaturally perfect, its skin smooth, unblemished, shining under the sunlight as though it had just been plucked from a tree moments ago. Yet he had seen Razeal draw it out of nothing but shadow. Storage spell? Some kind of ability? As he pressed him, Levy didn't know, and the uncertainty left him that uneasy to ask him. Silence settled over the table again. IT stretched long, heavy, and awkward. None of them spoke. The only sounds were the faint creaks of the ship's wood and the distant clash of Yo Garage correcting Aurora's stances at the front of the deck. Minutes dragged. The silence pressed harder. Finally, Levy couldn't take it anymore. He raised his eyes from the apple and looked directly at Razeal. You seem different, Levy said carefully, his voice low, uncertain. Like you've changed somehow. You look different. Did something happen? He wasn't imagining it. The difference was there. Palpable. Just yesterday, Razeal had been a cold blade, sharp, ready to cut down anyone around him. He'd even threatened to throw Levy off the ship without hesitation. But now, offering food that IT felt like whiplash. Doi. Razeal finally turned his head toward him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Maria, who had been intentionally ignoring him, turned her face slightly at that. Her gaze lingered on him longer than usual. Now that Levy had pointed it out, she too realized it. Yes, he did seem different. And then it happened. Her breath caught for just a moment as she saw it. Something she had never once witnessed before. A smile, a real smile. Faint but undeniably there, tugging at the corner of Razeal's lips. Not the mocking grin he sometimes wore in fights. Not the twisted smirk he'd shown when winning over Arion. Even to know this just seemed something warmer. Weird enough that Maria's eyes narrowed slightly. Even she had to admit, it was startling. Razeal himself didn't seem to notice it. His expression softened naturally, almost without his awareness, as he said quietly, well, I met someone. She taught me something. Both Levy and Maria froze, exchanging quick, bewildered glances. Met someone? Levy thought instantly. When? How? They'd all been on this ship together. Raziel hadn't gone anywhere. He'd been asleep the entire time, or at least that what they thought. The idea that he could have met someone seemed impossible. That Maria's brows furrowed in suspicion, though she kept her silence. Still, her mind was racing. Maybe he's just bullshitting. He must have dreamt something weirder. Levy, however, didn't linger on the impossibility. He leaned forward slightly, curiosity outweighing doubt. "So what did you learn?" he asked. His voice was calm, patient, but he was genuinely curious. Whatever this mysterious person had said to Raziel, it had clearly left a mark. Raziel paused, his eyes lowered, his expression contemplative. It wasn't hesitation out of fear, but as if he was searching through thoughts, weighing something. Levy waited, silent, giving him time. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Raziel's lips curved again. Just barely. His answer was simple. "Everything." Levy blinked. That was it? After all that thought? He felt almost deflated, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel that there was something heavy in that single word, something Raziel himself couldn't or wouldn't. Explained he doesn't know everything. Levy repeated under his breath, nodding slowly. He didn't fully understand, but he let it go anyways. Maria, however, rolled her eyes dramatically. "Yeah, I knew it," she thought bitterly. "He's terrible with people. Terrible at conversations. You ask him one thing, he acts like it's some great secret, then spits out nonsense like this." She gave him a judgmental look, sharp enough that it could cut, before turning her face away again. Still, that smile. She couldn't quite shake it. And just like that, silence fell again. It wasn't the tense silence of before, but it wasn't comfortable either. The conversation had ended abruptly and awkwardly, leaving them unsure whether to continue or let it die. They sat there, the three of them, under the warm sunlight. Words unsaid hung heavy in the air, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. All they could do was sit, in silence, watching Yograj adjust Aurora's stance again and again. The old man was meticulous, correcting the slightest movement of her wrist, the bend of her knee, the way she shifted her weight. Aurora looked tired already, sweat dampening her brow, but Yograj kept pushing her with that relentless patience of his. Maria had her chin in her palm, eyes half-lidded with boredom. Levy leaned back in his chair, chewing slowly on the apple Raziel had given him, gaze drifting between the two training figures and the endless stretch of blue sea beyond. Raziel sat quietly as always, unmoving, unreadable. Finally, as if something inside him had decided he had been still long enough, Raziel rose from his chair. The wooden legs scraped harshly against the deck, the sound cutting through the quiet and startling both Maria and Levy. Levy nearly dropped his apple. Maria arched a brow at him. "Let's go," Raziel said simply, his tone flat but decisive, his eyes settling on Levy. "Where?" Levy asked, confused, though his body betrayed him as he was already pushing up from his seat. "Let me teach you some combat." Raziel's voice carried no room for argument. "It'll come useful down in the SEAS of now. You might as well just become an embarrassment to my name." The blunt words struck harder than Levy expected. He blinked at Raziel, lips parting, but the boy was already walking past him, heading toward the middle of the deck. Levy followed hesitantly, still processing what he'd just heard. Maria leaned back further, arms crossed, deciding she'd much rather watch the show than involve herself. Yograj and Aurora both paused, glancing at Raziel as he approached. Yograj's sharp eyes narrowed. But when he saw that Raziel said nothing to them and stopped at a distance, he simply returned to guiding Aurora, though one ear remained tilted toward the other side of the deck. Levy now stood before Raziel. Awkward and unsure, he scratched the back of his head nervously. "Combat? Like, what kind of combat?" he asked, trying to mask his uncertainty with curiosity. "Magic combat, special skills." Raziel only stared at him silently, those calm, depthless eyes boring into him without a single blink. Levy shifted uneasily under that gaze. He forced a laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, my physique is very weak. Physical combat, and you already might know my mana amount ANF control is pathetic. The only thing I'm really good at is illusion stuff. That's it." His voice gained a little confidence as he went on. "Illusion skills will really help me. That's my strength. I know it. That if I focus on it, I could actually be useful. Maybe you could teach me." Remembering that Raziel promised him mind skills before, maybe he finally felt little guilty. Levy's tone grew more hopeful as he spoke. In his mind, this had to be why Raziel had dragged him out here. T.O. finally made good on that promise. But Raziel's response shattered that expectation. "No need for that. For now, you need physical combat. That's more important." His words were calm, dismissive. That Levy's face fell instantly. His shoulders slumped, his lips twitching in visible disappointment. "Hey, boss, I really did try that before. My body just isn't made for all that kind of labor. I'm not built for it, I know that. Really. Doesn't matter. Raziel circled him slowly, his eyes scanning him from head to toe with the sharpness of a blade. You should at least learn how to dodge. How to move. Be better at mind games. The first thing is survival. Don't waste time sharpening only your illusions. Work on your weakness first. Levy swallowed hard under the weight of that voice. It wasn't loud, but it carried the kind of certainty that could not be argued with. Even if you became the world's finest illusion master, Raziel continued. What happens if someone throws a rock at you? What if an attack comes faster than you can conjure a trick? If you can't move, if you can't defend yourself, you'll die before you can even cast your skill. What's the point then? The words landed like heavy stones. Maria, watching from her chair, watching silently, curious what these idiots are going to do now. Honestly, she doesn't think it's a good idea. He does really look like a good teacher. Not today. She was feeling a little awkward. He didn't even ask her. Well, not that she wanted to learn. She would have even rejected if he had asked, but still. This is awkward. She just sat there looking at them. As what they're going to do? Raziel stopped circling, now standing directly in front of Levy again. His expression remained flat, but his gaze was sharp enough to pin Levy in place. Survival isn't about strength, it's about intent and skill. Levy's lips twitched again. My body won't be able to exert much strength, he muttered, trying one last time. It's weaker than most adults. Even normal ones, it's hopeless. Raziel's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. His voice dropped, calm but edged. My 11-year-old self could defeat 10 of you, without mana, aura, and illusions, while you still having everything you have now. Strength isn't survival. Remember that. Levy stared at him, silently as wanting to say that wasn't what he meant. But he just let out a long breath, shaking his head, lips curling with a mix of frustration and reluctant acceptance. All right. I'll try it out if you say so. He raised his hands in surrender. But don't have high expectations. Okay. I know my body, I know what it's capable of. Raziel said nothing in reply. He only nodded once, slowly, like a judge passing silent sentence, before stepping back and motioning for Levy to ready himself. Maria leaned forward slightly, her aqua eyes glinting with curiosity despite herself. This should be entertaining. 5 minutes in a setting Levy's posture and all, Raziel finally started. Yes. Let me show you how to actually be strong when you aren't strong enough, he said flatly, his tone as steady as the sea beneath them. Extend your arm. Levy had already been through the basics. How to stand, where to place his feet, how to keep his balance from collapsing under the smallest push. Raziel's corrections had been sharp, precise, and mercilessly direct. Now, with sweat already gathering on his forehead, Levy obeyed, thrusting his arm forward, straightening it to the best of his ability. Good now. Raziel raised his palm slowly, eyes focused on the limb. Try to stop me from pushing your arm down. Don't let it fall. Harden it, as much as you want. Levy swallowed. His heart thumped faster. That's it? Just stop him? It sounded simple, but when the opponent was Raziel, a madman, it felt like wrong idea. Still, he clenched his fist tightly, forcing his arm to become as rigid as steel, his muscles tensed, veins visible as he tried to lock the arm in place. His jaw clenched as well, determination scrawled across his face. Raziel said nothing more, that he simply lifted his hand and let it descend in what looked like the gentlest of motions. The palm landed on Levy's wrist. There was no sting, no pain, only a feather-like contact. But despite all the effort Levy had put into hardening his arm, his limb collapsed instantly. His wrist dropped downward, his whole arm following like it had no bones. Levy's eyes widened. What the hell? His face flushed with embarrassment. He'd prepared himself for pain, for the possibility that Raziel might not know his own strength and accidentally break his wrist. Instead, it hadn't even hurt, and yet his arm gave way as if it had no resistance at all. He glanced up, searching Raziel's expression for mockery, for judgment. But Raziel's face remained calm, unreadable, like he had expected this outcome all along. Again, Raziel said, voice flat, without a hint of ridicule. Bring your arm up. Levy did as told, though his pride stung a little. Now don't clench your fist. Keep it open. Relax. Loosen it. Levy blinked. Huh? You mean don't try to stop you? His voice was hesitant, skeptical. Do as I say. Raziel replied, simply. Levy raised his arm again, but this time with his palm open. His fingers spread slightly, his muscles slacked. It felt wrong, as if he were offering no resistance at all. His shoulders slouched slightly, eyes flickering with doubt. Raziel lifted his palm again, just as gently as before, and pressed down on Levy's wrist. This time, Levy's arm didn't collapse. It trembled faintly, vibrating under the pressure. But it held. His wrist remained firm. His arm steady. His eyes went wide. What? How? Raziel stepped back and released him. See? Now you were able to stop me. Levy stared at his arm, baffled. But I wasn't even tensing anything that I thought I wasn't resisting. You weren't using your muscles, Raziel explained, his voice calm, patient, yet carrying the weight of authority. The first time, you tried to harden your arm with strength, but muscles are slow. They need commands from the brain, they take time to tense, and that delay costs you. That's why your arm failed. He gestured to Levy's now still wrist. The second time, you loosened it. Your fascia, the connective tissues reacted faster than muscle. They caught the pressure before your muscles even had to respond, but that's why it held. Levy blinked, staring at him like he was speaking another language. His brain processed slowly, like mud struggling to clear from water. This is the difference between being muscle-driven and fascia-driven, Raziel continued. His voice remained steady, his gaze sharp, as though he were carving the lesson into Levy's very bones. Most people think they need overwhelming strength to win. They waste years trying to build it. But the truth is you don't need enormous muscles to fight. You just need to know how to use what's already inside you. Most battles are won with skill, not raw force. Levy blinked, eyes darting between his arm and Raziel. He felt like he had glimpsed some secret knowledge, even though it was sounding a little stupid and too easy. It does seem useful. Think about it, Raziel said, taking a step closer, his voice lowering. A punch isn't deadly because of raw strength. Yes, enormous power can make a difference. But with the right technique, with the right motion, even a weak punch can kill. Perfection in form makes it deadly. Stronger isn't deadly, Raziel said, his voice calm. His body moved with precise control as he demonstrated a slow, deliberate punching motion. The air whistled faintly around his fist as it cut forward, but he stopped it short, holding it there for a moment before retracting. The technique is, even with very little strength, the right strike can be devastating. He straightened his arm again, repeating the motion. That's why it's perfect for you. You said it yourself, your body is weak. Then forget strength, focus on technique. I am not saying go fight deadly beasts, but just for survival. Little much is very important. Levy watched closely, his brows drawn together, his lips slightly parted. The seriousness in Raziel's tone made something stir inside him, something close to hope. It's like a sword, Raziel continued. A blade can be sturdy and sharp, but if you swing it carelessly without precision, you won't cut anything cleanly. Power alone won't split your target, but the perfect angle, the right motion that cuts deeper than raw strength ever could. He let the example hang in the air, his fist lowering to his side as he turned to face Levy. His expression was calm and serious. Do you understand? Levy hesitated, his throat dry. But then a faint light sparked in his eyes, a flicker of something new. I think I do, at least somewhat, he admitted, nodding. Before the moment could settle, laughter rang out across the deck, deep, rumbling, and full of pride. Want me to train him instead? Yograj's voice carried as he strolled toward them, wiping his hands as though he'd just finished another lesson with Aurora. His old but broad frame looked relaxed, but his eyes gleamed with amusement. I could teach the boy better than you. Most likely. Levy blinked, startled, glancing between the two of them. Raziel, however, didn't flinch. His gaze slid toward Yograj, utterly unbothered. No need, he said flatly. I saw how you were teaching your daughter just now. Your methods are good, but they are far behind mine. The deck fell into silence for a beat. Yograj's face twitched, the confidence in his eyes cracked, disbelief flickering across his expression. Oh, his voice was almost incredulous. Did you just say my skills are behind yours? Raziel didn't blink that he didn't soften. Yes. Yograj's lips curled, twitching with suppressed irritation. He let out a sharp laugh, though his pride glared through every syllable. Kid, you're bold. Training inside some backyard or under a tutor doesn't make one skilled. Real combat. Real battle shapes warriors, that's what I've lived. Wherever you learned your tricks, whoever your teacher was, I can assure you, they weren't as better as me. His chest puffed as he spoke, his tone thunderous, his pride swelling. But Raziel shook his head slowly, as though disappointed. I never had a teacher. Everything I know, I learned myself in real combat. Every form, defense, attack, it came from fighting. I had pointers about where to look, yes. But the skills, the techniques, they're mine, born from my own hands. Experience comes from fighting, Yograj said, his voice carrying the weight of conviction. His arms folded across his broad chest as he stepped closer, his shadow stretching across the deck. And for the time is fought for, I have fought far longer than you. More deadly battles than you can comprehend. His tone hardened, almost as if he was laying down a universal truth. Not only that, Every spare moment of my long life has been poured into training. Your whole age, boy, wouldn't even be enough to scratch the surface of the hours I have invested. My experience, he declared, his chest swelling with pride, is far greater than yours. His words hung heavy, like an iron bell ringing through the silence. Razeal, however, simply shook his head. His eyes, calm yet sharp, didn't waver. He looked almost pitying. You don't know what you're talking about, he said quietly. Yograj's brows twitched, his jaw clenched. Not convinced. His voice grew louder, pushing forward like storm. Even if you say you're more talented than me, talent alone isn't enough. Even if I were to grant you that advantage, it would be meaningless without effort. Talent needs hard work. Hard work needs time. Experience needs both. You cannot skip steps, boy. You cannot leap to mastery. He jabbed a finger at Razeal's chest, his words biting. You have to bleed, sweat, and endure before effort matches results. That is the truth. That is the law of strength. But before he could continue, Razeal's voice cut in, steady and unshaken. Your experience is far inferior to mine. The old man's eyes widened a fraction. Inferior? The word hissed from his lips, as though it were poison. Razeal didn't blink, he didn't flinch. Yes. For a moment, silence consumed the deck. Even the sea seemed to quiet, as though waiting for the clash that might erupt. That Yograj's face darkened, his pride stung. His voice grew cold, calculated. The only way such arrogance could be justified is if there were a vast, immeasurable difference in talent. And my talent, he spat, is not low. On top of that, my experience has been shaped by immortality itself. Why battles were different from yours, that I never fought with safety, that I fought without considering death, that I can tell the name of a sword technique just by feeling its slash cut across my flesh. And I can dismantle it the next time I face it. That is how far my experience reaches. His eyes burned with a fierce light, his words heavy with the certainty of a man who had lived through centuries. I understand pride, boy, but to look me in the eyes and call my skill inferior, that is not strength, that is ignorance. He leaned forward, his presence pressing down like a wave of suffocating authority. Being arrogant is always the way to fall. Even I, as I stand now, would never dare to judge another's experience or skill just by looking at them. The old man said, his voice low but firm. To teach someone while dismissing their abilities as inferior to your own, that is arrogance, as just by looking at it. I have come close to death tens of thousands of times in battle. Experience like that cannot be measured by appearances alone. Remember this as a lesson. Boy, being too prideful in your strength isn't true confidence. It is ignorance. The old man's words would have silenced most men. But Razeal only straightened, his presence calm but somehow heavier. His voice was quieter than Yograj's, but it carried like steel cutting through silk. You almost died tens of thousands of times in your battles, Razeal said, his gaze boring into Yograj's. I have died millions. Levi's breath caught in his throat. Maria's fork froze in her hand, though Razeal's tone never wavered. That is the reason I said what I did. Do not take it offensively. Old man, that I am not speaking blindly, that I know exactly what I am saying. For the first time, Yograj faltered, his brows knitted together. Million? His thoughts recoiled, dismissing the absurdity of it. A boy like this throwing out empty numbers ridiculous. From the side, Levi swallowed nervously. He could feel the tension sparking like lightning between the two. The air felt heavy, charged, as if a single spark might ignite a storm. He didn't like this. He didn't like where this was going. Hey guys, Levi spoke up, raising his hands in a half-placating gesture. How about you both teach me, together? There's no need for us to argue over this, right? His laugh was weak, his voice trembling slightly, but he tried anyway. Two sets of eyes turned toward him instantly. Levi froze, his breath hitched. He felt as though he had just stepped into the gaze of two predators. Their eyes held no kindness, no softness, only a dangerous edge. Beasts, both of them. His hair stood on end, his heart hammering in his chest. I didn't say anything. Levi stammered quickly, raising his hands higher in surrender. He took a cautious step back. Maria, on the other hand, was far less rattled. In fact, she looked downright entertained, sitting gracefully at the round table. She dabbed her lips with a folded handkerchief before placing another morsel of food delicately into her mouth. Her every motion was elegant, refined, the very image of a noble woman trained from birth in proper manners. Her aqua-blue hair caught the sunlight, her posture flawless, as though she were seated in the grand hall of a ducal palace rather than aboard a ship with chaos brewing on deck. This is getting entertaining, she thought, her eyes flicking briefly to Razeal and Yograj before returning to her plate. The sound of her fork against porcelain was delicate, precise. She chewed slowly, savoring the dish she had prepared with her own supplies, ignoring the thick tension in the air. Idiots, she thought inwardly. Just idiots, arguing and growling like dogs over scraps of pride. Why should she care? This wasn't her problem, and oh, one had invited her into this display of arrogance. Why should she intervene? Her lips curved faintly, the barest hint of amusement touching her face. If they wanted to compare themselves, let them. She would sit here, eat like a proper lady, and watch. Let the beasts bare their fangs, she would enjoy her meal. After all, what did it matter? She lifted her glass, tilting it slightly, the sunlight catching on the liquid within. A sip, refined and measured. Then another bite of food, perfectly timed, perfectly mannered. This all looks so stupid. Yograj cracked his shoulders with a loud pop, rolling them back as a sly grin crept across his face. Want to see who's more skilled then? I'll let you see, he said, his voice sharp with challenge as he stepped closer to Razeal. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't flinch, didn't move back, but instead gave a slow shake of his head. No. That one word hit the air with heavy finality. No. Yograj's brows rose, his expression twisting with mock disbelief. He let out a half laugh, half scoff, his eyes rolling in obvious exaggeration. What's this? Backing down already? Scared, kid? But Razeal's voice remained plain, calm, almost bored. We are standing on a ship, with your strength. And mind if we fought seriously, this vessel would be obliterated within moments, and not to sad it would serve no purpose. Just a meaningless thing to do. Yograj's smirk widened, his pride pricked. I won't use my strength that I'll hold back to the level of a normal human. You can do the same, a fight of skill alone, that I won't even rely on my immortality. It'll be fine, right? The old man's tone carried confidence, but also a faint spark of excitement. It had been years since he had a worthy sparring partner. Razeal paused. His gaze moved slowly across the deck, first to Levy, who was watching wide-eyed, then to Aurora, her expression guarded but curious. Finally to Maria, who sat at a distance, eating calmly at a table, as though none of this concerned her. Only after that did Razeal's dark eyes return to Yograj. A small exhale slipped from his lips. All right, he said at last. Let's do this. But yes, no using strength beyond normal human. Only skill. Honestly, he himself wanted to test his combat skills that he'd fought countless times against that S-ranked woman, the weapon master, in system training grounds. His experience was undeniable. His combat ability was already at a high level, but he wasn't fully aware of his capabilities, so today why not put himself to the test? That's the way to go. Yograj's laughter boomed, pleased that the boy finally accepted. He dropped into a stance, legs apart, knees bent, arms raised loosely in front of him. Don't anyone else. It might look casual, but to trained eyes, there were few flaws in his posture. It was the stance of a man who had fought for centuries. Levy instinctively stepped back, distancing himself from what was about to unfold. He could already feel the tension thickening in the air. His gut told him this was the best thing for him to do. Now, Razeal remained upright for a moment, studying the old man with his calm, flat gaze. Then, with a soft sigh, he extended one hand outward. Shadows rippled under his palm, twisting upward until they solidified into a sword long, sleek, and as dark as ink. The shadow blade pulsed faintly, humming with restrained power. Yograj cracked his neck, the sound echoing across the deck. And a smirk curled his lips. He pressed one foot firmly into the wooden boards of the ship, grounding himself. His breathing slowed, his eyes sharpened. The world around him seemed to slow down as his senses heightened. Then, he moved. It was a blur. One heartbeat. He was several feet away. The next, he was right in front of Razeal, his body spinning with fluid speed. His waist twisted, his legs sweeping up high. Aiming a brutal kick toward the side of Razeal's head, he had used every ounce of technique to maximize the force of that strike. That Levy's heart leapt into his throat. His eyes widened as he saw the speed. From which angle is that normal human speed? He muttered in sighing tone. Still, compared to what Yograj might truly be capable of, Levy realized he was holding back. The movement was fast, yes, but not blinding. Levy could at least see it with his eyes. If the old man had gone even half serious, Levy knew he wouldn't even catch a blur. After all, someone from Eternal Hold. Not to say immortal and souled. It'd really be embarrassing if not. But what confused Levy more was Razeal. He hadn't moved. He stood still, almost relaxed, his expression unreadable as Yograj's kick whistled toward his skull. He's slow. That's gonna knock him out cold. Levy thought, confusion rushing through him. But just before impact, Razeal's lips parted slightly. His voice was calm. Such a big opening, old man. Instead of dodging or raising his sword, Razeal snapped his leg upward in a vicious, Direct kick aimed squarely at Yograj's groin. The audacity stunned Yograj for half a second. Most fighters, when faced with a strike like his, would instinctively dodge or block. But this kid, he had chosen the dirtiest, most ruthless counter that Yograj's eyes flickered with surprise that he dares. He tried to retract his leg, pulling it back down. But the motion left him off balance. Before he could recover, Razeal's hand shot up with frightening precision, gripping Yograj's raised leg firmly by the ankle. The force of Razeal's grip was unyielding, unnatural in its steadiness. The old man felt it instantly the way the boy's hold locked him in place, turning his own strike into a dangerous liability. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze, and before the old man could recover or shift his balance, Razeal's leg lashed upward with merciless precision. His foot connected squarely with its mark. Thud, the impact sent Yograj's body jolting off the ground, airborne for 2 whole steps before Razeal released the leg he had been holding. For a split second, the old man's frame looked weightless, suspended unnaturally in midair. But Yograj wasn't ordinary. With incredible control, he twisted in the air and landed solidly on both feet, his boots planting silently against the wooden planks of the ship. Not a creak, not a stumble, he stood straight, shoulders squared, as though he hadn't just been kicked into the sky. Levi swallowed hard. His eyes flickered across Yograj's face, searching for any sign of pain, a grimace, even the smallest wince. But there was none. The old man's expression was calm, composed, almost as if the hit had been nothing at all. Immortality, Levi whispered under his breath, awe and envy mixing in his tone. Such a desirable thing. Razeal's shadowed sword hung lazily against his shoulder. His eyes didn't burn with pride or triumph. They were as calm and unshaken as still water. If I had used my sword instead of my leg, he said plainly, I would have cut you in half from there to up. His voice carried no arrogance, no mockery that it was a fact, spoken with chilling honesty. Yograj tilted his head, his lips twitching into the faintest grimace. I would never strike a place like that. Attack another man's dignity. That is a sin. His voice lowered into a mutter, as if to convince himself of his own rules even in battle. Without another word, he lunged again. His feet pounded against the deck as his body shot forward with frightening speed. His fists came like waves, strikes aimed at Razeal's chest, his ribs, his jaw. Each blow was sharp, honed by centuries of combat. But Razeal moved differently. He didn't even block or clash, he just flowed. His body shifted like water bending around stone. Shoulders twisted just enough for fists to pass by. Feet slid back and forth, weaving around each strike. The onlookers. It almost seemed like he knew where the next hit would come before Yograj even moved. And the truth wasn't far from that Razeal's ears picked up the faintest tightening of muscle, the subtle shift in breath, the tiny creak of joints moving. His keen hearing, paired with his sharpened reflexes, allowed him to predict even the intention of an attack before it even fully formed. Combined with the unnatural reaction speed granted by his flowing body, he was untouchable. Every time Yograj's arm twitched, Razeal's body was already gone from that spot. Every time his leg swung, Razeal's counter was already prepared. The old man's strikes met nothing but empty air. Minutes stretched, and then, with a final, desperate strike, Yograj swung wide. His body spun. His fist cut through the air only to meet nothing. His world lurched, spinning around him, and then the next thing he knew, his back slammed against the deck. He blinked up at the sky. Third time. His voice was strangely calm as he lay sprawled out on cold wooden floor. This is the 3rd time I've fallen. He wasn't angry, not even ashamed. He sounded genuinely surprised, as though questioning reality itself. From the side, Levi, Aurora, and Maria had gone silent. At first, all 3 of them had believed Yograj would eventually beat Razeal, land a decisive blow, and prove his superiority. After all, he was the immortal warrior, the one who had lived lifetimes in combat. But what they had witnessed was something else entirely, a one-sided beating. Not with overwhelming power or ruthless strikes, but with simple, flawless combat skills. Razeal hadn't even used his sword. He had relied solely on dodges, evasions, and occasional kickspan. It had been enough to wipe the deck with the old man, as though playing with a child. Maria's fork froze halfway to her mouth. Her aqua-blue eyes widened slightly before narrowing again in disbelief. Even she, who had chosen to watch from afar with disinterest, had to admit the fight was not what she expected. What kind of training does one go through to move like that? She wondered silently. Yograj slowly pushed himself up, his joints popping as he stood. His gaze shifted to the boy before him. Razeal stood with one hand tucked casually in his pocket, his sword resting lazily against his shoulder, his expression utterly calm. And that sword? It hadn't been used once. The Yograj's lips pressed together as he tied his long black hair back. Pulling out his face, he stared deeply at Razeal. "You're holding back," he said flatly. Razeal tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanged. "What can I do? If I ended the fight in one move, you wouldn't have seen the difference in skill." He tapped the flat of his sword against his shoulder. His voice carried no arrogance, only certainty. That Yograj's pride bristled. His fists clenched. "Go on. Use it. Show me. I want to see what sword style you wield. And don't hold back now." Razeal exhaled softly through his nose, his gaze steady, unwavering. "All right, prepare yourself then." The old man's smirk returned, but his eyes gleamed with serious intent this time. He raised his fists high, his body settling into a stance of true readiness. Razeal moved. One instant he was standing there, calm and still, the shadow sword in his grip like a shard of night itself. The next, he vanished in emotion. His body blurred, his step almost soundless as he appeared directly in front of Yograj. The blade cut through the air, a sweep of black steel that carried no wasted movement, smooth, fluid. Inevitable. Yograj's eyes widened as instinct screamed at him. He shifted his body, muscles reacting with decades of honed discipline, twisting to evade the incoming strike. And yet no matter how he bent, how fast he turned the slash curve, it bent with his dodge, like water chasing its prey, that a sting tore across his chest. SSS-rank. Blood sprayed in a thin red arc before splattering the deck. Yograj stumbled back half a step, stunned, his hand brushing against the warm wetness now streaking down his torso. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What was that technique? He tried to recall the movement, to analyze the angle, the stance, the flow of the sword, but the answer slipped from him. Nothing made sense. The motion hadn't followed any swordsmanship he had ever witnessed, not even the basics aligned. And before he could settle in a thought, Razeal was upon him again. The boy didn't relent. Strike after strike poured forth, his body flowing with unbroken rhythm. Every slash came from impossible positions, an upward slice while leaning backward, a horizontal cut from a pivot that should have been too short, a downward arc that turned mid-swing into a thrust. None of it followed traditional form. None of it should have been possible. Yet every one landed. Yograj tried again to dodge, to parry, even a counter, but every time, the sword seemed to twist with him, flowing like liquid shadow, chasing his every movement. His immortal body withstood the blows, but the sensation of steel meeting flesh was real. One cut, then another. Dozens. The deck became their battlefield. Their speed rose with every exchange, boots hammering wood, the ship rocking beneath their movements. Soon, to Maria, Levi, and Aurora watching from afar, the fight blurred into streaks of motion. They couldn't follow the details anymore. They couldn't even see the individual strikes. All they could perceive was that Razeal was pressing Yograj back, step by step, pushing him toward the edge of the deck like an unstoppable tide. Maria's lips parted as she leaned forward slightly, her fork slipping from her hand and clinking onto the plate. Her aqua eyes tracked the blurs, unable to keep up but fully aware of the outcome. Yograj's chest became a canvas of cuts. Shallow. Yes, none fatal, not that he would even care, but they accumulated endlessly. His skin painted with crimson lines that crossed and layered over one another. His eyes, however, widened not in pain, but in disbelief. What is this? No matter how he tried, he couldn't recognize the style. Every strike was alien. Every sequence was disconnected from the last. There was no stance, no tradition, no flow of a school or form. It wasn't even formless. It was beyond that. It was just random. And yet it wasn't clumsy. It wasn't lacking purpose. It was like water spilling down a slope, finding its path with inevitability. And no matter where he moved, the sword simply followed. Minutes passed, though to Yograj it felt like hours. 2 more minutes. Finally, Razeal stopped, his blade hung at his side, his stance relaxed. The shadowy sword shimmered faintly before dissolving into the air, vanishing as though it had never been there. Yograj froze. His fists half raised, chest rising and falling in steady breaths. He glanced down at himself, then up again, still unable to comprehend how not a single one of his counters had landed. "You've lost, old man," Razeal said flatly, his tone calm, as if he had just finished brushing dust from his shoulder. "You would have died thousands of times by my hand already. Continuing is meaningless." The word struck like a gavel. Yograj exhaled slowly, his chest still bleeding in countless lines. Yet his face showed no pain, only astonishment. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. "My skills," he admitted quietly, "they are indeed inferior to yours. The words tasted bitter, but he forced them out, his pride clashing against undeniable reality that Raziel's expression didn't shift. His voice was calm, almost reassuring. You could have defeated me if you had used your true power, your real strength, your agility. You haven't even absorbed abilities yet that is supposed to be your main edge, and your body isn't what it once was. 30 years locked away in one place. I can see it that you're not comfortable moving as you did before. It wasn't mockery, that it wasn't arrogance, that Raziel's words were oddly generous, as if offering Yograj an excuse, a way to preserve his pride. But Yograj only shook his head, his brows furrowed, his mind struggling. The vast difference in skill, in ability, it was incomprehensible. He had lived lifetimes, he had survived wars, slaughtered beasts, fought champions that he had thought himself experienced beyond measure. Yet standing before this boy, he felt like a child holding a wooden stick in front of a master. Swordsman. The silence was broken not by Raziel or Yograj, but by Levi. That. His voice cracked, rising with disbelief. That's. Yograj turned his head, frowning, his dark eyes narrowing as he saw Levi pointing directly at him. What is it now, boy? Yograj muttered, irritation creeping into his voice. But Levi didn't answer immediately, but his lips moving soundlessly before he finally managed to croak. Look at your chest. Aurora's gaze shifted as well. She walked slowly toward Raziel's side, her pink eyes narrowing with dawning realization as she stared at her supposed father's torso. Maria, who had remained silent all this time, finally lowered her fork and leaned forward slightly, her expression unusually weird. All their eyes fixed on Yograj. Feeling the weight of their stares, Yograj frowned deeper. What now? Then, finally, he looked down. For the first time, he truly saw it, his chest at hundreds, no, thousands of cuts, layered upon one another. Thin, precise slices crisscrossed his torso, forming patterns he hadn't noticed during the fight. Together, they almost looked like some abstract painting carved on a flesh, strokes of red drawn by a sword so sharp it left no jagged edges. His eyes widened slightly. Oh! He exhaled, lips parting in muted surprise. He couldn't even fully see the pattern from his own angle, but he could feel it now, that a stinging tapestry, etched across him. Each mark intentional, even though none looked the same. Levi's eyes flicked between Yograj's chest and Maria's face, back and forth, as if searching for confirmation. His mouth twitching, his voice lost somewhere between awe and weird kind of speechlessness. Aurora's stare harder, while Maria's aqua eyes lingered coldly on the sight. Her noble composure straining as she tried to mask a reaction. Because at the very middle of the old man's chest, there was something no one could have imagined, that a portrait. Delicate, breathtaking, and impossibly precise. Her face, carved not by brush or ink, but by the edge of Raziel's sword. Thin, shallow cuts layered across Yograj's white, muscular chest, each wound shallow enough not to spill blood heavily, but deep enough to leave behind crimson lines. Together they formed the outline of a woman's face so vivid that it almost seemed alive. Every strand of her hair was there, each one cut individually, flowing as if caught in the wind. The detail was so intricate it was terrifying. Raziel hadn't simply slashed in anger or recklessness. He had carved, he had sculpted with a weapon meant for killing. Blood replaced ink, the body replaced canvas. And yet the result was not grotesque, but almost hauntingly beautiful. That Aurora's lips parted, her pink eyes wide. Her voice came out as an odd murmur, unbidden. I didn't know anyone could draw this well. And with a sword, no less, while fighting at that speed. Her tone carried disbelief and awe in equal measure. The fight had been blinding, each movement too fast for her eyes to catch. And yet, hidden in the chaos of combat, this portrait had been born. Levi, standing near her, was equally dumbfounded. His throat was dry, his eyes glued to the old man's chest as though unable to look away. I wasn't aware, either, that anyone's swordsmanship can be that great, he whispered back instinctively. His voice lacked its usual sarcasm or nervousness. There was only awe. The old man himself stared down his chest, his face uncharacteristically shaken. His hand hovered uncertainly above the portrait, trembling slightly. His eyes, which had seen so much bloodshed, widened with disbelief. Such delicate work. While fighting, the thoughts circled in his head, relentless. He had never seen anything like it, not once in his long, immortal life. Never had he even imagined such a feat was even be possible. He had used all his combat skills to fight back, to dodge, to counter, to press. He had faced Raziel with his full concentration, his movements honed by decades of battle. And yet this boy, while outmaneuvering him, while striking him hundreds of times, had not only cut him, but carved something so fine, so impossibly intricate, that even a master artist might have faltered. Portraits this. Clear, strands of hair, the softness of the gaze, even the flow of wind in her locks, and done with a sword. Done in minutes, while moving faster than the eye can follow. For once, Yograj could not summon anger or shame. There was no space in his chest for those emotions. There was only a heavy, almost reverent respect. He raised his head and looked straight at Razeal, lips curling into something between a smile and a grimace. The kind of talent you have, it surpasses mine that I've never seen anyone so skillful. If not for your white hair and black eyes, I might have thought you were a virulent, because unless one belongs to that bloodline, such things should be impossible at this age. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. The words were not just flattery, they were a genuine acknowledgement. One of the highest compliments a man like Yograj could ever give to be compared to the virulence, the legendary bloodline of unmatched warriors, was an honor that could define a person's legacy. Razeal only shook his head, saying nothing. His face betrayed no pride, no arrogance, just that same unreadable calm. But the others still stared, and Aurora's breath trembled as she looked at her father's chest, the lines of blood forming the face clearer with each second. Levy's green eyes darted back and forth between the portrait and Razeal, struggling to process what he was witnessing. And Maria was silent, deadly silent. Her aqua eyes locked on the old man's chest, unblinking. Her lips pressed tightly together as she studied every detail of the portrait, every curve of her face, every strand of her hair, the faint arch of her brows, the way the hair seemed to flow as if carried by wind. It was her, perfectly her. Then, slowly, her gaze lifted. She turned her head toward Razeal, who stood calmly, his expression unmoved, his eyes neither seeking approval nor apology. He hadn't even looked at her once that Maria's jaw tightened. This bastard. He didn't even ask for my permission. Her chest tightened with something sharp and hot. Irritation, yes, but also something more confusing, something harder to name. Instead of speaking, she simply turned her head to the side and pouted, her lips pressing together, her aqua hair shifting as the sea breeze caught it. Outwardly, she acted annoyed. Inwardly, she wasn't sure what to feel about it, honestly. That portrait looks beautiful and magnificent, just like her. Yograj broke the silence with a booming laugh, his deep voice echoing over the deck. Well then, it seems I'll have to break this beautiful piece of art you've left me. As much as I admire it, I can't go walking around with someone else's face carved onto my chest. Can I? He laughed again, light-heartedly, even though blood still trickled from the lines. Already his immortal body was healing as he now allowed it to heal, the shallow cuts knitting themselves together, the portrait fading line by line in moments, the carefully carved details blurred into nothing, his skin returning to smoothness though droplets of blood still clung stubbornly. Let me help you with that. A sharp voice cut in. Fwoosh! A concentrated stream of water shot forward, striking Yograj's chest with the force of a pressure spray. The blood washed away instantly, splattering across the deck before disappearing between the gaps in the wood. Yograj tilted his head back slightly, letting it happen, his long hair dripping as droplets slid down his body. He exhaled in satisfaction, his broad chest now clean. Lowering his gaze, he looked toward Maria, who stood with one arm extended, her palms still glowing faintly with remnants of water magic. Her expression was far from calm. Irritation darkened her features, her aqua eyes narrowed dangerously. Yograj chuckled, wiping a stray droplet from his chin with the back of his hand. Really helpful, he said, his tone teasing. Then his gaze sharpened. His eyes lingered meaningfully on Maria, as though reading her unspoken thoughts, before sliding slowly toward Razeal. The implication was clear enough to anyone who caught it. Maria did. Her eyes narrowed even further, icy and dangerous, her lips curling just slightly. She didn't speak, but her glare was sharp enough to cut. Yograj only smiled faintly in response, as though her anger amused him rather than warned him. Razeal, as always, said nothing, his calm face betraying nothing of the storm swirling between the three of them.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.